Chapter 1. Rebirth as Peter Parker, yet I am not Spider-Man. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Peter Parker descended the stairs slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sunlight enveloped him, bestowing upon him a golden radiance. As he entered the dining room, his gaze naturally fell upon two individuals engaged in what appeared to be an intriguing conversation, their faces alight with joy. Noticing this, Peter's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved gently, greeting the pair. "Good morning, Aunt May." "Good morning, Uncle Ben." Having exchanged pleasantries, he leisurely made his way to his seat, placing his backpack beside him. Aunt May, taken aback by Peter's greeting, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Nevertheless, she continued her nimble movements, expertly transferring a freshly cooked egg from the skillet to a plate atop a slice of toasted bread. By the time she turned around with the plate and a glass of milk, Peter had already settled into his chair with commendable obedience. Aunt May placed the lovingly prepared breakfast before Peter, playfully commenting on his unusual morning demeanor. "It's a rare delight to see you up on time, it seems our little. Peter won't have to chase the school bus in a frenzy today." In response, Peter remained silent, quietly savoring the affectionate breakfast Aunt May had prepared, neither refuting nor engaging in her light-hearted banter. Uncle Ben, who had been seated nearby, sipping coffee and perusing the newspaper, finally shifted his attention to Peter. He set the newspaper down and inquired with a tone of concern, "Peter, you haven't encountered any trouble at school recently, have you?" Peter's unusual behavior that day prompted Uncle Ben to express his worry. After all, the normally vivacious Peter would never exhibit such reticence at home. "No, perhaps. I simply had trouble sleeping last night, which has left me a bit out of sorts today," Peter explained, acknowledging the caring glances from Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Observing Peter's somewhat haggard visage, both Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged a knowing nod, refraining from further inquiries. If Peter were truly untroubled, what could have caused his sudden insomnia? Yet, as he preferred to keep his silence, they could only trust that their child would manage his own affairs. Having swiftly finished his breakfast, Peter noted that the school bus would soon arrive. He placed his empty plate and cup in the sink and prepared to bid farewell to the two. However, during this process, his peripheral vision caught sight of the front-page photograph on Uncle Ben's newspaper, causing him to freeze momentarily. Uncle Ben, can I take a look at the newspaper you're holding? You're usually indifferent to news reports. What has sparked your interest today?" Uncle Ben queried, bemused, yet he handed over the Hornet Daily. "Thank you," Peter exclaimed as he took the newspaper, immediately focusing on the headline photograph of the day, that a figure clad in a snug black, white, and pink ensemble, adorned with a hood, loiters amidst the towering edifices of New York City. The headline of the news boldly proclaims, "The Phantom Spider, a masked clown dressed in Halloween attire." Such an audacious tone unmistakably bears the signature of J. Jonah Jameson, the proprietor of the Daily Bugle. However, what captivates Peter's attention is not the newspaper's commentary on this phantom spider, but rather the undeniable fact that Spider-Man has emerged in New York City. And yet this Spider-Man is not he. Peter Parker, is it the result of my transmigration causing a butterfly effect? Or could it be that I have arrived in the Earth 65 universe? It is no wonder that Aunt May and Uncle Ben find Peter's behavior peculiar today, for the Peter Parker they once knew is no longer the same. Last night, a soul from a distant blue star occupied the body of the original Peter Parker. His insomnia was born from a desire to swiftly merge with the memories and essence of the former Peter. Regrettably, despite a night of relentless effort, he could not accomplish this feat. He discovered that within the essence of the original Peter Parker lay a plethora of memories that did not belong to him. His entire night was consumed in sifting and categorizing these memories, leaving him insufficient time to complete the integration. Thus, in order to avoid revealing any inconsistencies before Aunt May and Uncle Ben, he had remained notably taciturn since awakening. Yet, the sudden emergence of the report regarding the Phantom Spider on the front page of the Daily Bugle compelled him to break his silence. The implication was clear. If a Spider-Man already exists in this universe, then his plan to follow the narrative and become Spider-Man before devising a strategy is unequivocally thwarted. More critically, should he have indeed traversed into the Earth 65 universe, it would signify that the Peter Parker he has supplanted carries a foreboding curse of fate. Consequently, he, now inhabiting this body, may be destined to inherit this tragic mission, requiring his own demise to enlighten Spider-Man with the adage, "With great power comes great responsibility." The prospect of losing the opportunity to become Spider-Man pales in comparison to this harrowing reality. The immediate priority is to swiftly integrate the memories within the original Peter Parker's essence, alongside the vast information inexplicably entangled within them. This will allow me to ascertain whether I have truly arrived in the Earth 65 universe. Even if I am indeed the unfortunate sacrifice destined to become Spider-Man, I shall strive with every ounce of my being to shatter this curse of fate. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, I'm off to school now. Goodbye. With a swift determination of his urgent plans solidified in his mind, he proceeded methodically to school, while simultaneously absorbing and integrating the categorized memories. From the previous night, he boarded the punctual school bus. The memories of Peter Parker's brief 17 years of existence had already been thoroughly assimilated. In comparison to the inexplicable and foreign fragments that had intertwined with his essence, Peter Parker's original memories seemed but a mere drop in the ocean. It was only at this moment that he comprehended why, the previous night, his soul had so effortlessly usurped the original's identity. It became evident that long before his soul had traversed into this realm, Peter Parker's spirit had already begun to unravel. The catalyst for this disintegration was the overwhelming influx of unfamiliar information. This influx was so vast that it far exceeded the capacity of Peter Parker's soul to bear, ultimately leading to its explosion. Consequently, this allowed the newcomer to effortlessly seize the benefits, merging with Peter Parker's body and soul without the slightest resistance. Chapter 2. The mysterious soul begins to merge. Fortunately, I did not hastily attempt to merge all the memories contained within the original soul last night. Instead, I first categorized the information. Otherwise, given my soul's strength, I might have followed in the footsteps of the original and succumbed to the overwhelming flood of information, resulting in a disintegration of consciousness. Upon discovering the true cause of the original's demise, the present Peter now hesitates to merge with that vast and unfamiliar influx of knowledge. The silver lining, however, is that based on the memories of the original that I have fully digested, I can ascertain that the universe into which I have traversed is not Earth 65. According to the information gleaned from the original's memories, Gwen Stacy in this universe enjoys the presence of both parents and has not formed a band with Mary Jane. Her ascent to becoming the Spider-Man of this realm was purely serendipitous. Just days ago, during an event that was meant to propel Peter Parker into the role of Spider-Man, an inexplicable surge of information invaded his mind, causing a profound sense of dizziness. At that moment, Gwen Stacy happened to be standing beside him, and thus, the fateful spider inadvertently bit the back of her hand. As for the unfortunate Peter Parker, not only did he lose his chance to become Spider-Man, but after enduring a tumultuous weekend, he lost his life just last night. I find myself increasingly curious about the nature of the mysterious memories that appeared within the original soul. However, I must not rush, having confirmed my temporary safety. It would be prudent to invest additional effort in breaking down those memories into smaller fragments before attempting to merge them. With this thought in mind, Peter emerged from his contemplative state and directed his attention towards Gwen Stacy, who sat not far from him. This girl had taken his place and acquired the powers of Spider-Man, reflecting on the memories I had just integrated. It seems this girl could be considered an object of my unspoken affection. After all, it is quite natural for a young man, experiencing the stirrings of first love, to be enamored by someone destined to be the belle of Midtown High. Even I, a newcomer in this world, found my heart fluttering at the sight of Gwen's radiant beauty. Yet, the fact that she had usurped my destiny as Spider-Man weighed heavily on my heart. It is often said in the realm of comic books that the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. The opportunity to become Spider-Man is undoubtedly the most significant chance for Peter Parker, an unfortunate lad, to alter his fate. Yet, through a twist of fate, this opportunity has fortuitously fallen into the hands of Gwen, a privileged heiress, leaving me, as a traveler from another world, feeling quite disheartened. Although I have no intention of becoming a superhero, the distinction between possessing Spider-Man's abilities and utilizing them is a matter worth contemplating. In a realm fraught with peril, where supervillains emerge with alarming frequency, the acquisition of any semblance of survival capability is undoubtedly a boon. Could that infernal enigmatic message not have delayed its arrival by a few minutes? Even a few seconds would suffice. It could have appeared after that mutated spider had taken its bite. If this mysterious message lacks any substantive value, I would indeed suffer a tremendous loss. The more he pondered this, the more Peter felt a pang of anguish. The only source of solace, it seemed, was the interest that Gwen Stacy, or more accurately, the original Peter, seemed to evoke in her. In dire straits, he could always cling to the support of the ghost spider. Moreover, Peter Parker was inherently a prodigious genius. Possessing a high intellect, coupled with the experiences and insights he had amassed as a traveler in a different world, he might very well forge a path to transform his knowledge into technology and wealth in this realm. Perhaps it was due to Peter's lingering gaze on Gwen's silhouette that, having acquired her spider sense, she could no longer withstand the intensity of his stare and turned to face him. Noticing Gwen's movement, Peter extricated himself from his earlier musings. Yet he exhibited no sign of embarrassment at being caught in the act of surreptitious observation. Although Peter appeared to be a pure-hearted 17-year-old, He was, in truth, a seasoned veteran of experience. In response to Gwen's mildly reproachful expression, he graciously raised an eyebrow and waved in greeting. Observing Peter's demeanor, Gwen's cheeks, already tinged with a rosy hue, deepened in color. Realizing her flustered state, she dared not glance back at Peter, swiftly redirecting her gaze. Understanding that Gwen was shy, Peter refrained from continuing to stare at her back. However, he was now certain that his previous conjecture was correct. Gwen indeed harbored feelings for the original Peter Parker. Throughout the journey, Peter remained engrossed in the dissection of that mysterious message within the sea of consciousness. Even upon arriving at school, he continued to focus the majority of his attention on this matter. This preoccupation led to an unusual display during class, garnering the attention of his teachers. After 3 years of high school, they had never witnessed Peter, the academic prodigy, so distracted. Even more astonishing was that Gwen Stacy, who consistently ranked second in the class, exhibited a similar state of distraction. Had these two not dominated the top 2 positions since their freshman year, the teachers would have surely summoned them for punishment. Fortunately, Peter's diligence throughout the day bore fruit, as he made progress in unraveling the enigmatic message. During his analysis, he discovered that the message was, in fact, the soul's memory of another individual. Yet, this soul's consciousness had completely dissipated before entering the mind of the original host. Even so, the immense volume of information contained within overwhelmed the original soul. It is noteworthy that, according to his rough analysis throughout the day, this enigmatic information comprised merely the memories of 53 years of that soul's existence. Upon dissecting these memories chronologically, he discovered that, aside from the first couple of years following birth, the volume of information in the memories was relatively normal. However, from that point onward, each subsequent year's recollections were absurdly abundant, doubling in quantity year after year. To ascertain whose memories could harbor such an astonishing amount of information, and to understand why this individual experienced a dissolution of consciousness, with their soul's memories manifesting within the original's mind, Peter resolved to merge the soul memories from the ages of 1 and 2 tonight. Yet, as Peter commenced the fusion, the identity of this individual left him utterly astounded. Chapter 3. The man named Tony Stark. For the average person, memories from the ages of 0 to 3 are often shrouded in obscurity. Peter possesses no recollection of his own experiences during that early stage of life. However, there are always exceptional individuals who exhibit extraordinary abilities. The owner of the soul memories that Peter merged with is indeed such a prodigious figure. Born into a wealthy family, he lacked parental companionship from a tender age. From the moment self-awareness blossomed, he was accompanied solely by a devoted butler. After integrating the soul memories of this individual from the ages of 1 and 2, Peter finally discerned the identity of the soul's owner. He also grasped why this man was able to generate such an immense volume of soul information throughout his 53 years of life. For this individual is none other than the illustrious Tony Stark, a super genius who designed his first circuit board at the age of 4, crafted a V8 engine by 6, and graduated from MIT at 17. He is celebrated as a patriotic weapons manufacturer, envied by many as a charming billionaire playboy, and possesses the uncanny ability to master advanced thermonuclear astrophysics in a single evening. Yet, what leaves an even more profound impression is his superhero persona, Iron Man. In the abrupt conclusion of his heroic career at the age of 53, it turns out that the soul memories intruding into Peter's mind belonged to Tony Stark, which explains the vast amount of information contained within them and why the timeline of those memories halts at the age of 53. Based on the integrated memories, Peter understands that in the world he inhabits, there is no existence of Tony Stark. The superheroes and monumental events he was familiar with from the Marvel films do not manifest in this reality. Thus, he deduces that the universe he has traversed into is likely an independent parallel universe of Spider-Man. As for the soul memories of Tony Stark that have inexplicably entered this world, Peter speculates they probably originate from the climactic battle he knows well, the one where Iron Man snapped his fingers for the sake of the entire universe. The reason his soul memories have been transmitted to this universe remains a mystery to Peter. However, it likely ties to the 6 enigmatic Infinity Stones, which are cosmic treasures encompassing the powers of time, space, and soul. At the moment Tony snapped his fingers, it is entirely plausible that the immense and wondrous power of the Infinity Stones could have inadvertently triggered some minor anomalies. Regardless, the revelation that the soul memories residing in his mind belong to Tony Stark has brought Peter immense joy, especially at a time when he believed he had lost the chance to become Spider-Man. Who says the Iron Spider isn't Spider-Man? Of course, if Peter wishes to harness the soul memories from Tony Stark effectively, he currently faces 2 pressing issues that require resolution. The first matter pertains to the integration and absorption of this soul memory. Tony Stark's extraordinary intellect grants him a learning speed that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to memorize and comprehend knowledge in an exceedingly brief span of time. Consequently, even though Peter has segmented Tony Stark's soul memories into annual divisions, The information contained within the extracted fragments remains immensely substantial. Given Peter's current spiritual strength, it is simply impossible for him to fully assimilate and integrate the information from these soul memories in a short period. Secondly, even if Peter were to complete the integration and absorption of the soul memories, he lacks the necessary financial resources to replicate the advanced technologies embedded within them. A common jest among internet users regarding the Marvel Universe is that the impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. It is evident that technology and formidable capabilities are not within reach of just anyone. Without adequate financial backing, any theoretical advancements remain mere ethereal castles in the air. Presently, Peter is just an unremarkable high school student, unlike Harry Osborn, who hails from a wealthy and influential family. Clearly, he cannot muster the funds required to create an armored suit akin to Tony Stark's Iron Man. If these two issues remain unresolved, Peter will forever be a mere mortal, possessing untold treasures yet unable to access them. At this moment, the financial predicament is not an immediate concern. The more pressing issue is how to expedite the absorption and integration of the memories. Perhaps within Tony Stark's recollections lies information that could be directly monetized, aiding him in swiftly amassing his first fortune. However, this challenge is complicated by its entanglement with the realm of the soul, an area in which I find myself woefully uninformed. In other words, while Peter has astutely analyzed his current situation and meticulously devised a future course of action, when it comes to implementation, he finds himself utterly at a loss. Given the present circumstances, he can only proceed step by step. The process of memory integration and absorption requires time and cannot be resolved within a mere 10 days or 2 weeks. Thus, in the ensuing days, Peter has been diligently segmenting the soul memories into even smaller fragments for absorption, while simultaneously exploring methods to enhance his spiritual strength. He has experimented with techniques found in various religious texts, such as meditation and contemplation. It cannot be said that these efforts yielded no results. They simply did not manifest significantly. However, after a fortnight of persistent memory integration, Peter was astonished to discover a remarkable fact. His spiritual strength had indeed increased. Sometimes, the adage rings true: the one embroiled in the situation is often blind to the obvious, while the observer sees clearly. In truth, even before Peter fully fused his original soul and memories, his spiritual strength had already undergone a substantial enhancement. Unfortunately, at that time, his focus was solely on the information within the original memories, rendering him oblivious to the changes occurring within his own soul. It was only after continuously absorbing fragments of Tony Stark's memories during this period that he became aware of the gradual increase in his capacity to integrate these memories. This realization led him to understand that the process of merging soul memories also served as a means to enhance and fortify the strength of his own soul. As long as he did not exceed his own limits, akin to the original soul, during this integration, it became a method to steadily and safely reinforce his spiritual essence. With the augmentation of his soul's strength, the speed of integration would likewise accelerate, creating a positive feedback loop. Consequently, the time Peter anticipated for the complete merging of Tony Stark's soul memories would be significantly reduced, thus unexpectedly resolving the first issue. However, the second concern regarding the funding for research, which Peter had not initially prioritized, now necessitated urgent attention. Chapter 4. I aspire to be a literary master. Good afternoon, Stacy. Having finished his lunch in the cafeteria, Peter returned to the classroom with a light-hearted stride. As he stepped through the door, he spotted Gwen sitting quietly alone at her desk. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden halo around her, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Peter felt a stirring in his heart and casually greeted her. To his surprise, Gwen, who had rarely interacted with him before, initiated a conversation. Good afternoon, Parker. You seem a bit different lately. Different? Really? Peter responded, taken aback as he turned to face her. The old Peter Parker would have been elated to hear such words, for they implied that Gwen had been paying attention to him and had noticed his changes. However, the current Peter felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her words, fearing that Gwen might have uncovered his secret. Indeed, you used to be completely focused in class, but recently you seem to daydream quite often. Your demeanor has changed as well. You appear more confident. We've been classmates for quite some time, yet I've never seen you approach me like this before. Peter found himself unable to explain the changes Gwen pointed out, nor could he dare to. Moreover, these transformations were hardly flaws, after all. For a 17-year-old whose life was still in flux, any change was entirely natural. Youth signified boundless potential for the future. Nevertheless, Peter could not simply declare, I, Peter Parker, owe no explanations to anyone. Instead, he smiled and countered, if we're discussing differences, aren't you also quite similar to me, Gwen? Especially when it comes to daydreaming in class. Hearing this, Gwen's face flushed crimson, and she turned away, no longer addressing Peter. The revelation of her daydreaming in class, which contradicted her studious reputation, filled her with embarrassment. Yet, her blush was primarily due to Peter's response, which revealed to her that not only had she been silently watching him, but he had also been secretly observing her. This mutual, unspoken affection made the fatigue accumulated from her recent vigilante endeavors seem to vanish. To be candid, Gwen had never anticipated that aspiring to be a partner in justice would prove so exhausting. This weariness was not solely physical, it was also a profound emotional burden. Her initial motivation to combat crime stemmed from being the daughter of the New York City police chief, wishing to ease her father's burdens. Additionally, the thrill of newly acquired superpowers and the desire to test her limits fueled her ambition. Yet, after experiencing the reality of her endeavors, she finally grasped that her father's relentless busyness was not without reason. The multitude of criminal activities occurring daily on the streets of New York is indeed overwhelming. Even if she merely spends her spare time meandering around the vicinity of her home and school, she manages to encounter several instances of robbery and drug dealing. As for the petty thieves, they are simply too numerous to count. However, this alone would not wear down Gwen's spirit. What truly exhausts her is the fact that her efforts are dismissed as mere antics by the Horn Herald, and even her father fails to support her endeavors. This has led Gwen to question the validity of her actions. Yet, for a girl in the throes of adolescence and rebellion, the more her actions are criticized by the outside world, the more determined she becomes to persevere. Recently, she has finally begun to see the fruits of her labor. Firstly, supportive voices have begun to emerge online, with many individuals she has previously assisted publicly expressing their gratitude. Additionally, she has received word from her father that ever since the emergence of the ghost spider, the crime rate in New York City has indeed seen a decline. This serves as evidence that her efforts hold value and are not as futile as the Horn Herald suggests. Not to mention, Gwen is reveling in her dual successes in both love and her heroic pursuits. On the other hand, Peter, after days of merging memories, has yet to discover an invention from Tony Stark's recollections that he can monetize. However, this does not imply that he has made no progress. As he continues to integrate these memories, Peter finds himself ensnared in a blind spot. He has been fixated on leveraging the advanced technology from Stark's memories for wealth, neglecting other possibilities. It was not until today that Gwen suddenly remarked on how he has changed. This statement illuminated Peter's mind, allowing him to break free from his previous mental limitations. Indeed, he recognized that he is no longer the same Peter Parker as before. Yet, it is not just he who has transformed, the entire world around him has evolved as well. He had realized that, given the differences in the world he inhabits, he could profit from technological products from alternate realities. Yet, he had overlooked the immense value contained within the artistic works from those other worlds, which also hold significant worth in his current reality. Countless predecessors who have traversed dimensions have validated that the path of a literary copyist is undoubtedly the most suitable for newcomers starting from scratch. All Peter needs to do is transfer the artistic works from those two worlds, which do not exist in his own memory, into this one. Thus, he can achieve his first financial success with almost no initial investment. With this accumulation of capital, replicating the inventions from Tony Stark's memories would become considerably easier. After meticulously comparing the memories he has integrated from 3 distinct worlds, Peter indeed discovers numerous artistic works that are absent in his current reality. Moreover, due to the assimilation of the original soul and fragments of Tony Stark's essence, his spiritual strength has experienced a remarkable enhancement. Effortlessly, he can vividly recall the artistic works embedded in his memories, leaving no detail overlooked. In fact, Peter has already contemplated that even if he fails to uncover any artistic creations that do not exist in this world, it matters not. He can straightforwardly compose biographies. After all, the superheroes from the Avengers have never made an appearance in this realm. Thus, for the readers of this world, perceiving the non-fictional literature crafted by him as science fiction is indeed a feasible notion. Chapter 5: The Boy Who Survived. After resolving his determination, Peter promptly began to select the first work he would transport into this world. The criteria for selection was exceedingly simple. It must be profitable, immensely so. After all, being a literary copyist was merely a means for him to amass initial capital. Given the precarious nature of this world, he could not persist in this endeavor indefinitely. Eventually, he would need to invest his resources and energy into the advanced technologies embedded in Tony Stark's memories. These cutting-edge innovations not only held immense commercial potential, promising Peter considerable wealth, but more importantly, they would bestow upon him an unparalleled sense of security. After careful consideration, Peter ultimately chose The Boy Who Survived as his debut work. This decision was informed by his memories from his previous life, where he knew this piece not only achieved remarkable sales but also spawned a plethora of lucrative derivative IP developments. The author had risen from the status of a single mother to a prominent figure on various billionaire lists, all thanks to this very work. Furthermore, the story setting in the Western world made it easier for a novice writer like him to secure a publishing contract. Lastly, as a high school student, crafting a narrative set in a magical realm felt entirely fitting. Unlike The Great Gatsby or The Kite Runner, which, despite their commercial success, would be implausible for someone of his inexperience to author, The Boy Who Survived aligned perfectly with his capabilities. Consequently, since that lunchtime conversation, Gwen observed that Peter had transformed, becoming distinctly different from before. Through casual glimpses, she noted that he no longer spent the entire day daydreaming in class. Instead, he now selectively zoned out, dedicating the rest of his time to scribbling mysteriously in his notebook. Unbeknownst to Gwen, Peter was not merely daydreaming in class. He was delving into his consciousness, attempting to integrate fragments of Tony Stark's memories. As for the contents of his notebook, they were none other than the first installment of the Boy Who Survived series, titled The Boy and the Philosopher's Stone. Although Peter's unusual behavior in class piqued Gwen's interest, given their current relationship, she dared not inquire directly. Yet, even Gwen herself had not realized that since Peter's transformation, she had increasingly found her gaze drawn to him throughout the campus. And as the saying goes, when a girl becomes curious about a boy, it marks the beginning of her enchantment. As time swiftly passed, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, whenever the ghost spider took any action, the next day, the front page of the Horn Daily was invariably dominated by her exploits. However, today's front page of the Horn Daily astonishingly lacks any mention of the previous day's heroic deeds by the Phantom Spider. Instead, it features a photograph of a long queue outside a bookstore, accompanied by a bold headline proclaiming, "New York in a paper frenzy. The boy who survived adversity emerges. Magic wave sweeps through New York." Indeed, Peter's magnum opus, The Boy and the Philosopher's Stone, which he meticulously crafted over 3 weeks in class, has been successfully published. What has taken him by surprise, even more than the publication itself, is the book's immediate success upon release, garnering enthusiastic acclaim from readers. While Peter had envisioned that this book would catapult him to fame, he had not anticipated such rapid success. Fortunately, he had previously arranged with the publisher to use the pen name Tony Stark for his novel. For the time being, his daily life remains unaffected. The swift triumph of the boy who survived adversity brings Peter another piece of good news. The novel is set for a reprint. A reprint signifies that he will soon receive a handsome royalty income, bringing him one step closer to his ambition of becoming a tech magnate. With the initial signing bonus and the impending second royalty payment, Peter's pace of writing has slowed. Now that he has acquired some financial resources, he intends to devote a portion of his energy to attempting to recreate some of the simpler inventions that have merged with Tony Stark's memories. Nevertheless, with his prior pace of nearly 10,000 words a day, he still possesses a stockpile of manuscripts. He has already completed the second installment of The Boy Who Survived Adversity, and the third part is nearly a quarter finished. With this reservoir of material, even if he were to cease writing for a while and focus entirely on technological research, he would have more than enough to satisfy the publisher's demands for timely submissions. However, as Peter began to invest time and resources into research and development, he sadly realized that he must continue writing. The pursuit of profit cannot be halted. To be honest, Peter finds himself rather envious of Tony Stark, blessed with intelligence and fortunate enough to have been born into privilege. The original Peter Parker, while not lacking in innate talent, falls short of Tony solely in terms of family background. Were he to have been born into Stark's affluent family, perhaps a company named Parker Industries would already be among the Fortune 500. The recent 200,000 advance he received was expected to sustain him in creating a few marketable innovations. Yet, he never anticipated that merely procuring various instruments and tools would deplete that sum significantly. Consequently, he endured a week of complaints from Aunt May and Uncle Ben, as the items he purchased have encroached upon their once tidy storage room. Peter found himself with no choice. Renting a space outside to serve as a laboratory would entail even greater expenses. Compared to the grievances from his family, it was far more economical to endure a few scoldings. "Gwen, where have you been after school? Why have you returned so late?" In the living room of the Stacy household, George Stacy sat with an air of authority, casting a stern gaze upon Gwen, who stood at the doorway. As the chief of police in New York City, his demanding work schedule often left him neglectful of familial matters and the discipline of his daughter. However, after hearing his wife express concern over their daughter's increasingly tardy homecomings, he set aside his work this evening, determined to impart some wisdom to his daughter to prevent her from straying down the wrong path in the future. Chapter 6. Interspecies Biogenetic Synthesis Technology. Under the imposing gaze of George Stacy, even with the abilities akin to Spider-Man, Gwen felt a flutter of unease. This apprehension did not stem from a fear of the unknown, but rather from the inherent pressure of her father's bloodline. Nevertheless, this was not the first time Gwen had lingered at school after hours. As a seasoned offender, she swiftly composed herself. When confronted by her father's inquiries, she responded with remarkable calmness. "I have been accepted into an internship program that I applied for earlier, and I will be attending it after school, which is why I returned home a bit later." However, Gwen's straightforward explanation evidently failed to assuage her father's growing suspicions. George Stacy pressed on. What program? Your mother, and I have not heard you mention it at all. Aware of her father's demeanor, Gwen realized that unless she clarified the situation today, it would not easily conclude. Fortunately, her earlier words were not mere fabrications. She had indeed applied for an internship program. The only caveat was that her participation would only occupy the 2 hours following school. The reason for her tardiness was, of course, that after the internship, she transformed into Ghost Spider and roamed the streets of New York, righting wrongs. I am participating in a philanthropic research project open to high school students offered by Oscorp. The purpose of the program is to provide students interested in scientific research an opportunity to engage with this field beforehand. As for why you and mother are unaware, that is clearly due to your preoccupations, which have left you little time to concern yourselves with my affairs. Shouldn't that be a point for reflection on your part as parents? Why should I be blamed for not informing you? With a deft retort, complemented by her tearful, pitiful expression, Gwen softened the usually unyielding George Stacy. All right, it's our fault. Your mother and I have been too busy lately and neglected to pay attention to you. Oh, my precious daughter, please stop crying. Come, tell your old dad what new knowledge you've gained from that program. Did anything interesting happen? Thus, through her quick thinking, Gwen deftly averted a looming crisis. Once back in her room, she sighed in relief, patting her chest. The decision to apply for Oscorp's public internship program was not a whim. The true impetus came from the visit that transformed her from an ordinary girl into the Ghost Spider, the source of her newfound powers being that very mutated spider from Oscorp. Driven by a curiosity about her own capabilities and a fascination with the Osborn Corporation's biological research project, Gwen promptly submitted her application upon learning about the internship opportunities offered by the company. Given her skills and academic achievements, her application was naturally accepted, granting her the chance to enter the Osborn laboratory with legitimacy. Through her investigations over the past few days, she had uncovered vital clues revealing that the mutated spiders originated from a research project led by Dr. Kurt Connors. Dr. Connors, once a remarkably gifted physician, was drafted into service during the Vietnam War and sent to the front lines to perform surgical procedures on the wounded. Tragically, during an assault on his base by local soldiers, Dr. Connors lost his right hand. For a surgeon renowned for his technical prowess, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. However, rather than succumbing to despair, he dedicated himself to the study of biotechnology, aspiring to develop methods that could enable the regeneration of human limbs. His perseverance bore fruit, as he achieved preliminary results in his research, which led the Osborn Corporation, a company famed for its advancements in biotechnology, to establish a laboratory for him and fund his studies. From her online research, Gwen learned that Dr. Connors' limb regeneration technology is based on a cross-species genetic synthesis technique derived from the genetic traits of other organisms. The objective is to integrate the genes responsible for limb regeneration found in these organisms into the human genome, thereby bestowing humans with the ability to regenerate lost limbs. However, more detailed information and related academic papers became elusive following the Osborn Corporation's involvement, preventing Gwen from accessing these insights in the public domain. In pursuit of deeper knowledge regarding this project, Gwen resolved to set a modest goal for her upcoming internship, to secure an opportunity to join Dr. Connors' research team. Unbeknownst to her, the very team she aspired to join had already been earmarked for dissolution by the upper echelons of the Osborn Corporation. After years of investment in the cross-species genetic synthesis technology, the company had yet to see satisfactory results from Dr. Connors' research, which remained far from clinical application. No matter how promising a technology may seem, if it fails to generate profit, it is regarded as worthless by the capitalists. This sentiment was evident in the research reports submitted by Dr. Connors, which indicated that the practical application of cross-species genetic synthesis technology was still a distant prospect. In light of this, it is evident that Osborn Corporation cannot indefinitely invest in a project that yields no foreseeable returns. At this moment, Dr. Kurt Connors sits despondently in his chair, his gaze vacant as he stares at the ceiling above him. The man who has endured both war and disability now fully comprehends the adage that even the mightiest can be thwarted by a single penny. For all these years, his unwavering strength stemmed from the hope he had placed in the interspecies biogenetic synthesis project. Should this endeavor succeed, not only would he regain the use of his disabled right arm, but he would also acquire the wealth and renown to ensure a worry-free life for himself and his wife in their later years. Yet now, all of this is poised to dissolve into mere illusion with the cancellation of the Osborn project, plunging the typically composed Dr. Connors into a state of profound confusion. Chapter 7. Faraday's future in a race against the impending deadline for project termination. Dr. Kurt Connors has been tirelessly working, hoping to produce tangible results that might sway the board's decision regarding the cancellation of his research project. Naturally, he recruited Gwen, a capable, astute, and diligent intern. drawn to him by the scarcity of manpower and his inability to afford an assistant's salary. To Gwen's surprise, the progress was remarkably smooth. However, upon learning that Dr. Connor's project was soon to be terminated, a sense of urgency began to swell within her. She must swiftly gather sufficient information to seek the answers she desires. Once Connor's project is officially dismantled, the pertinent research materials will undoubtedly be sealed away by Oscorp, making future access to them considerably more challenging. What neither Gwen nor Dr. Connors realizes is that another individual is equally invested in the cross-species gene synthesis project, Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, who has been largely sidelined by other board members. The entire Oscorp board and figures like Dr. Connors believe that Norman's initial decision to invest in the cross-species gene synthesis project stemmed from a recognition of its immense potential. However, unbeknownst to them, Norman's willingness to invest recklessly in this endeavor is not motivated by the potential profits it may yield. Instead, he values something far more significant. Though the truth remains unutterable to anyone, as he finds himself losing influence within the board and facing the imminent termination of the project. His desperation rivals that of Kurt Connor's assistant. While Gwen is engrossed in uncovering the truth behind her abilities, Peter is equally preoccupied. It is no wonder that despite their mutual affection, this young couple has yet to advance their relationship. The distractions of ambition often impede personal connections. For Peter, however, the current phase of his life leaves little room for romantic entanglements. If he were unaware of the dangers that permeate this world, it might be different. Yet, with an acute awareness of the perils he faces and possessing means to secure his safety, his foremost priority must be to enhance his survival skills. Through the integration of fragmented memories of Tony Stark, Peter has progressed to the memories from Stark's 17th year. Upon absorbing this information, he discovers that Tony, in his youth, was not as reckless and debauched as he had previously imagined. Conversely, Tony, in his quest to earn the approval of his father, Howard Stark, exerted himself in his studies to a degree that belied his affluent upbringing. Of course, due to his exceptional learning capabilities, Tony often required only a fraction of the time that others would need to complete tasks of equivalent difficulty. The substantial leisure time he thereby salvaged was not solely devoted to crafting his astonishing inventions. It was also spent indulging in his fervent passion for racing. Howard Stark had admonished Tony on numerous occasions regarding this matter, often referencing the speeding tickets sent by his friend, the police chief. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly what the participant misses. Peter, as an outsider, could discern that Tony's antics were akin to the mischief of a wayward child. Since excelling in academics had yielded little reward, he resorted to playful rebellion, employing any means necessary to garner his father's attention. While Tony's ultimate aim was to capture Howard's notice, he had indeed studied automotive knowledge with earnestness. Ironically, all the automotive expertise he painstakingly acquired ultimately benefited Peter, who harbored little interest in cars. However, Peter was quite interested in making money. As a nation often referred to as a country on wheels, the United States presented a significant opportunity for Peter, armed with the automotive technology gleaned from Tony Stark, to seize profits within the industry. Nonetheless, as a time traveler from an era dominated by new energy vehicles, Peter had no intention of focusing on traditional automobiles. His sights were set not on the current market in the United States, but rather on the vast expanse of the Chinese mainland across the ocean. This inclination stemmed not only from his own affinity for his Chinese heritage, but also from his understanding that as long as China aspired to overtake others in the automotive sector, the technology he could provide would command a premium price. Furthermore, after decades of global development, China had emerged as one of the most promising markets worldwide. Coupled with its formidable manufacturing prowess, Peter was confident that once a partnership was established, he could amass the capital required for the development of future steel suits in the shortest time frame possible. Thus, after assimilating and integrating fragments of Tony's memories, Peter immediately began reorganizing the technological insights in his mind according to the technological trajectory of the world from which he had come. Ultimately, he compiled comprehensive technical documentation on 3 new energy vehicle technology routes: pure electric, hybrid, and extended range. With respect to the 3 core components of new energy vehicles, batteries, motors, and control systems, Peter's knowledge, derived from the fragments of Tony's memories, not only surpassed that of the world he had traversed from, but also stood in stark contrast to the current world, where it could be deemed vastly superior. Due to his age constraints, Peter was unable to register his own company. Thus, he had to rely on his Uncle Ben to assist him in registering the company and the associated technological patents with the materials he had compiled. The company he registered bears a name that embodies the essence of the new energy vehicle brand, known as Faraday Future. Regarding Peter's entrepreneurial aspirations, Uncle Ben and Aunt May not only refrained from any obstruction or interference, but actually welcomed his endeavors with open arms. This support stems not only from Peter's success in earning hundreds of thousands of dollars from his first original novel, but also from his upbringing as a well-behaved and diligent child with outstanding academic performance. For Uncle Ben and Aunt May, as long as Peter remains on the right path, they are unconditionally willing to trust and support him in all his pursuits. Chapter 8. A visit with the continuous stream of royalties from the boy who survived, Peter found himself momentarily free from financial concerns. Supported by Aunt May and Uncle Ben, he enjoyed an environment conducive to entrepreneurship. Up to this point, all of Peter's plans progressed remarkably well. Recently, the traditional automotive company from Huaxia, Geely, which Uncle Ben had helped him contact, expressed great interest in Peter's new energy vehicle technology and indicated a desire for collaboration. Should this partnership with Geely come to fruition, Peter would no longer need to worry about research funding and could wholly dedicate himself to merging the fragmented memories of Tony Stark and the subsequent development of new technologies. However, Peter was taken aback by Gwen's frequent inquiries regarding intricate biological concepts at school. Although Midtown High is a science-oriented institution and Peter undoubtedly excels academically, those familiar with him know that his true forte lies in mechanics, electronics, and material science. Gwen seeking his assistance in biology seemed quite misplaced. It was no wonder that rumors began circulating among students regarding the nature of his relationship with Gwen. To their eyes, it appeared that Gwen was not genuinely seeking help, but merely finding excuses to draw closer to Peter. Yet, unbeknownst to them, after assimilating fragments of Tony's memories, Peter not only experienced a boost in his own intellectual prowess, but also showed signs of enhanced learning abilities reminiscent of the knowledge-obsessed Tony Stark. The original Peter Parker may not have excelled in biology, but for the current Peter, those once daunting terminologies and scholarly articles now seemed far more comprehensible. Gwen was overwhelmed with astonishment at Peter's extraordinary capabilities. The remarkable talents he displayed even stirred feelings of embarrassment within her, who had always sought to compete with him academically. The biology questions she posed to Peter were, in fact, derived from confidential files she had covertly accessed at Oscorp. Certain critical aspects were evidently too complex for a high school student like her. However, Gwen could not approach Dr. Connors with these inquiries, as it would reveal that she had perused the company's confidential documents. Thus, she resorted to breaking down the incomprehensible material, hoping to consult a more knowledgeable biology teacher at school. Little did she expect that the biology teacher would be just as perplexed by her questions and incapable of providing the clarity she sought. Disheartened, Gwen returned to her classroom, burdened with a myriad of questions. Serendipitously, her gaze fell upon a seemingly unremarkable student seated at the back, wearing glasses. Uncertain of her own motivations, she inexplicably navigated through the obstacles and approached the boy to seek his insights. To her astonishment, he effortlessly answered questions that even the biology professors from prestigious universities had failed to address. This unassuming classmate was none other than Peter Parker, the top student who had always overshadowed her academically. From that day forward, any technical documents she stumbled upon at Oscorp that sparked her curiosity were brought to Peter for clarification. Consequently, whispers of a budding romance between them began circulating throughout the school. In truth, their relationship did deepen due to these interactions. Thus, taking advantage of George Stacy's day off, Gwen decided to invite Peter over for dinner as a gesture of gratitude for his recent assistance. While it was ostensibly a thank you dinner, Gwen secretly hoped to solidify their relationship through this opportunity. Aunt May, do you truly think this outfit is appropriate? Is it a bit too forward? Dressed in a newly acquired black suit, Peter stood before the mirror, anxiously assessing his appearance while repeatedly seeking Aunt May's approval. To be honest, Peter, having lived 2 lives, would have never anticipated feeling such trepidation at this moment, lacking the composure and calmness typically associated with a time traveler. However, upon reflection, he realized he had also been a perpetual singleton in his previous life, making his current anxiety somewhat understandable. Rest assured, our Peter is such an exceptional young man. No one will find a fault with that suit, and I've prepared a special gift for you, my homemade meat pie, guaranteed to ensure you don't lose face at their home. Aunt May's unwavering confidence only heightened Peter's nervousness, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben cast him a knowing glance, as if to say, good luck. After all, Aunt May's signature dish was one that only those who had tasted it could truly appreciate. Her confidence in presenting this cherished recipe indicated that the efforts of both Uncle Ben and Peter had not gone unnoticed. With a heart full of apprehension, Peter arrived at Gwen's home, bearing Aunt May's special meat pie. To his surprise, Gwen's family was indeed as amiable as she had described. Although her father's scrutinizing gaze instilled an unsettling chill within him, the atmosphere at the gathering was equally harmonious, with Gwen's mother expressing her admiration for Aunt May's special meat pie, stating that she would certainly pay a visit to seek her culinary wisdom. Even Gwen's father, Mr. George Stacy, softened his demeanor after engaging in conversation with Peter. However, This amicable ambience abruptly ceased with the mention of a name, the recently celebrated street hero, Spider Ghost, who has been making waves not only in New York but across the entire nation since the media uncovered the phenomenon that is Spider Ghost. Reports about her have dominated the news daily. For the youth, this unconventional champion of justice has become a fervent topic of conversation and idolization. Yet, as the commissioner of the New York City Police Department, George Stacy evidently harbored a contrasting perspective on the matter. Chapter 9. The Revelation at the Dining Table. The atmosphere was filled with cheerful exchanges when Mrs. Stacy casually inquired about George Stacy's recent work. This seemingly innocuous question, however, sparked an immediate curiosity in Gwen's two brothers, who eagerly pressed their father about whether he had captured the elusive ghost spider that day. The introduction of such a topic transformed the previously harmonious dining experience into one of palpable awkwardness. As the chief of police for New York City, George could only muster a stoic response. The criminal has yet to be apprehended, but I am confident that it will not be long before I bring her to justice. Despite what the media may proclaim, this so-called ghost spider is merely an amateur. Even if she dons a mask to attack citizens under the cover of darkness, she will inevitably leave behind traces. As the chief of police, I cannot allow such a threat to the safety of New York City to persist. Although George's remarks seemed somewhat forced in an attempt to maintain his dignity before his son, they undeniably conveyed his confidence and determination regarding the matter. However, for Gwen, the subject felt particularly uncomfortable, as she was acutely aware of her own identity as the ghost spider. Peter, knowing this truth, quickly glanced at Gwen, anticipating that her tenacious spirit would not allow the awkward conversation to end here. Sure enough, as soon as George finished speaking, Gwen eagerly interjected, "I do not believe that the ghost spider poses a threat to New York City. Her actions are not assaults on citizens. Rather, she is genuinely fighting crime." When two stubborn individuals with opposing viewpoints clash, the ensuing confrontation is all but predictable. It was as if they had entered a debate. After Gwen concluded her statement, George swiftly retorted, "If everyone were to fight crime like her, what purpose would we, the police, serve?" Gwen responded, "If New York City were truly safe under police protection, the ghost spider would never have had the opportunity to act." Upon hearing Gwen's declaration, not only did George, as the chief of police, appear visibly distressed, but the other diners looked at her in disbelief. "Gwen, you must apologize to your father," Mrs. Stacy urgently interjected, seeking to quell the escalating dispute. However, it was evident that the tension extended beyond Gwen alone. George raised his hand to halt his wife's attempts at de-escalation and sternly addressed Gwen. "If New York is as unsafe as you claim, then the criminals caught by the so-called ghost spider should be major offenders, not mere petty thieves. If I were determined to prevent such petty criminals from roaming the streets of New York, the ghost spider wouldn't even have a chance to strike. But maintaining public order is not a child's game of catching thieves. It requires strategy. Behind these petty criminals lie greater networks of interests and organized crime. This is precisely why we mobilized so many officers from the police department, investing several months in deployment and investigation to uncover the truth. Yet that ignorant ghost spider merely requires a few fleeting moments to render our entire department's efforts futile." The more George dismisses Ghost Spider, the more discontent brews within Gwen. She is unaware of your plans. Ghost Spider merely seeks to assist in accomplishing tasks beyond the police's reach. Tasks beyond the police's reach? Capturing petty thieves, perhaps? George retorted sarcastically. "Do you think we police officers spend our days indulging in donuts and idly passing the time? If Ghost Spider genuinely wishes to help, she ought to manage her own affairs rather than meddle in ours. Father, Ghost Spider simply aims to protect innocent citizens from harm, just like you do. Then she ought to adhere to the laws and regulations of this nation and become a police officer, rather than a masked jester." At this moment, though Gwen's demeanor remained defiant, her eyes were already misty with emotion. Mrs. Stacy, who had been silently signaling George without any acknowledgement, could only cast a pleading glance towards Peter in desperation. Peter, perceiving the situation, promptly rose and addressed the group. It's a bit stuffy in here, Gwen. Could you take me outside for some fresh air?" Without waiting for Gwen's response, he took her hand and led her to the rooftop terrace. As they inhaled the cool night air, Gwen's previously tumultuous emotions began to settle. Observing her calmness, Peter seized the opportunity to jest. "I thought tonight I would be the one facing your father's interrogation, yet here you are arguing with him." Gwen couldn't help but chuckle at Peter's words, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. Were it not for the veil of night, Peter would have been entranced by the sight of her radiant smile. Gwen's blush stemmed from her realization of the implications behind Peter's remark. After all, if their relationship were merely that of ordinary classmates, there would be no concern regarding Peter's father's inquiries. "Peter, I have something to share with you. Do you recall the technology tour organized by the school a few months ago at Osborne Corporation?" Initially, Gwen's hesitant demeanor led Peter to believe she was about to confess her feelings. However, as she mentioned that day's tour, It seemed she intended to reveal her identity as Ghost Spider. Although he was already aware of her secret, Peter dutifully played along, feigning ignorance. Of course, I remember. I suddenly felt dizzy due to low blood sugar that day, and thankfully you were there to catch me before I fell. What is the matter with the tour? Peter asked innocently. I was bitten. This phrase carries a dual meaning in English. I was captivated by you. I too was captivated by you. Upon hearing Peter's response, Gwen realized he had misinterpreted her words. Nevertheless, the smile upon Gwen's face was utterly irresistible. That was not my intention. No. What I meant to convey is that I certainly hold affection for you, but that is not what I meant to express earlier. In truth, the reason I approached you that day was that I noticed a spider had landed upon your collar, and I wished to alert you. However, I did not anticipate that you would suddenly lean towards me, prompting me to instinctively reach out and steady you, which inadvertently caused the spider to transfer onto my hand, resulting in a bite. I find myself at a loss for words on how to convey this to you, actually. Chapter 10. Kisses and Gifts Indeed. You are the very ghost spider reported in the news, are you not? Peter suddenly pierced through the truth that Gwen was about to unveil, catching her completely off guard. She stood there, astonished, her mouth agape as she gazed at Peter. All the meticulous thoughts she had prepared vanished in an instant due to this unexpected revelation. Observing Gwen's bewildered expression, Peter found her rather endearing. After all, Gwen typically presented herself as a wise and accomplished student at school. He had never seen her display such an adorably dazed demeanor. Are you baffled as to how I deduced this? Regaining her composure, Gwen stared at Peter with eager eyes, her nimble head nodding up and down. Not wanting to keep her in suspense any longer, Peter promptly responded, In school, you are not the only one covertly observing your crush. You mentioned in class that I seem different, yet I have also noticed your changes. Moreover, your recent inquiries regarding spiders and cross-species gene synthesis have made it rather easy for me to connect the dots. If I were to miss such obvious clues, it would be quite unworthy of my title as the top student in our grade. Furthermore, your reactions during the argument with Uncle George at the dining table only solidified my suspicion that you were indeed the ghost spider. With the truth unveiled, Gwen felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by a blush. She felt relieved that although Peter had guessed her identity, it was clear that others would find it difficult to replicate his insight. The blush stemmed from Peter's admission that he too had been secretly observing someone he admired, and that someone was none other than Gwen herself. Now that their identities were laid bare and their relationship clarified, Gwen gradually relaxed, even producing her handmade web shooter to showcase to Peter. However, she did not anticipate that this tech-savvy boy would not commend her craftsmanship as she had hoped. Instead, he began to critique the web shooter's various flaws right before her eyes. The material of the casing was inadequate, lightweight, yet lacking in strength, rendering it susceptible to damage during combat. Additionally, the mechanism for shooting webs had stability issues. If the web were to fail mid-swing, it could pose significant danger. By the way, did you design any safety mechanisms for this web shooter? Have you considered redundancy and backup systems? Moreover, I believe there is ample room for improvement in the formula of the web fluid you've concocted. We could incorporate some degrading enzymes to allow the webs to dissolve after a certain period, thus preventing environmental concerns as you traverse the city. As Peter continued to offer a stream of optimization suggestions for her homemade web shooter, Gwen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. But upon reflection, she realized there was little she could do. After all, this was the man she had chosen for herself. The very traits that endeared her to him were precisely those that drove his incessant pursuit of improvement. If it were not for Peter's steadfast and unyielding disposition, he might have been lured away by the flirtatious antics of other students at the school, leaving little room for the blossoming relationship between him and Gwen. As Peter prepared to continue his remarks, Gwen, not one to indulge him, pressed herself against him, effectively silencing his words. The sudden warmth and softness of her lips left Peter momentarily dazed, rendering him oblivious to any faults in his web shooters. He instinctively responded to Gwen's fervent affection. However, just as they both surrendered to the intoxicating atmosphere of their budding romance, a light cough from nearby abruptly shattered their reverie. They turned their heads towards the source of the sound, only to discover Gwen's mother, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, standing at the rooftop door. A warm smile gracing her features as she observed the pair. Gwen and Peter, akin to children caught sneaking snacks by their parents, hastily separated and nervously adjusted their clothing, too embarrassed to meet Mrs. Stacy's gaze. All right, let us hurry down for dinner, Mrs. Stacy said. I've already had a word with George. He shouldn't be sulking like that at his age. Afterward, she turned to Peter and asked, You weren't intimidated by George, were you? He's not usually like that. He might be under a bit of stress at work lately. Peter quickly shook his head, replying, Not at all. I have great respect for Uncle George and the contributions he makes for the citizens of New York. Furthermore, if that ghostly spider could articulate his views in front of Uncle George, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. After saying this, Peter furtively glanced at Gwen. Feeling a twinge of guilt, but upon noticing her lost in contemplation rather than anger, he cautiously averted his gaze. Upon returning to the dining room with Mrs. Stacy, Peter observed George with a tight-lipped, forlorn expression. It was only when Mrs. Stacy shot him a knowing look that he begrudgingly softened his stance towards his cherished daughter. Although the dinner could not be described as a perfect gathering, it ultimately concluded smoothly. Peter's spirits were notably lifted. In the span of a single meal, he had transformed from a solitary figure into a young man with a girlfriend. Whether this was a case of losing something in one place only to find it in another remained uncertain. He may not have become Spider-Man, yet he had become the man of Spider-Man. After such a long time in this new life, he had finally secured a significant ally. Nevertheless, he could not afford to neglect the fragments of Tony Stark's memories, as he had yet to decipher the schematics for the Iron Suit. Just days prior, he had established a collaboration with Geely Automobile in China, which, for a sum of 500 million yuan, secured exclusive rights to all the patented technologies for electric vehicles applied for by Faraday Future. Additionally, for every electric vehicle sold by Geely that utilized Faraday Future's patented technology, Peter would receive a 5% royalty from the sale price. In other words, should Lucky Automobile successfully penetrate the market for new energy vehicles, Peter stands to receive an annual dividend of at least several hundred million yuan from patents. With such financial backing, Peter would no longer need to concern himself with funding for his subsequent research endeavors. Hence, the urgent task of merging Tony's fragmented memories and replicating the useful technology contained within has become paramount. However, prior to this, Peter, who has recently emerged from his single status, has decided to temporarily halt the integration of memory fragments, as he wishes to utilize his existing knowledge to prepare a special gift for his girlfriend. Chapter 11. The Phantom Suit. Since the night Peter and Gwen officially became a couple, he had not contacted her even once, nor had he attended any classes at school over the past few days. Were it not for Gwen's understanding of Peter's character, she might have concluded that he was merely a cat who flirts and then disappears. Nonetheless, Gwen was quite dissatisfied with Peter's recent behavior, and a sense of discontent began to brew within her. However, all her grievances dissipated the moment Peter reappeared before her, especially since he had prepared a special gift just for her. "Is it true that you've been absent for days just to prepare this gift for me?" Gwen asked, holding the meticulously wrapped present Peter handed her, her heart touched by the gesture. Peter, with no hint of pretense, simply nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. This is a gift I specifically crafted for you, made by my own hands." He would not let such a splendid opportunity to delight his girlfriend slip away. "Inside, you will find the redesigned Phantom Suit I created for you, which now incorporates the web shooter as well. I have also optimized all the previous concerns we discussed." He continued. "While I retained the original design of the suit, I upgraded the material to a high-strength polymer fiber. This new material grants the suit a degree of cut and bullet resistance, in addition to electric-controlled extensibility, making it much more convenient for you to wear and remove. The suit is equipped with a constant temperature and humidity system to ensure your comfort in any environment during combat. Furthermore, I added web gliding wings, allowing you brief aerial flights. On either side of the tactical belt, there are 3 spare web cartridges to replenish the web shooter at any moment. Additionally, I have embedded a parachute within the spider emblem on the back of the suit, which will automatically deploy to ensure your safety in the event of a high-altitude fall when the web shooter fails. The spider emblem on the chest has been transformed into a miniature reconnaissance drone, which can scout terrain and gather intelligence on adversaries in unfamiliar surroundings. The visor lens is equipped with a heads-up display system that presents environmental data collected from the suit's sensors and real-time imagery from the drone directly before your eyes. The Phantom Suit Peter had meticulously redesigned for Gwen was, in essence, a simplified version of the first suit Tony had gifted to the Dutch spider. After all, Peter had yet to assimilate the memories from Tony's era. All these functionalities were derived from recollections of films he had seen in his past life, realized through existing technology. Some features he either could not recall or was incapable of replicating with his current abilities, resulting in this stripped-down version of the suit. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to astonish and move Gwen. After all, one must always leave room for personal growth. Otherwise, in the long days to come, Peter would find himself at a loss for how to present gifts to Gwen. However, the present Peter had prepared for Gwen was not solely this suit. He had gifted her the costume at school, which left Gwen restless throughout the day, yearning to don the attire Peter had bestowed upon her. After a long wait until school was over, Peter informed her that he had other surprises in store for her. Thus, she could only suppress her eager anticipation and accompany Peter back home. Despite recently earning money, Peter continued to reside in his original neighborhood, rather than relocating to a more affluent area. Part of the reason for this was that most of his earnings had been reinvested into purchasing equipment and various experimental materials. Moreover, Aunt May and Uncle Ben had lived in this area for many years, establishing their social connections and community ties, making them reluctant to leave. Additionally, the neighborhood boasted a commendable safety record, with kind-hearted neighbors surrounding them, leading Peter to temporarily abandon any thoughts of moving. Upon returning home with Gwen, Peter did not lead her to his room but instead guided her to the storage shed in the yard. Although Gwen found this peculiar, her complete trust in Peter prevented her from voicing any questions. When Peter opened the shed door and they entered, Gwen was astonished to discover a hidden world within. The modest 15-square-meter shed was filled with an array of intricate instruments and experimental equipment, many of which she had only seen in the elite laboratories of Oscorp. My goodness, how much did all this cost? Peter, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Where did you acquire such funds? Gwen's inquiry, though framed as a question, was laced with sheer astonishment. After all, she had some understanding of Peter's financial situation and knew he could not possibly afford such expensive equipment. Seeing Gwen's expression, Peter realized she had misunderstood him, thinking he had engaged in some illicit activities and that the equipment before them was stolen. To prevent the situation from spiraling into a melodrama reminiscent of those Klitsch idol dramas, Peter quickly interjected, "Wait, Gwen. I understand your urgency, but please, hold on a moment. Firstly, while these instruments indeed cost a significant amount, they are not the surprise I prepared for you. Secondly, the money used to purchase this equipment was earned through legitimate means, so you can rest assured. After all, as the boyfriend of Ghost Spider, how could I possibly involve myself in illegal activities?" With that, Peter pulled out his phone and showed her photos of the contracts he had signed with the publisher and the auspicious automobile company. Gwen was utterly astonished to discover that Peter had silently amassed such a fortune. However, upon verifying that his wealth was indeed acquired through legitimate means, she eventually regained her composure. "I never anticipated that the recently celebrated author of The Boy Who Survived, Tony Stark, was, in fact, you. Could this be the surprise you intended to reveal to me? I have disclosed my secret identity to you. So are you reciprocating by sharing your own concealed persona?" In response to Gwen's conjecture, Peter once again shook his head, dismissing her assertion. He then leaned in closer to her, a mysterious expression on his face, and pointed to the ground beneath them, saying, "Look here, I have prepared a second gift for you." Chapter 12. The secret base. Gwen was still in a daze, uncertain of the meaning behind Peter's words. Suddenly, she felt a tremor beneath her feet and realized the ground was slowly sinking beneath them. It was only when she descended below the surface that she understood it was a concealed elevator. Beneath that seemingly unremarkable storage room lay a far more expansive space. In contrast to the makeshift laboratory above, this underground area exuded a distinctive aura of futurism and technological sophistication. The entire subterranean expanse was crafted from gleaming silver metal, with the most striking feature being the holographic projection device situated at its center. Holographic projection? I had thought such technology existed only in the fantasies of scientists and science fiction stories. I never imagined a product so advanced could be real. Where did you acquire this? As a technology enthusiast, witnessing the manifestation of such groundbreaking innovation before her eyes filled Gwen with exhilaration. However, she was taken aback by Peter's response, which once again exceeded her expectations. "Well, to my knowledge, no tech company on the market has yet succeeded in creating a genuine holographic projection device. This apparatus was actually designed and assembled by me after I earned some money." Although the pace of technological advancement in Peter's world was not slow, it seemed that, perhaps due to its affiliation with the Spider-Man parallel universe, the technological tree had predominantly branched into biotechnology. Other areas of technological development were not particularly remarkable, and compared to the world Peter once inhabited, there was little difference. The holographic projection technology remained confined to a conceptual stage that required special mediums, unable to project images directly into the air. In contrast, in Tony Stark's world, he had been able to independently craft a holographic projection device at the tender age of 10, later enhancing it with interactive features. Limited by the current technological level of this world, Peter's holographic projection device possessed only a singular display function. Yet even so, it was enough to astound Gwen. "Peter, you are undoubtedly a genius. Now I understand why no matter how hard I strive, I can only manage to rank second in our class. Losing to you is truly no disgrace." Stepping into the center of the room, Gwen marveled at the stunning display projected before her, genuinely impressed by Peter's intellect. However, Peter did not allow her praise to inflate his ego. He recognized that what he had created was merely built upon the shoulders of the giant that was Tony Stark. Peter did not belittle himself or dismiss the effort he had invested. Yet, he was acutely aware of the challenges and distinctions between creation and manufacture. Thus, in response to Gwen's compliments, Peter merely smiled gently before shifting the topic. "This secret lair is the genuine surprise I have prepared for you, and it constitutes my second gift to you." "Is this for me?" Gwen asked incredulously, pointing at herself. "Of course, it is for you. Who else could it be for in this room? Gwen, let me tell you, you are now a superhero in your own right. How could you possibly be without a secret lair of your own? Just look at those superheroes in the comics, Batman with his Batcave, Superman with his Fortress of Solitude, none of them like a personal hideout. Otherwise, you wouldn't be considered a true superhero. I have even thought of a name for this secret base, the spider nest. What do you think? Here, when you transform into Ghost Spider, you can change outfits without the fear of being discovered by your family. Furthermore, I can provide you with intelligence support through this holographic projection device to assist you in your operations. Future endeavors such as equipment upgrades and physical healing can also be accomplished within the spider nest. In summary, if your home is the sanctuary of Gwen Stacy's heart, then this secret lair is the haven for Ghost Spider's soul. Thank you, Peter, Gwen said softly. Peter, still caught in his old habit, began to speak passionately, his words flowing forth uncontrollably. However, Gwen had some experience handling such situations. She leaned in and silenced him with a kiss, her fragrant lips covering his eager mouth. In this dimly lit underground space, the two were enveloped in their own sweet and romantic world. Just as Peter wished to prolong the kiss, Gwen suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes widening, and she abruptly pushed him away. Peter, bewildered, looked at Gwen, completely unaware of what had transpired. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Gwen replied, somewhat shyly. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered the Ghost Spider suit you gave me. I haven't tried it on yet. Peter could hardly believe it. The very thing that interrupted their blissful moment was his own doing. So, was this gift truly the right one? Or a mistake? Peter pondered sadly within. Though he felt somewhat aggrieved, the moment Gwen donned the Ghost Spider suit before his eyes made it all worthwhile. As she tapped the spider emblem on her chest, the once loose suit instantly tightened, conforming to her figure. In that moment, Gwen's previously concealed perfect physique was unveiled before Peter's gaze. Her slender, long legs, rounded and full hips, a trim and graceful waist, and the alluring curves of her neckline captivated him entirely, leaving him in awe and enchantment. Had it not been for Gwen donning a mask, Peter would undoubtedly have blushed profusely under the weight of his audacious gaze. However, in the next moment, Peter would pay dearly for his unabashed scrutiny. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he found himself ensnared by a web that struck his face with surprising force. In the ensuing moments, Peter, thoroughly bound by Gwen's web, became nothing more than a mere instrument for her to evaluate her new suit. It was only when the webbing began to naturally degrade that he managed to extricate himself. And upon witnessing Gwen's lingering satisfaction, he felt a surge of relief at the foresight he had exercised in determining the dissolution time for the web solution he had refined for her. Chapter 13. Reasoning and reminders. After thoroughly familiarizing herself with the various functionalities of the Ghost Spider's suit, Gwen ultimately decided to let Peter be. Such playful banter between young couples should indeed be indulged in moderation. However, now that they found themselves in a clandestine base, Gwen naturally had to discuss some serious matters pertinent to their roles as Ghost Spiders with Peter. Thus, she recounted the information she had uncovered during her investigation at Oscorp. She discovered that while Dr. Connors was the lead on the interspecies gene synthesis project and the mutated spider experiment was conducted under his laboratory, she found no records of any spider experiments in the laboratory's logs. To uncover the truth, Gwen utilized her unique abilities to infiltrate the office responsible for procuring experimental materials at Oscorp, reviewing all procurement lists from recent years. Through her diligent efforts, Gwen made a significant discovery. The reason she could not find relevant experimental records in Dr. Connors' laboratory logs was that he had never conducted experiments involving spiders at all. Dr. Connors' research on interspecies gene synthesis aimed to achieve limb regeneration in humans. Thus all subjects were reptiles, such as lizards. The procurement of spiders as experimental materials, including the mutated spider that bit Gwen, was orchestrated by another individual entirely. To Gwen's astonishment, her investigation revealed that this individual was none other than Norman Osborn, the founder and chairman of Oscorp. Can you help me analyze what Mr. Osborn's intentions might be? Gwen implored, casting a pleading glance at Peter. Since this Spider-Man parallel universe did not correspond to any Spider-Man narratives Peter had encountered prior to his journey, he was unable to provide Gwen with a definitive answer. However, due to the inherent similarities between parallel universes, Peter ventured a hypothesis based on the Spider-Man films he had previously watched. For affluent individuals like Norman Osborn, who had already achieved financial independence, there are typically two pursuits that might compel them to invest substantial time and resources. What are those two pursuits? Gwen prompted, playing her part in the conversation. The first is to expand the breadth of their existence, in other words, to gain greater influence through financial expenditure. However, it is evident that this is not Osborn's primary aim. Why? Gwen inquired once more. If his goal were merely to gain greater influence, there would be no need for him to conduct experiments clandestinely, away from Dr. Connors and the other board members. Therefore, his objective must pertain to the second pursuit you mentioned, correct? At least, that is my belief, Peter replied with a nod. And what exactly is this second pursuit? The second pursuit is undoubtedly to extend the length of their lives. Consider, if you possessed an inexhaustible fortune, would you truly be willing to leave it all behind and succumb to eternal slumber? If I were to amass such wealth, I would likely be reluctant. Gwen pondered for a moment before responding with uncertainty. This reflects the mindset of many affluent individuals, which explains why so many wealthy people invest substantial sums annually in healthcare and preservation. Some even opt for cryogenic preservation in the face of death. This endeavor is all aimed at extending their lifespan, whether in the present or the future. After hearing Peter's analysis, Gwen found herself even more perplexed. But even if Mr. Osborn wishes to extend his life through cross-species gene synthesis technology, why would he choose spider genes? In my recollection, spiders do not seem to be associated with longevity. Peter smiled slightly, refraining from directly answering Gwen's question, instead posing a counter-query. Do you know why Dr. Connors chose reptilian genes for his cross-species gene synthesis research? Gwen confidently replied, of course, it's because Dr. Connors lost his right hand in an accident during his youth, and he hopes to aid others like himself through his research. Suddenly, Gwen halted mid-sentence, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned to Peter and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that Mr. Osborn harbors a disease that modern medicine cannot cure? One that threatens his life? Thus, he invested in Dr. Connors' research project and clandestinely created a mutated spider for experimentation. Peter nodded. Indeed. This is the conclusion I arrived at after careful reasoning, and as the chairman of Oscorp, Norman Osborn certainly has ample motivation to conceal his condition. Once this information becomes public, his rivals on the board would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to oust him. Losing control of Oscorp would, for the ailing Norman Osborn, equate to losing the possibility of survival. Therefore, Gwen, you must be exceedingly cautious to prevent Norman Osborn from discovering your true identity. If I am not mistaken, he has likely taken note of your appearances in the news as Ghost Spider. The sudden emergence of Ghost Spider, occurring so closely in time to the bizarre disappearance of a mutated spider specimen belonging to Norman Osborn, would undoubtedly lead him to connect these two events. And as the sole successful case of cross-species gene synthesis in humans, Norman Osborn will likely pursue an obsessive investigation into your identity, resorting to any means necessary to capture you. In response to Peter's warning, Gwen initially felt not fear or anxiety, but rather a profound warmth in her heart. Ever since she unexpectedly acquired her superpowers and subsequently became the Ghost Spider, a profound sense of insecurity has plagued her, stemming from her reluctance to share this extraordinary experience with others. Fortunately, she crossed paths with Peter, and at last, she found someone with whom she could confide all her secrets. Despite knowing that Peter would undoubtedly worry about her no matter what she said, she confidently assured him, Rest assured, I am the Ghost Spider. I will certainly take care of myself. Promises must be kept, Peter responded, extending his pinky finger towards Gwen. How childish, Gwen remarked with a roll of her eyes, yet she dutifully linked her pinky with his. This, perhaps, is a sweetness of romance that those who are single may never truly experience. Chapter 14. Lizard Gene Fusion Serum. Peter discovered that ever since he and Gwen solidified their relationship, his urgency regarding the fusion of Tony Stark's fragmented memories had intensified. From the moment their bond was established, the number of individuals he felt compelled to protect had increased. In his previous life, Peter had often pondered the profound truth that all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Thus, he relentlessly sought to assimilate more technological information, hoping to arm himself and Gwen with this advanced technology. However, danger never waits for an individual to be fully prepared before it descends. While Peter was still grappling with the fusion of Tony's memory fragments, a crisis that had long been brewing unexpectedly arrived. Unbeknownst to Peter, among the numerous factors contributing to this impending crisis, he bore a measure of responsibility. The reason Dr. Connors had been unable to achieve new breakthroughs in his cross-species gene synthesis research was due to his failure to derive the crucial decay rate equation. The significance of the decay rate equation lies in its determination of the success rate and stability of the cross-species gene synthesis process. Without the decay rate equation, cross-species gene synthesis would devolve into a lottery-like gamble, where the experimental subject had only a minuscule chance of becoming a fortunate winner akin to Ghost Spider. The greater likelihood was that the synthesis would yield no changes, and if fate were particularly cruel, the subject could face the peril of genetic collapse. However, Gwen's presence altered the course of events. Frequently, she brought materials related to cross-species gene synthesis research to consult Peter, whose intellect naturally discerned the absence of the pivotal decay rate equation. At that time, Gwen had yet to confide in Peter about her investigations into Oscorp, and Peter remained unaware that the information she was seeking was, in fact, classified data from Oscorp. Thus, during their discussions, Peter inadvertently shared the decay rate equation he had mentally derived with Gwen. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the technology, Gwen did not grasp the equation's significance. Consequently, during her routine exchanges with Dr. Connors, she inadvertently disclosed Peter's findings, which reached Dr. Connors' ears. Initially, Dr. Connors paid little heed to this information. After all, the credibility of a statement varies significantly depending on whether it emanates from an expert or an intern. Had Gwen been a renowned and esteemed scientist, Dr. Connors would have undoubtedly taken her words to heart. Even if he did not fully believe, he would have at least engaged in earnest discussion with her. Alas, Gwen was merely a capable and cost-effective high school intern. Yet, curiosity knows no bounds, Dr. Connors. Despite his skepticism that a decay rate equation he had struggled with for years could be resolved by an intern who had yet to graduate, could not help but ponder the implications. Yet, the issue surrounding the decay rate equation was slowly morphing into his own psychological torment. Whenever he found a moment's respite, his mind would involuntarily drift back to the conversation he had shared with Gwen. As time elapsed, Dr. Connors could no longer suppress the restless yearning within him, prompting him to explore whether the equation he had received from Gwen held any validity. To his astonishment, upon verification, he discovered that the equation indeed appeared to be accurate. It was quite a blow to Dr. Connors that a problem he, a distinguished PhD, had failed to resolve was successfully addressed by a mere high school student. However, in light of the impending termination of this experimental project by Oscorp, he could no longer afford to dwell on such trivialities. The emergence of the decay rate equation was nothing short of a monumental breakthrough for Dr. Connors. If only he could be granted a little more time. Alone in his office, he lamented over the newly calculated results in his hands. As a scientist with years of research experience, he understood that any theoretical concept on paper necessitated extensive practical experimentation and adjustments to yield tangible results. Yet, at that moment, time was his most scarce resource. In just a few days, Oscorp would withdraw all support for him, even reclaiming the laboratory he currently utilized. What filled him with despair was the realization that, once the news of Oscorp's investment cessation spread, securing a new benefactor for his interspecies gene synthesis project would be nearly impossible. Thus, even though Dr. Connors knew full well that the decay rate equation in his possession lacked empirical data for validation, he resolved to take the risk to fulfill his obsession. At this juncture, finding other willing participants for human trials was out of the question. He could only stake everything on himself. Having made up his mind, Dr. Connors glanced one last time at the calculations on his paper before feeding it into the shredder. He donned his lab coat and returned to the now deserted laboratory. 2 hours later, as he emerged from the laboratory and settled back into his office, he held in his hands a vial containing a pale green gene fusion serum. This was the latest concoction derived from the decay rate equation, infused with genetic fragments related to limb regeneration from lizard DNA, along with a special agent to facilitate interspecies gene synthesis. If everything aligned with his calculations, then upon injecting this serum into his body, his long-injured right arm could regenerate just as a lizard's tail does. Moreover, his interspecies gene synthesis project would regain Oscorp's support, offering a new lease on life to countless others who, like him, suffered from disabilities. Even at this moment, the rationality inherent in his scientific mind wrestled with his judgment, urging him not to make that impulsive decision. For an extended period, the peculiar gazes directed at him due to the deformity of his right arm, coupled with the psychological burden of potentially losing a lifetime of effort, ultimately compelled Connors to inject the serum into his own body. Contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain accompanying the injection, he instead felt a soothing warmth emanating from deep within, gradually flowing towards his missing right arm. Within mere seconds, catalyzed by the serum's abundant nutrients and immense energy, he began to witness visible changes in his right arm. Astonishingly, it began to regenerate from the previously sealed stump. Overwhelmed by the incredibility of the scene unfolding before him, Connors was euphoric, for this moment validated a singular truth. His experiment had succeeded. The serum he had developed had triumphed. He fixated on his newly regrown right hand as if beholding a flower blossoming from the precipice of a cliff. He could scarcely recall the last time he had felt the presence of his right hand. This sensation of regaining what was lost intoxicated him with joy. However, the unfolding events soon exceeded Connors' expectations. As his right hand reformed, he sensed that the serum's potency was far from exhausted. The warm surge that had erupted from within him continued to amass within his body. He felt akin to a pressure cooker placed upon a fire. Unable to release the tension, if this continued, he feared that the burgeoning power within him might ultimately cause him to explode. Chapter 15. The emergence of the lizard people. Peter meticulously styled his hair and donned a dapper suit. This evening marked his second invitation to the Gwen household. Unlike the previous occasion, which was a gesture of gratitude from Gwen for his guidance, this time it bore a distinct implication of meeting the parents. After all, their recent rendezvous on the rooftop, interrupted by Mrs. Stacy, had brought their relationship into the open. With their connection now explicit, it was only fitting that Peter formally met Gwen's parents. Although given their youth, the prospect of marriage was still a distant notion, and the ultimate outcome of their relationship remained uncertain, it served to provide Mr. and Mrs. Stacy with a sense of reassurance. They could gain a deeper understanding of Peter, knowing their daughter was dating a decent young man rather than a bounder. As the evening progressed, the Stacy family appeared quite pleased with Peter, particularly Mrs. Stacy, who seemed eager to adopt him as her own son. This sentiment, however, was not shared by George Stacy, Gwen's father, despite his typically stern demeanor towards his children. Having previously had a heated argument with Gwen over the ghost spider incident, George was, at heart, a devoted father. Faced with the prospect of Peter Parker potentially winning his daughter's affection, it was rather peculiar for George to display any semblance of warmth. During Peter's last visit, he had already sensed that George's gaze towards him was less than welcoming. However, since that gathering had ostensibly been a celebration of gratitude from Gwen, George had refrained from overt displays of discontent. This time, however, with the clarity of Peter and Gwen's romantic involvement, George's disdain was unmistakable. It seemed he had no intention of concealing his feelings. From the moment Peter entered, his piercing glare remained fixated on him. Peter felt that had it not been for Mrs. Stacy's protective presence, he might have met an untimely end that evening. Just as dinner was drawing to a close, a sudden phone call shattered the cheerful atmosphere within the home. George Stacy calmly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression grew markedly serious. After answering the call and absorbing the information relayed to him, his demeanor shifted abruptly. He furrowed his brow and rose from his seat. Apologies. There's an urgent matter at the precinct that requires my command. Please continue to entertain our guest. I must leave immediately. With that, George hastily donned his uniform jacket hanging on the back of his chair and departed the house. The Stacy family was no stranger to such occurrences. They exchanged calm farewells and resumed their delightful conversation at the table. In contrast to the past, when George was merely a junior officer, the family would have undoubtedly worried for him. After all, in the event of any unforeseen circumstance, it is the brave officers on the front lines who bear the brunt of the consequences. However, George has now ascended to the esteemed position of chief of police in New York City, primarily engaged in strategic command from the rear. Given that he frequently encounters urgent situations akin to today's, the Gwen family appears remarkably composed. It is only Peter, an outsider oblivious to the underlying details, who continuously casts furtive glances at Gwen across the dining table, eager to ascertain how he ought to respond in such a moment. Curiously enough, Gwen, who initially regarded the situation with indifference, found herself intrigued by Peter's animated expressions. Ever since she received the spectral costume from Peter, she had yet to don this new attire and embark on her own heroic escapades. The current crisis, which has necessitated the involvement of the chief of police, might indeed present an opportunity for her to showcase her prowess. The others at the table remain unaware of the content of the recent phone call, yet Gwen, having undergone mutation enhancement, distinctly grasped the gravity of the situation. A series of vehicular collisions on the Manhattan Bridge. If it were merely an accident, there would be no need for Chief George to oversee the scene personally. The true concern lies in the information relayed from the emergency call, suggesting that this incident may be the result of a terrorist act orchestrated by an extremist organization. This revelation certainly warrants George's attention, as New York has previously suffered grave losses at the hands of terror groups. Should another disaster occur, George, as the chief of police, would likely find himself scapegoated by the political elite. Nonetheless, compared to the petty thieves and street delinquents Gwen typically confronts, an extremist terrorist undoubtedly represents a formidable challenge. After exchanging a series of meaningful glances with Peter, Gwen fabricated an excuse to escort him home, thus evading her family's scrutiny. Once outside, she eagerly donned her spectral attire and hastened toward the Manhattan Bridge. Meanwhile, Peter quickened his pace toward his underground lair, simultaneously using his communication device to relay pertinent information that had surfaced online to Gwen. Upon reviewing the online reports related to the incident, Peter's apprehension regarding the unfolding events escalated significantly. Gwen, please exercise utmost caution during this operation. According to the information I found on my phone, the cause of the accident is not a terrorist, but rather an unknown monster. After witnessing images and videos captured by bystanders and shared online, Peter discerned that today's events were far from ordinary. Although both the photographs and videos appeared rather indistinct due to the quality of the recording devices and lighting conditions, Peter, as a traverser, recognized that the indistinct figure in the footage could only be one entity, the lizard. After all, the distinctively robust tail of this creature was exceedingly conspicuous. Unless Frisia or Cell from the Dragon Ball universe has also traversed into this world, there would be no need for Peter to research an iron suit. He could simply recline in ease. After all, the combat prowess of the Dragon Ball universe is not something a mere Spider-Man parallel universe could contend with. Even Tony Stark's most advanced Mark 85 nanotech suit would likely be rendered insignificant, akin to a power level of 5, in the face of a Kamehameha wave. Therefore, rather than believing that the figure in the photograph is Frisia or Cell from the Dragon Ball realm, Peter finds it more plausible that Kurt Connors has transformed into the lizard. In any case, it is now certain that the individual who has become the lizard in this Spider-Man parallel universe is not him. He wonders silently if his own crossing into this realm might have altered the course of fate. Chapter 16. With great power comes great responsibility. The sudden emergence of the lizard had led Peter to believe that this would mark the first true challenge for Ghost Spider since her debut as a superhero. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly the situation unfolded. Upon arriving at the Manhattan Bridge, Gwen had merely exchanged a fleeting glance with the lizard before he sensibly turned and fled the scene. Peter's analysis was that Dr. Connors, in his initial transformation into the lizard, was unable to control the surging power and destructive impulses coursing through him, leading to the irrational decision to unleash his energy and emotions on the bridge. Yet, the presence of Ghost Spider triggered the instinctual sense of danger embedded within the lizard's genes, prompting the briefly rational lizard to heed this instinct and make a hasty retreat. Though Gwen failed to apprehend the lizard, she returned with two pieces of good news. The first was, of course, the resolution of the crisis. Her father, George Stacy, could safely lead his team home. The second piece of news came as a delightful surprise due to Ghost Spider's courageous act of saving innocent civilians during the incident. George's perception of her had begun to shift positively. That evening, upon hearing her father's praise for Ghost Spider's actions, Gwen found herself unable to sleep from excitement. Fortunately, the following day was a weekend, sparing her from school. Yet, rather than resting, she eagerly rushed to Peter's lair to share her joyous news. After all, happy moments are best shared with those we cherish. Seeing Gwen so elated, Peter felt a sense of joy for her as well. However, amidst his happiness, he took the opportunity to share some of his thoughts. Congratulations, Gwen. This signifies that you are on the right path to becoming a superhero. My Uncle Ben often imparted a piece of wisdom. With great power comes great responsibility. I had been meaning to discuss this with you. Now that you have chosen to navigate life with both the identities of Gwen and Ghost Spider, the wisest course of action is to embrace responsibilities that align with your abilities. Just as you did last night. While you've managed to apprehend numerous criminals daily, as Uncle George mentioned, such actions may disrupt police operations and consume much of your time. It is formidable adversaries, like the lizard at the Manhattan Bridge, that I believe should be your primary focus as Ghost Spider. Additionally, if circumstances permit, it would be prudent for you to communicate with Uncle George and your Ghost Spider identity, exploring the possibility of collaborating with the New York Police Department as an auxiliary member. This could not only help reshape your negative image in certain media outlets but also enhance your effectiveness. With great power comes great responsibility. Upon hearing Peter utter this phrase, Gwen was immediately enveloped in a state of reverie, completely oblivious to the words that followed. Deep within her, she sensed that this statement held profound significance for her as the Ghost Spider. Ever since she inadvertently acquired the abilities of the Ghost Spider, she had been utilizing this power to pursue what she believed to be righteous endeavors. Yet, in the depths of her heart, she recognized that these actions stemmed not from a sense of justice, but rather from a rebellious yearning for her father's companionship. Upon hearing Peter's declaration today, Gwen felt an intense stirring within her soul. From that moment onward, her identity as the Ghost Spider transformed from a mere tool for personal desires into a mantle of responsibility that she must embrace. Awakened to this realization, Gwen felt an unprecedented lightness in her body, as if an invisible shackle had been lifted. Eagerly, she began to test her abilities within the confines of the spider lair. And indeed, her movements proved to be significantly more agile and fluid than before. Peter, who had been speaking, initially remained unaware of Gwen's sudden shift in demeanor. However, upon witnessing the transformation occurring within her, he surmised that his classic Spider-Man line had struck a chord. Though Peter was a staunch believer in the doctrines of science, he could not deny the existence of metaphysical forces, especially in a world where superheroes and supervillains coexisted. This phenomenon echoed the Taoist philosophy of cultivating both body and spirit, wherein one's physical and mental states profoundly influence and depend upon each other. It is only through the holistic nurturing of both that an individual can fully harness their potential. Regrettably, despite mustering the courage to offer Gwen advice aimed at mending her relationship with her father, more precisely, the connection between the Ghost Spider and the chief of police, Gwen seemed distracted. Failing to absorb his words, Peter resigned himself to the hope of discussing this matter with her another time. Just then, an alarm suddenly blared within the spider lair. Utilizing the computer knowledge he had gleaned from Tony, Peter hacked into the internal network of the New York City Police Department and established an emergency alert system. Any information registered within the police system would be instantly synchronized with the servers of the spider lair. However, this information would undergo a software filter, triggering alerts only in the event of significant incidents. The ringing alarm indicated that New York City was facing a substantial crisis, likely involving the lizard, who had narrowly escaped Gwen's grasp the previous night. Meanwhile, within the labyrinthine sewers of New York City, the lizard, having been deterred by Gwen, now sought refuge. After a night of adjustment, he gradually acclimated to the changes occurring within his body, and the rationality in his mind reclaimed its stronghold. However, influenced by the lizard genes within him, even with Connor's rationality restored, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation compared to before. Initially, upon discovering his current form, Connor was engulfed by fear and despair. Having lost his human appearance, even if he succeeded in restoring his arm, all accolades and achievements would no longer pertain to him. This world would never accept his existence as an anomaly. The sole means to extricate himself from this predicament was to continue perfecting the gene fusion serum, eliminating the adverse effects stemming from the overexpression of the lizard genes. To accomplish this, Connor needed to meet two conditions. First, he must procure the necessary instruments and equipment for the experiment. In his current state, even if Oscorp had not terminated his project, he could not return to utilize the laboratory provided by the company. Thus, the only viable solution was to resort to theft, since Oscorp showed no mercy. He could not be blamed for his own ruthlessness. The instruments and equipment in the laboratory could only achieve their maximum potential in his hands. The second condition required him to obtain the complete decay rate equation. Arrogant as he was, Connor never considered that these issues could stem from his own miscalculations. Instead, he placed all the blame on Gwen, the intern. He believed that Gwen must have concealed something when discussing the decay rate equation, which led to the deviation in his experiment and ultimately resulted in his current plight. Therefore, only by capturing Gwen and extracting the true decay rate equation from her could he hope to restore everything to its rightful course. Chapter 17. The targeted Gwen. As Gwen rushed from the spider's lair to the Osborne Corporation building, she found the scene cordoned off by the New York City police. Only after the authorities departed did she remove her ghostly attire and don her intern badge, stepping into the corporate edifice. After a brief inquiry with the receptionist, she learned that the laboratory had recently been attacked by the lizard, and it was none other than Dr. Connor's lab where she had commenced her internship. Considering the chaos instigated by the lizard on the Manhattan Bridge the previous night, this marked his second appearance in New York. However, Gwen had yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Curiously, unlike the rampant destruction witnessed on the bridge, this time the lizard had merely absconded with instruments and equipment from the lab before retreating, evading the arrival of security and police. The stark contrast in the lizard's behavior during his two appearances left Gwen perplexed as to his motives. Unaware that the lizard was indeed Dr. Connor's, it was entirely reasonable for Gwen to struggle with understanding the lizard's logic. Upon returning to the spider's lair, she shared her findings with Peter, hoping that his renowned intellect might illuminate her path. Based on the intelligence provided by Gwen, Peter deduced that the lizard was likely someone privy to or involved in Dr. Connor's cross-species genetic synthesis project. The theft of laboratory equipment seemed aimed at addressing the issue of excessive expression of lizard genes within himself. Peter refrained from directly disclosing to Gwen that the lizard was actually Dr. Connor's, as this conclusion stemmed from his conjecture based on memories of alternate realities, lacking definitive evidence. After all, in some parallel universes, there had indeed been instances of Peter Parker transforming into the lizard. Without concrete proof, he could not assert with certainty that the lizard was Dr. Connor's. Should his speculation prove erroneous, it would not only fail to assist Gwen but potentially mislead her. Regardless, the true identity of the lizard was undeniably linked to the project of cross-species genetic synthesis. With his subtle hint, Peter trusted that, whether or not the lizard's identity was Connor's, Gwen's intelligence and capability would enable her to navigate the situation adeptly. During the weekend, the couple, having only recently established their relationship, found themselves unable to enjoy a proper date due to the lizard's predicament. Throughout the weekend, Peter utilized the internal network of the New York police to assist Gwen in gathering intelligence regarding the lizard. Regrettably, by Monday, as they returned to school, they had yet to uncover any new information about the lizard. Moreover, after causing a stir on Friday and Saturday, the lizard had inexplicably ceased his activities, vanishing from public view. However, on that day after school, an unexpected event occurred that astonished both Peter and Gwen. Dr. Kurt Connors had come to Midtown High. Though the name Kurt Connors may not resonate profoundly within the walls of an institution that venerates scientific inquiry, he is undeniably a notable figure. Thus, his sudden appearance at Midtown High created quite a stir among the faculty and students alike. What astonished Gwen even more was the revelation that Dr. Connors had come specifically to see her. Until now, it had always been Gwen, the intern, who ventured to Oscorp's laboratory to learn from Dr. Connors, and she had sensed a subtle condescension from him towards her status as a high school student. Yet today, he had come to Midtown High to seek her out, leaving Gwen utterly taken aback. In contrast to Gwen's surprise, Peter felt an immediate surge of wariness upon witnessing Dr. Connors' arrival. With the presumption that the individual might be the lizard, Peter harbored a deep-seated belief that Dr. Connors had ulterior motives for approaching Gwen. Furthermore, upon observing the pallor of Dr. Connors' complexion and his weakened demeanor, Peter's suspicions about him being the lizard were only reinforced. Thus, before Gwen followed Dr. Connors into the school's laboratory for a private conversation, Peter quietly cautioned her, "Be careful. I sense something is amiss with Dr. Connors." Heeding Peter's warning, Gwen shook off her initial astonishment, and began to notice the peculiarities surrounding Dr. Connors. Don't worry, if any danger arises, my spider sense will alert me in time. I will be fine, she reassured Peter, though internally, she remained vigilant and fully prepared for any potential threat posed by Dr. Connors. To facilitate their private discussion, Gwen led Dr. Connors to an unoccupied laboratory tucked away in a corner of the academic building. However, as soon as they entered the laboratory, the genteel demeanor that had captivated the audience vanished, replaced by a visage of madness and agitation. Utilizing his physical advantage, Dr. Connors maneuvered to corner Gwen against the wall, his gaze piercing and oppressive as he fixed it upon her. The decay rate equation, you mentioned it in the lab before. Tell me what else you have concealed, he demanded. If you reveal the true decay rate equation, I can offer you wealth, prestige, and even your college recommendations and internship reports. As Dr. Connors advanced, Gwen's spider sense did not issue a warning, indicating that he had no immediate intention of causing her harm. Nevertheless, at such a close proximity, Gwen observed further anomalies in Dr. Connors. For instance, as his agitation escalated, the shape of his pupils transformed from the typical round form of a human to that of a reptilian spindle. Beneath the pallid skin of Dr. Connors, Gwen could discern a faint layer of pale green, resembling scaling patterns. Yet, before she could delve deeper into the anomalies at hand, a spontaneous utterance escaped her lips, triggering a frantic alert from her otherwise placid spider sense. I apologize, Doctor, but I am unfamiliar with the decay rate equation you mentioned. I assure you, during our previous discussions in the laboratory, I harbored no secrets, nor did I harbor intentions to gain personal advantage. Is that so? Heh. You dare to be defiant before me at this juncture, with your unwillingness to speak the truth. I shall resort to alternative means to extract the answers I seek from your lips. As her words fell, Gwen witnessed Dr. Connors' form rapidly swell, transforming into a colossal creature of green skin and razor-sharp teeth. I shall cease my pretense. The truth is laid bare, I am the lizard. Though Gwen was struck with disbelief at the sight of Dr. Connors metamorphosing into the lizard, she finally began to connect the dots of prior information and suspicions. If all of this stemmed from Dr. Connors, then the rationale behind the lizard's interest in Oscorp became clear. However, while Gwen's confusion was momentarily alleviated, the lizard was still awaiting the elusive decay rate equation. With his reptilian transformation complete, the rationality within him was increasingly subdued by the cold-blooded instincts of the beast. Paying no heed to whether Gwen, a delicate girl, could withstand the onslaught, his sharp claws lunged toward her with ferocity. Chapter 18. Identity revealed. Confronted by the lizard man's menacing claws, Gwen exhibited no signs of panic. The combat experience amassed during her months of operating under the guise of Ghost Spider allowed her to face the imminent danger with remarkable composure. Harnessing the perceptive abilities bestowed by her sixth sense, Gwen deftly shifted her weight and executed a smooth sidestep, effortlessly evading the lizard man's ruthless assault. While Gwen reacted with agility, the enhanced lizard man was not without his own swift responses. Realizing that Gwen had evaded his initial strike, he quickly altered his attack, extending his other arm towards her. Simultaneously, his tail joined the fray, executing a coordinated strike aimed at Gwen's long, slender legs. Though the maneuvers lacked finesse, their effectiveness was astonishing. Having already been cornered, Gwen now found herself ensnared by the lizard man's dual assault, with escape routes tightly sealed. Yet, Gwen was no ordinary individual, and the dire situation that would confound any common person was merely an opportunity for her. With a powerful leap, she propelled herself upward and, utilizing her formidable core strength, performed a graceful flip midair. In an instant, she had repositioned herself from the corner to directly behind the lizard man, thereby reversing the tide of the confrontation. Seizing the exquisite opportunity for retaliation, Gwen was determined not to let it slip away. If Connors, transformed into the lizard man, were allowed to wreak havoc within the school, the consequences would be unfathomable. With her hands crossed, she deftly flicked the rings on her wrists. In the next moment, two unremarkable metal bands revealed hidden touch switches, and Gwen merely had to curl her middle and ring fingers inward, perfectly aligning them with the switches. At the instant her fingers made contact, two strands of webbing erupted from the wristbands, accurately ensnaring the lizard man before her. Gwen continued to unleash a relentless barrage of webbing until the reserves in her wristbands were entirely depleted, granting the lizard man no opportunity for counterattack. In the blink of an eye, he became ensconced within layers of webbing, transformed into a colossal white cocoon. These wristbands were a portable device developed by Peter for Gwen, designed for situations where she lacked the time to don her battle suit yet required a web shooter. At that moment, Gwen felt an immense sense of gratitude for Peter's foresight in equipping her with such a convenient tool, especially given the unforeseen nature of the day's events. In stark contrast to Gwen's quiet relief, the lizard man, ensnared within the web, was engulfed by turmoil. Although Gwen's actions prevented the situation from deteriorating further, her use of the web slinger before the lizard revealed her hidden identity as the Ghost Spider. The lizard, upon discovering the truth, was not only surprised but also filled with ecstatic excitement. He realized that the so-called ghost spider was undoubtedly a perfect specimen created through interspecies genetic fusion technology. This confirmed all his previous suspicions. Gwyn must have concealed the true decay rate equation from him. Otherwise, he could not explain the source of her ghost spider abilities. Once he obtained the genuine decay rate equation, he too could seamlessly merge the lizard genes within him, restoring his human appearance. Unbeknownst to Norman Osborn, who was secretly researching interspecies genetic fusion technology, the lizard had never considered that all of this was merely a coincidence arising from a series of unexpected events. The reason Gwyn could perfectly integrate the spider genes within her was not due to any decay rate equation, but rather her status as the chosen one of this universe. Endowed with remarkable luck and the aura of a protagonist, with the certainty that Gwyn had concealed the true decay rate equation, the lizard unleashed an unprecedented power, tearing through the web that ensnared him. Witnessing the web completely shredded from his body, Gwyn's heart sank once again. She regretted being overly careless and not seizing the opportunity to don her ghost spider suit earlier. Now, she faced the risk of exposing her identity as she continued to maneuver around the lizard. The web fluid in my wristband has already been completely depleted, and now I can only use myself as bait to lure this creature away from the crowd. Luring the lizard to a less populated area would not only help prevent casualties among the school's faculty and students, but also minimize the chances of Gwyn's identity being discovered by more people. As Gwyn contemplated her next move, the free lizard charged toward her. Reacting swiftly, she executed a somersault to circle behind him. She steadied herself until she saw the lizard turn around in pursuit, at which point she leaped through the window and outside to the laboratory. It was now dismissal time, and most students were gathered on the first floor. Gwyn's intention was to lead the lizard to the rooftop of the teaching building, which she deemed the most suitable battleground for her confrontation with the lizard. As for the potential damage to the school, she would have to apologize to the principal later. What did the destruction caused by the lizard and ghost spider have to do with her? However, just as Gwyn was about to put her plan into action, she glanced down and realized that the lizard had not followed her. Alarmed, she quickly turned back, fearing that the lizard might have redirected his attention toward the defenseless teachers and students. Upon her return to the laboratory, she found that the lizard man had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive pit in the floor. The lizard man had once again eluded Gwyn. The abrupt turn of events left her momentarily bewildered. How could her meticulously devised plan have gone awry, leading to the lizard man's sudden retreat? Unbeknownst to Gwyn, the lizard man, having returned to the sewers, let out a sigh of relief as his body began to shrink and regress, ultimately reverting to his original human form. In his quest to find Gwyn at Midtown High, he had previously crafted a gene suppressor using equipment stolen from Oscorp, which allowed him to temporarily assume his normal appearance. However, in the heat of the moment at the Midtown High laboratory, his heightened emotions triggered the dormant lizard genes within him, transforming him back into the lizard man. Yet, due to the lingering effects of the gene suppressor, he found himself unable to pursue Gwyn as he wished, seizing the opportunity while his lizard abilities were still intact. He hastily dug a tunnel to escape back to his lair in the sewers. Chapter 19. Unleashing the Extraordinary. How are you, Gwyn? Are you hurt? Upon hearing the commotion emanating from the laboratory, Peter rushed in, his concern immediately directed towards Gwyn upon witnessing both her well-being and the chaos that surrounded them. I'm fine, Gwyn replied with a smile, shaking her head as she gently patted Peter's shoulder. There are too many people at school, and the teacher will be here soon. I'll explain everything on the way back. Peter nodded in understanding and retrieved a small spray bottle from his pocket. He sprayed the tattered strands of webbing scattered across the corner of the floor. The moment the spray touched the webs, they dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, leaving no trace within the laboratory. Observing this, Gwyn playfully tapped her forehead and stuck out her tongue at Peter, aware that he was erasing evidence to conceal her identity as the ghost spider. Realizing her own carelessness, Gwyn began mentally preparing her explanations for the teachers and school authorities. Initially, she had intended to disclose the truth about Dr. Connors being the lizard. However, upon further reflection, she recognized that explaining how a young girl had miraculously escaped unharmed from the lizard's grasp would be impossible. Consequently, to safeguard her identity, Gwyn resolved to keep Dr. Connors' true nature a secret. Her explanation for the teachers was that Dr. Connors had come to discuss her internship tasks for the following week. As for the large hole in the laboratory floor, that too was easily explained. After a brief conversation about the internship, Dr. Connors had quietly exited through the back door of the school. In her excitement, Gwyn had then attempted to experiment with the chemical reagents, inadvertently miscalculating the quantities, which resulted in the floor being corroded. As the sole recipient of an internship opportunity from Oscorp at Midtown Tech High School, Gwyn's explanation was reasonable enough. After all, the teachers were not particularly concerned with the truth behind the incident. With Gwyn being the daughter of the New York City Police Commissioner, they would be remiss to press the issue further. In the end, Peter paid for the laboratory's repair costs, allowing the teachers to provide an explanation to the school administration. And the matter was thus brushed aside without much ado. On their way home, Peter listened intently as Gwen recounted the events that had transpired in the laboratory that afternoon. Though he had long suspected the identity of the lizard, he still felt a twinge of fear upon the revelation. Through Gwen's narrative, Peter finally grasped how Connors had transformed into the lizard, realizing that it was indeed intricately linked to his own experiences as a traveler from another world. Had it not been for his inadvertent deduction of the decay rate equation from the materials shown to him by Gwen, she would not have carelessly relayed this equation into the ears of Dr. Connors. Without the decay rate equation, Dr. Connors' cross-species biological gene synthesis technology would have remained stagnant, and the lizard man would not have come into existence. However, despite Peter's slight connection to this matter, he would not place the entirety of the blame for the emergence of the lizard man upon himself. He harbored a firm confidence in the validity of the decay rate equation he had derived. The sole possibility for Dr. Connors' transformation into a lizard man lay in an error during his own operations. After piecing together the events from the known information, Peter believed that Gwen's revelation of her identity before Dr. Connors today did not warrant excessive concern. For Dr. Connors was the very leverage against the lizard man, and Gwen held it firmly in her grasp. Judging by the other's demeanor today, it was evident that matters had not escalated to a point of irreparable conflict. Since Dr. Connors believed that Gwen possessed the so-called authentic decay rate equation, he would undoubtedly seek her out again. Thus, Peter suggested that Gwen remain observant for the time being, while simultaneously searching for Dr. Connors' hiding place and awaiting his next move. Gwen nodded in agreement with Peter's proposal, yet her gaze towards him concealed a hint of worry. She sensed something amiss about Peter today, although upon closer inspection, she could not pinpoint any flaws. Reluctantly, she carried her concern with her as she bid farewell to Peter at her doorstep. Within the confines of his room, a pallid Peter painfully sat up in bed, beads of sweat the size of green peas dotting his face, his clothes thoroughly drenched. Ever since learning about the events that transpired in the laboratory from Gwen earlier that afternoon, the slight relaxation of his nerves had returned to a state of heightened tension, surpassing previous levels. The guilt washed over him as he recalled how, in the face of the lizard man's threat, he had been utterly oblivious as her boyfriend. What troubled him even more was the realization that, even if he had been aware of the situation, he was acutely aware that he could offer Gwen no assistance. Finding a safe place to stay would be the extent of his help to her, ensuring he would not be a burden. It could be argued that today's unfortunate events occurring to Gwen were a stroke of fortune, for she possessed the abilities of the ghost spider and had the strength to safeguard her own safety. Yet what if one day she were to encounter an adversary more formidable than herself? What if such peril befell Aunt May, Uncle Ben, or even Peter Parker himself? A cascade of dreadful scenarios flooded Peter's mind, plunging him from a fleeting sense of pride in his ability to provide Gwen with advanced technological gear back to the depths of despair. Upon returning home today, Peter did not even take out the homework assigned by school. Instead, he collapsed onto his bed, fervently merging fragments of Tony Stark's memories. After assimilating each fragment, he would only proceed to the next when he felt his mind had recuperated sufficiently to withstand yet another fusion. When his mental endurance finally reached its limit, awakening from the state of memory amalgamation, Peter felt an unprecedented weakness enveloping him. It was as if countless steel nails had been driven into his brain, with an unrelenting, tearing agony coursing through him. The toll on his psyche manifested physically, rendering his skin an alarming pallor, devoid of any trace of color. Although Peter was acutely aware that his actions this evening were rather reckless, he understood that greater risks often yield greater rewards. After a grueling session of memory integration, he achieved remarkably promising results. Throughout the night, Peter successfully fused 9 years of Tony Stark's memories, advancing the integration to the point of Tony's 29th year. The price he paid was an excessive depletion of his mental faculties, nearly resulting in irreparable damage to his soul. For an extended period to come, unless he could discover a means to nourish his spirit, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to continue merging Tony's soul fragments. Peter chose to risk his own soul's integrity to reach the pivotal moment of Tony's 29th year. Knowing from his previous life's memories that this was the moment in Tony's brief 53 years of existence when he first encountered extraordinary powers. Chapter 20. The Desperation Virus. In the year that Tony turned 29, he attended the Science and Technology Annual Conference held in Bern, Switzerland, at the turn of the century. His presence at this event was not motivated by a desire to engage in discussions about science and technology with a gathering of balding, white-bearded elders. Rather, his intention was to converse with individuals who possessed both beauty and intellect. Ultimately, his expectations were met, as that evening he successfully engaged in an intimate exchange with a female scientist named Maya Hansen regarding a biotechnological innovation known as the Desperation Virus. Despite the fact that Tony was largely preoccupied with his physical desires and somewhat intoxicated, He nonetheless utilized the vast knowledge he had accumulated over his 29 years to deduce the critical equations necessary for the completion of the desperation virus from Maya Hansen's fragmented remarks. The following morning, he left these equations as a token of their passionate encounter, a gift from Maya Hansen. In his recollection, he regarded the desperation virus with indifference. Yet it was, in fact, the key to Peter acquiring extraordinary powers prior to the creation of the Iron Suit. The so-called desperation virus is not a bioweapon like the T-virus from Resident Evil or the Blacklight virus from Prototype, which are known for their infectious biological properties. The technology bears the term virus due to the way it activates within the user's body, mimicking the process by which a virus replicates and transcribes genes. Once the desperation virus is injected into the human body, it integrates a specific gene segment into the individual's genetic sequence, thereby unlocking latent potential. This grants the user remarkable regenerative abilities, akin to the capacity for limb regeneration, and the capability to generate intense heat comparable to molten lava. Had Dr. Kurt Connors been aware of such a technology, he would undoubtedly have been envious to the point of tears. Surely, it is far more enticing than his gene-splicing serum that transforms individuals into giant lizards. However, the technology behind the desperation virus is not without its flaws. Much like the limitations inherent in cross-species genetic fusion, the desperation virus also suffers from the excessive expression of foreign genes. The primary drawback of this virus lies in the extreme heat generated upon the activation of bodily potential, which is exceedingly difficult to control. If the ability spirals out of control, the individual risks becoming a living bomb, leaving no trace behind after an explosion, truly an environmentally friendly phenomenon. Moreover, this particular flaw of the desperation virus cannot be remedied through technological advancement, much like the differing effects of the super soldier serum on Red Skull and Captain America. Fundamentally, this is not a deficiency of the technology itself, but rather a reflection of human limitation. As long as the user cannot master their emotions or, in other words, lacks the requisite mental fortitude to govern their newfound physical prowess, their corporeal abilities will inevitably run amok. This is far from a matter that can be resolved by a mere equation or mathematical formula provided by Tony Stark, as Maya Hansen might have envisioned. However, the drawbacks of all this are hardly a concern for Peter, who is in dire need of strength. In comparison to his own safety and that of his loved ones, the mere risk of self-detonation pales in significance. Moreover, Peter has never contemplated surviving in this world solely by relying on the capabilities of the desperation virus. Once he acquires knowledge of the Mark series Iron Man suits from Tony's memories, he will be completely liberated from the risks associated with the desperation virus. Of course, even if he were to dare use the desperation virus, Peter would not leave himself without an escape route. In fact, after thoroughly digesting the fragments of memory concerning the desperation virus, he had already devised a strategy to mitigate the risk of self-detonation. The first method, naturally, mirrors what was depicted in Iron Man 3, wherein he would enhance himself using the desperation virus prior to battle, and then neutralize its effects with an antidote post-conflict. Unfortunately, Peter had yet to engage with the technological insights regarding the Iron Man suits from Tony's memories, let alone the antidote that would neutralize the desperation virus. Fortunately, Gwen had recently sought his expertise on cross-species genetic fusion technology, which prompted him to derive the decay rate equation. This equation, pivotal in addressing the flaws of the desperation virus, originally served to enhance the safety of genetic fusion and stabilize the fusion process in Dr. Connor's cross-species gene synthesis. Its principle entails concocting a genetic fusion serum based on the decay rate equation, whereby certain segments of the exogenous genes would diminish and ultimately lose their expression capability after being injected into the human body over a defined period. For instance, if everything were to align with Dr. Connor's theoretical calculations, the serum derived from the lizard genes should solely enable the regeneration of his severed limbs, devoid of any extraneous genetic expressions such as scales and tails. The second method Peter envisioned for eliminating the flaws of the desperation virus involves exploiting the decay rate equation's effect, transforming the desperation virus into a one-time explosive potion. Upon usage, it would yield effects only within a specified time frame, bestowing the user with formidable regenerative abilities and enhanced thermal energy. Alternatively, the desperation virus could be regarded merely as a one-time emergency remedy for rapid recovery from severe or even life-threatening injuries. Once the effect of the desperation virus concludes, its impact on the body would dissipate entirely in accordance with the decay rate equation. Having determined the direction for the modification of the desperation virus, Peter promptly requested a leave of absence from school through Uncle Ben's assistance. He then sent Gwen a message, informing her that he had conceived a new project idea that necessitated a period of secluded research and development. Rather than alarming her with his current state if he were to appear at school, he deemed it wiser to recuperate at home for a while and simultaneously develop the one-time desperation virus potion. Thus, the next time someone he cares for finds themselves in peril before him, he will not merely stand idly by as he did yesterday afternoon. Moreover, As Gwen assumes the mantle of Ghost Spider, the adversaries she will inevitably confront in the future are bound to grow increasingly formidable. With the existence of the one-time-use Despair virus serum, her safety can be significantly enhanced. Chapter 21. The Poisonous Scheme. Upon receiving a text from Peter, Gwen learned that he would be retreating to focus on the development of a new project for the foreseeable future. This unexpected news left her feeling somewhat disoriented. After confirming their course of action with Peter the previous day, she had returned home to ponder deeply, nurturing the hope that she could assist Dr. Connors in regaining his original, normal state. With this aspiration in mind, Gwen had intended to discuss with Peter how to locate Dr. Connors today. However, the sudden message from Peter informed her that she would have to act alone, which was quite a challenge for someone who had grown accustomed to Peter's constant presence. Nevertheless, Gwen was inherently an independent and strong-willed young woman. Once the situation was clarified, she quickly adjusted her mindset and began to contemplate how to achieve her objectives on her own. A crucial piece of information emerged from her reflections, based on recent events. She surmised that Dr. Connors was likely hiding in a section of the sewer system in New York City. Considering that he had stolen numerous instruments and equipment from Oscorp, it was evident that he would require a reliable power supply to operate them. Consequently, the potential locations for Dr. Connors' hideout were significantly narrowed down to areas near subway stations. By identifying subway stations that had recently experienced a substantial surge in electricity usage, Gwen could pinpoint the approximate location of Dr. Connors' concealment. With this thought in mind, she cast a discreet glance at the enthusiastic teacher delivering a lecture at the front of the classroom, then stealthily retrieved the handheld device that Peter had specially crafted for her, connecting the device to the server within the spider's lair. Gwen began her attempts to infiltrate the internal network of New York's power system in search of vital clues. Meanwhile, Dr. Connors, or rather the lizard, was scheming within the depths of the sewer. The gene suppressor he had used the previous day had completely lost its efficacy, and he had reverted to his grotesque green reptilian form. Despite the profound physiological and psychological transformations he had undergone, his brain still retained the logical reasoning of a scientist. Following his encounters on the Manhattan Bridge and at Midtown High School, the lizard realized that a direct confrontation with Ghost Spider would not be advantageous, as he was no match for her strength. Thus, to obtain the coveted equation of true decay rate from Gwen, he knew he could not rely on brute force, but rather on cunning. Infused with the cold-blooded ruthlessness of the lizard's genes, he devised a scheme that was utterly nefarious. The lizard's plan was to disseminate the lizard gene serum throughout New York, transforming the entire city into monsters akin to himself. Thus, if Gwen wishes to restore her parents and friends to their former selves, she must choose to collaborate with him and surrender the true decay rate equation required for interspecies genetic synthesis technology. However, to execute this nefarious scheme, the reptilian individual currently lacks a crucial implement, the Canary device, which is archived in the Osborn Company's equipment repository. The Canary device is an experimental apparatus capable of atomizing liquids and dispersing them over an expansive area in a short time. It was originally created for an internal experiment at the Osborn Company. Yet, as that internal experiment did not yield the desired results, and the practicality of the Canary device proved minimal, the sole remaining unit now resides within the confines of the Osborn Company's repository. Fortunately, having worked for the Osborn Company for many years, the reptilian individual is well acquainted with most of its inner workings. Otherwise, the execution of this sinister plot would indeed be challenging. It seems another visit to the Osborn Company is in order. In the damp sewers, the reptilian's voice, as coarse as sandpaper, carried an unsettling chill. An hour later, the Osborn Company's building was once again surrounded by a multitude of police vehicles and media personnel. The news of the mysterious monster's second appearance at the Osborn Company had gone viral across major news outlets, and the company, which had long remained out of the public eye, was now capturing considerable attention. Indeed, netizens had already conjured various conspiracy theories based on the reports, attributing the green creature with a tail to the Osborn Company's clandestine and dubious research within the realm of biotechnology. At Midtown High School, Gwen, who was in the midst of reducing the reptilian's hiding space, promptly received the news of the reptilian's renewed presence at the Osborn Company. However, unlike the general populace, who could only glean superficial details from the news, she, as an intern at the Osborn Company, learned from a few colleagues that the reptilian had come to seize the Canary device from the equipment repository. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the name Canary device, an ominous premonition stirred within Gwen. She understood that, regardless of the reptilian's intentions, she must expedite her actions to ensure that the reptilian does not succeed. If only Peter were by my side. I truly struggle with the intricacies of computer networks, she lamented inwardly while gazing at the screen of her handheld terminal, filled with dense data and code. Wishing all readers a joyful Labor Day. Chapter 22. Subtlety and prominence. Though Gwen lacked expertise in computer networking, She deftly harnessed the formidable computing power of the spider's nest server. By the afternoon of the third day, she had successfully infiltrated the electrical grid systems database through brute force, acquiring the coveted information. After meticulous cross-referencing of this hard-won data, Gwen finally pinpointed a range where the lizard's hideout might be located. To her astonishment, this location was in close proximity to the Osborn Corporation building, which had been frequented by the lizard on multiple occasions. As the adage goes, the most perilous locations can also be the most secure. Indeed, Dr. Connors, with his exceptional intellect, had chosen a refuge that completely defied Gwen's expectations. Now that she had discovered the lizard's whereabouts, Gwen resolved to deviate from the action plan previously established with Peter. She yearned to engage with the creature directly, hoping to clarify any misunderstandings through dialogue and assist the lizard in regaining his original form as Dr. Connors. However, since Peter was currently engrossed in research for a new project in the laboratory above the spider's nest, Gwen found herself unable to return to gather the necessary equipment for this mission. Upon returning home from school, Gwen found her father, George, absent as usual due to work obligations, while her mother was occupied attending parent-teacher meetings for her two younger brothers. Left to her own devices, Gwen prepared a simple meal of convenience food for dinner and then retreated to her room, donning her ghost spider suit as she awaited the arrival of nightfall. Gwen chose not to act immediately, as it was peak rush hour in New York City, and this mission would lack the intelligence support and combat assistance that Peter typically provided. In such circumstances, should her conversation with the lizard falter, she could not ensure that the throngs of commuters near the subway station and the numerous staff at Osborn Corporation would remain unscathed by any ensuing conflict. Ultimately, Gwen resolved to wait until darkness fell, at which point the foot traffic near the Osborn building would diminish significantly, allowing Ghost Spider to better conceal her presence amidst the night shroud. However, while Gwen contemplated a discreet and cautious approach, the lizard, lurking in the sewers, had no intention of remaining hidden. His original plan was to install the Canali device atop the Osborn Corporation building, thereby amplifying the effects of the lizard gene fusion serum on the unsuspecting populace. He would not miss the opportunity to expose a large number of citizens to the open air. The lizard's choice of the Osborn Corporation as the site for his scheme was driven not only by the building's impressive height, which would enhance the Canali device's efficacy, but also by a desire for revenge against the upper echelons of the corporation who had precipitated his current plight. Furthermore, only by being sufficiently conspicuous could he attract the attention necessary for Ghost Spider to discover his actions in the shortest possible time. Had the Phantom Spider not actively sought out the mastermind behind the chaos, he would not have been able to compel the creature to yield the true decay rate equation. It can be asserted that every decision he made was solely in pursuit of his own interests. As for the colossal repercussions that would ensue once his plan came to fruition, he wondered whether he would face governmental judgment and reckoning upon regaining his original form. The lizard man wished to utter a single phrase: "Do not be foolish. This is America." As long as he could obtain the genuine decay rate equation, the value revealed through cross-species gene synthesis technology would ensure that the U.S. government, rather than punishing him, would likely treat him with utmost caution, reverently honoring him until they had completely extracted all his worth. However, by that time, who would still care whether he faced legal retribution? Although this would cost him the reputation he had tirelessly built over the years, he would gain invaluable health and immense wealth. In light of such substantial benefits, the trivial risks had long been cast aside by the lizard man, convinced that he could not contend with the Phantom Spider. He deemed this the optimal choice for maximizing his gains. In fact, even Connors himself had not realized that, under the influence of the lizard gene fusion serum, not only was his appearance transforming, but his thoughts were gradually aligning more closely with those of a cold-blooded creature. With the Canali device secured on his back and a satchel filled with lizard gene fusion serum in hand, the lizard man confidently emerged from the sewer, stepping onto the bustling streets of New York City. The long-awaited sensation of sunlight invigorated him, intensifying his desire to complete his plan and restore his former self. Ignoring the terror and ensuing screams in the eyes of the surrounding populace, he recklessly navigated through the dense crowd, quickly arriving at the base of Oscorp Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, the lizard man propelled himself upward with all his might, his claw-tipped fingers gripping the building's façade, swiftly scaling towards the rooftop terrace. His audacious demeanor, as anticipated, soon captured the attention of the police and media. The moment this information appeared within the New York City Police Department's internal system, Gwen's terminal received the alert almost simultaneously. Observing the incoming alert on her handheld device, Gwen glanced out at the still-setting sun and realized she had to alter her previously devised plan. In the next instant, Gwen vanished from her room, and shortly thereafter, a sensational news headline emerged across major media outlets. A hero arises. The Phantom Spider makes her appearance on the streets of New York. Naturally, it was evident that this headline was not crafted by the Hornet News. Their report bore a title that read, "The spirit of the spider still wanders above New York." What sinister secrets lie between the masked criminal and the lizard monster? It is no wonder that JJJ has transformed the Horn Daily from a modest publication into a colossal media powerhouse. His talent for fabricating news is so compelling that even Gwen, the subject of the stories, finds herself irresistibly curious about the secrets she may share with the lizard people. Setting aside the turmoil currently erupting in New York City, Peter, having secluded himself in the laboratory for 3 days, has finally reached the critical juncture in the creation of the desperation virus. After tirelessly refining the formula and meticulously recalculating the decay rate equations, he has successfully developed the one-time desperation virus serum. Naturally, Peter harbors immense confidence in the concoction he has crafted. However, he refrains from conducting human trials on himself, unlike Dr. Connors. Frankly, a few laboratory mice are of little value, and there is no need to jeopardize his own safety. Yet, provided the serum demonstrates results on the mice that align perfectly with his expectations, Peter's confidence would render further testing unnecessary. After implementing various safety measures, Peter retrieved a pre-prepared lab mouse from the sterile chamber and procured a syringe containing the desperation virus serum from the workbench. This serum was specifically designed for the final validation trial, and according to the decay time he established, its effect should last only 5 seconds. This design serves 2 purposes. First, it prevents the mouse from enduring the transformative effects of the serum for an extended period. Second, it mitigates the risk of unforeseen dangers should the selected mouse possess extraordinary abilities. Of course, this is contingent upon the configuration based on the decay rate equations proving effective. To ensure the serum's efficacy diminishes as intended, Peter also prepared a high-temperature resistant, high-strength acrylic box. Placing the mouse inside the acrylic box and securing it to the specially designed testing platform, Peter inserted the needle of the infusion device into the mouse's vein. After sealing the acrylic box, he connected the other end of the infusion device to the verification serum. The liquid began to flow gently through the tubing, gradually entering the mouse's body. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation in his gaze, Peter braced himself for the moment of witnessing a miracle unfold. Chapter 23. A multi-pronged approach as the desperate virus serum flowed steadily into the body of the laboratory mouse through the syringe catheter. A faint orange-red luminescence began to emerge beneath its skin. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Peter understood that the desperate virus had commenced its action within the mouse. He promptly activated the mechanism preset within the acrylic box. With a swift release, a sharp blade descended vertically, precisely severing the mouse's elongated pink tail. In an instant, the radiant orange-red glow emanating from the mouse intensified dramatically. The injury from the severed tail activated the extraordinary self-healing abilities bestowed upon the mouse by the desperate virus serum. The wound at the tail's base began to grow and heal at an astonishing pace. However, before the mouse's tail could fully regenerate, the serum's 5-second decay period reached its conclusion. The once brilliant red light that had shone from the mouse dimmed significantly. Concurrently, the process of tail regeneration came to a complete halt. The mouse, with only 2/3 of its tail restored, appeared somewhat incongruous. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that although the tail had not fully regrown, the tip bore no signs of injury. All these indicators confirmed that Peter's validation experiment had indeed succeeded. He had successfully developed a disposable desperate virus serum that could control its effective duration through a decay rate equation. However, to ensure the safe application of the desperate virus, Peter conducted a meticulous examination and genetic testing on the mouse. The resulting data revealed that the desperate virus serum injected into the mouse had completely decayed, without causing any harm or side effects. With the validation reaching this point, Peter was now 100% certain of his research success. His heart raced with exhilaration, since his soul had traversed into this world, taking residence in the body of Peter Parker. More than half a year had elapsed. Today, he finally possessed the extraordinary power sufficient to protect himself and his loved ones in this realm. At that moment, he was eager to share this splendid news with his girlfriend, Gwen. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed her number. As soon as the call connected, Peter heard a rush of wind through the receiver, causing him to ponder. Could Gwen be engaged in crime fighting at this very moment? With this thought, his initial excitement to share the good news dissipated, prompting him to inquire, "Are you currently in the midst of an operation?" In the next moment, Gwen's response confirmed Peter's suspicions. Indeed, the lizard had reappeared at the Osborne Corporation building, this time making a bold entrance in plain view of the public, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. "How do you have time to contact me? Has your project been completed?" "Yes, the experiment has been successful. Initially, I intended to share this delightful news with you, but given the urgency of the situation, please update me promptly on the specific intelligence. I am heading down to the spider lair to provide you with support." As Peter spoke, he activated the elevator leading underground. This marked the first occasion since he established this secret base for Gwen that he had the opportunity to utilize the holographic projections within the spider lair to assist her in combat. While listening to Gwen's report over the phone, Peter descended into the lair and began to review the crucial information flagged on the servers over the past 3 days. However, before Peter could consolidate the information from both sides, a key detail mentioned by Gwen on the phone suddenly rendered him momentarily speechless. Hello, Peter. Are you still there? Gwen called out anxiously, having yet to hear a response from him. I'm still here, Peter replied, regaining his composure. You just mentioned that Dr. Connors stole a device called the Canary device from their equipment vault during his last invasion of Oscorp, correct? Yes. That is what I gathered from some colleagues I trust at the company, Gwen affirmed. If that is the case, then it seems your intuition was quite accurate. This is indeed troubling news. The Canary device is a highly potent aerosol diffusion apparatus. If I'm not mistaken, the lizard intends to use it to transform the entire population of New York into creatures like himself. No sooner had Peter spoken than Gwen's voice on the other end became tense. What should we do? If he succeeds, then my parents, my brother, and even your family will all be turned into lizard monsters. Don't panic. The situation has not yet reached an irreparable point. However, to thwart the lizard's nefarious scheme, I believe we must adopt a multifaceted approach. Peter, quickly tell me what this multifaceted approach entails. I'm all ears, Gwen urged over the phone. First, while you make your way to the scene, you need to contact your father as Gwen, explaining to him the severity of the situation, in hopes that the police will cooperate with our actions and cut off the main power supply to Oscorp Tower. Without power, the Canary device cannot be activated, and the lizard will be unable to execute his plan. As Mr. Stacy's daughter with internship experience at Oscorp, you have a significant chance of gaining his support. However, to prevent the lizard from having prepared any contingency measures, or if the police cannot assist us, you must swiftly arrive at Oscorp Tower as Ghost Spider, aiming to thwart his plans before he can act. If the lizard manages to activate the Canary device before we can implement our plan, you must do everything in your power to ensure that no one compromises the Canary device. Your body is merged with the genes of a mutated spider, rendering you impervious to the effects of the lizard gene fusion serum. I have fully mastered the decay rate equation of interspecies genetic synthesis technology, and I shall expeditiously produce the antidote in the laboratory. Even in the direst of circumstances, we can utilize the Canary device to disseminate the antidote. Therefore, should the lizard people's plan come to fruition, the Canary device will be pivotal in reversing the entire situation. Moreover, remember the most crucial point: safeguard your own security. Trust me, no matter how bleak the situation becomes, as long as you and I stand together, we shall overcome every obstacle in our path. Upon hearing Peter's final admonition over the phone, Gwen felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. With Peter's expression of concern, Gwen believed that no matter the magnitude of the challenges ahead, she would persevere. Rest assured, I have promised to ensure my own safety. I, Gwen Stacy, have never betrayed a trust in my life. Chapter 24. Exposed once again within the confines of the laboratory. Peter was fervently working to concoct an antidote for the lizard gene fusion serum, uncertain of which parallel universe of Spider-Man he inhabited. He found himself incapable of predicting the trajectory of events based on the narratives he remembered from films or animated series. Fortunately, he had just completed his research on the dire virus and learned from Gwen that the lizard had acquired the Canary device, enabling him to roughly deduce the lizard's plan of action. The thought of the catastrophic consequences should the lizard's scheme succeed was unfathomable to Peter. Regardless, such an outcome was one he could not bear to contemplate. Thus, his prior decision to focus on mastering the one-time dire virus antidote serendipitously became a pivotal asset in his current predicament. Given the unfolding events, it was conceivable that Gwen's father, George Stacy, might find himself gravely injured or even perish heroically as a result of tonight's occurrences, much like a counterpart from a parallel world. However, with the one-time dire virus antidote in hand, Peter felt equipped to avert such a tragedy, should the worst come to pass. Therefore, his immediate task was to finalize the preparation of the antidote and subsequently head to the Osborn Corporation building armed with both the antidote and the dire virus serum. The antidote for the lizard gene fusion serum represented the last bastion of hope in tonight's operational plan, should both the police and Gwen's efforts falter. It would serve as the final line of defense against impending disaster. Fortunately, drawing from his previous experience in preparing the dire virus serum, Peter had become quite adept in applying the decay rate equation, and the antidote's preparation proceeded seamlessly. In contrast, Gwen, tasked with 2 assignments by Peter, faced considerable challenges. Perhaps due to George Stacy's involvement in a mission, several of Gwen's attempts to contact him had gone unanswered. The success of Peter's endeavor to secure the assistance of the New York police hinged on Gwen's dual identity as both George's daughter and an intern at Osborn Corporation. As George's daughter, she could swiftly gain his trust. As an intern, she could assure the accuracy and credibility of the information she provided. However, With Gwen unable to reach George Stacy, this contingency plan was rendered futile. Nevertheless, Gwen had no time to mourn the failure of this plan, as she was soon to be en route to the battlefield as Spider-Gwen, unable to sever the power supply to the entire Osborn Corporation building through police intervention. She had no choice but to accelerate her pace, aiming to reach the scene quickly and fulfill her duties as Spider-Gwen. Yet, the course of events took an unexpected turn. Just as Gwen drew nearer to the Osborn Corporation building, a helicopter abruptly appeared in her path, obstructing her advance. The distinctive livery of the helicopter clearly identifies it as a police aircraft belonging to the New York City Police Department. Its presence here is singular in purpose, to apprehend the elusive vigilante known as Ghost Spider. It is worth noting that the news of Ghost Spider's appearance on the streets of New York has garnered attention comparable to that of the Lizard's ascent of the Osborn Corporation's building. Given that the police have already deployed a significant force to the Osborn Corporation, it is inconceivable that Police Chief George Stacy would overlook the equally conspicuous Ghost Spider. In his eyes, both the Lizard and Ghost Spider represent but one identity, criminals deserving of legal retribution. Unlike the recent emergence of the Lizard, Chief Stacy has set his sights primarily on the well-known Ghost Spider. Thus, in the operation targeting Ghost Spider, he not only disregards the Osborn Corporation, a major taxpayer, but also takes personal charge of the mission, aiming for a decisive victory to capture Ghost Spider. As the police close in, Gwen is consumed by anxiety. She knows that every second she lingers here increases the likelihood of the Lizard's plan succeeding. However, her current adversaries, members of the NYPD, render her unable to unleash her full potential. This predicament forces her to evade rather than confront, driven by the fear of inadvertently harming her father's officers. Consequently, after a tense chase, Ghost Spider finds her options dwindling under the meticulously orchestrated police encirclement, ultimately cornered without an escape route. In a dimly lit alley, Ghost Spider's situation is dire. Her back pressed against the wall, flanked by two 12-story apartment buildings, she faces a line of police cars flashing red and blue lights, emblazoned with the letters NYPD. Above her hovers the police helicopter she had encountered earlier. Her heart races with urgency, for thwarting the Lizard's scheme is of paramount importance. Yet she is equally fraught with tension, uncertain of how to extricate herself from this predicament. Before she can devise a comprehensive strategy, a figure emerges from the police cars. Standing before her, under the blinding glare of the police lights, Gwen cannot discern the individual's features, but in the next moment, the voice calling out to her reveals his identity, none other than George Stacy, the chief of police of New York City, and her father. Ghost Spider, surrender immediately, he commands. Though I do not know your true identity or your intentions. However, considering that you have never truly committed any heinous acts, as long as you comply now, I can intercede on your behalf before the judge to mitigate your punishment. Gwen had not anticipated that the person she had desperately tried to reach moments ago would appear before her in such an unexpected manner. This scene, lacking only the presence of Uncle Long, bore an uncanny resemblance to the iconic moment when Azu called it quits. Upon seeing her father approach her, Gwen, almost instinctively, uttered a single word, Dad. This utterance, if not for the mere steps separating her from George, might have gone unheard. Yet, the clarity of the Ghost Spider's voice caused George to suddenly shudder. His footfalls halted in their tracks. As a father who appeared stern but was, in truth, a devoted slave to his daughter, how could George Stacy fail to recognize the voice of his own child? Just as Gwen instantly recognized his voice, George too immediately discerned that the owner of that voice was none other than his daughter, Gwen. Does this mean the Ghost Spider is Gwen, my daughter? George's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the target he had pursued for so long was, in fact, his own daughter. He found it even harder to accept that the esteemed police chief of New York City had a daughter who was an outlaw. Chapter 25. The battle begins. George glanced back at his colleagues, noticing that they remained oblivious to his peculiar demeanor, before softly uttering Gwen's name. Opposite him, Gwen trembled momentarily in panic upon realizing that her father was aware of her true identity. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of uncertainty rendered her rigid. Yet, she ultimately nodded, affirming George's inquiry. With the revelation of her identity as the Ghost Spider now known to her father, she felt liberated from the constraints that had previously hindered her actions. Thus, Gwen unabashedly expressed, Dad, I know you have many questions, but I lack the time to explain. Can you please allow me to leave for now? Without granting George a chance to respond, Gwen rapidly conveyed the situation regarding the Lizard and his intentions with great urgency, though George's heart was still fraught with conflict. As a father, he chose to trust that his daughter could never be a villain, nor would she deceive him in matters so dire. Consequently, as the chief of police, George made a swift decision to contact the head of Osborn Industries to promptly cut off power to the entire building. After issuing his orders, he turned to the Ghost Spider and instructed, hurry and find Peter to obtain the antidote. In the worst-case scenario, we must ensure we can rectify the situation by releasing it. As for the Lizard, you need not worry. With me as the chief of police, it is not your place to play the hero. With that, George descended the rope ladder from the helicopter, making his way to the Osborne Industries building. The officers who had been pursuing the ghost spider likewise departed, no longer paying heed to her presence in the alley. Beneath her mask, no one could discern that Gwen's eyes were already veiled with misty tears. She understood that George's stern words were laced with the protective love of a father. However, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to dwell on her emotions. The crisis instigated by the lizard remained unresolved. Though George had altered her original plan out of a desire to safeguard her, she was determined not to adhere to his directives. The rebellious spirit of adolescence had finally emerged within her. Despite being an exemplary student at school, Gwen had never been the type to simply obey. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to champion justice under the guise of the ghost spider after acquiring her extraordinary abilities. Having faced the lizard twice, she recognized that his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, now that her own power evidently eclipsed that of her father. Why should the dynamics of their relationship not shift, allowing her, as the daughter, to protect her father? Thus, unwavering in her resolve, Gwen decided to proceed to the Osborne Industries building after George's departure, committed to executing the plan she had previously devised with Peter. At that precise moment, Peter sent her another communication request, which filled Gwen with an overwhelming sense of joy. The only possible reason for Peter to contact her at this time was that he had successfully developed an antidote for the lizard gene fusion serum. As expected, once the call connected, Peter immediately shared the news of his successful creation of the antidote. However, Gwen's concern grew when she learned that, contrary to her expectations, Peter did not remain at the spider lair on standby after formulating the antidote. Instead, he had taken the antidote and was now making his way toward the Oscorp building. Upon hearing this, Gwen's first instinct was to urgently dissuade Peter from proceeding. Peter, you must not jeopardize your safety. Trust me, I can handle the situation on site. Hearing his girlfriend's concern over the phone brought joy to Peter's heart. Yet, Gwen was unaware that he was no longer the ordinary Peter Parker he once was. You need not worry about my safety at all, Gwen. Do you recall the project I mentioned I was working on in seclusion? I didn't elaborate on it earlier due to the chaos caused by the lizard man today. The project I was researching is, in fact, a genetic serum that temporarily grants ordinary individuals extraordinary powers. I have named this serum Desperation Virus. Upon injection, it endows the user with remarkable self-healing abilities and heightened thermal capabilities. Moreover, once the serum's effects wane, it leaves no adverse side effects on the body. With the Desperation Virus, I will no longer be a mere bystander while you fight. Additionally, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can provide you with medical support. Sensing Peter's confidence and determination through his words, and fully aware of his intellect and capabilities, Gwen ceased to discourage her boyfriend's desire to join her in battle, especially after learning that the Desperation Virus could also serve as an emergency medical measure. She found even less reason to prevent Peter from coming. Ideally, it would not be necessary, but if someone were to require it, this could very well be a life-saving elixir. After concluding her call with Peter, Gwen finally arrived at the base of the Oscorp building. From the outside, the entire structure appeared dim and lifeless, for the head of Oscorp had complied with the police's request to cut off the power supply to the building's main circuits, resulting in the complete extinguishment of the lights within. However, following the beams of searchlights set up by the police, Gwen could clearly see the police helicopter that had just departed from her view, now slowly approaching the rooftop of the Oscorp building. Meanwhile, her father, George Stacy, remained suspended from a rope ladder, gripping it with one hand underneath the helicopter. Witnessing this scene, Gwen was immediately overcome with agitation. Even though George was clad in the most advanced bulletproof vest and wielding formidable weaponry, she could vividly envision the harrowing consequences should he encounter the lizard man. The creature's razor-sharp claws would effortlessly rend the fabric of George's protective gear, piercing through flesh and bone, ultimately leaving him to succumb in agony at the feet of the beast. Gwen could not allow such a fate to befall him. After briefly regaining her composure, she deftly circumvented the police barricade and propelled 2 strands of webbing towards the outer wall of Oscorp Tower, gripping the ends of the strands with both hands. She stepped back, feeling the elasticity reach its zenith. With a sudden release, her body was catapulted upward. Utilizing this ingenious method, Gwen swiftly ascended towards the rooftop terrace. However, prior to her arrival, the valiant chief had already engaged the lizard man in battle. Chapter 26. The countdown to 01 cannot help but marvel at George Stacy, a man who ascended to the position of police commissioner of New York City without relying on any connections. Armed solely with his firearm and agile footwork, he found himself evenly matched against the formidable lizard man for a brief, yet intense moment. While his skills may not quite rival those of elite Marvel heroes such as Hawkeye and Black Widow, they are certainly on par with those of an ordinary special forces operative. However, George's prolonged engagement with the lizard man was not solely a testament to his physical prowess. It was also a reflection of his strategic acumen. drawing upon intelligence previously acquired from Gwen. He discerned that the lizard man's success hinged upon the successful activation of the canali device. Thus, instead of directing his shots at the elusive lizard man, he ingeniously aimed at the conspicuous and stationary canali device position behind him. This tactic compelled the lizard man to shield the device with his own body, adhering to the ancient military principle of attacking what one must protect. Of course, George never deluded himself into believing that his limited firepower could subdue the monstrous adversary before him. His primary motivation for this approach was twofold: to restrict the lizard man's movement and, more critically, to buy time. Prior to the operation, he had instructed his subordinates to transport the most potent weaponry available to the Osborne Corporation building. In a further precaution, he had even contacted the National Guard of New York, ensuring that, should their efforts fail, immediate reinforcements would be at hand. At this juncture, George's objective was simply to delay the lizard man, preventing him from activating the canali device. Once the heavy artillery arrived, capturing the lizard man would become a trivial task. Yet, perhaps due to the darkness or the overwhelming disparity in their combat capabilities, George remained in a state of heightened tension. Since arriving on the rooftop, he had overlooked a critical detail: the operational indicator light of the canali device had remained illuminated. It is worth noting that prior to reaching the rooftop, George had contacted the head of the Osborne Corporation to cut off all power supply to the building. Logically, without electrical supply, the indicator light should have extinguished. Thus, the current state of affairs could only be explained by one possibility: the lizard man had anticipated his opponent's actions and had preemptively devised a means to counter the building's power outage. You think I'm on the first floor, but in reality, I'm on the fifth. Had George scrutinized the situation more closely, he would have discovered that the power line of the canali device was connected to a supercapacitor, which in turn was linked to 5 substantial batteries. Once these batteries have fully charged the supercapacitor, the lizard people will be able to activate the canali device, releasing the lizard gene fusion serum throughout the city. Thus, in this battle, it is not only George who seeks to buy time. The lizard people are equally engaged in this delaying tactic. However, the lizard people's performance is exceedingly convincing, revealing not a single flaw thus far. Consequently, the outcome of this confrontation has shifted from a test of strength to a contest of speed. It remains to be seen whether the reinforcements George has arranged will arrive more swiftly than the lizard people's supercapacitor charges. Yet, at this moment of intense tension, the sudden appearance of an individual shattered the fragile balance of the battlefield, causing the scales of victory to gradually tilt in George's favor. This unexpected X-factor, of course, is the ghost spider. Scaling the exterior of a building, the ghost spider executed a flying kick that struck the lizard person squarely on the head. The force of the blow sent the lizard person tumbling through the air until it collided with the rooftop lightning rod, finally coming to a halt. After delivering the kick, the ghost spider refrained from pursuing further attacks, instead turning to check on George, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed. Conversely, upon witnessing the ghost spider's arrival, George's expression was one of frustration and anger, clearly discontented that his daughter had not heeded his instructions. However, this was hardly an opportune moment for a father to reprimand his daughter. The lizard person, having been kicked away, merely shook its head and regained its footing. The formidable regenerative ability conferred by the lizard gene fusion allows the lizard person to remain impervious to defeat, even when at a disadvantage. Worse news for both the ghost spider and George emerged as a voice emanated from the canali device. Charging complete. The device is about to activate. Countdown. 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. Upon hearing this announcement, both the ghost spider and George instinctively glanced at one another, realizing that the situation had drastically exceeded their plans. Meanwhile, the lizard person grinned broadly, exposing its sharp teeth as it laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Did you ever imagine, ghost spider? My plan is about to succeed. If you wish to save everyone in this city, the only way is to cooperate with me and hand over the true decay rate equation. Watching the lizard person prattle on, Gwen felt her frustration boiling over. She had clearly stated that she had never concealed any genuine decay rate equation. How could this creature be so utterly incapable of understanding human speech? It is infuriating that this fool has muddled the situation and now expects me to clean up this mess. Nevertheless, despite her anger, she knew she had to continue with her task. With only 8 seconds remaining in the countdown to the device's activation, this brief interval was more than sufficient for the agile ghost spider to alter the course of events. The vigilant lizard man, ever on guard, could not possibly allow her to interfere with the canali device. He would not engage in any whimsical antics, such as popping champagne at such a critical moment. In the instant that Gwen lunged towards the canali device, the lizard man deftly hooked his tail onto the lightning rod behind him, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick. Aiming to intercept Gwen as she charged towards the device, Gwen's spider sense began to sound frantic alarms in her mind, forewarning her of imminent danger. Yet, as the countdown ticked away, each second slipping by, the canali device loomed ever closer. Resolutely, Gwen decided to forsake the option of evasion. With her left wrist, she shot out a web strand, opening the vial chamber of the canali device. Simultaneously, her right hand darted towards the chamber with lightning speed, just inches away from grasping the lizard gene fusion serum. Alas, Gwen fell just short, as the lizard man's impact ultimately outpaced her, sending her flying before she could seize it. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was nearing its end, and in the next heartbeat, the streets of New York would be teeming with lizard-like creatures, akin to the lizard man. 0. However, at the moment the countdown reached 0, the lizard gene fusion serum did not successfully release. The lizard man's expression remained frozen in the moment of anticipated triumph, while a gunshot resounded across the rooftop, shattering both the serum within the vial and the lizard man's ambitions. Chapter 27. George and Blood in a moment of dire peril. The seasoned officer George remained composed. At the last instant before the activation of the canali device, he skillfully shattered the vial containing the lizard gene fusion serum with his precise marksmanship. Although the canali device successfully initiated, it failed to release the serum due to the destruction of its vial. Consequently, the meticulously orchestrated conspiracy of the lizard people was rendered utterly futile. A chilling howl echoed across the rooftop as the lizard man, witnessing his imminent success thwarted by George, emitted a heart-wrenching cry akin to a wild beast in torment. Yet, in the following moment, he regained his composure, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixating intently on George not far away. This eerie calmness of the lizard man resembled the stillness that precedes a tempest. A torrent of hatred surged within him, and he yearned to unleash all his wrath upon the man who had shattered his plans. George, maintaining the stance from his earlier shot, observed the lizard man's unwavering gaze with an air of tranquility. He deftly redirected his firearm towards the lizard man, executing the standard procedure of emptying his magazine. As the bullets were expended, George did not wait for the echo of the empty gun. He promptly detached the spent magazine, preparing to replace it with a fully loaded spare from his belt. He understood that it was imperative to suppress the lizard man with continuous fire. Should the creature close the distance, he would be defenseless. However, the lizard man would not grant George such an opportunity, though the bullets inflicted no grave injuries. The pain from their impact was undeniably real. Coupled with the seething animosity ignited by George's shot, the lizard man's rage had been thoroughly kindled. As George was halfway through reloading, the lizard man accelerated toward him with all his might. In a swift motion, the lizard man extended his claw and flicked it upward, sending George's empty gun and the hand that held it soaring into the air. Witnessing his disarmed state, the lizard man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, reminiscent of those who had once mocked his right-hand disability. Blood gushed from the severed arm of George, splattering against the smooth scales of the lizard man, amplifying his already grotesque visage. Yet, this was not the end. Before the agony of losing his hands could reach George's nervous system, the lizard man struck again, his claw piercing through George's chest. In an instant, George's face turned ashen as his heart was impaled. The flow of blood from his arm diminished significantly, while crimson began to seep from his mouth and nose, indicating that his lungs had also been penetrated. Meanwhile, Gwen, the ghost spider, had been forcefully thrown aside by the lizard man in her attempt to prevent the canali device's activation, leaving her unable to provide any aid in this critical moment. Gwen, who had painstakingly regained her balance, could only watch in horror as her father succumbed to the brutal vengeance of the lizard men, leaving him in such a wretched state. From the depths of profound sorrow surged an overwhelming tide of hatred. In her 17 years of existence, never had she felt such an intense desire for retribution against a singular target. The unyielding principle of non-lethality that Ghost Spider had adhered to was now cast aside by her own hand. A singular thought consumed Gwen's mind: to slay the lizard man and avenge her father. With this murderous intent igniting within her, she transformed her Ghost Spider suit from its usual rescue mode into a far more lethal configuration. Meanwhile, within the stairwell of Oscorp Tower, a figure was breathlessly racing upward. It was Peter Parker, hastily bringing the antidote and the serum for the dire virus from the laboratory. To be honest, he regretted his suggestion to cut off the power to Oscorp Tower, as the elevator was now inaccessible, making the arduous climb of over 100 floors his only means of reaching the battlefield. Fortunately, Peter had administered a dose of the dire virus serum to himself beforehand, enhancing his physical capabilities to a certain extent. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to exhaustion before even reaching the halfway mark. After nearly 10 minutes of grueling effort, he finally ascended the last step and stood before the door leading to the rooftop terrace. Before him loomed a heavy metal door, securely sealed by the lizard man to prevent any interruptions to his nefarious scheme. Even with a key, an ordinary person could not open it from within. But was Peter merely an ordinary person? Indeed, he had been so before, yet now, having injected himself with the dire virus serum, he had transcended to a temporary state of extraordinary abilities. Thus, as he faced the impenetrable metal barrier, Peter merely offered a scornful smile. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a vibrant orange-red glow enveloped his entire arm, the rising temperature distorting the air around him. His searing arm glided across the metal door as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, melting a hole into it. As Peter maneuvered his arm, the molten metal coalesced into a passage wide enough for his passage. However, Peter was unprepared for the scene that awaited him upon reaching the rooftop. There, he beheld the lizard man mercilessly attacking George, his future father-in-law. Illuminated by the searchlights of a police helicopter overhead, Peter could see that George was drenched in blood, his arms devoid of their hands, and a gaping wound in his chest gushing crimson. Witnessing this horrific sight ignited a furious blaze within Peter, a terrifying heat radiating from him. Damn that lizard man! How dare he lay a hand on my future father-in-law? You are doomed today. Not even Jesus can save you, mark my words. As Peter's thoughts converged, he resolved to enact his righteous retribution upon the lizard man. However, before he could make his move, a figure materialized seemingly from thin air, delivering a devastating Leo kick to the lizard man's face. The assailant was none other than Gwen, clad in the spectral battle suit of her own design. Without a moment's pause after her initial strike, Gwen relentlessly pursued the lizard man, executing a seamless series of attacks. Each of her moves was lethal, targeting the lizard man's vital areas, causing even Peter, who was already seething with anger, to feel a shiver of apprehension, instinctively tightening his legs. With Gwen having taken the initiative to subdue the lizard man, Peter relinquished his intent to intervene and instead rushed to the side of the fallen George, assessing his condition. Although Peter lacked extensive medical knowledge, it was evident to any discerning observer that even a swift trip to the hospital would likely result in George's fate being relegated to the morgue. Fortunately, George had not yet succumbed entirely. While the hospital could not mend his wounds, Peter, an untrained high school student, possessed a glimmer of hope. The urgency that had driven Peter to this location stemmed from his prior haste in developing the desperation virus antidote, specifically to address the predicament at hand. Swiftly retrieving the pre-prepared antidote from his backpack, Peter disregarded the specifics of the injection site and found a suitable location on George's body. He then plunged the syringe into him without hesitation. As the antidote gradually entered George's system, the once near-lifeless figure began to radiate a newfound vitality. Chapter 28. The justice of a beating. A resplendent orange glow emanated from George's visage, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being like a wildfire. As the luminous aura enveloped him, his injuries began to heal almost instantaneously. The gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by the lizard man, shrank significantly, eventually leaving no trace behind. His severed forearms, once neatly truncated at the wrists, experienced an extraordinary regeneration, with flesh and bone rapidly reconstituting themselves, resulting in the miraculous reformation of his hands under the influence of the desperate virus serum. Meanwhile, the lizard man, who was caught in a frenzy beside Gwen, gazed in astonishment at the miraculous transformation occurring within George. His eyes widened in disbelief, a tumult of excitement and jealousy surging through him. As a scientist dedicated to the study of limb regeneration, he was elated to witness the emergence of a technique capable of perfect restoration. Yet, this discovery was bittersweet. For it was not he, Kurt Connors, who had pioneered this advancement, igniting a profound envy within him for the years he had devoted to this pursuit. What knotted him further was the realization that if the opposing party possessed such technology, why had it not been revealed prior to his decision to inject the lizard gene fusion serum? Why had Gwen been allowed to present that false decay rate equation, luring him down this irrevocable path? I hate this. I am consumed by hatred. The intensity of his rage and overwhelming animosity ignited within the lizard man a newfound strength. In an explosive surge, he broke free from the grasp of the ghost spider, succumbing entirely to his emotions in a frenzied battle style. He disregarded his own injuries, determined to strike the ghost spider at any cost, even if it meant inflicting wounds upon himself. However, this unexpected outburst from the lizard man jolted the still-reeling ghost spider back to her senses. Observing that George had been restored to his former self under Peter's care, she resolved not to engage in a reckless confrontation with the lizard man. Gwen had nearly forgotten Peter's mention of the desperate virus serum. She had not anticipated its efficacy to be so profound, capable of reviving someone on the brink of death. With this development, the dynamics of the situation had shifted dramatically in her favor. Following George's injection of the serum, not only were his injuries completely healed, but he also gained a temporary surge of extraordinary power. Coupled with Peter, who had also utilized the serum, and Gwen, as the ghost spider, they now possessed a formidable trio of extraordinary combatants. Even in his frenzied state, the lizard man would find it no simple task to subdue the ghost spider alone, let alone contend with George and Peter, who together formed an even greater force. As Gwen had anticipated, seeing the lizard man shift from defense to offense, George and Peter instinctively abandoned any semblance of martial decorum. They charged towards the lizard man, launching a series of swift strikes, a right hook, a left kick, complemented by Gwen's wrist-mounted web shooters unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of electric webs. The trio seamlessly coordinated their efforts, launching a righteous assault upon the lizard man. As Peter relentlessly pounded the creature's skull, he thought to himself, "Dare to bully my girlfriend? I'll shatter your brain." Meanwhile, George delivered fierce kicks to the lizard man's abdomen. Contemplating, "You dare to retaliate against my daughter? How audacious." Gwen, furiously striking the creature's back, mused, "For harming my father, I will not rest until you are vanquished." This noble beating persisted for a full 5 minutes, only ceasing when it became evident that the lizard man was on the brink of collapse. By this point, the lizard man had been thoroughly battered, his once formidable form now a grotesque mass of injuries. Even his reptilian regenerative abilities were insufficient to mend the extensive damage inflicted upon him. Moreover, this troublemaker had caused mayhem for far too long, and Peter had no intention of allowing him a moment's reprieve. Before the lizard man's wounds could begin to heal, Peter extracted a vial of the antidote he had meticulously prepared from his backpack and unleashed a torrent of the liquid directly onto the creature's face. The pale blue solution rapidly vaporized, enveloping the lizard man's entire body. As the mist dissipated, a figure emerged within Peter's line of sight, a sight most dismal. The once proud doctor. Kurt Connors now bore a grotesquely swollen head, bloody back, and a curled body. He was left with one hand covering his groin and the other rendered useless. Having reverted to his original form, despite Connor's pitiful appearance, George could not forget the harrowing experience of having his hand severed by him. Skillfully, he produced a pair of silver handcuffs from behind him, intending to restrain Connors, only to realize that the absence of his right forearm rendered the restraints futile. Peter's actions were not mere oversight. He had intentionally administered the antidote in such a manner that not only were Connor's recent injuries unable to heal, but the very arm that had formed through the fusion of the lizard serum could no longer be sustained. However, Connors was now utterly devoid of the capacity to resist, prompting George to forego further binding him and instead prepare to carry him away. Connors had wreaked havoc since his transformation, and astonishingly, he had not caused the death of a single innocent civilian. Nonetheless, his criminal actions were unequivocally clear, with ample evidence and witnesses to corroborate his guilt. George was determined to ensure he faced justice. Yet before proceeding to interrogate Connors, it was imperative to transport him to the hospital for proper medical treatment. Otherwise, should he perish in the interrogation room, George would find himself in a predicament beyond explanation. Just as George was poised to escort Connors into the helicopter for his hospital transfer, Peter suddenly intervened. "What do you mean by this, Peter?" George inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Were it not for Peter being the boyfriend of his daughter and having previously saved his life, coupled with the significant contribution he made during the night's events, George would have surely reprimanded him for obstructing police work rather than calmly seeking an explanation. In response to George's inquiry, Peter remained unperturbed and calmly elucidated. Previously, Dr. Connors had visited Midtown High in search of Gwen. During that encounter, he had pressed Gwen regarding the decay rate equation, and she had inadvertently revealed her identity as the ghost spider. Should Dr. Connors leave this place alive, upon regaining consciousness, it is conceivable that, in a bid for self-preservation, he might disclose Gwen's secret. At that juncture, setting aside the ramifications of her identity as the ghost spider, merely the existence of Gwen's blood sample could attract the covetous attention of the government and myriad corporations. This is due to the fact that Gwen is currently the sole individual capable of withstanding interse species genetic synthesis flawlessly. If such circumstances were to transpire, Uncle George, have you contemplated how to safeguard Gwen from potential harm? Faced with Peter's retort, George stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Throughout, he had solely focused on fulfilling his duties as a police officer, never once reflecting on the inquiries posed by Peter. As both the chief of the New York City Police Department and Gwen's father, George found himself ensnared between two identities, caught in a dilemma, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Should he resort to extrajudicial measures to execute Connors? George questioned his own ability to do so. Such an act would not only contravene the principles of his vocation but would also fail to exemplify the values a father should embody for his daughter. Yet, to adhere strictly to protocol and take Connors into custody, only to face the very situations Peter had described, left George uncertain as to how he could protect his daughter against the overwhelming forces of government and corporate interests. Chapter 29, Predicament. Gwen discerned the struggle and hesitation etched upon her father's face. She harbored no desire for her typically upright and selfless father to compromise his principles and moral boundaries for her sake. Furthermore, she herself could never condone the notion of sacrificing another's life merely to protect her own. Thus, she broke the oppressive silence, saying, "It's all right, Father. Let us not fret over matters that are still mere shadows. Please, have the helicopter take Dr. Connors to the hospital at once. I fear that if we delay any longer, he may not survive, even if we refrain from taking action." Yet, despite Gwen's soothing words, George remained indecisive. At that moment, Peter, who had posed the initial dilemma, let out a sigh and retrieved a vial of the desperation virus serum from his backpack. He promptly injected it into Dr. Connors. Almost instantly, the serum took effect, and the injuries that had plagued George moments before vanished entirely. Even the missing right arm reconstituted itself under the serum's influence. With his body restored, Dr. Connors soon regained consciousness. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with three faces that instilled genuine terror in him. This was precisely the reaction Peter intended. He crouched down and fixed a piercing gaze upon Connors. After engaging in a cordial dialogue, Connors assured Peter that he would never divulge any secrets regarding Gwen, regardless of the audience. Only then did Peter relent, softening his fierce demeanor. Once Connors was entrusted to George for transport, Peter felt a sense of dissatisfaction with how the crisis had unfolded that night, yet it had reached its conclusion. Peter understood that the most effective way to mitigate the potential troubles he had mentioned was to eliminate Connors, the source of these potential complications, extinguishing the spark of trouble at its origin. As long as he could protect those he held dear, Peter had no qualms about abandoning any principles against taking a life. Nor did he possess any moral scruples. However, theory is one thing, and reality another. Peter could not simply disregard the emotional states of Gwen and George under the pretext of acting in their best interests. The approach he had just employed, combining benevolence with coercion, was the most judicious choice he could conceive after careful consideration. By healing Connors with the desperation virus serum and alleviating his long-standing affliction of a missing hand, he had shown kindness. Conversely, the display of power they had just exhibited hung over Connors like a Damocles sword. Should Connors uphold his promise and maintain silence, both parties would coexist peacefully and contentedly. However, if he were to falter and bring trouble upon Gwen, Peter and his companions would not hesitate to retaliate, ensuring Connors experienced the profundity of Confucian thought. He would come to understand the definition of benevolence and the adage that one may die contentedly after gaining knowledge. Thus, the matter concerning the lizard man reached a temporary resolution, yet for Gwen, her own troubles were far from over. The issues between Gwen and George, this father-daughter duo, remain unresolved. Taking advantage of George's preoccupation with the matters concerning Dr. Connors, Gwen hastily sought Peter's counsel on how to address the predicament of her identity as the ghost spider, which George had already discovered. She hoped Peter could offer some valuable advice. This issue was, in fact, a reiteration of past discussions. When the lizard first emerged, Peter and Gwen had deliberated on this matter in the spider lair. However, Gwen, distracted at the time, had not fully absorbed the conversation. Now, as Gwen revisits the topic, the previous solutions no longer seem applicable. After all, George is aware that the ghost spider's true identity is Gwen, and as a father, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to see his daughter risk her life. On the surface, the challenge lies in how Gwen can gain George's acceptance of her second identity as the ghost spider, but fundamentally, it embodies the conflict between George's protective instincts as a father and Gwen's yearning for independence as his daughter. To resolve the issues between them, there are essentially two approaches. Either persuade Gwen to relinquish her identity as the ghost spider and return to her ordinary life, or convince George to accept Gwen's reality as the ghost spider, ideally leveraging his position as police chief to facilitate a collaboration between the ghost spider and the New York City Police Department. Regardless of the method, achieving either seems exceedingly daunting. Nevertheless, as Gwen's boyfriend, Peter naturally sides with her. From the outset, he has but one choice: to assist Gwen in persuading George. This endeavor, while challenging, can also be simple. It fundamentally hinges on one's approach. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Since you are Uncle George's daughter, I believe that if you genuinely express your thoughts to him, you might win his support. After all, no father can withstand his daughter's charms and pleas. If he does, a few more attempts should ultimately soften his heart. Peter has laid out the course of action. Whether Gwen can succeed in this endeavor is a matter solely between her and George, beyond his influence. However, despite having grasped the methodology, Gwen has recently found herself bereft of opportunities to exercise her initiative. George, occupied with addressing matters related to Connors, has been leaving early and returning late, his busyness surpassing previous levels. In truth, since that fateful night when they thwarted the lizard scheme, George has faced challenges at work. He had anticipated that. Given the clear evidence of Kurt Connors' crimes and his admission of guilt, a swift resolution would follow. Yet, the reality was starkly different. When George's superiors learned of Dr. Connors' development of the lizard gene fusion serum, even after he articulated the potential adverse effects of such a serum, the higher-ups in the government remained eager to pursue this research. For these politicians, even if the serum infused with reptilian genes fails to shine in the medical realm, it undeniably holds immense value within the military sphere. Imagine the scene of soldiers transformed into monstrous lizards being airdropped into enemy territories. It would certainly culminate in a one-sided massacre of epic proportions. George, having ascended from a mere rookie officer to the esteemed position of police chief, is no stranger to the shadows lurking within American politics. Whether Dr. Connors will face sentencing or what his ultimate fate may be, George finds himself largely indifferent. His primary concern revolves around the potential calamity that may ensue if the interspecies gene synthesis technology in Dr. Connor's possession falls into the hands of high-ranking government officials. Furthermore, in the face of governmental and corporate might, can Dr. Connors truly uphold his promise to safeguard Gwen's secret? George even begins to harbor regrets about that fateful night on the rooftop, questioning why he did not. Alas, where in this world can one find a remedy for regret? Even if given the chance to choose anew, George suspects that his decisions would remain unchanged. Reluctantly, after transferring all pertinent information regarding Connors and the case to the special department appointed by his superiors, George trudges home, burdened with a heavy heart. Regardless of the outcome of this case, now that he has some free time, it is undoubtedly the right moment to engage in a heartfelt conversation with his daughter about how to navigate the complexities of her identity as the Phantom Spider. Chapter 30. The unexpected visit from an old friend in a clandestine laboratory of a secret base. Kurt Connors sat despondently in his chair, his face etched with frustration. He gazed at the computer screen before him, which was cluttered with an array of intricate mathematical symbols, his brow furrowing as he sighed deeply. Ever since he had been taken directly from his hospital room by agents of a mysterious government department, after a series of convoluted events, he had ultimately found himself at this secret facility, where he was compelled to resume his experiments on interspecies genetic synthesis technology. As he had anticipated, not only had his various schemes failed, but even if he had successfully transformed the entire population of New York City into reptilian creatures, it was unlikely that the government would hold him accountable for his actions, even if they held little regard for his capabilities. They would not overlook the value of the lizard gene fusion serum. Thus, from the outset, Connors had foreseen that his worst fate would simply involve laboring for the government to atone for his transgressions. Understanding that he had no other options, Connors dutifully complied with the directives given to him, re-establishing a laboratory within the base and once again embarking on his research into interspecies genetic synthesis. Compared to his previous endeavors funded by Oscorp, the government was considerably more generous with its financial support, as the funds were not drawn from the politicians' own pockets. Coupled with the wealth of experience and expertise Connors had amassed over the years, the pace of project establishment was remarkably swift. The necessary instruments and equipment for various experiments could be procured with a simple request from Connors, and they would arrive at the laboratory the very next day. However, now that his right arm had been restored thanks to the effects of the anti-venom, Connors found little motivation to continue his research into interspecies genetic synthesis. Most of the time, he followed orders methodically, adhering to a routine of clocking in and out from 9 to 5, retiring to bed by 11 o'clock each night to ensure a full 8 hours of rest. He would enjoy a warm glass of milk before bed and engage in 20 minutes of gentle stretching exercises, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber until dawn, resolutely refusing to carry any fatigue or stress into the following day. The doctors assured him that he was perfectly normal, showing none of the signs one might expect from someone who had used gene fusion serum. As for the secret regarding Gwen being the ghost spider, even without Peter's prior warnings and threats, Connors had no intention of disclosing this information to the government. Given his current circumstances, he was keen to avoid attracting any further trouble. After dedicating the better part of his life to his work at this stage, there was nothing wrong with choosing to lead a more tranquil existence. Moreover, Peter had even healed his injuries and rectified the long-standing deficiency in his right hand, alleviating a burden that had haunted him for years. In fact, Connors found himself harboring feelings of admiration and gratitude towards Peter, his erstwhile adversary. He felt gratitude for Peter's restoration of his right arm and admiration for Peter's development of a groundbreaking technology capable of achieving perfect limb regeneration. Yet, now that Connors had resolved to let go of his past and embrace a simple 9-to-5 existence, what could possibly be causing him to sigh and express such discontent while staring at the computer screen? The reason lies in Connors' desire to remain productive during this idle period. As the foundational work for his project was still being established, he resolved to revisit and reanalyze the decay rate equations he had been working on. Previously, he had persistently believed that the failure of his lizard gene fusion serum was due to Gwen's concealment of vital information. Now, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he thought it prudent to explore whether he could complete and rectify the decay rate equations. However, after a prolonged period of meticulous validation, Connors found his spirits increasingly dampened. He discovered that the decay rate equations he had heard from Gwen were, in fact, entirely legitimate. The adverse side effect of gene overexpression in the lizard gene fusion serum he had developed stemmed solely from his own procedural errors during the manufacturing process, and had nothing to do with Gwen at all. Upon realizing this truth, tears streamed down Connors' face. After all this time, it turned out that he was to blame for his own misfortunes, and the regret weighed heavily upon him. Yet, after grappling with his remorse, Connors soon found himself in a quandary. Absent the influence of lizard genes, he could be considered a kind-hearted and idealistic scientist. His dual experiences in military and scientific realms made him acutely aware that once interspecies genetic synthesis technology was perfected, its applications would inevitably find their way to the battlefield. After all, there is no swifter method of seizing profit than through outright force. While Connors harbored aspirations for fame and fortune, his initial intent in researching interspecies genetic synthesis was to benefit the broader populace. Thus, he was naturally reluctant to allow this technology to become a tool for politicians and military personnel to exploit for profit and lives. However, given Connors' present circumstances, what could he do even if he wished to resist? He lacked the capacity for rebellion. It was now too late to erase the computational data of the decay rate equations from his computer. The laboratory's data protection measures were not mere formalities. After all, he specialized in biotechnology, not computer technology. Moreover, even if he could somehow obliterate the electronic data in the database, the government personnel were no fools. A significant dataset disappearing into thin air would undoubtedly raise suspicions, and once discovered, Connors would face severe repercussions. Thus, the notion of concealing information regarding the decay rate equations was inherently unrealistic. Yet, the crux of Connors' dilemma lay here. If he did nothing and allowed the experimental results to be misused by high-ranking officials and military forces, he would be plagued by a guilty conscience. Yet, if he attempted to take action, he felt utterly powerless. Just as Dr. Connors was mired in despair, an entirely unexpected figure appeared before him. The individual was someone Connors recognized, and one he could even describe as very familiar. For the individual in question is none other than Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, who had fervently supported his research into interspecies biological gene synthesis technology and provided funding for his studies over the years. Once the cloaked figure who had escorted him departed, Norman Osborn was the first to break the silence, greeting Connors. "It has been a long time, Kurt." "Norman, how did you come to be here?" Connors inquired, a sense of foreboding rising within him at the unexpected arrival of an old acquaintance. "How did I come to be here? I am, of course, here to visit an old friend I have not seen in ages. Moreover, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Kurt. It appears that your research has borne fruit." As he spoke, Norman's gaze unabashedly fell upon Connors' fully restored right arm. At this point, the purpose of Norman Osborn's visit was painfully evident. It was indeed the interspecies biological gene synthesis technology that Connors possessed. Chapter 31. The cloud parts to reveal the bright moon. Norman Osborn's candor left Connors momentarily speechless. What could he possibly do? He could hardly confess to Norman that the restoration of his right arm bore no relation to the interspecies genetic synthesis technology he had been researching. To utter such a statement would be tantamount to revealing Peter's secret. Yet, to attribute this accomplishment solely to himself was an affront to his modesty. The burden of unvarnished honesty can indeed be quite vexing at times. With no recourse, Connors deftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "How did you gain access to this place? If memory serves, this area is off limits to outsiders." "Huh." Norman scoffed lightly. "You underestimate the power of capital, Kurt. In this nation, capital is paramount. If one is willing to spend, there are countless individuals eager to assist in resolving one's troubles. Otherwise, do you truly believe you would have been brought here on the strength of your half-baked lizard gene fusion serum? Don't be naïve. Had I not intervened with financial backing, you would have long been summoned to court by George Stacy. The fact that you still don a white coat in this laboratory, rather than an orange jumpsuit in prison, is solely due to my assistance. Kurt, we have been friends for many years. I truly do not wish to put you in an uncomfortable position over such trivial matters. If you are wise, you will promptly hand over the final decay rate equation. I can not only facilitate your departure from here, but also arrange a favorable path for your future. However, should you decline my favor, do not blame me for resorting to less savory tactics. Additionally, I would advise you to reflect on your wife before making any decisions. Do not choose the wrong path." My friend, observing the resolute determination etched on Norman Osborn's face, Connors hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to surrender the decay rate equation. In his current predicament, Connors could forsake freedom, wealth, and fame, but he could never abandon the wife who had steadfastly accompanied him on his journey. "Norman, I will provide you with the decay rate equation, for the sake of our friendship. I implore you to ensure this technology benefits the populace rather than becoming a bloodstained weapon on the battlefield." Without hesitation, Norman acquiesced to Connors' request. "Of course. That is not an issue. I assure you that upon our departure, none of the data you leave here will reach military hands. Even if Oscorp employs this technology to develop any products, they will exclusively serve the biomedical field and will not be utilized for the creation of biological weaponry. You can rest assured on that front." Norman's swift agreement stemmed from his original intention not to exploit this technology for profit. From the very beginning, Norman cherished this technology primarily for its potential to treat the hereditary genetic afflictions that had plagued the Osborn family for generations. Having received Norman's assurance, Connors nodded. Refraining from further discussion, he casually retrieved a disc from a drawer, inserted it into the computer, and proceeded to transfer the decay rate equation currently displayed on the screen onto the disk. "This is the decay rate equation you seek," Connors stated, handing the disk to Norman. Norman accepted the disk without question, exuding an air of unwavering trust in Connors. However, Connors understood that Norman's demeanor stemmed not from mutual trust, but rather from his conviction in possessing absolute power over Connors' life. Aware of this reality, Connors refrained from engaging in any deceitful actions during the copying process. "Well, since I have obtained what I desired, let us depart," he said. "Kurt, you may reflect on your future path during our journey back. I will arrange a new identity for you. Whether you wish to continue your research or pursue a teaching position at a university, I can accommodate your wishes." Faced with Norman Osborn's generosity, Connors appeared somewhat disheartened, replying weakly, "The future. Let me ponder it for a moment." Initially resolved to embrace a laid-back existence, Connors found himself forcibly thrust back into society by Norman Osborn, destined to continue as a laborer. This was not entirely foreign to Connors, who had spent decades in the workforce. Yet, the thought that the decay rate equation, his lifelong pursuit, would now be severed from his life left him with an inexplicable emptiness. Ignoring Connors' despondency, Norman eagerly made his way outside the facility. Holding the unremarkable disk in his hand, he felt a surge of exhilaration. After years of relentless pursuit, he was finally on the brink of fulfillment. To speak candidly, when he first learned that the board of directors was about to withdraw funding from Connors' research, Norman had almost succumbed to despair. Yet, during that tumultuous period, New York City had witnessed the emergence of a ghostly spider, followed by the appearance of a lizard man. As the individual most invested in interspecies genetic synthesis technology, Norman was acutely aware that Connors' research must have achieved success. However, the side effects observed in the lizard man were considerable. Thus, Norman initially focused his attention on the ghostly spider, commissioning discreet investigations into its true identity. Unfortunately, the private detectives, while eager to accept payment, seemed to struggle in delivering results akin to individuals suffering from constipation, unable to produce even the slightest output. It was during this time that the lizard man repeatedly caused disturbances at Oscorp, rekindling Norman's interest in him. Norman was pleasantly surprised to discover that, since the conclusion of that rooftop battle, all the reptilian traits of Connors had completely vanished. Even more fortuitously, the hospital where Connors was admitted happened to be a property owned by Oscorp. Through this connection, Norman effortlessly acquired Connors' detailed medical examination data and learned that the side effects had been eradicated, which paved the way for his subsequent plans regarding Connors. With the final piece of the decay rate equation now in his possession, Norman could employ interspecies biological gene synthesis technology to lift the ancestral curse that had long plagued the Osborn family. Until this point, the genetic hereditary disease afflicting the Osborn lineage had remained an incurable affliction, claiming the lives of all family members around the age of 50. The establishment of Oscorp was primarily aimed at harnessing the family's accumulated resources to attract talent, ultimately conquering this genetic malady. This is why Oscorp has been so formidable in the fields of biotechnology and medicine. They have relentlessly dedicated themselves to advancing this technology. Regrettably, the efforts of generations past had all ended in failure, and even Norman had resigned himself to the belief that this curse would persist into his own generation. Nevertheless, Norman was unwilling to concede defeat, even in his 40s. This was not out of a mere fear of death, but rather as a father. He wished to spare his son from a similar fate. Thus, upon discovering Connors' interspecies biological gene synthesis technology, even when all the board members opposed investing in the project, Norman resolutely stood against all resistance and committed to the investment. Although this act of defiance ultimately led to his gradual loss of influence within the company, the years of waiting had finally culminated in the long-anticipated day of revelation. Chapter 32. Busy times and new friends following the conclusion of the matter concerning the lizard people. Peter has been utterly engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. On one hand, with his high school graduation looming just a few months away, although his academic performance alleviates concerns regarding examinations, the myriad of materials required for university applications has become a source of considerable stress. On the other hand, with the global release of The Boy Who Survived, the novel's popularity has soared. Witnessing such remarkable sales figures, the publishers could hardly remain idle, inundating Peter with a deluge of manuscript requests and incessant phone calls from editors. They have relentlessly drained his reservoir of drafts, leaving him beleaguered and overwhelmed. In addition, Peter's collaboration between Faraday Future and Geely Automobile has yielded impressive results. The so-called Chinese speed is not merely a hollow boast. Within just a few months of partnership, Geely has not only completed the installation of its production line but has also officially rolled off its first new energy vehicle, thanks to the mature technologies Peter provided. Although the new energy vehicles have yet to be released for sale, their formidable performance during testing has already captured the eager anticipation of countless Chinese consumers. Geely is even considering showcasing their latest models at this year's New York International Auto Show. Recently, Peter has been busy coordinating with Faraday Future's staff to liaise with the event organizers regarding participation in the auto show. Coincidentally, Peter recently experienced excessive mental strain due to the forced integration of Tony's fragmented memories. Until his mental faculties are fully restored, he cannot continue merging these memories. Therefore, he has decided to focus all his energy on his studies and career. After all, to create various styles of Iron Man suits in the future, a robust financial foundation is indispensable to withstand such demands. The matters of further education and manuscript submissions are the easiest for Peter to resolve. During the day at school, he diligently prepares the necessary documents for university applications under the guidance of his teachers. By night, he immerses himself in the grand endeavor of writing. With the memories of the original text in his mind, the process of translating from Chinese to English is relatively straightforward, the only arduous task being the necessity to type out tens of thousands of words on his computer. As for the affairs of Faraday Future, Peter has reserved the entire weekend to address them. Having never attended an auto show prior to his reincarnation, Peter is particularly excited about the upcoming New York International Auto Show, especially with the new energy vehicles produced by Faraday Future and Geely set to be showcased there. By the day before the opening of the New York International Auto Show, Peter finally managed to finalize the applications for schools and the manuscript for his novel. In the realm of academia, Peter chose not to follow in Tony's footsteps by attending the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but instead applied to Columbia University, located in the heart of New York City. His primary motivation for pursuing higher education was to broaden his horizons and to utilize the university's resources to explore a myriad of knowledge across various domains. Thus, the ranking of the institution held little significance for him. Remaining in New York would allow him to better care for his aging relatives, Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Upon learning of Peter's intentions, Gwen also refrained from applying to out-of-state universities and decided to apply to the same institution as Peter. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that ever since Gwen received Peter's invaluable advice regarding her secret identity as Spider-Woman, she had struggled to find an opportunity to discuss the matter with George. It was not until one day when George unexpectedly approached Gwen, expressing his desire to discuss her role as Spider-Woman, that she finally revealed her thoughts to him. To Gwen's astonishment, the anticipated vehement opposition did not materialize. Instead, George let out a resigned sigh and consented to Gwen's wish to continue her activities under the guise of Spider-Woman. However, his agreement came with a stipulation. Gwen must adhere to a mutual understanding that they would not breach the terms they established. The essence of this agreement was straightforward. Gwen's actions as Spider-Woman must fall under the jurisdiction of the New York City Police Department. The silver lining, however, was that Gwen would effectively become a part of the police force, even before she officially entered the workforce. She had secured a position akin to that of a civil servant, demonstrating George's profound dedication as a father. Gwen did not oppose George's conditions, understanding that this arrangement represented the most favorable outcome attainable through mutual compromise. Moreover, considering her previous modus operandi, which could potentially disrupt the police's original plans, allowing George, as the police chief, to oversee Spider-Woman's missions might indeed prove beneficial. Meanwhile, Peter had utilized this period to submit the manuscripts for all 7 volumes of his series, The Indestructible Boy, to the publisher, fulfilling the contract initially signed. Upon learning that the series comprised only 7 volumes, the editor repeatedly urged Peter to expand the narratives or to create sequels and spin-offs, even offering to increase his compensation and royalty shares. Nevertheless, Peter steadfastly declined these overtures. Initially, he had taken on the role of a ghostwriter merely to earn his first pot of gold, as he was, at the time, devoid of financial resources, with his most valuable assets being the memories he carried from other worlds. However, having now weathered the most arduous phase of his entrepreneurial journey, Peter resolved not to acquire capital through such an inefficient means any longer. Instead, he preferred to delve deeper into the knowledge and techniques embedded within the fragments of memories he had assimilated. To be frank, had it not been for Peter's reluctance to profit from warfare, the designs of those weaponry etched in Tony's memory, once manufactured, would certainly generate revenue at a pace far swifter than that of selling automobiles. Peter intended to immerse himself in the realm of artificial intelligence following the conclusion of this auto show, aspiring to develop J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony Stark's superintelligent assistant. In due course, whether it be for managing his professional and personal affairs or aiding Gwen in her endeavors as Spider-Woman, J.A.R.V.I.S. would prove to be an invaluable asset. Returning to the New York International Auto Show on the day of the exhibition's inauguration, Peter chose not to remain at the Faraday Future and Geely automotive booths to represent the company. Although he was both the founder of Faraday Future and the innovator behind the 3 electric technologies, his identity as an underage high school student was hardly convincing to others. Rather than endure the scrutiny and skepticism of onlookers at the booth, He preferred to relish the experience of exploring the exhibition, absorbing the industrious spirit exhibited by the models. Should he come across a car that caught his fancy at another brand stand, he might even consider purchasing it for enjoyment. However, to Peter's surprise, after traversing much of the exhibition hall, he found no vehicle that met his standards. Instead, he forged a promising new friendship. Chapter 33. Harry Osborn. Today marks the inaugural day of the New York International Auto Show. Peter, indulging in snacks, reveled in the sight of glamorous car models at various exhibitors' booths, thoroughly enjoying himself. Had it not been for Gwen being whisked away by George for additional combat training, Peter would never have dared to so brazenly display his true nature. The essence of this seasoned driver had been suppressed for far too long. If he didn't seize this opportunity to express himself, he might forget that his soul was not merely that of a 17-year-old high school student. After wandering through the exhibition for a considerable time, Peter soon discovered that the showcase of new energy vehicles was not exclusive to his own company. In an era dominated by traditional fuel vehicles, any company capable of presenting a new energy vehicle must have long been engaged in the realm of alternative energy. Upon receiving this revelation, Peter instantly became intrigued by a competitor at the show. He yearned to ascertain whether their visions aligned and to understand the nature of their product, pondering whether it posed a threat to both their companies. However, shortly after arriving at the competitor's booth, disappointment washed over Peter as he shook his head. Upon learning about their technological approach, he realized that they could not possibly threaten his company's new energy vehicle. This competitor hailed from a modest enterprise, firmly established in the domain of traditional fuel vehicles. Yet, unlike the electric-centric new energy vehicles they had introduced, this company opted for a hydrogen fuel technology route. The advantages of hydrogen energy are well acknowledged. It is clean and efficient, with water as the sole byproduct of combustion, ensuring no atmospheric pollution. Furthermore, in comparison to electric vehicles, the speed of energy replenishment is significantly superior. However, when discussing the drawbacks of hydrogen energy, the number of those informed dwindles considerably. The cost of hydrogen production is exorbitant, and the expenses associated with storage and transportation are equally steep. Additionally, the combustible and explosive nature of hydrogen presents considerable safety risks. Nonetheless, Peter firmly believes that, regardless of any shortcomings, technological advancements will eventually surmount these challenges. His confidence in the ineffectiveness of this competitor's hydrogen vehicle to threaten Faraday Future and Geely Automotive stems primarily from the fact that this company has monopolized the hydrogen technology pathway. They have registered nearly all related patents, attempting to reap the rewards of patent protection from global automotive enterprises. The consequence of this approach is that competitors have chosen to withdraw from the game entirely, no matter how exceptional their hydrogen technologies may be. If they cannot be widely implemented, they remain mere castles in the air, devoid of significance. In contrast, Peter's Faraday Future offers Geely Automotive advanced 3 electric technologies without completely obstructing this technological route. As environmental issues become increasingly pressing, it is only natural that a growing number of automotive companies will join the ranks of those dedicated to the production and research of electric vehicles. As these companies strive to advance the electric vehicle market, Faraday Future and Geely Automobile are increasingly poised to reap the benefits from this burgeoning trend through their technological prowess. At the auto show, aside from Peter, it was evident that others shared his sentiments. Just as Peter was about to depart from the booth of the modest automotive firm, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered a tall, handsome young man with striking features, smiling warmly at him. The young man, exuding an air of elegance and confidence, was impeccably dressed in a finely tailored suit, his athletic physique accentuating his natural grace. His chiseled jawline framed a pair of brilliant blue eyes that sparkled with intelligence and self-assuredness. His neatly styled golden hair added to his unique charm, making one feel an innate desire to connect with him. Upon noticing Peter had halted and turned, the young man extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Harry Osborn. I wonder if we might get to know each other and perhaps become friends." Harry Osborn. Peter was momentarily taken aback by the introduction. Even without recalling the Spider-Man films from his past life, the Osborn name was quite renowned in this world. Yet, prior to today, he and Harry had never crossed paths. What could have prompted this sudden approach? Was it mere coincidence, or did Harry have ulterior motives for seeking him out? Although perplexed, Peter maintained his composure, shaking Harry's hand and responding, "Greetings, I am Peter Parker. It is an honor to befriend the illustrious Harry Osborn, particularly as an unremarkable individual." Harry, slightly embarrassed by Peter's compliment, replied, "Illustrious? That is merely the legacy of my family and the achievements of my father. It is hardly a reflection of my own merit. But let us set that aside. I noticed you shaking your head in disapproval at the new energy vehicles from the Japanese firm. It seems you are not optimistic about their future?" Realizing that Harry had brought up the topic of the Japanese company's new energy vehicle due to his earlier reaction, Peter understood the reason for Harry's approach. It appeared his earlier gestures had caught the attention of this perceptive young man, sparking his curiosity to engage. With the knowledge that Harry's intentions were not ulterior, Peter graciously shared his insights. To his surprise, this exchange led to a profound connection, as Harry recognized Peter as a kindred spirit. Harry's attention was drawn to Peter's actions because he himself harbored a skeptical view of the hydrogen-powered vehicles from the Japanese company. Initially believing himself to be the sole voice of reason amidst a crowd of naive enthusiasts, he found himself captivated upon witnessing Peter's disapproval. However, while Harry's skepticism stemmed from the instinct of a scion of a prominent family, Peter articulated his doubts with clarity and substantiated reasoning. After listening to Peter's explanation, Harry felt as though Peter had eloquently articulated his innermost thoughts. He grasped Peter's hand, simultaneously mocking his own ineptitude while showering Peter with fervent admiration. Observing Harry's earnest and cheerful demeanor, Peter, uncertain whether this was an act or a true reflection of his character, found his affection for him significantly heightened. In this delightful atmosphere, their conversation flourished, leading to an open exchange. Peter chose not to withhold any longer and revealed his identity as the founder of Faraday Future to Harry. He also invited Harry to his exhibition booth, allowing him to closely examine several models of the new energy vehicles on display. After absorbing Peter's comprehensive explanations, Harry became immensely intrigued by Faraday Future's technology, declaring his intention to request that Osborne Company send representatives to negotiate a partnership. Unfortunately, Peter had already granted exclusive rights to his technology to Geely Automobile. Thus he had to decline Harry's proposal, much to Harry's disappointment. However, while their discussions about automotive collaboration did not materialize, they found a growing synergy in another domain, ultimately arriving at a preliminary agreement right there at the auto show. Chapter 34. Intelligent Medical Robots. When it comes to the field in which Osborne Company excels, it is undoubtedly biotechnology and medical technology. As the next-generation leader of Osborne, Harry has been exposed to these areas from a young age, under the guidance of Norman Osborne, and possesses extensive knowledge about both fields. Thus, as his conversation with Peter deepens, it naturally encompasses these two domains. Regarding biotechnology, Peter, having integrated fragments of Tony's memories along with a wealth of research materials on interspecies genetic synthesis acquired from Gwen, finds himself relatively well-versed. However, when it comes to medical technology, aside from some fundamental medical knowledge and first aid skills, Peter can only claim to be somewhat knowledgeable, lacking a complete understanding. Despite his limited familiarity with medical matters, he finds himself surprisingly enthusiastic when discussing these topics with Harry. During their exchange, an inspiration strikes him. He envisions a plump, white inflatable medical robot. Indeed, it is none other than Baymax, the beloved character from Big Hero 6, whose endearing appearance and gentle nature captured the hearts of many. Peter recalls watching this film in his previous life, captivated by its intricate plot and stirring soundtrack. Particularly, the loyal and caring inflatable medical robot, Baymax, melted the heart of this introverted young man. As Harry speaks of the various medical technologies developed by Osborne Company, Peter's thoughts naturally drift towards his plan to develop an artificial intelligence program, and Baymax's soft and adorable image springs to mind. Previously, due to the absence of relevant medical knowledge in the integrated memories of Tony, Peter had not considered this avenue. However, upon reflection, he realizes that many product development tasks do not necessarily have to be accomplished alone, as long as he can secure funding. Collaborating with a reliable partner could be a viable option. Just like Baymax, although Peter lacks complete technical documentation in his memory, he can select alternative technologies from the memories of Tony that serve the same functions. The extensive medical knowledge database required for Baymax's diagnostic capabilities can be entrusted to the more experienced Osborne Group. Moreover, once Baymax is fully developed, Peter can delegate the production, market launch, and sales processes entirely to Osborne Company. All he would need to do is sit back and await his quarterly sales dividends, based on a pre-agreed profit-sharing ratio. At the very moment this plan crystallizes in his mind, Peter can no longer contain his excitement and shares his thoughts with Harry. After listening to Peter's description, Harry was filled with excitement and promptly reached a preliminary intention for collaboration with him. However, unbeknownst to Harry, Peter harbored some ulterior motives that he did not disclose during their earlier conversation. It is worth noting that in the movie Big Hero 6, while Baymax is a medical robot, he transforms into a formidable entity under the modifications of the young protagonist. Essentially, it merely involves the addition of a combat suit and battle chip. If Peter could not handle the advanced technology of the Iron Man suit, could he truly be incapable of managing these relatively simpler tasks? Although Big Hero 6 does not belong to the Marvel Cinematic Universe in terms of its narrative framework, it is undeniably a legitimate Marvel adaptation. Thus, the appearance of Baymax within this Spider-Man parallel universe should not be considered an intrusion. With newfound aspirations, the two young men lost interest in lingering at the auto show. One hurried back to his own company to discuss the joint development of inflatable medical robots with his father, while the other swiftly returned to his home laboratory and began typing code at his computer, setting aside Peter's lack of expertise in developing the medical knowledge database. The remaining hardware and software development for Baymax posed little challenge for him. Peter's tasks primarily involved three major components: the AI intelligent program that would serve as Baymax's soul, the hyperspectral scanning lens that would function as Baymax's eyes, and the carbon fiber skeleton coupled with polyvinyl alcohol skin that would form Baymax's body. The hyperspectral scanning lens would enable Baymax to perceive the world and perform diagnostics. Peter intended to build upon the lens of a previously created holographic projection device, layering it with additional components commonly used in medical examinations. This would allow Baymax to gather more information and data from the environment, thereby enhancing the accuracy of its diagnostic capabilities. The development of the carbon fiber skeleton and polyvinyl alcohol skin was relatively straightforward. The design could be completed on a computer and then fabricated using 3D printing. The carbon fiber skeleton, however, presented a greater challenge due to its intricate mechanical structures and the application of physics principles. The most complex and critical aspect of the project was the AI intelligent program for Baymax. If the first two hardware elements determined the lower limit of Baymax's final product, the AI program would establish its upper potential. Peter planned to first develop Jarvis, the intelligent assistant, with Jarvis's code as a reference. The development of Baymax's intelligent program could proceed more swiftly. Moreover, having Jarvis as a supportive presence would significantly enhance Peter's efficiency in subsequently developing various hardware, including Baymax's combat armor and functional chips. As for the super lithium battery that would power Baymax and the charging pack used for storing and recharging him, Peter deemed their technological requirements too rudimentary to warrant inclusion in his project plan. The super lithium battery can seamlessly incorporate the technology previously utilized in new energy vehicles for the application on the white entity. A mere reduction in the size of the battery pack would render it perfectly compatible. The two primary components of the charging package consist solely of the wireless charging coil winding and the high-speed air pump responsible for charging and discharging the white entity. Peter's intention is to casually draft a design blueprint and subsequently hand it over to Geely Automobile for refinement and production. As Peter's inaugural partner, and with Huaxia being Peter's spiritual homeland, he naturally would not overlook the opportunity to engage Geely Automobile in his project. Furthermore, with Huaxia's well-established supply chain and Geely Automobile's astonishing production efficiency, Peter estimates that once he dispatches the blueprints today, the finished product could be packaged and dispatched by the following day. Peter finds himself free from any concerns, which is the most crucial aspect. Chapter 35, The Ambition of Norman Osborn. In the office of the chairman of Osborn Enterprises, Norman gazed at his son, who sat opposite him at the desk, his face brimming with excitement, and he let out a resigned sigh. In recent days, he had been engrossed in deciphering the decay rate equations obtained from Connors, and had regrettably neglected to inquire about Harry's recent activities. He was unaware of the places Harry had visited or the endeavors he had undertaken. Today, however, Harry had burst into his office, placing a proposal before him and eagerly urging him to peruse it. Being his own flesh and blood, Norman felt compelled to indulge his son. Moreover, he recognized that although Harry exhibited a certain impatience at this stage, he had inherited Norman's discerning ability to assess the future potential of a project. The fervor with which Harry presented this proposal suggested that he believed it held significant promise, a notion Norman could not afford to dismiss lightly. After imparting a few words of guidance to Harry, urging him to take a seat quietly, Norman finally picked up the proposal from the desk and began to examine it with patience. Upon opening the first page, he was immediately captivated by the concept presented: a smart medical robot that could serve as a personal health advisor, offering health management, medical diagnostics, and treatment recommendations. As the chairman of a publicly traded company rooted in biotechnology and medical technology, Norman instantly recognized the immense business opportunity this project represented. While the final market price of such a medical robot, regardless of cost-cutting measures, would inevitably be steep, he understood that this high price would confine the product to the domain of the affluent. Yet, from another perspective, for these wealthy individuals, the cost was hardly a deterrent. If they could exchange their wealth for health, no matter how exorbitant the price appeared, they would still flock to it. Thus, Norman was acutely aware that even if the sales volume of the smart medical robot was not particularly high, selling it at a luxury price would still yield substantial profit margins. Furthermore, for a conglomerate like Osborn Enterprises, the profits from hardware sales represented merely a fraction of potential earnings. Utilizing this smart medical robot as an operational platform, the subsequent array of paid membership services and bespoke offerings, along with the traffic it would drive to Osborn's various medical rehabilitation institutions, constituted the true lucrative prospects. At present, this proposal, in terms of profitability, growth potential, and feasibility, appeared to be an exceptional investment opportunity. Should this project progress smoothly under Norman's leadership, It would not only yield handsome profits for Osborn Enterprises but also enable him to reclaim his voice within the board that had once belonged to him. Until the very last page of the proposal was turned, Norman could hardly conceal the excitement etched across his face. "Harry, since you have brought this project to us, the preliminary discussions shall fall under your purview. Please liaise promptly with Faraday Future. I require tangible results, not merely a theoretical proposal, to persuade the board to endorse this initiative." Upon hearing the task assigned by Norman, Harry, who had been seated obediently, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Father, I will fulfill this mission." Without regard for Norman's increasingly darkening expression, he dashed out of the office. Norman shook his head in resignation. The youth still lacked composure. After Harry's departure, Norman took a moment before dialing a number from his office. "This is Norman Osborn. I need you to investigate a young man named Peter Parker, as well as gather information regarding Faraday Future under his name. I expect these details to be on my desk by noon tomorrow." With that, he hung up the phone, his gaze growing increasingly profound. By entrusting Harry with the initial negotiations, Norman aimed not only to involve his son in the company's affairs, but also to provide him with an opportunity for growth. When the time came for Norman to retire, he hoped Harry would seamlessly take over the chairmanship of Osborn Enterprises, rather than floundering under the influence of the board's seasoned veterans. Placing the proposal that Harry had brought into his drawer, Norman reopened his computer, refocusing on the decay rate equation that pertained to the fate of the Osborn family. Regardless of the potential profits that intelligent medical robots could bring to the Osborns, if he and Harry could not lead healthy lives, all efforts would amount to nothing but a legacy for others. Drawing from his prior clandestine research on mutated spiders, Norman's progress in analyzing and validating the decay rate equation was swift. Although he had primarily engaged in management as a businessman and had not partaken in research and development, he was, after all, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university. While he lacked the capability to create technology from scratch, comprehending and assimilating existing research was well within his grasp. However, as Norman's understanding of cross-species genetic synthesis technology and the decay rate equation deepened, he found himself increasingly unsatisfied with merely curing his family's genetic disorders. After enduring years of stress and suffering caused by hereditary ailments, Norman was determined to prevent such issues from resurfacing in future generations. The solution he envisioned was a comprehensive approach through cross-species genetic synthesis technology, aimed not only at remedying genetic defects but also at advancing further genetic optimization initiatives. Through this technology, the exceptional genes from various organisms are to be fused into the Osborn family's genetic lineage. Should this ambitious plan come to fruition, every descendant of the Osborn family will embody the epitome of perfection on this planet. Furthermore, the glory of the Osborn lineage shall endure eternally. Were Dr. Connors to become aware of Norman's aspirations, he would undoubtedly condemn him as a madman and endeavor to halt such reckless pursuits. It is imperative to recognize that the risks associated with interspecies genetic synthesis cannot be entirely mitigated merely by having a decay rate equation. Have we not witnessed the grotesque transformation Connors underwent after injecting himself with the lizard gene fusion serum? A mere miscalculation could precipitate unforeseen and dire consequences. This scenario was predicated solely on the involvement of lizard genes in the calculations. However, should multiple organisms' genes be introduced as variables in the decay rate equation, the resultant computational demands would not merely escalate exponentially, they would soar to staggering heights. Such a terrifying computational burden cannot guarantee absolute accuracy, even when employing supercomputers. Any deviation from zero in the computational outcome, particularly the overexpression of one or multiple genes, could transform Norman into a monstrosity far more fearsome than a lizard man. Hence, Norman's ambition transcends mere madness. It is an audacious disregard for the boundaries of reason. Chapter 36. The Laboratories Blacklist Peter. "Peter, where are you now? I am on my way to find you. My father has agreed to the collaboration. He has entrusted me with the preliminary discussions, and this is the first time he has allowed me to handle company affairs. I must ensure that everything is executed flawlessly." The voice of Harry, filled with excitement and urgency, resonated through the phone, bringing a smile to Peter's face within the laboratory. Although Harry was quite intelligent, his personality was rather naïve. Peter promptly provided him with his address and then returned to his coding endeavors. During the days that Harry was preparing the project proposal, Peter had successfully constructed the core algorithms and foundational architecture for carve. The next step was to finalize the security defense module, which would essentially complete the 1.0 version of carve. However, to ensure that carve could genuinely assist him in both work and life, becoming a competent, intelligent assistant, Peter needed to organize a suitable database for carve to undergo a training period. Only upon completing the database training would be permitted to connect to the internet. Once online, JARVIS would need to autonomously discern and learn from vast amounts of information. It was only at this stage that the development of JARVIS could be considered truly complete. Nevertheless, this process would require meticulous effort. Peter could utilize the time while JARVIS was engaged in big data training to finalize the design and manufacturing of the remaining hardware components for Baymax. By the time Peter completed the hardware, JARVIS training would likely be nearing its conclusion. At that point, Peter could simply replicate JARVIS code and make minor adjustments according to the design requirements for the medical robot, thus producing Baymax's AI intelligence program. However, during the actual production, the AI program provided to Osborne Industries would inevitably be somewhat curtailed in performance. After all, the commercially available version only needed to meet the necessary design specifications. The best functionalities would certainly be reserved for Peter's personal use. As Peter typed away, having written several hundred lines of code, a sudden cacophony of car horns erupted outside the laboratory. Realizing that Harry had arrived, Peter's mind raced. When Harry first heard the address provided by Peter, he nearly doubted his own hearing. To him, given Peter's wealth and status, it seemed improbable that he resided in such an unremarkable location, rather than in a luxurious affluent neighborhood or a grand villa. This misconception stemmed from Harry's lack of knowledge regarding Peter's circumstances. He had assumed that Peter, having founded a company at such a young age, must be a privileged heir like himself. In reality, Peter was a genuine self-made success story. Upon learning this shocking revelation from Peter, Harry was utterly astounded. How is it that we are both from the same background, yet you stand out so remarkably? Yet, what astonished Harry even more awaited him ahead. Following Peter into the laboratory he had established within the cluttered storage room, Harry swiftly cast aside his earlier critiques regarding the house's outdated and dilapidated appearance. As the heir to Osborne Industries, Harry was no stranger to advanced laboratories filled with cutting-edge technology. However, none had ever exuded the same aura of innovation as Peter's. Upon entering, Harry's gaze was instantly captivated by the holographic image suspended at the center of the lab. Goodness, Peter, have I been transported into a science fiction film? This is genuine holographic projection, Harry exclaimed, as if possessed by a frenzy, rushing toward the holographic image, exuberantly gesticulating in an attempt to ascertain whether this marvel was indeed a mere illusion. Yet, the very essence of holographic technology is to immerse individuals in dreamlike experiences within reality. How could Harry, in his fervor, discern the boundary between what was real and what was illusory? It was only when Peter deactivated the light source of the holographic display, causing the image to vanish entirely from the room, that Harry regained his composure. However, this state of tranquility was fleeting, as he soon darted back to Peter's side, vigorously shaking his arm while bombarding him with inquiries about the holographic projection technology. Weren't you here to discuss collaboration today? Peter remarked, somewhat exasperated by Harry's exuberance. Oh, that can wait. Even if we reach an agreement, the board will still need to deliberate. Let's focus on this holographic projection technology. I am absolutely intrigued. Reluctantly, under Harry's fervent insistence, Peter began to elucidate the workings of the holographic apparatus. When Harry learned that the entire system had been developed solely by Peter, his astonishment grew, leading him to shower Peter with unrestrained compliments. However, since meeting Harry, Peter had grown accustomed to such flattery, having heard countless similar praises from him. Initially, Peter would bask in the glory, feeling a swell of pride, yet, over time, he became somewhat desensitized to it. After listening impassively to Harry's accolades, Peter thought the matter had reached a conclusion. However, Harry was clearly unwilling to let Peter off the hook so easily, and he tugged Peter along for a tour of the modest laboratory. Whenever they encountered something that piqued his interest, Harry would insistently press Peter for an explanation, refusing to relent until he received one. Peter's laboratory had undergone a remarkable transformation since its inception. Each time he integrated fragments of Tony's memories and discovered a practical, yet feasible invention, he would rush to the lab to replicate it. Consequently, the space was now brimming with an array of small inventions that Peter had crafted during his experimental endeavors. This led to Peter being dragged by Harry into his laboratory today, where he served as an incessant lecturer for nearly 4 hours. It was only when Aunt May entered and called them for dinner that Peter found his reprieve. After the meal, he finally managed to send Harry on his way. In his heart, Peter silently vowed that he would never again allow that fellow Harry to enter his laboratory. From this day forth, the name Harry Osborn would be placed on the blacklist of Peter's laboratory. As he watched the taillights of Harry's car disappear around the corner, Peter turned back to his lab, preparing to work a little late that night to diligently produce the 1.0 version of Jarvis. However, at that moment, Peter suddenly recalled something. Wait, what was Harry actually doing here today? They had agreed to discuss a collaboration, yet he had squandered an entire afternoon, ultimately accomplishing nothing at all. Chapter 37, Completion of Jarvis Version 1. 0 Jarvis, are you there? Jarvis, always at your service, sir. With the crisp electronic tone resonating through the laboratory, Peter, weary and bloodshot-eyed, sprang from his chair as if electrified, uncontrollably throwing a triumphant fist into the air. The dark circles under his eyes, a testament to a sleepless night, seemed to brighten, revealing an undeniable joy and excitement that momentarily overshadowed his fatigue. After a brief celebration, Peter took a deep breath, immersing himself once more in his work. Jarvis, please create a new project document on the laboratory server, labeled Smart Medical Robot Baymax. He uttered these words and awaited Jarvis's response in silence. Before long, the same electronic voice echoed again. Jarvis, the new document has been successfully stored in the database. Following Peter's command, Jarvis accomplished the task seamlessly. Now, could you recommend what I should have for lunch today? This time, Peter decided to elevate the challenge, presenting Jarvis with a question that required active reasoning to answer. Jarvis! Exclamation point. However, the newly birthed Jarvis faced an inevitable failure. Confronted with the inquiry, it could not provide a response. Moreover, due to a severe internal logic malfunction, it emitted a series of exceedingly harsh and unbearable noises. Despite Jarvis's setback in its second test, Peter felt no sense of disappointment. On the contrary, his gaze remained resolute, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The current iteration of Jarvis was merely version 1.0, lacking sufficient data training and possessing a sparse information database. His intent in conducting this test was not to elicit miraculous results, but simply to ascertain the limits of Jarvis's current algorithms and architecture. It was essential to wait until Jarvis had completed all training modules in its database and successfully established a connection to the internet, thereby activating its autonomous identification and learning capabilities before it could fully unleash its latent power and brilliance. Only then would the true test of Jarvis commence. Yet, after a night of relentless toil, Peter found himself utterly exhausted. His sole desire was to return to the warmth and comfort of his cozy bed and indulge in a restful slumber. Logically, given that he was not yet 18, even an all-nighter should not have rendered him so haggard and lifeless. But alas, his earlier bravado in pursuing the technology behind the crisis virus had taken a toll on his mental and physical well-being. In moments of regularity in daily routines, the negative repercussions of mental fatigue often remain concealed. However, once one begins to stay up late, as Peter did, all issues swiftly become apparent. As for the database prepared for Jarvis's training, that matter could only be addressed once he awoke from his slumber. Stretching to alleviate his stiff body, Peter removed his white lab coat and casually draped it over the chair's backrest, preparing to depart the laboratory for a much-needed rest. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen tragedy struck. Just as Peter pulled open the laboratory door, before he could even take a step outside, he spotted Gwen Stacy approaching him from the yard. The instant he beheld her radiant figure, Peter realized his plans for a nap were destined to be thwarted. However, he dared not display any trace of discontent. Upon noticing Gwen's gaze upon him, he quickly mustered a genuine smile. Good morning, Peter. I managed to secure a day off from my dad today. And since it's the last day of the New York International Auto Show, you must accompany me for a thorough exploration. Hearing that he was to spend the entire day with Gwen at an event he had already attended, Peter's feelings could be succinctly summarized. A smiling facade belied a tempest of frustration within. After a night of relentless work, how could he, a grown man, acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand? Yet, he swiftly agreed, for he was not lacking in intelligence, merely in emotional finesse. To refuse his girlfriend's request at this juncture would be akin to igniting a fire in a powder keg. As Peter took Gwen's hand and they exited the yard, a modest Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided around the corner and came to a halt before Peter's home. In the next moment, the rear door swung open, and Harry, wearing a goofy grin, bounded out of the car. However, upon catching sight of Peter and Gwen holding hands at the gate, Harry's smile abruptly froze. For reasons unknown, Peter felt a chill pass through him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a battleground. He even envisioned the moment when Harry and Gwen's eyes met, sparks flying as their gazes collided in the air like a poorly rendered special effect. Yet, it soon became evident that Peter's imagination had run wild. Harry and Gwen exhibited none of the jealousy he had anticipated. Instead, after exchanging pleasantries, they quickly engaged in enthusiastic conversation. Harry, with his affable demeanor and wide array of interests, found common ground with Gwen after only a brief exchange, leaving Peter feeling increasingly sidelined as they became engrossed in their discussion, ultimately choosing to attend the New York International Auto Show together, leaving him in their wake. As for Peter, having finally fulfilled his desire for a nap, he laid down on his bed only to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Am I perhaps being looked down upon by my girlfriend and dear friend? Lost in such thoughts, Peter gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he realized he had missed lunch entirely, having slept soundly until the afternoon. Had it not been for Gwen's phone call rousing him from his slumber, he would have remained oblivious to the passage of time. It was through that very call that he learned of the unexpected camaraderie between Gwen and Harry, who had only just met, as they planned to form a band together. The name of their ensemble would be Mary Jane's. Chapter 38. Gene-optimized serum, why are you here again? Peter exclaimed, rolling his eyes at Harry, who had once more appeared at his doorstep. However, Harry seemed unfazed by Peter's disdain, clinging to him like an unyielding adhesive, grinning as he said, "Hey, I told you before that the work task remains unfinished. I intended to discuss this matter with you yesterday, but upon encountering Gwen, I became so engrossed in our conversation that I completely forgot. Hence, I find myself here again today." Peter struggled to free his arm from Harry's grasp, but ultimately resigned, muttering, "Why did I ever have to meet someone as shameless as you?" Despite his verbal disdain, Peter's body immediately led Harry to the door of the laboratory. "Wait here and do not move. I will retrieve the AI program for testing," Peter instructed. "Hey, why can't I just go in with you?" Harry protested. Peter responded, his expression devoid of emotion, "I have implemented a blacklist system in the lab. Your presence might trigger an alarm." Without waiting for Harry's reaction, he released his grip and entered the laboratory. Harry stood in confusion, pondering, "What do you mean? Have you placed me on a blacklist?" However, until Peter handed him the hard drive containing the testing program, he received no further explanation. "Come on, hurry up. With such youthful exuberance, how can you afford to waste time here? Get back to Oscorp and work overtime. The success of our project hinges on you," Peter urged as he forcibly dismissed Harry. Finally relieved, Peter thought about how letting Harry into the lab would have turned him into an incessant tour guide. He vowed never to make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, Harry eagerly returned to Oscorp with the testing version of the AI program, determined to show Norman the tangible advancements he had previously mentioned. Harry's behavior stemmed from a childhood marked by a lack of paternal affection, prompting him to seek his father's attention through various means. However, upon arriving at the company, Harry discovered that his father had not been there that day. After contacting the family steward, he learned that Norman had departed the estate around 10 o'clock the previous night, and the steward was equally unaware of his current whereabouts. Although somewhat disappointed by his father's absence, Harry had grown accustomed to Norman's sporadic disappearances. Since there was no urgency in advancing the project on intelligent medical robots, Harry decided to relish the initial experience of the testing program on his own. But where, indeed, had Norman vanished to? In a well-equipped laboratory, Norman, clad in a white lab coat, wearing protective goggles and rubber gloves, stood anxiously before a device, awaiting results. Had Kurt Connors been present, he would have recognized this as the very secret base where he had been concealed. It turns out that everything Norman had previously promised Connors was merely a theatrical performance of his own design. While he did intervene to suppress Connors' transgressions, the so-called mysterious government agency involved was nothing more than a FAAD. All these individuals were merely Norman's subordinates, whom he had procured for a mere few $1,000,000 from a politician, bestowing upon them the semblance of authority. Even this so-called secret base and laboratory were meticulously prepared by Norman for his own purposes, intended to provide a secure environment for clandestine experiments once he obtained the decay rate equation from Connors. After all these years, Norman had invested an immeasurable fortune into Connors' cross-species genetic synthesis project. With results finally within reach, he could not bear to let the U.S. government reap the rewards. After days of analyzing the decay rate equation, Norman believed he had mastered all critical components of the cross-species genetic synthesis technology. Thus, he had eagerly arrived at the laboratory the previous night to commence the creation of his first gene-optimized serum. In this serum, Norman not only incorporated the genes of spiders and lizards from prior studies, but also meticulously selected genetic traits from dozens of animals in nature to merge into his creation. Should this experiment succeed, it would not only cure the hereditary genetic diseases that had long plagued the Osborn family, but also elevate him to become the most formidable creature on Earth. As the operational indicator lights on the device before Norman dimmed, his earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable excitement. He activated the apparatus, revealing 3 vials of pale green gene-optimized serum standing quietly on the workstation. At that moment, Norman could hardly contain his eagerness, with a singular thought occupying his mind, to immediately administer the serum to himself. Yet, in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. After all, the cautionary tale of Connors lay before him, and Norman was unwilling to repeat the same errors. In a corner of the laboratory, within a specially designed metal cage, Norman had already prepared his test subject for evaluating the serum's effects. Inside the cage was a frail, deformed white mouse, selected for testing through a process of radiation exposure. After prolonged nuclear irradiation, the mouse had suffered irreversible bodily harm, and its genes had undergone severe mutations. If Norman failed to administer the gene-optimized serum today, it would likely meet its demise within a day. However, if the genetically optimized serum can completely cure a mouse with such severe genetic issues, then the hereditary afflictions plaguing Norman are surely not insurmountable. Once the mouse, under the influence of the serum, not only regains its vitality but also acquires various genetic traits from the serum, it becomes evident that Norman has successfully concocted a flawless genetic optimization serum. Taking a vial of the serum from the apparatus, Norman approached the cage and injected it into the mouse's body. At the moment the serum entered, the previously lethargic and listless mouse suddenly erupted with vigor, frantically darting about the cage while emitting piercing cries. However, after a brief period, the mouse gradually regained its composure, and its once frail body began to swell like an inflated balloon, quickly surpassing the size of an ordinary mouse. To an untrained observer, the creature now resembled a recently born kitten, should they fail to discern the subtle differences. The transformation did not stop at mere size. The mouse's fur became lustrous and sleek, while its teeth grew strong and sharp. Observing the dramatically altered mouse relentlessly gnawing at the cage, Norman realized that had he not utilized high-strength specialized metal for the construction of the cage, the mouse might indeed have been capable of gnawing its way out. Even so, he could still see fine metallic shavings falling from the mouse's mouth. If this continued, should the mouse escape the confines of its cage, Norman could not be certain of his ability to contend with a creature enhanced by the genetic optimization serum. Thus, to mitigate such risks, Norman resolved to act swiftly, completing all necessary tests before annihilating the mouse entirely. Chapter 39. The Green Goblin. To facilitate a comprehensive array of tests and examinations on the laboratory mouse, Norman deemed it essential to first anesthetize the creature, rendering it completely unconscious. Given that the mouse had undergone enhancements through a genetic optimization serum, Norman deliberately escalated the dosage of the anesthetic. Despite his precautions, he administered a total of 12 doses before successfully inducing a state of unconsciousness in the mouse. This underscores the remarkable efficacy of the genetic enhancement serum on the specimen. As the mouse swayed within its enclosure and finally collapsed, Norman, wary of a swift recovery, proceeded to inject an additional 8 doses of anesthetic. Cumulatively, he administered 20 doses of high-concentration anesthetic. At this point, it was likely that the mouse's bloodstream was no longer coursing with blood, but rather with the anesthetic itself. Such a volume would be sufficient to incapacitate several elephants, illustrating Norman's meticulous approach to his work. After waiting a few moments to confirm the mouse was thoroughly unconscious, he opened the cage and swiftly extracted the creature. In a matter of seconds, he harvested both tissue and blood samples before placing the mouse back into its cage. The entire procedure did not exceed 10 seconds. Yet by the time Norman secured the cage once more, the wounds inflicted during sampling had already healed completely. Such rapid self-repair would leave even the most resilient of lizards capable of regrowing tails envious. After placing the collected tissue and blood samples into a refrigeration unit, Norman injected the mouse with a variety of toxins, bacteria, and viruses. Remarkably, these harmful substances failed to inflict any fatal damage, thanks to the mouse's robust metabolic capabilities and immune response. When this phase of testing concluded, half an hour had elapsed, and the mouse, still under the effects of 20 doses of anesthetic and various toxins, began to exhibit signs of awakening. Next, Norman proceeded to assess the mouse's physical data: strength, speed, endurance, utilizing an array of instruments while the creature was in a semi-conscious state. Following these evaluations, he lifted the metal cage containing the mouse and submerged it within a vast glass aquarium. The mouse demonstrated remarkable agility within the water, showing no signs of oxygen deprivation despite its aquatic environment. Witnessing this, Norman recognized the influence of the frog genes incorporated within the optimization serum, which endowed the mouse's skin with the capability to extract oxygen from water. At this juncture, all testing phases were nearing completion. The final step involved terminating the mouse and erasing any evidence of its existence. Although the mouse could respire through its skin while submerged, such a state could not be sustained indefinitely. Therefore, if Norman were to keep it submerged in the aquarium, the mouse would ultimately succumb to asphyxiation. However, Norman was not inclined to achieve his objectives through such an inefficient method. He once again retrieved the mouse cage, extracting it from the aquarium, and placed it before a colossal laser generator. In the next instant, Norman pressed the switch, and the laser generator sprang to life, unleashing a tremendous beam of light that struck the metallic cage and the small white mouse with pinpoint accuracy. Under the immense energy radiation, even the reinforced mouse could not escape its fate, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. When the blinding light subsided, the location where the cage had been was now reduced to a pool of molten metal, still radiating a faint crimson glow. Witnessing the annihilation of the creature he had meticulously crafted, Norman finally allowed his taut nerves to relax. After all, facing a mouse that surpassed him in nearly every dimension, a single misstep could prove fatal, necessitating a certain level of caution on his part. with the sole source of danger in the laboratory eliminated and in a secure environment. Norman retrieved the tissue and blood samples of the previously stored mouse, preparing for the final examination. Remarkably, even after being preserved at low temperatures for such an extended period, the cells retained an exceptionally high level of vitality, with no abnormalities detected in any of the bodily tissues. Most importantly, the genes, which had been severely damaged by nuclear radiation, not only underwent perfect restoration, but also exhibited no signs of rejection or collapse after the fusion of various genetic fragments. Perfection. The results of this experiment were nothing short of extraordinary. After reviewing the entire set of findings, Norman, overwhelmed with excitement, flung the report aside. Although he had harbored significant confidence in his ability to develop a flawless gene-optimizing serum, achieving success on the very first attempt was beyond anything he had envisioned. Now that fortune had smiled upon him, Norman was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He planned to seize the moment and complete the gene-optimizing serum injection that very day. Gazing at the vial of enticingly radiant pale green serum on the preparation table, Norman's eyes reflected a resolute determination and an insatiable thirst for power. He carefully grasped a vial of the gene-optimizing serum, its surface cold and smooth to the touch. Taking a deep breath, Norman unhesitatingly inserted the syringe into his arm and injected the serum into his body. As the serum coursed through him, he felt a slight sting. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort. Moments later, his body began to undergo a transformation. He groaned in agony as an overwhelming force enveloped him. His muscles swelled, their definition becoming more pronounced, and his skin hardened like steel, power surging through his veins. His eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, as if ignited by an inner energy. After several minutes, at the moment the effects of the gene-optimizing serum concluded, he experienced an unprecedented surge of strength and speed. As though surpassing the very limits of humanity, Norman rose to his feet, gazing with satisfaction at the transformation he had undergone. His body, once ravaged by the passage of time, now brimmed with explosive vitality. He was acutely aware that he had transcended the limitations of ordinary existence. Yet, unbeknownst to Norman, every ounce of power he wielded was shadowed by latent dangers and unpredictable consequences. Had there been a mirror in the laboratory, he would have noticed that his eyes were gradually becoming wild and distorted. The countenance he bore was a study in contradictions. The right side exuded warmth and serenity, while the left bore a sinister and ruthless expression. It appeared that within the vessel known as Norman Osborn resided another entity, one filled with twisted desires and malevolent impulses. Should Norman begin to lose control over his emotions and actions, driven by the very power he sought, he risked being supplanted by this fearsome soul, transforming into a monstrous creature akin to a lizard man. Chapter 40. Filial piety and benevolent parenting. Since Norman has had memory, he has never experienced such an unprecedented vitality. The impact of the hereditary disease afflicting the Osborn family, coupled with the gradual onset of aging, had made Norman feel as though he were burdened with 2 sets of shackles each day. However, now that his chronic ailments have dissipated, a mere wave of his hand conjures a gentle breeze sweeping through the laboratory, with each movement infused with tremendous power. Norman exited the laboratory and made his way to a testing range within the base, originally designated for weapon trials. The range was equipped with steel plates of varying thicknesses and bulletproof armor, all designed to assess the efficacy of firearms and the penetration capabilities of bullets. Yet, before Norman, those once impervious steel plates and armor appeared as fragile as tissue paper, effortlessly yielding to the force of his fists. He exuberantly sprinted across the range, freely unleashing his newfound strength. His formidable explosive power left behind a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he had torn through a steel plate before vanishing and reappearing before another. The shattered metal left ghastly wounds on his arms, revealing glimpses of white bone amidst the churn of flesh and blood. Yet, under the aegis of his formidable self-healing abilities, such grievous injuries were completely mended within mere breaths. Even so, he shook his head in mild dissatisfaction. While his strength, speed, physical durability, and reflexes all performed admirably, the defensive capacity of his skin still required enhancement. It seemed there remained room for improvement with my gene-optimizing serum. Once I perfect these deficiencies, Harry will benefit from the most exquisite gene-optimizing serum. The mere thought of Harry softened Norman's previously fierce expression. Osborn Corporation building. Upon learning of Norman's re-emergence, Harry immediately rushed over with the testing program Peter had provided him. Having experienced the AI program stored on the hard drive yesterday, Harry was astounded by its level of intelligence, despite it being merely a prototype for testing, particularly after connecting it to an encyclopedic database. He felt as though he were conversing not with an AI, but with a learned sage. With excitement swelling within him, Harry approached Norman's office, eager to demonstrate the program's extraordinary capabilities to his father. However, recalling the earlier incident when he had barged in unannounced and was met with Norman's ire, Harry paused and knocked rhythmically on the door 3 times. "Come in." Upon hearing the voice from within, Harry regained his smile and pushed open the door to the chairman's office. Yet, as he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Seated in the chairman's chair was a man strikingly similar in appearance to his father, albeit younger in age. In terms of appearance, this individual appeared at least a decade younger than Norman. Harry pondered inwardly, could this person be a relative of ours? However, the Osborn family had always been a direct line, and he had never heard of any relatives outside. Could he possibly be an illegitimate son left by my grandfather, returning to claim the family fortune? It must be the case. Thus, my father's disappearance over the past 2 days was undoubtedly to address this matter. As Harry gazed at this man, who might be his uncle, he maintained an outward composure while privately concocting a grand tale of familial conflict in his mind. Why are you standing there? Come and sit, the man beckoned. Harry, feeling somewhat apprehensive, approached and took a seat, cautiously inquiring, Uncle, where has my father gone? What uncle? You wretched child, I am your father, Norman exclaimed, abruptly slamming the table and rising in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Harry. The already bewildered Harry was further confounded by Norman's declaration of being his father. The unfolding of events was not aligning with his expectations. Thus, it is often perilous to forcibly fabricate narratives. To elucidate the entire situation to Harry, Norman dedicated an entire hour. Yet, upon learning the truth, Harry's astonishment deepened. He had never imagined that within his family lay the lurking threat of a hereditary genetic illness. Furthermore, he was astonished to discover that the sole purpose of the Osborn Company since its inception was to address this genetic affliction. However, there was a silver lining. Through years of accumulated biotechnological and medical advancements, Norman had not only successfully cured the genetic illness, but had also unexpectedly regained his youth. Henceforth, all future descendants of the Osborn family would no longer live in the shadow of genetic disease. Additionally, Harry harbored another reason for immense joy. He finally understood that his father's seeming lack of attention throughout his childhood was not due to a lack of love. On the contrary, it was precisely because Norman had always cherished him, bearing all the pressure and responsibility alone, that he had been able to live so carefree until now. Having grasped this realization, Harry seemed to mature in an instant. He silently vowed to strive diligently henceforth, aspiring to become a man capable of shielding his father and the entire family from adversity. The Intelligent Medical Robot Project, spearheaded by him and Peter in collaboration with Faraday Future, represented an excellent beginning. What Norman did not reveal to Harry was that, in addition to curing the genetic illness and regaining youth through the gene optimization serum, he had also acquired formidable strength. However, as the gene optimization serum was not yet in its most perfected state, Norman chose to keep this information concealed for the time being. On one hand, there exists a concern that Harry may succumb to temptation and hastily request the use of an imperfect gene optimization serum. On the other hand, there lies the intention to unveil this as a surprise once all preparations are complete. Within the same office, both father and son harbor their own thoughts, each eager to present the other with a monumental surprise. In the ensuing hours, their discourse refrained from touching upon the subject of the gene optimization serum. Finally, Harry could commence demonstrating the remarkable capabilities of the testing program he held. Following a series of evaluations, it became immediately apparent to Norman the formidable prowess of the AI program developed by Peter. Given that the Osborn family no longer needed to fret over hereditary genetic ailments, it was indeed time to alter the company's operational strategy. Norman Osborn aspired to forge a genuine commercial empire, aspiring for the Osborn family to emerge as a clandestine power within the nation, akin to those time-honored financial magnates, capable of dictating and disregarding the rules. Presently, the Intelligent Medical Robot Project laid before him represented an unparalleled opportunity. Chapter 41. Equipment Upgrade. Having liberated himself from the shackles of genetic disorders, Norman Osborn's demeanor within the company began to take on an increasingly assertive tone. It was precisely this formidable approach that not only allowed him to re-establish his authority in the boardroom, but also to reclaim a portion of the decision-making power within the company. As a result, the collaboration between Faraday Future and Osborn's company on the Intelligent Medical Robot Project has recently progressed at a remarkable pace. Osborn's company has assembled nearly all of its clinical experts and medical theorists, with everyone working tirelessly, often beyond regular hours, to develop the medical knowledge database. The development of the database is proceeding smoothly. Aside from a few complex cases still in the process of being organized, data on most common ailments has already been integrated. It is anticipated that this task will soon reach completion. On behalf of Faraday Future, Peter has reached the final stage of developing the AI program for Baymax. Now, he awaits the completion of the database from Osborn's side so that he can connect the AI program to the database and initiate the final diagnostic tests. Should the test results validate the functionality and accuracy of the AI's diagnostics, the project will officially transition into the production and sales phases. At that point, with both new energy vehicles and intelligent medical robots as lucrative assets. Faraday Future is poised to emerge as a brilliant new star among the many technology firms in the United States. Moreover, as the founder and sole shareholder of Faraday Future, Peter will no longer have to endure the anxiety of securing research funding. Even if Faraday Future does not pursue public financing, he will become one of the wealthiest individuals in the nation, thanks to the substantial profits generated by the company each year. However, despite the temporary lull in the development of the intelligent medical robot, Peter's daily life remains far from easy, with the prospect of integrating the remaining fragments of Tony's memory seemingly distant. Peter has redirected his focus toward two tasks after completing his current responsibilities: the development of Baymax's combat mode and the enhancement of Gwen's superhero equipment. Rather than redesigning the combat armor worn by Baymax in his battle form, Peter intends to replicate the functionality and appearance directly from the film Big Hero 6. The complete set of combat armor will not only include protective plates covering the entire body, but will also feature a pair of rocket-powered gauntlets for ranged attacks and a jet propulsion system on the back to facilitate flight. However, in selecting materials for the armor, Peter opted for Gwen's current web fluid instead of the high-strength carbon fiber used in the film. This choice was made because, under equivalent specifications, the web fluid surpasses carbon fiber in strength and better aligns with Baymax's need for lightweight combat gear. Peter merely needed to eliminate the directional decomposition enzyme during the armor fabrication process to ensure that the armor crafted from spider silk fibers would not degrade autonomously like the silk of the Phantom Spider. As for Baymax's combat chip, Peter decided to rename it. Given that Baymax's role alongside Peter extended beyond mere combat to encompass protection and rescue, he transformed the chip's designation from combat chip to superhero chip. The various programs required for the superhero chip were entrusted entirely to Jarvis, the intelligent butler who had officially commenced his duties. After completing an array of training within the database and undergoing a period of self-directed discernment and learning on the internet, Jarvis finally took up his role as Peter's intelligent assistant. It was during this time, aided by Jarvis, that Peter's research and development efficiency soared. Moreover, in his daily life, Peter found himself increasingly reliant on Jarvis's presence. Since Peter had transformed his old house into a fully automated smart home, Jarvis took over a myriad of household tasks, from switching on lights to cleaning. Even Aunt May's culinary skills saw remarkable improvement thanks to Jarvis's guidance. Her once unpalatable signature dish, the special meat pie, had now evolved into a true culinary delight. Uncle Ben and Peter could finally spare themselves the need for their overly dramatic performances. However, compared to the development of Baymax's combat form, Peter was more invested in upgrading Gwen's superhero gear. After all, unlike Peter, who traversed the mundane route between school and home, Gwen actively confronted criminals, facing far more perilous situations with a heightened likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Thus, from both a crime-fighting perspective and the imperative of safeguarding Gwen's safety, enhancing her superhero equipment was of far greater significance than developing Baymax's combat capabilities. To this end, Peter dedicated considerable effort to the upgrade plan for her equipment. The most substantial enhancement to Gwen's ghost suit was the integration of an AI intelligent program. Peter granted Jarvis access to the majority of the ghost suit's permissions, endowing him with secondary control over the suit. With Jarvis's assistance, Gwen could swiftly gather intelligence at crime scenes and independently execute more intricate combat strategies, even in the absence of Peter's support. More importantly, certain complex functionalities that Peter initially refrained from incorporating into the ghost suit could now be utilized. During combat, Gwen had to focus all her attention on the fight, leaving no room to engage with those intricate features. For instance, regarding the web shooter on the ghost suit, Peter had originally designed it with 576 firing modes, tailored to various potential combat scenarios. However, considering the difficulty Gwen faced in making precise decisions during the operation, they ultimately settled on a mere 5 or 6 frequently utilized launch modes. Yet, with Jarvis now assisting, the scenario has transformed. Gwen need only issue verbal commands, leaving the remainder to Jarvis's capable hands. Even if faced with a staggering 576 launch modes, or even tenfold that number, Jarvis would navigate the task with remarkable ease. Additionally, there is an impending upgrade. Once Jarvis completes the superhero chip for Baymax, Peter intends to implant the combat program from the chip into the Phantom suit. This idea stems from Gwen's recent complaints over the phone about the rigorous combat training George has assigned her, which has deeply concerned Peter. If the combat program were integrated into the Phantom suit, it could serve as a training aid during her combat exercises. Even if Gwen does not require it in actual battles, at the very least, it would undoubtedly yield better efficiency than merely extending the duration of her training in a monotonous manner. Moreover, a hidden advantage lies in the fact that as Gwen dons the Phantom suit more frequently in combat scenarios, the practical data collected by Jarvis will continuously increase. Eventually, Jarvis could utilize Gwen's real-world combat data to enhance the combat program's effectiveness within the superhero chip. Thus, implanting the combat program into the Phantom suit is, in essence, a strategy yielding triple benefits. However, this upgrade remains in the planning phase and must await the completion of Jarvis's programming tasks for realization. Nevertheless, the enhancements already accomplished on the Phantom suit are sufficient to elevate the original combat prowess of Ghost Spider to a new echelon. Consequently, after finalizing the upgrades, Peter eagerly reached out to Gwen, not only to ascertain whether the enhancements aligned with his expectations, but also to invite her to personally experience the changes in the Phantom suit, while simultaneously testing for any issues or flaws that he might have overlooked after the upgrades. Chapter 42, The Uninvited Green Giant, the newly upgraded Ghost suit. In comparison to its predecessor, exhibits minimal changes in appearance. It continues to embrace the color scheme of black, white, and pink. Yet Peter has infused a greater metallic sheen into the colors. This enhancement renders the upgraded Ghost suit appear more youthful, with sharper overall lines. Gwen, summoned by Peter's phone call, immediately fell in love with the design of the new suit upon her first glance. Impatiently, without exchanging a word with Peter, she snatched the upgraded suit from his hands and eagerly tried it on. The new suit retains the one-button automatic donning and retractable feature, allowing Gwen to transition into Spider-Woman with remarkable speed when duty calls. As the suit snugly conformed to her figure, her exquisite silhouette was laid bare before Peter's eyes. Just as Gwen completed her transformation, a warm, resonant electronic voice echoed in her ears. "Hello, Miss Gwen. Welcome to the Ghost suit. I am your intelligent assistant, J.A.R.V.I.S." Caught off guard, Gwen was startled by the sudden voice and instinctively leaped, adhering to the laboratory ceiling. "Peter, what is going on? Who just spoke to me?" she inquired, her voice trembling with shock. In response to Gwen's question, all Peter could do was laugh uncontrollably. "Haha, Gwen. Your reaction just now was absolutely hilarious." He chuckled, clutching his stomach in mirth. However, the laughter abruptly ceased when he sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from the ceiling. "Is it amusing?" Gwen asked in a remarkably composed tone. Yet, the more unfazed she appeared, the more tumultuous Peter's heart became. He swallowed hard, steeling himself before replying. Do I still have a chance? Considering your efforts in upgrading my gear, I'll let you off the hook for now. But you must explain what just happened." Upon hearing that Gwen would not pursue her grievances further, Peter discreetly sighed in relief and promptly elaborated. "The moment you arrived, you took the Ghost suit without allowing me to introduce its upgraded features. The voice you heard earlier belongs to the Ghost suit's newly integrated AI program, J.A.R.V.I.S. With J.A.R.V.I.S.'s assistance, you can now address any issues or requests you may have, and it will do its utmost to serve you." Almost simultaneously with Peter's explanation, the electronic voice once again resonated in Gwen's ear. "I apologize, Miss Gwen, for startling you earlier. However, as the gentleman has indicated, J.A.R.V.I.S. will be at your service henceforth. Your satisfaction is my greatest motivation. Hey there, J.A.R.V.I.S. The earlier events are not to be blamed on you. It is I who failed to comprehend the capabilities of the battle suit in advance. From this moment forth, we shall stand as comrades in arms, and I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Understanding the entirety of the situation, Gwen felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding her earlier performance, yet she sincerely responded to Jarvis. "Always at your service, Miss Gwen." After becoming somewhat acquainted with Jarvis, Gwen began to familiarize herself with the various new features of the upgraded Phantom suit under his guidance. Following a thorough testing, Gwen was exceedingly pleased with the numerous enhancements made to her suit. Observing Gwen nodding in satisfaction, Peter could not help but inquire, "Is there truly nothing you find lacking or in need of improvement?" After a moment of contemplation, Gwen replied, "If I must point out something for enhancement, could you possibly change Jarvis's voice to that of a female?" Peter responded. Jarvis interjected. A peculiar silence enveloped the laboratory. Noticing Peter's lack of response, Gwen probed, "What's the matter? Is that not feasible?" Peter shook his head. "It's not that it can't be done. It's simply that when I initially developed Jarvis, I designated his voice as male in the code. Changing it to a female voice feels a bit odd. Please retract that request, Miss Gwen," Jarvis urgently implored. So that is the case. Very well, I shall not put Jarvis in a difficult position. I am quite satisfied with the newly upgraded suit and have not yet discovered any shortcomings." Although Gwen graciously rescinded her request, Peter nonetheless remarked, "If you desire a female assistant, I could certainly redevelop one in the coming days. Given that I have Jarvis's code, a few modifications would suffice. However, training and learning for a new AI would take some time, so I may not be able to switch it out for you immediately." Peter pondered seriously. Since his girlfriend had expressed a desire, he felt compelled to accommodate her as best as he could. Additionally, developing several AI programs as backups seemed prudent, considering even Tony Stark had an entire drawer filled with AI systems. Should Jarvis and Baymax encounter any issues and lose connection, Peter would need to have a substitute AI ready to fill their void. Unbeknownst to Gwen, Peter was wrestling with numerous considerations in his mind. Nonetheless, the mere fact that her boyfriend had proactively offered to fulfill her wish made her exceedingly happy. She was on the verge of removing her mask to reward Peter with a kiss when her phone suddenly rang. Gwen retrieved her phone and saw it was a call from George, quickly answering it. However, as the conversation progressed, Gwen's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "All right. I'll head over immediately." As Gwen took the call, Peter received a message from Jarvis. "Sir, an alarm has sounded from the spider's lair. A colossal green figure has emerged on the streets of Harlem, wreaking havoc upon the vehicles and buildings that line the thoroughfare." Peter inquired with a peculiar expression, "Jarvis, is it possible to obtain a photograph of that green giant at the scene of the incident?" "Certainly, sir. A nearby camera has captured a frontal image of the scene," Jarvis replied. In the next moment, he displayed a surveillance snapshot on the computer screen beside Peter. The image revealed a giant with emerald skin standing in the center of a street bathed in the glow of the setting sun, flanked by the charred remains of vehicles, now transformed into fiery wrecks. The giant's bare torso showcased sinewy muscles, and through juxtaposition with surrounding objects, one could deduce his height to be approximately 3 meters. Upon glimpsing this photograph, Peter felt a tumultuous confusion engulf his mind. He could not fathom how the Hulk could possibly exist within the Spider-Man parallel universe. This shouldn't be. Have I erred from the outset? Is this world not truly a Spider-Man parallel universe? But I have thoroughly investigated. There is no nuclear physicist by the name of Bruce Banner in this realm. His thoughts spiraled into a vortex of bewilderment. Yet, if even the bizarre phenomenon of soul traversal could occur, the appearance of the Hulk within the Spider-Man universe seemed increasingly plausible. Regardless, the pressing matter at hand was not to unravel the mystery of the Hulk, but rather to address the chaos he had instigated. If Peter's intuition was correct, George's call to Gwen was likely in connection to this very predicament. However, if our adversary is the Hulk, given Gwen's abilities and my current skill level, confronting him may prove to be an arduous challenge, Peter pondered, deeply conflicted. Chapter 43. Stepping into action. All right, I am heading over immediately, Gwen said as she gently set down her recently disconnected phone. Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Peter. In that very moment, Peter seemed to sense her attention, his head lifting slightly as his eyes met hers. "Is it due to the events in Harlem?" Peter inquired, his tone laced with certainty despite the question. Gwen nodded affirmatively, explaining that a green monster had reappeared in Harlem, and her father suspected it might be trouble instigated by the abducted Dr. Connors, urging her to assist in rescuing the citizens at the scene. Peter shared a measure of agreement with Chief George's suspicions. After all, a creature that was evidently not a product of natural mutation could only be the result of some form of biotechnological manipulation. Such expertise in the field of biotechnology was exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the green giant that had emerged in Harlem bore a striking resemblance to the lizard-like creature, casting an even larger shadow of suspicion upon Dr. Connors. However, the immediate priority was to address the chaos caused by the green giant. Any investigation into whether Dr. Connors was indeed behind it could wait until after the situation was resolved. At that moment, Gwen was clad in her upgraded Ghost Spider suit and, after briefly briefing Peter on the situation, prepared to set off for Harlem. Just then, Peter called out to her, "Wait, Gwen. I'm going with you. This adversary seems formidable, and I cannot bear the thought of you facing it alone." If Gwen were up against a foe like the lizard, that might have been manageable. But this time she was confronting the green giant, an entity that had left a lifetime of shadows in the wake of Loki's machinations. Peter genuinely felt uneasy about Gwen confronting such a powerful enemy on her own. "No, it's far too dangerous there, and I can't possibly keep an eye on you at all times. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you," Gwen replied without hesitation, firmly rejecting his proposal. Yet Peter was not one to easily concede, and he continued, "Don't dismiss my offer so quickly. Have you forgotten about the Doomsday virus antidote I have? Just one dose grants 30 minutes of extraordinary power, far more enduring than Ultraman. You would be more than capable of defending yourself. Moreover," he added, "my time in the laboratory hasn't been in vain. Perhaps my latest research could serve as a secret weapon against our adversary." He then called out, "Come forth, Baymax. Meet your mistress." With Peter's command, a red toolbox in the corner of the lab automatically opened its lid, and a high-speed pump began to whir to life. Soon, Gwen beheld a round, plush figure emerging from the box, Baymax, swaying as he stepped out, moving with the gait of a colossal penguin, accompanied by its adorably endearing appearance. Gwen felt her earlier agitation dissipate in an instant, and she couldn't help but yearn to leap forward and embrace Baymax. "Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion." It introduced itself with a gentle voice. However, in the blink of an eye, Gwen furrowed her brow once more and turned to Peter, saying, "Baymax is undeniably charming. and it's evident that you have put considerable effort into its design. Yet, to claim that Baymax can serve as a secret weapon seems rather far-fetched, does it not? No. No, Peter exclaimed, shaking his head and waggling his finger. This is just the beginning. It was no surprise that Gwen was skeptical, as Baymax in its current state was intended solely as a medical robot. To endow Baymax with combat capabilities, it would first need to don the combat armor that Peter had meticulously developed for it. The armor was custom-fitted, consisting of minimal components, allowing for swift donning. However, Peter did exert some effort when installing the final abdominal armor, as Baymax's ample girth posed a challenge. Once clad in its battle gear, Baymax resembled a formidable general. Gwen's initial skepticism gradually transformed into awe as she beheld the transformation. Observing Gwen's expression of astonishment, Peter proudly remarked, "Aha, this is what I meant by a secret weapon." Originally a smart medical robot, Baymax would have been even more effective if the medical knowledge database at Oscorp had been fully developed. Nevertheless, now equipped with combat armor, Baymax could temporarily restrain the Hulk, granting them precious time for rescue efforts. Additionally, Baymax possessed flight capabilities, enabling them to reach the scene more swiftly by riding on its back. Upon realizing Baymax's considerable abilities, Gwen ceased her doubts and nodded in agreement for Peter and Baymax to join the mission. Then let us not delay, we must depart at once. Peter and Gwen adeptly mounted Baymax's back, securing their limbs into the propulsion locks. As everything was set, Baymax embarked on its inaugural flight since its creation. The speed of Baymax's flight compensated for the time wasted in the laboratory. However, unbeknownst to Gwen, Peter had concealed crucial information from her to ensure they could act together. He had not disclosed that Baymax currently lacked autonomous combat capabilities. Despite its imposing appearance and battle armor, Baymax's superhero chip was equipped solely with a rescue program, the simplest of its kind, and thus it was the first and only program completed by Jarvis. More complex protective and combat programs were still under development by Jarvis. Even though Baymax currently possesses only rescue capabilities, it is entirely sufficient for the time being. The reason Peter insists on bringing Baymax along is not solely due to its remarkable ability to fly, but rather because he values Baymax's capacity to assist in the rescue operations at the accident scene. This allows him and Gwen to devote more of their energy to confronting the Hulk. As for the task of restraining the Hulk, Peter has always intended to take it upon himself. After all, who could be more suited to fulfill the role of a tank than he, who has been infused with the Doomsday virus and possesses an immortal body? Chapter 44. Defeat. The streets of Harlem have transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. After suffering significant losses among their ranks, the New York police were compelled to call upon the National Guard for assistance. Consequently, a formidable array of armored vehicles and artillery swiftly mobilized, encircling the entire Harlem district. Meanwhile, George and his fellow officers dedicated all their efforts to the rescue operations. Yet, even with the overwhelming firepower provided by the National Guard, there were no signs of improvement in the situation. The once invulnerable armored vehicles seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of the Green Giant, which effortlessly tore them apart with its powerful arms. Continuous artillery bombardments rained down upon the Green Giant, yet failed to inflict any harm. The soldiers of the National Guard, since the onset of the conflict, remained oblivious to whether the terrifying green creature bled red or green. This futile struggle, characterized by a relentless exertion yielding no results, was undeniably disheartening. As despair permeated the atmosphere, the hard-won defensive line finally succumbed to a complete collapse. Influenced by the National Guard's disarray, the New York police officers still engaged in rescue efforts on the streets quickly became targets for the Green Giant. With casual ease, it seized a nearby car, seemingly treating it not as a heavy vehicle but as a mere feather. However, it soon demonstrated the folly of such underestimations through its actions. Boom. The Green Giant swung its arm vigorously, hurling the car with immense force. The vehicle sliced through the air, hurtling toward the officers diligently performing their rescue, creating shockwaves that threatened the already crumbling buildings on either side of the street. Faced with the impending collision of the car, the officers had no time to react, and it appeared they were about to be struck down. In that critical moment, a web of silk descended from above, interposing itself between the two parties and firmly halting the speeding car. Above, riding on the back of the White Spider, Ghost Spider breathed a sigh of relief as she successfully averted the impending tragedy. Indeed, Gwen and Peter, aboard the White Spider, had finally arrived at the scene, propelled by its swift flight. Upon witnessing the dire circumstances, both gasped in shock, contributing their part to the global warming crisis. However, there was no time for sorrow. Ghost Spider's intervention immediately drew the attention of the Green Giant. In the blink of an eye, two more cars appeared in the Giant's grasp, which it hurled toward the airborne Ghost Spider and her companions using the same method. Nevertheless, Ghost Spider's spider sense was far from idle at the moment the Green Giant aimed at her. Her wrist-mounted web shooters fired two streams of webbing. The silken threads in the automobile encountered one another unexpectedly, effectively dissipating the impending terror of the assault. However, it became increasingly evident that both the spectral spider and Peter were no longer suited to linger in the air. With no cover above, they risked becoming easy targets for the relentless barrage of the Green Giant's airborne projectiles. Moreover, remaining airborne would hinder their ability to act independently, restricting their numerical advantage and undermining the spectral spider's agility and maneuverability. Recognizing this, Peter promptly commanded Baymax to descend swiftly and proceeded to detach the jet propulsion system from its back. Baymax's mission was to execute ground rescue operations, rendering the propulsion system unnecessary and potentially cumbersome during its movements. This strategic adjustment, however, finally led Gwen to discern Peter's intentions. She confronted him, questioning, "What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that Baymax would distract the enemy while we expedited the rescue?" To this, Peter had already devised an excuse. "Well, I hadn't considered that Baymax's combat protocols are still incomplete, and it currently lacks the capability for autonomous combat. But rest assured, JARVIS has compiled data from over 10,000 emergency rescue cases worldwide, which has been stored in Baymax's chip. In terms of rescue expertise, Baymax is undoubtedly the most qualified among us." "How dare you deceive me?" Gwen exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "You had already planned to undertake the distracting role yourself. Hadn't you? Let us not call it deception. Just as you wish to shield me from harm, I too wish to ensure your safety," Peter replied earnestly, placing his hands on her shoulders. "You must understand that with your agility and Baymax's proficiency in rescue operations, the two of you assisting the police would be the most efficient choice. Meanwhile, having been administered the dire virus serum, I possess formidable regenerative abilities and a degree of offensive capability. Thus, I am best suited to restrain the Green Giant, buying you time. Let us not delay any further. Once the mission concludes, you may impose any punishment you deem fit upon me," he declared, not allowing Gwen a moment to object as he stepped onto Baymax's propulsion system and launched himself towards the Green Giant's position. When Peter initially designed Baymax's jet propulsion system, he employed a modular approach. Thus, both the propulsion system and its rocket-enhanced gauntlets each possess their own energy cores, allowing for independent use. The detached propulsion system functioned akin to a flying skateboard, reminiscent of the Green Goblin's devilish glider. Alas, Peter currently lacked a few throwing knives and pumpkin bombs. Otherwise, he could have channeled the Green Goblin, showcasing to the Green Giant the artistry of an explosion. Though unable to impart the explosive artistry to the Hulk, Peter, with the advantage of speed afforded by his jet propulsion and his serpentine agility, allowed the Hulk to experience the delicate dance of kite flying. The Hulk, wielding a car in each hand, swung them before him as if swatting at a fly. The fly being pursued was none other than Peter, skillfully maneuvering around him with the jet propulsion device. Lacking the spider sense of Ghost Spider, Peter relied on his astute intellect to quickly discern the patterns in the Hulk's attacks. It was this formidable capacity for calculation that enabled him to evade the Hulk's onslaught time and again, orchestrating an exquisite game of extreme tension. Nevertheless, each of Peter's evasions remained perilously thrilling. The true terror of the Hulk lies not only in his immense strength, but also in his terrifying explosiveness. This combination renders each of the Hulk's strikes exceptionally swift, with scarcely a pause between them. Thus, Peter's approach was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. After all, while the Hulk may fail in his attacks countless times, a single misstep from Peter would subject him to the Hulk's ferocious barrage. Chapter 45. The final rescue target. With Peter's wisdom, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his current actions. However, given the circumstances, leveraging his speed and agile movements was the most effective strategy to buy time for Gwen and the others' rescue. Should Peter relinquish his advantages and choose to confront the Hulk directly, his predicament would only worsen. Although the extremist virus granted him the ability to generate temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees Celsius, the disparity in size and strength between him and the Hulk rendered him incapable of inflicting any fatal harm. If ensnared by the Hulk's colossal hand, Peter would find himself powerless to escape, reduced to a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Even with his remarkable regenerative abilities, the pain inflicted by injuries would be all too real. Furthermore, the efficacy of the extremist virus was limited to a mere 30 minutes, and Peter dared not gamble with his life on the Hulk's patience. Once again, Peter narrowly evaded the Hulk's attempt to swat him like a fly. This time, however, the danger was more acute. The end of the vehicle in the Hulk's grasp grazed the jet propulsion device beneath Peter's feet. Under that force, Peter's body began to tremble violently in midair, teetering on the brink of a perilous fall. Fortunately, the jet propulsion device was crafted from sufficiently robust materials, avoiding any structural damage. Drawing upon his exceptional balance and mental fortitude, Peter successfully adjusted his flight trajectory, evading the Hulk's subsequent pursuit. This close call revealed that after an extended period of confrontation, the Hulk was now seeking to alter his approach. This change was not merely a shift in attack patterns, but also an escalation in attack speed. Recognizing that his previous predictive model had become ineffective, Peter instinctively widened the gap between himself and the Hulk, while fully focusing his attention. He understood that without the ability to anticipate the Hulk's attacks, his reflexes alone could not sustain a contest against such a formidable opponent. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to immediately increase the distance between them. According to the principles of physics learned in middle school, it is evident that, assuming the Hulk's attack speed remains constant, the greater the distance to Peter's location, the more time he has to react. By employing this strategy, Peter could secure more reaction time during his evasive maneuvers. Moreover, once the distance was established, the Hulk, lacking other ranged attack methods, would be compelled to rely on straightforward assaults, such as vehicular projectiles. This simplification of the Hulk's attack patterns significantly reduced the difficulty of Peter's evasions. Nevertheless, once the distance was increased, it became clear that mere evasion would not suffice to maintain the Hulk's attention, to retain the Hulk's enmity. Peter understood that he must continuously engage in counterattacks. The issue at hand is that although Peter has temporarily acquired extraordinary powers through the dire circumstances of the virus serum, he lacks any means of ranged attack. It is hardly plausible for Peter to inflict harm upon the Hulk from a distance of several meters simply by relying on the scorching heat of 3,000 degrees Celsius emanating from his body. Such an approach is akin to the fable of the frog boiled in water. Fortunately, Peter possesses self-awareness. He has anticipated his own limitations and devised countermeasures. As previously mentioned, Baymax's rocket gauntlets and jet propulsion system can be disassembled for individual use. The jet propulsion system compensates for Peter's inability to fly and his insufficient mobility, while the rocket gauntlets address his lack of ranged attack capabilities. Baymax, heed my command and promptly launch your rocket gauntlets towards me, Peter instructed through his communicator, deftly dodging a barrage of incoming vehicles. Meanwhile, Baymax was engaged in excavation amidst the ruins, utilizing its hyperspectral lens to detect 4 buried civilians still exhibiting signs of life. Upon receiving Peter's directive, Baymax unhesitatingly detached its pair of rocket gauntlets. Once freed from Baymax's grasp, the gauntlets activated their internal propulsion systems and soared away, guided by the real-time location signals emitted from the jet propulsion system beneath Peter's feet. As for Baymax, it repurposed the armor from its abdomen as a makeshift shovel to continue its excavation and rescue efforts, as it could no longer dig with its polyethylene fiber hands after shedding the gauntlets. Nevertheless, Baymax dutifully fulfilled the mission assigned by Peter, embodying the inherent responsibilities and duties of a superhero. At that moment, Ghost Spider-Gwen elegantly landed beside Baymax. Baymax, my father and I have completed all rescue operations in our designated areas. How fares your situation? With Gwen and Baymax joining the rescue team, Baymax first conducted a scan of the entire Harlem district to locate survivors amidst the debris. After confirming all necessary rescue sites, George delineated 3 zones on the map based on the distribution of these locations. George, Ghost Spider, and Baymax each took charge of one area, consolidating their respective teams to commence rescue operations. Among these 3 teams, the one led by Ghost Spider was undoubtedly the most formidable, as evidenced by its efficiency in completing rescue tasks first. Consequently, upon finishing her own zone's operations, Ghost Spider directed the officers to evacuate the injured from the perilous site before proceeding to George's designated area. In contrast to Ghost Spider's swift effectiveness, George's rescue progress was notably slower. However, with Ghost Spider's involvement, the pace of rescue efforts substantially increased. The Phantom Spider arrived at the site of Big White only after concluding the rescue operations on George's side. My area of rescue work is nearly complete. The other officers have already evacuated the injured to safety. This is the last location requiring assistance. As anticipated by the Phantom Spider, her team was the swiftest among the 3, with Big White following closely behind, and George's team trailing last. According to the theory of the weak link, George's team represented the bottleneck in this rescue endeavor. Thus, her decision to support George first proved to be astute, ultimately enhancing the overall efficiency of the mission. Upon hearing that the area in front of Big White was the final site necessitating rescue, the Phantom Spider promptly shot out a web. With a vigorous pull, she lifted a substantial amount of debris ensnared in the web, clearing the way. It was through this method that the Phantom Spider expedited the rescue efforts in the other 2 areas, as the last survivors were extracted from this final rescue site. The responsibility of safely transporting them naturally fell to Big White. Meanwhile, the Phantom Spider displayed no hesitation, turning swiftly to head towards the heart of the battle, where her final target in need of rescue awaited her. Chapter 46. The Enigma of the Hulk. Suspended in midair, Peter deftly evaded the Hulk's hurled carve projectiles, acutely aware that the Hulk's patience was waning. If this continued, his wrath would soon spiral out of control. Sure enough, as Peter contemplated this precarious situation, he witnessed the Hulk cease his barrage, standing motionless on the ground, casting a cold, assessing gaze in his direction. This moment of stillness lasted but a few fleeting seconds before the Hulk averted his eyes, decisively discarding the automobile in his grasp and pivoting to depart. Realizing that the Hulk was on the verge of breaking free from his restraint, Peter felt a surge of alarm and resolved to take a risk to close the distance between them once more. Fortunately, at that very moment, two piercing sounds sliced through the air from the sky nearby. Peter turned towards the source of the noise, initially spotting two faint glimmers against the backdrop of the night. As the pitch of the sound escalated, the Doppler effect revealed that the source was approaching him. It was then that Peter recognized the two luminous points hurtling towards him, the rocket-powered gauntlets he had dispatched via Baymax. As he observed the diminishing plumes of flame trailing the crimson gauntlets, which ultimately hovered steadily beside him, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. On the ground, the Hulk, who had been poised to leave, also halted in his tracks, momentarily captivated by the sudden appearance of the gauntlets. Under the Hulk's curious gaze, Peter retrieved two exquisite wristbands from his pocket and donned them. He then gently tapped the wristbands together. Instantly, the bands emitted a soft glow, enveloping his hands in a transparent membrane that conformed closely to his skin, completely encasing his hands. These wristbands were, in fact, the controllers for the rocket gauntlets. The holographic projections emitted by the bands fashioned a pair of radiant gloves around his hands, capable of precisely capturing every subtle movement. As Peter clenched his fists, he observed the gauntlets mirroring his actions, instilling him with newfound confidence. With both controllers functioning seamlessly, it was now time for the Hulk to face misfortune. Peter cast a malevolent smile towards the grounded giant and thought, "The tides of fortune have turned. You reveled in your earlier triumph, now it is my turn." With that, Peter clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a powerful punch towards the Hulk's position. His fist merely struck the air, failing to inflict any harm upon the Hulk. However, the rocket gauntlets hovering beside him erupted with flames, propelling forward with a swift whoosh. The rocket-powered gauntlet, nearing the speed of sound, appeared before him in the blink of an eye, and before he could react, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the face. However, Peter's ordeal was far from over. As the first gauntlet landed, a second followed swiftly. The Wing Chun techniques inherited from Tony had finally found their application today. After delivering two backhand jabs, Peter eschewed grandiose maneuvers in favor of Master Ye's renowned signature technique, the Sun Character Punch. Unceasing, he landed successive straight punches upon the Hulk's broad visage. The Hulk, seemingly either bewildered by Peter's onslaught or dismissive of his attacks, failed to make even the most rudimentary defensive gesture. Previously, Peter had been on the defensive, enduring blows to keep the Hulk occupied. But now, seizing the golden opportunity for retaliation, he had no intention of adhering to any martial ethics. If the Hulk would not defend himself, he could hardly fault Peter for being unrestrained. A left hook followed by a right hook delivered the message, "Those who provoke me are in peril." Suspended in the air, Peter struck his foe while humming a tune, embodying an ethereal demeanor. He even began to contemplate whether he should replace the jet propulsion and rocket gauntlets upon his return. Envisioning himself adorned with two technological flying swords that complemented his strikingly handsome visage and extraordinary presence, he imagined soaring through the skies on one sword while wielding another, ready to vanquish foes. Just as Peter reveled in his daydream of donning an iron suit, armed with technological swords, and riding the winds to eradicate evil, he suddenly felt the jet propulsion beneath him dip to the left. He turned to the side and discovered Ghost Spider had ascended from below, utilizing her webs. Quickly adjusting his balance in response to the shift in his center of gravity, he steadied the propulsion device. "Weren't you supposed to be on a rescue mission with Baymax? What brings you here?" Peter inquired calmly, devoid of any anger regarding her earlier reckless actions. Yet, for some reason, the rhythm of the two rocket gauntlets pounding the Hulk seemed to quicken ever so slightly. The Hulk muttered to himself, "So you two are having issues. And all your frustration is being taken out on me?" Fortunately, the Hulk remained oblivious to the true reason behind Peter's sudden escalation. Otherwise, he would surely have shouted to the heavens, "Do we have no laws left? Is there no justice?" Meanwhile, Gwen had also recognized that her earlier actions were somewhat perilous. Yet they stemmed from her concern for Peter's safety. Since Peter bore no ill will, Gwen silently chose to let the matter slide. The rescue operations in Harlem have been completed, and the police along with the National Guard have all retreated beyond the cordon. Thus, I hurried to assist you. Upon realizing that only the three of them remained in Harlem, Peter promptly remarked to Gwen, "This is perfect. We can act without hesitation. With only 8 minutes left on the effectiveness of my desperation virus serum, let us combine our strengths tonight and endeavor to subdue this creature within that time frame." After launching a counterattack using his rocket-powered gauntlets, Peter discerned that the green giant wreaking havoc in Harlem was not quite as he had envisioned. To put it simply, this version of the green giant seemed considerably weaker than the one etched in his memory. For instance, regarding the altitude at which his jet propulsion device hovered. The green giant, he recalled, would have leapt up in a single bound. It was perplexing that this creature remained grounded, merely tossing debris. Moreover, Reflecting on the opponent's earlier assaults, while one could not dismiss their strength entirely, it certainly did not reach the level of the true Hulk, who could extinguish a raging fire with a mere clap of his hands. These discrepancies led Peter to question whether the entity on the ground truly was the Hulk. It was this uncertainty that emboldened him to proclaim the audacious intention of capturing the foe alongside Ghost Spider within 8 minutes. Chapter 47. Mixed doubles. The physics was regarding Peter's proposal. Gwen did not elaborate further and simply nodded in agreement. Although the adversary before them possessed formidable strength, the combined prowess of herself and Peter could very well present an opportunity to triumph over him. Given the devastation wrought by the Green Giant today, if they failed to subdue him, he would undoubtedly unleash even greater calamities in the future. Thus, regardless of whether Peter had initially suggested this strategy, Gwen had already resolved not to allow the Green Giant to escape unscathed. Having decided to join forces, the moment was ripe for action, especially with the Green Giant currently restrained by Peter's relentless barrage. Peter glanced at Gwen, and in that instant, through their unspoken understanding, Gwen comprehended the intent behind his gaze without the need for verbal communication. Without hesitation, she shot a strand of webbing that anchored itself to a partially collapsed apartment wall adjacent to the street. With a graceful leap, she propelled herself downward, grasping the webbing, transforming into a pendulum, and converting her gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy, aiming to collide forcefully with the Green Giant's chest. Simultaneously, as Gwen initiated her assault, Peter manipulated his rocket gauntlets for a transformation. He halted his punches, releasing his fists and extending his palms outward. In synchrony with this motion, the rocket gauntlets morphed into a pair of colossal hands. With an overwhelming force, these massive palms crashed toward the Green Giant's head, delivering a rapid succession of slaps to his face. Despite having endured nearly 100 punches without significant reaction, the Green Giant found himself momentarily dazed by the impact of these two seemingly trivial slaps. Yet, this was not Peter's primary objective. The true aim was to obscure the Green Giant's vision. The enormous palms that struck his face adhered to it like adhesive, steadfastly clinging and preventing even the slightest glimpse for his eyes. Completely deprived of sight, the Green Giant was oblivious to the fact that a pair of long, slender legs was now perilously close. With a resounding thud, as Gwen swung down to the lowest point of her web, her velocity surged to its peak. Speed equates to power. The Ghost Spider extended her legs, channeling all her strength, and delivered a powerful kick to the Green Giant's chest. Though her strike may not have reached the velocity of light, its potency was nonetheless formidable. Towering over 3 meters with a robust physique, the Green Giant was propelled a full 20 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. The area on his chest where Gwen struck was now a gruesome mess. After enduring a night of relentless assaults from various weapons and tactics without sustaining injury, the Green Giant had finally breached his defenses. Previously, the relentless assaults had yielded little success, leading Peter to nearly believe that the Green Giant was indeed invulnerable, a bastion of unyielding strength. Had circumstances permitted, Peter would have boldly recited a classic line from his esteemed mentor, "Tell me, will you bleed? You will." However, the soldiers of the National Guard, who had been perplexed until their retreat, finally found the answer. The Green Giant's blood was, in fact, red, just like theirs. Though Peter and Gwen's synchronized strike had finally breached the defenses of the Green Giant, the moment was far from one to relax. A mere glance revealed that the wound on the Green Giant's chest was rapidly healing. Within a minute, it would undoubtedly be fully restored. Furthermore, the rocket gauntlets pressed against his face were showing signs of loosening. If this continued, the Green Giant would surely break free. Peter and Gwen needed to capitalize on their momentary advantage and swiftly orchestrate their next assault. Relying on the same tactics as before would be futile. The Green Giant, having learned from previous encounters, would be on guard. As long as he remained in motion, Gwen's previous attack would be nearly impossible to land. Yet, Peter's advantage lay in his agile thinking and quick reflexes. Just as the Green Giant had torn off the gauntlets from his face and regained his vision, Peter and Gwen launched their second round of mixed combat. This time, Peter did not merely obscure the Green Giant's sight. He directly seized control of the Green Giant's arms. The rocket gauntlets, once discarded, were swiftly reattached to his hands without a moment's hesitation. Remarkably, the Green Giant's large hands fit perfectly into the gauntlets designed for Baymax. This maneuver was inspired by Tony. Peter vividly recalled a scene from Iron Man 3, where Tony ensnared the villain Killian with his suit before commanding it to self-destruct. Although Peter had not equipped Baymax's gauntlets with a self-destruction mechanism, employing them to control the Green Giant's arms proved more than sufficient. Under the influence of the rocket gauntlets, the Green Giant quickly discovered that he could not freely maneuver his limbs. In truth, the propulsion system of the gauntlets could not entirely restrict the Green Giant. However, Peter's approach was ingeniously subtle. He did not engage the Green Giant with brute force. Instead, he employed a technique of gentle resistance. Whenever the Green Giant attempted a movement, Peter applied a slight counterforce that would completely alter the course of his action. Once the intended motion was distorted, the amassed energy dissipated, rendering the green giant incapable of launching an effective attack. This principle of yielding to strength with softness, of using a mere 4 ounces to displace 1,000 pounds, embodies the wisdom passed down through millennia of Chinese culture. Moreover, there exists another adage within this rich tradition: to avoid the strong and strike the weak, to evade the solid and target the void. In the context of Peter and Ghost Spider, this could easily be interpreted as seizing the moment of vulnerability to strike when least expected. Now, the green giant has lost its ability to counterattack, and Ghost Spider would certainly seize this splendid opportunity created by Peter. What does it matter to add insult to injury? The young fighter thrives on a disregard for martial ethics. To enhance her offensive prowess, Ghost Spider propelled strands of highly elastic webbing against the walls of the surrounding buildings. This launching mode was incorporated into her web shooter only after the upgrade of her spectral suit. Once the webbing was fired, Ghost Spider firmly grasped one end and began to exert force with her legs, retreating steadily. If in her previous encounter she had transformed into a massive wrecking ball, delivering a severe blow to the green giant, this time she aimed to become a slingshot, ready to strike with fervor once more. She deftly harnessed the principles of physics, converting potential energy into kinetic energy for her assault, a skill Ghost Spider had mastered. As the webbing reached its maximum tension, Gwen took her final aim, and then she was propelled forward like a cannonball. While airborne, Ghost Spider curled her body, only to unfurl dramatically just before impact with the green giant. Once again, her long, slender legs struck true, delivering a powerful kick to the green giant's chest. However, unlike the last time, the green giant did not get knocked back. At the very moment Peter was about to be struck, he activated his rocket gauntlets, meeting Ghost Spider's flying kick head-on. The previous attack had sent the green giant flying, inadvertently providing him with a momentary reprieve, as the force of Ghost Spider's attack had not fully translated into damage, but rather into the kinetic energy propelling him backward. Although it had successfully breached his defenses, it wasted considerable strength. This time, however, was different. All the force of Ghost Spider's strike was converted into effective destructive power, with no energy squandered. Consequently, this blow inflicted a penetrating wound upon the green giant's chest, allowing Ghost Spider to glimpse the scene behind him through the gaping hole. Chapter 48. The plan fails. A 17-year-old girl stood before a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, with skin of a vivid green hue. The muscular giant was clad only in tattered trousers, and a gaping wound on his chest gushed blood in a disturbing manner. If it were you, could you endure such a scene? Gwen certainly questioned her own ability to withstand it. Despite having acquired powers far beyond those of an ordinary person and having served as a superhero for over half a year, reflecting on her experiences as a superhero during this time, she could count the number of bloodshed incidents on one hand. Most of these were mere superficial injuries, with the gravest being the incident where George was pierced through the chest and lost a hand to the lizard man. However, that event was hardly representative, as Gwen had been consumed by anger and hatred at the time, hardly contemplating the gruesomeness of the situation. By the time she regained her composure, Peter had already healed George's wounds. Now, confronted with such a jarring image, especially one she had caused herself, Gwen found herself unable to maintain her composure. In a state of shock, she stood frozen in place. At that moment, Peter was at a distance and had yet to notice her distress. However, the green giant, positioned directly across from Gwen and merely 2 meters away, immediately sensed her disquiet. Yet, with a significant wound still afflicting him, the green giant's capacity for action was severely hampered. His immediate priority was to break free from the cumbersome control of the gauntlets and escape to his safe place to recuperate. Seizing the opportunity while the Ghost Spider was momentarily dazed, he leaned forward, preparing to lunge. This sudden movement caught Peter's attention, prompting him to swiftly manipulate the rocket gauntlets to halt the giant's advance. It was through this action that Peter finally recognized Gwen's distress. Ghost Spider! Ghost Spider! What troubles you? Respond to me, he shouted, hoping for her reply. To his dismay, Gwen remained motionless before the green giant, unresponsive. Given her precarious proximity to the giant and her current state, Peter could not bear to watch her remain there. With no other option, he hastened to her side, scooping her up in a princess carry, and retreated to a safer distance. Unbeknownst to him, this very action played into the green giant's hands, his focus entirely on Gwen. His control over the rocket gauntlets naturally weakened. Seizing this moment, the green giant summoned all his strength, crashing his fists together in a violent clash before his chest. Under the overwhelming force, the destructive power had surpassed the limits that the rocket gauntlets, crafted from delicate spider silk, could endure. With a sharp crack, the 2 rocket gauntlets encasing the green giant's fist shattered, scattering into a multitude of fragments beneath his feet. Free from the constraints of the gauntlets, the green giant surged forward without a moment's hesitation, plunging into the adjacent alley and swiftly vanishing into the thick darkness of the night. By the time Peter regained his composure, he could no longer even catch a glimpse of his adversary's shadow. He had fallen into a trap. For someone like Peter, who relished outsmarting his opponents with sheer intellect, being ensnared in a scheme devised by another was undoubtedly a source of embarrassment. He might claim that his concern led to his disarray, yet he had no choice but to bear this loss, for the Green Giant had executed a blatant stratagem. Betting on Peter's inevitable intervention and using the unusually weakened Ghost Spider as his pawn. "I'm sorry, Peter. It's my fault for holding you back that led to our failure," Gwen lamented as she regained consciousness just as Peter lifted her away from the Green Giant. Hearing the disappointment in Peter's voice, she felt compelled to apologize. Peter hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner, exclaiming, No, that's not true at all. Gwen, you did not hold me back. Listen, Gwen. This is our shared battle. How can we place the entirety of the blame on you alone? If blame is to be assigned, it should rest upon me for misjudging the strength of our adversary from the outset. I had assumed that the Green Giant was merely a brutish creature, brawny yet simple-minded, solely driven by destruction. I never anticipated that such a misjudgment would lead me into his carefully laid trap. Regarding the failure to capture the Green Giant that night, Peter's discontent stemmed more from his inability to discern the enemy's design than from the potential threats the Green Giant's escape posed to the city and the nation. After all, whether or not the Green Giant was present, the citizens of America had long endured their tribulations. The presence of one more pest would hardly make a difference. However, after hearing Peter's words of consolation, Gwen's spirits lifted considerably. As Peter had articulated, this was a battle they shared, and together they formed a complete entity. If she were to shoulder all the blame, it would effectively exclude Peter from their team. Realizing this alleviated much of her internal guilt. Yet, the gruesome scenes that had unfolded moments earlier lingered in her mind, casting a shadow over her emotions. Nonetheless, today's failure served as a wake-up call for both Gwen and Peter, indicating that it was time for them to earnestly reflect on their shortcomings. This incident from that night would provide ample material for their self-examination. At the Osborne estate on the outskirts of New York. Here, it feels as though one has stumbled upon a secluded paradise, untouched by the tumultuous events occurring in the Harlem district. At this moment in the study, Harry is meticulously organizing the documents he brought back from the office. As the development of the medical knowledge database draws to a close, the official launch of the Intelligent Medical Robot Project is now within reach. Since discovering the secrets of the Osborne family from his father, Harry has shed his previous persona as a carefree scion, becoming increasingly mature. Recently, he has devoted all his time, aside from his studies, to the Intelligent Medical Robot Project. The stack of documents on his desk, densely annotated, clearly indicates that Harry is not merely putting on a faiade for others. His ultimate aim is to demonstrate to Norman that he is ready to shoulder the weight of the family legacy. After organizing the materials he had already reviewed, Harry leaned back in his executive chair, stretching wearily. The more company affairs he engages in, the more he appreciates the challenges his father has faced. Despite the substantial appearance of the documents in his hands, they represent merely a fraction of the materials pertaining to the Intelligent Medical Robot Project. The Osborne Corporation, a vast entity, simultaneously manages numerous projects, sometimes exceeding 100 at peak times. Most of these matters must be approved and overseen by Norman. A workload that Harry is certainly not equipped to handle at this stage. Just as he reflects on the difficulties his father endures, a sudden, thunderous crash reverberates from the direction of the front yard. Chapter 49. The unconscious Norman Osborne. Upon hearing a commotion from the front yard, Harry furrowed his brow. It is worth noting that the Osborne estate is situated on an isolated parcel of land in the outskirts of New York. Aside from the vehicles belonging to him and his father, only a small delivery truck responsible for the estate's procurement and the cars of invited guests would pass through the grand gates. Given the sounds that had just erupted, if it were not for someone deliberately seeking trouble at such a late hour, the only alternative Harry could fathom was that his father, Norman, had driven under the influence. While pondering this, he considered his father's typically composed demeanor, leading him to believe that he would not engage in such reckless behavior. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Harry left his study and hurried toward the grand hall. Upon reaching the lower level, he encountered the old butler, who had also emerged to investigate the disturbance. Observing that his young master was about to venture outside, the butler promptly halted him, saying, "Young Master Harry, the situation outside remains unclear. Should you encounter any danger, what would become of you? As the heir of the Osborne lineage, it is unwise to place yourself in harm's way. I shall assess the situation alongside the security team. You must remain here and await our news." Harry was not one to disregard sage advice. Having been raised under the butler's attentive care, he understood that the butler's counsel was always for his benefit. Moreover, as the sole heir of the Osborne family, it was indeed prudent not to recklessly expose himself to potential peril. After instructing the butler to exercise caution, Harry obediently stayed in the hall, awaiting news. Before long, the butler rushed back in a flurry, accompanied by a team of security personnel clad in black suits. They bore a stretcher, upon which lay none other than his father, Norman Osborn. At that moment, Harry felt a tumult of astonishment and concern. Surely, my father did not return after drinking and crash into our estate wall? I wonder how severe his injuries are. How could he, at his age, engage in such folly? He was already convinced that Norman had indeed driven under the influence and collided with the wall. Nevertheless, he inquired about the specifics of the incident. The butler urged Harry to remain calm. Please wait a moment, young master. I shall summon the physician designated for the Osborn family to examine your father's condition. Once everything has stabilized, I will return to inform you of the particulars. Very well, do hurry. Harry nodded and stepped aside to allow the butler and security team to pass. Norman was taken to a spacious guest room on the first floor, and the butler swiftly returned with the doctor. After a thorough examination, the physician confirmed that Norman was not gravely injured. He had merely succumbed to exhaustion compounded by slight hypoglycemia, resulting in his state of unconsciousness. One simply needs to administer a glucose solution and then rest well for the night. It is highly likely that one will awaken naturally by the following morning. Upon receiving this news, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that events had not unfurled in the most dire of directions. Once the master awakens tomorrow, it would be prudent to ensure he undergoes a thorough examination at the Osborn Hospital, for the assessments I can conduct within the manor are ultimately limited. The doctor reminded the butler as he departed. The aging steward nodded slightly in acknowledgement, escorting the physician from the room. After dismissing several members of the security team present, he began recounting the events to Harry. When I arrived at the front courtyard with the security team, I observed that a section of the wall beside the gate had collapsed. As I approached, I discovered the master unconscious amidst the debris, clad in nothing but tattered trousers, a large bloodstain marring his chest. The sight nearly terrified me, prompting me to urgently instruct a nearby security officer to rescue the master. Once I regained my composure and examined him closely, I found that, despite his grim appearance, he bore no apparent external injuries and his breathing was remarkably steady. Thus, I hastily ordered them to carry him back to the manor, and from that point onward, you are already aware of the developments, young master. After listening to the butler's account, Harry furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He sensed an underlying peculiarity in the situation and inquired of the butler. Did you happen to notice my father's vehicle and driver around the wall at that time? The butler shook his head. I did not see either the car or the driver. I will contact someone immediately to inquire about this matter. Without needing Harry's prompt, the butler, having served the Osborn family for many years, instinctively understood Harry's intent and commenced an investigation into the status of the driver and vehicle. In a matter of minutes, the butler returned to the room to report to Harry, I have spoken with the security personnel on duty today. The master arrived at the office this morning and left in haste around noon. However, he departed alone, leaving the driver at the office. Upon further investigation, it appears that the driver picked up his daughter from school after his shift ended and has not left home since. The master's predicament should not involve him. While the findings alleviated Harry's suspicions, they only deepened the enigma surrounding the entire affair. Very well, you have toiled through the night, dear butler. Please return to your room and rest. I shall remain here to attend to my father alone. As for the specifics, I believe that once my father awakens tomorrow, the truth will be laid bare. In the room, only Norman and Harry remained, silently observing their father, who lay peacefully asleep upon the bed. Yet, within Harry's heart, he did not feel as relaxed as his tone might suggest. In his mind, Harry speculated on various possibilities, and before he realized it, he had dozed off beside Norman's bed. It was not until the following day, when he felt a dull ache in his back, that he gradually awakened. As he opened his eyes, he beheld his father propped up against the headboard, gazing at him with a gentle expression. In an instant, Harry's previously sluggish mind became alert. Father, you are awake. How is your health? Is everything all right? He exclaimed excitedly, immediately turning his concern towards Norman's condition. Norman calmly shook his head. I am fine. I have mentioned this countless times. When faced with challenges, one should not be so alarmed, but rather learn to remain composed. Typically, upon hearing such familiar admonitions from Norman, Harry would feel a twinge of impatience. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, those same words struck him as particularly precious today. Last night, as he watched Norman lying on the stretcher, Harry had genuinely worried about the possibility of never hearing his father's teachings again. Fortunately, the feared scenario did not materialize. His father had awakened safely. Harry quickly adjusted his demeanor, the mature and composed aura he had exhibited in the study the previous evening returning to him. After seeing Norman nod at him with satisfaction, he slowly inquired, Father, I wish to understand what transpired last night. Chapter 50. The mysterious call upon hearing Harry's inquiry. Norman Osborn, who had initially appeared benevolent, suddenly emanated an aura of lethal intent. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Norman could not help but scrutinize his own life. It had been remarkably smooth thus far. Born into affluence, he excelled academically from a young age. He seamlessly entered a prestigious university and, upon graduation, directly inherited the vast family enterprise. His wife was a beautiful and virtuous heiress, and his son was a brilliant and promising young man. The greatest challenge he had ever faced was likely the hereditary genetic illness that plagued his family lineage. Nevertheless, he had surmounted this obstacle through sheer intellect and relentless effort, ultimately triumphing over his past. If life were to have a script, Norman was uncertain if he possessed the narrative of a protagonist, but it certainly bore the inscription of a life's winner. Yet, it was precisely this success that led him to progressively forget a crucial truth. He resided in a nation where capital reigned supreme, a realm where the pursuit of self-interest could devour the unwary. The incidents of the previous day were emblematic of Norman Osborn being treated as mere sustenance, nearly consumed whole by others. Since regaining control of Oscorp, the company had flourished under his stewardship. Several board members who had once opposed him were beginning to waver. He believed that once the intelligent medical robot project launched and yielded results, his position within the company would be irrevocably secured. Following that, he merely needed to employ some financial strategies to reclaim a portion of the company's shares, thus restoring Oscorp to the Osborn family's unequivocal dominance. However, while the vision was idyllic, reality proved to be harsh. The struggle for power and profit was far more complex than Norman had envisioned. Just yesterday at noon, while perusing reports in his office, Norman received an unexpected call. Upon answering, instead of the greeting of a stranger, he was met with the anguished screams of his son, Harry Osborn. The familiar voice, laced with torment, momentarily stunned Norman. By the time he regained his composure, the call had been abruptly severed. Although a sense of panic surged within him, years of discipline allowed him to maintain his mental clarity and composure in the face of chaos. He refrained from immediately returning the disconnected call. Instead, he dialed Harry's mobile phone. He needed to ascertain whether that strange call was merely an ill-conceived prank or a meticulously orchestrated ruse. If both possibilities were dismissed, only the most dreadful outcome would remain. At that point, regardless of his unwillingness to confront it, he would have to prepare himself psychologically for whatever lay ahead. As he awaited the connection, the persistent ringing echoed in his ears, yet Norman never heard the voice he longed for. Even the typically composed Norman found himself in a state of disarray at that moment, as events seemed to be unfolding in the most dire of directions. Until the call was abruptly terminated, he had yet to hear Harry's voice on the line. In the next instant, the unfamiliar number that had previously contacted his office rang once more. However, this time, the voice on the other end was no longer Harry's anguished cries, but rather a peculiar tone, distinctly altered by a voice modulator. Good day, Mr. Norman Osborn. I deliberately set aside this moment for you, intending to convey my sincerity. I wonder if you have sensed this sincerity, and whether we can now embark upon a pleasant dialogue. Listening to the mocking and derisive tone emanating from the phone, Norman clenched his fist in fury, wishing he could strike the source of that voice. Yet, he recognized that not only was it impossible to act upon such impulses at this juncture, but even if he could, he would have to swallow his rage and suppress the turmoil within. Who are you? Whatever demands you have, I am willing to meet them. My only request is that you do not harm my son, Harry. At the outset, Norman's tone bore a semblance of firmness and anger, yet as he continued, particularly when mentioning Harry, his voice inevitably softened despite his efforts to maintain control. The person on the other end seemed to have discerned the shift in Norman's demeanor and erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha ha, Norman Osborn. I never imagined I would witness you in such a humbled state. Let me clarify, it is not a matter of what I desire. Rather, you must plead with me for terms. Do you not wish for me to spare your son? Then beg me, sincerely implore me, and perhaps I shall acquiesce. At that moment, although Norman's expression remained somewhat grim, he had regained a semblance of his usual calm. Only the intense murderous intent flickering in his eyes betrayed the unrest within. From the taunting remarks, he had surmised that this individual was no stranger, perhaps someone with whom he shared a significant history. If this person merely sought to extort money through Harry, their familiarity with him would not have been so evident, nor would they have expressed such delight in humiliating him. Is it someone I know? But who could it be? Why strike now? The clues remained too scarce. I must extract more information from him, at the very least to uncover his true intentions. As Norman pondered these thoughts, he began to speak again, this time adopting a tone of desperation. I beg you. I implore you, please, spare my son Harry. I beseech you. Norman's acting prowess was commendable, after all. He had often navigated the treacherous waters of business engagements, where feigned affection and insincere pleasantries were all too common. His labored speech and the palpable sense of compromise he projected vividly illustrated the image of a father willing to sacrifice everything for his son. Yet, despite Norman's remarkable performance, the other party remained reticent about their true intentions. This individual merely instructed Norman to urgently procure 5 million units of currency, then to drive alone and leave both the vehicle and the money in the parking lot of a bookstore in Harlem. As for whether Harry would be spared once Norman delivered the funds, this matter was conspicuously absent from their discourse. Naturally, Norman could not be swayed into believing that someone would risk so much by abducting the son of the chairman of Osborn Enterprises merely for a paltry sum of 5 million units. Indeed, to Norman, the figure of 5 million could only be described as insignificant. Even what would seem like a staggering 100 million units to the average person was merely a trivial target for him. The returns demanded by the other party were utterly disproportionate to the risks they had taken. Thus, Norman swiftly deduced that the 5 million was merely a fade, and the true objective of the adversary undoubtedly lurked beyond the horizon, awaiting him. Chapter 51. The deadly trap. 5 million euros was, indeed, a trifling sum for Norman. Yet, the suddenness of the situation, coupled with the necessity to amass such a substantial amount of cash within a short span, rendered the task rather formidable. It took him an entire afternoon, darting between several banks, before he finally managed to gather the 5 million euros in cash. As Norman drove alone to the parking space in front of the bookstore in Harlem with the money in tow, the sun had already begun its descent in the sky. Sitting in the driver's seat, he gazed through the car window, scrutinizing the surroundings meticulously, yet he found no signs of anything suspicious. After coming up empty-handed, Norman retrieved his phone and dialed a number. This was not the first time he had called this number. Its owner was Eddie Brock, who ostensibly worked as a reporter for the Daily Bugle but secretly moonlighted as a private investigator. With his journalistic contacts and the cloak of his professional identity, Eddie Brock could invariably provide his clients with the most accurate information in the shortest possible time. Naturally, this was also the reason he could command exorbitant fees for his services. When Norman had previously sought someone to investigate the true identity of the ghost spider, Eddie was the first person he reached out to. However, upon hearing Norman's request, Eddie promptly declined. This refusal was not born out of a lack of desire for profit or any particular sentiment towards the ghost spider. Rather, he was acutely aware of his inability to fulfill Norman's commission. After all, how could a journalist like him not pursue a figure as prominent as the ghost spider? Yet, as time passed, Eddie had not managed to capture even a handful of clear photographs of the ghost spider, let alone uncover their true identity. From that moment on, he understood that a person of such notoriety was beyond his reach. Ironically, it was Eddie's refusal that instilled in Norman a glimmer of trust towards him, especially after the latter's investigation into the ghost spider had culminated in utter failure. Thus, when Norman required a background check on Peter Parker and Faraday, he once again turned to Eddie without hesitation. This time, Eddie flawlessly executed the task assigned to him, delivering the investigative results punctually to Norman's desk. However, at this moment, the reason Norman was calling Eddie was singular: to uncover the mastermind behind today's incident. Has the investigation yielded results? Norman inquired directly, omitting any pleasantries once the call connected. Yet, the moment Eddie spoke, he delivered an unexpected revelation. There have indeed been some findings. You asked me to identify the kidnapper of your son at noon. But upon commencing my investigation, I discovered that your son was never kidnapped. What? Norman could hardly contain his agitation as he exclaimed. Do not doubt your ears. You heard correctly. Your son has not been kidnapped. I devoted an entire afternoon to ascertain that he had not been kidnapped, just as your call came through. However, although he was not abducted, the circumstances surrounding this matter are far from straightforward. According to my investigation, he arrived at the Osborn Company this morning, only to be taken away by your company's vice president, Donald McKinn, ostensibly to inspect the factory and production line designated for the manufacturing of intelligent medical robots. Yet, I discovered an abundance of signal jamming devices surrounding the very factory they were inspecting. Moreover, the telephone number you sent me at noon is, as confirmed by a friend at the telecommunications company, a non-existent number. The only way to have such a phantom number appear on your office's landline is by tampering with your internal programmable switchboard. In other words, if my deductions are correct, the so-called kidnapping incident you requested me to investigate is, in fact, a ploy orchestrated by an insider within the Osborn Company. The voice of your son that you heard on the phone was merely a disguise created using voice modulation software to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. The call was filled solely with various screams, without a single word exchanged with you. As for the motives behind this charade, the objectives involved, and the individuals participating, I will require more time to provide you with answers. Upon hearing Eddie's findings from the afternoon, Norman could hardly remain oblivious to the fact that he had been manipulated by those in the boardroom who opposed him. This entire affair was a trap, with Harry serving as the bait to ensnare him. The ultimate goal of the adversaries became exceedingly clear. They were not merely after the meager sum of $5 million. What they truly sought was the life of Norman Osborn and the ownership of the entire Osborn Company. When the conditions of Harling District, Norman Osborn, and the $5 million coalesced, it became evident that they intended to disguise his demise as a robbery motivated by greed. Those who orchestrated this conspiracy could simply remain ensconced in their offices, awaiting news of his death. Their hands would remain untainted by blood, as everything would appear impeccably clean. Once Norman was eliminated, a still juvenile Harry Osborn would pose no threat to them. They would merely need to employ a few underhanded tactics to effortlessly expel Harry from the company, subsequently dividing the entirety of the Osborn family's fortune. Yet, by the time Norman finally grasped the gravity of the situation, it would be far too late. He ended the call with Eddie and gazed out the car window, only to spot a group of imposing men with dark skin approaching his vehicle. Each of them wielded steel pipes or metal bats, with unnatural bulges at their waists, exuding an aura of seasoned experience in illicit dealings. Norman surmised that the bulges at their waists concealed either M9s or Colts, after all. These are the firearms most commonly employed by American gangsters to ensure a comprehensive elimination of his adversary. One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that a Scorpion submachine gun was involved. Indeed, in the next moment, the group of robust men clad in black encircled him and his luxurious vehicle, as he had anticipated. A resounding crash echoed as the expensive car made contact with the cheap steel pipes and metal bats. The four windows shattered instantaneously, alongside the front and rear windshields. What once appeared to be a secure enclosure transformed in an instant into a prison for Norman. Outside, a powerful black arm began to reach inside the vehicle toward Norman, poised to grasp his neck and forcibly extract him from the confines of the car. Yet, at this critical juncture, Norman maintained an expression of serene composure. Seemingly unfazed by his precarious predicament, there was no need for Norman to fret. The cunning old foxes orchestrating the scheme had meticulously calculated every facet of their plot, save for one crucial oversight. However, this lapse cannot be attributed to negligence. Rather, it is a testament to how deeply Norman had concealed his true nature. Even his son, Harry, remained oblivious to the fact that, having utilized the gene optimization serum, he had long transcended the boundaries of ordinary humanity. The term extraordinary encapsulated the very essence of Norman's unwavering calmness and his confidence in turning the tide against adversity. Chapter 52: The convergence of two events. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its crimson afterglow enveloped the entire Harlem district in a shroud of scarlet. An eerie and silent atmosphere permeated the streets, instilling a sense of dread. Norman sat in his vehicle, observing the repulsive black hand drawing closer to him, and a peculiar smile suddenly blossomed on his face. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a chilling and cruel demeanor that sent shivers down the spine. His eyes sparkled with a sinister green light, as if ignited by a malevolent flame, betraying his inner madness and distortion. This smile served as both a mockery of those before him and a confident display of his own power. Norman's movements were swift, so rapid that the black behemoth reaching for him had no time to react before Norman's iron grip clamped onto his wrist. Though he had seized the man's wrist, the body was still inclined towards the interior of the car, unable to halt its momentum immediately. Seizing this moment, Norman exerted force and yanked, resulting in a resounding thud as the black giant's head collided violently with the edge of the car roof. Yet this was merely the beginning. He maintained his unyielding grip on the giant's arm with one hand while swiftly raising the other to the man's elbow joint. Archimedes once proclaimed, "Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the earth." In contrast, Norman Osborn asserted that if given a fulcrum, he could unleash the entirety of a black giant's latent musical talent. With a gentle push of his palm against the elbow joint, he commanded the gesture with the grace of a conductor leading a symphony. However, rather than the grandiose swell of orchestral music that one might anticipate, the ensuing sound was the crisp snap of a bone fracturing, coupled with the anguished wail of the black giant. Yet to Norman's ears, this cacophony was a symphony in itself, a melody far surpassing the finest performances of elite orchestras. Providing him with unparalleled ecstasy, he reveled in his own realm, swaying rhythmically to the cadence of his own creation. Meanwhile, those who had been frantically assaulting the vehicle, upon witnessing Norman shatter their comrade's arm and savoring the moment, were suddenly gripped by a chill that crawled up their spines. In that instant, the air around them seemed to congeal, presenting two starkly contrasting atmospheres within and outside the car. However, the sudden crack of a gunshot pierced through the silence, shattering Norman's trance. With a distance of less than 2 meters between the target and the firearm, even the most inept marksman ought to hit their mark. The bullet, fired at such proximity, expertly penetrated the now empty car window, striking Norman's pale, sickly visage. It tore through his face, ripping apart the corners of his mouth. And as blood gushed forth, staining his lips crimson, the pain remained imperceptible upon his expression. He could even stretch his gaping maw into a sinister grin directed at the group of robust men outside the vehicle. To these onlookers, Norman's demeanor resembled that of a clown from a circus, as well as that of a demon from the depths of hell. Do you comprehend? Your actions incite my wrath. And though your demise may bear no value, you shall soon offer your lives to quell my fury. Yet before your inevitable end, I must elucidate that my anger does not stem from the bullets that struck my visage, but rather from your audacity to shatter the exquisite symphony I was reveling in with a single tainted and cheap bullet. Now, let your despicable blood serve to gratify me. As the final rays of the sun vanished, The world was instantly enveloped in the embrace of night. If Norman were indeed a devil incarnate, then at this moment, his automobile resembled a demonic egg. Under the astonished gazes of the dark-clad men outside, Norman's once skeletal form began to swell, his pallid skin transforming into a vibrant green hue. When everything reached its zenith, a colossal green monstrosity finally emerged. The luxurious vehicle was mercilessly torn apart as it roared, proclaiming its arrival to the world. The pitiful ants standing before him became the finest offerings to welcome his presence in this realm. The green giant seized a black-clad man in each hand and, akin to bursting 2 packets of ketchup, crushed them with ease. Blood gushed forth between his fingers, tracing lines across his verdant skin, rendering him even more fearsome. Faced with this unforeseen transformation, the remaining men could hardly muster any thoughts of their mission or the $5 million within the car. At this moment, survival was paramount. Their innate abilities surged forth, and in an instant, the streets of Harlem morphed into a sprinting track. Clad in oversized hoodies and sagging pants, styles that left their undergarments exposed, the black men became competitors in this frantic race. They bolted towards the distance, some shedding their trousers for ease. They understood well that victory in this race would yield no rewards, yet to lose meant to forfeit their very lives. Even with their exceptional gifts, how could they possibly outpace the green giant, a being infused with the finest genes from myriad species? The green giant required but a mere flick of his hand to reach the limits of human capability. The only reason he did not eliminate them all at once was that he relished the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game, rather than simply extinguishing his prey. The green giant preferred to savor the pleasure of tormenting them slowly before their demise. However, this protracted feast of slaughter soon caught the attention of the New York City police. A multitude of patrol cars surged into Harlem, initiating a pursuit of the green giant. The formidable strength of the green giant transcended the capabilities of the New York police, especially as the creature grew increasingly ferocious due to the disturbances from hunting. In merely a few encounters, the green giant inflicted substantial casualties upon the NYPD. The uproar was so significant that a resolution seemed far from attainable. At this juncture, the National Guard, having received word of the chaos, made a powerful entrance. Armed with heavy weaponry and piloting armored vehicles, they took command of the fierce battle in Harlem. However, their arrival was swiftly overshadowed by their subsequent defeat. Compared to the New York police, they lacked even the courage to remain and assist the civilians. Their retreat, marked by the hasty shedding of armor, was nothing short of pitiful. Ultimately, it was the intervention of the Ghost Spider and 2 other unidentified superheroes that salvaged the situation, bringing a conclusion to this tragic calamity. In that moment, the seemingly unrelated events of Norman Osborn's orchestrated assassination and the Ghost Spider's team rescuing Harlem converged unexpectedly. Chapter 53. The Truth of Amnesia, the Tale of the Green Giant, and the superhero reaches a conclusion that requires no further elaboration. In Norman's recollections, his memory halts at the moment he finds himself encircled by a group of imposing men. Thereafter, it is a complete void. He possesses no inkling of how he managed to escape their clutches or how he returned to the Osborn estate. Yet, to alleviate Harry's concerns, Norman feigns normalcy, concealing any signs of distress. When Harry inquires about the events of the previous day, Norman withholds much of the truth, merely stating that he went to the bank to withdraw cash and inadvertently caught the attention of a gang of criminals. He claims that after taking his money, they did not harm him. Instead, under the cover of night, they discarded him outside the Osborn estate. Despite Norman's account, Harry remains skeptical. However, upon reflection, the various details align with the narrative. Norman indeed made cash withdrawals from several banks yesterday, and subsequently, both his vehicle and money vanished, leaving him stripped of his belongings. These circumstances correspond with the typical behavior of gang robbers. Nevertheless, Harry overlooks a crucial question. Why did Norman withdraw such a substantial amount of cash that afternoon? This inquiry is pivotal to the entire incident. It is apparent that in the presence of a wily fox like Norman, Harry appears somewhat naive. Furthermore, Harry's focus predominantly rests on Norman's physical condition, while Norman skillfully redirects the conversation. Consequently, the matter is deftly swept under the rug. However, Norman solemnly cautions Harry to exercise vigilance during this period, advising him to prioritize safety when venturing out. Harry interprets this as a lingering psychological impact from the robbery, casually nodding in agreement and assuring that he will refrain from going out alone, promising to always accompany himself with additional bodyguards. Yet, this is by no means the conclusion of the affair. Norman's reluctance to disclose the truth stems not only from a desire to shield Harry from worry, but primarily from a wish to prevent him from being embroiled in such sordid matters prematurely. With adversaries already poised to annihilate the Osborn family, Norman is not one to remain passive. The cardinal principle of business warfare is to forego decorum. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The reality of corporate battles is often stark and monotonous. However, until Eddie Brock presents him with the complete findings of his investigations, Norman refrains from taking action against those adversaries. Assassination does not necessitate irrefutable evidence. As Norman's philosophy has always been to err on the side of caution, better to mistakenly eliminate than to let an enemy escape. His temporary restraint serves the purpose of ensnaring all foes in one fell swoop, preventing any alarm that might alert them. After all, Norman has no intention of sparing any of his enemies. Once the father-son dialogue concludes, Norman dismisses Harry from the room. Finally alone, Norman instinctively reaches for his tablet. Embarking on a perusal of the day's news and international events. As a leader of an enterprise, one must possess a keen sense of perception, enabling the discovery of valuable information amidst a plethora of content. This instinct, however, is not innate. It is a skill that Norman gradually honed through daily practice. His habit of perusing the news each morning was cultivated over time. Yet today, his focus diverged from the usual realms of economics and politics, as he found himself particularly engrossed in reports of a catastrophic incident in Harlem, New York. The more he searched for information related to the disaster, the more troubled his expression became. Fragments of disjointed images flashed through his mind, yet their scattered nature rendered them incapable of forming coherent information. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. With Norman's intellect, the truth of the matter was not beyond his grasp. The time and place could be deemed coincidental. But how could he explain the inexplicable memories surfacing in his mind? Thus, it dawned on him. His memory lapses yesterday were due to his transformation into that green monstrosity. Subsequently injured by the spectral spider, he instinctively fled back to Osborne Manor, ultimately collapsing outside as he reverted to his normal state. Piecing together all the information he had gathered, Norman effortlessly reconstructed the events that had transpired in his fragmented memory. Yet, despite grasping the sequence of events, he remained furrowed in thought, his expression a mix of sorrow and a hint of relief. His concern stemmed from the realization that the gene-optimizing serum he had developed had, after all, encountered issues. While the power it bestowed was indeed formidable, so much so that even the National Guard dared not approach, it remained a worthless liability if it could not be fully controlled. Misuse would inevitably lead to harm, both to others and oneself. However, he found solace in the fact that his perfectionist tendencies had prevented him from administering the serum to Harry, thus sparing him from a fate of potentially transforming into a monster like himself. Now, his only lingering worry pertained to the hereditary genetic condition afflicting Harry. Norman was uncertain whether the troubles he faced stemmed solely from the flawed gene-optimizing serum or if the very technology of cross-species genetic synthesis was inherently flawed. If it were merely the former, there remained hope for a solution. Yet, should the latter be the case, the Osborne family would find themselves with only two grim choices: to live as a normal person destined for an early demise, or to become an abominable creature living for a century. To ascertain the answers he sought, Norman resolved to consult the foremost authority in the field, the pioneer of cross-species genetic synthesis, Dr. Kurt Connors. Alternatively, he should now be referred to by his new title, Professor Otto Gunther Octavius of New York University. After acquiring the final decay rate equation, Norman dutifully departed the experimental facility with Dr. Connors in tow. Utilizing his extensive network, he arranged a new identity for Dr. Connors, Otto Gunther Octavius, a physicist teaching at New York University. The choice of physicist rather than biologist was a deliberate request from Connors himself. Having undergone the transformation into a lizard man, Connors, a seasoned expert in biology, gained a profound understanding of the inherent dangers associated with biotechnology. This newfound perspective ultimately led Dr. Connors to abandon his pursuit of biological research in favor of becoming a mechanical physicist. In his view, a flawless mechanical structure could equally assist those with physical disabilities in regaining lost bodily functions. Moreover, unlike the uncontrollable nature of biotechnology, the greatest advantage of mechanics lies in the simplicity of halting operations by merely cutting off the power supply. Thus, upon assuming his new identity at New York University, Connors, initially feeling disoriented, rekindled the fervor he once had for biological studies and wholeheartedly immersed himself in the novel realm of physics. After a period of diligent effort, the former Dr. Connors, now Professor Octavius, has indeed produced some intriguing results. Chapter 54. The fear of insufficient firepower originating from the soul of Washia. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Baymax. The youthful and vibrant girl exuded energy as she leapt from the elevator, her intentions clear as she made a beeline for Baymax. In the next moment, she launched herself into a warm embrace around Baymax, her body pressing closely against his belly, a look of satisfaction adorning her face. Good morning, Ms. Gwen. Oh, so soft and warm. I had wanted to try this yesterday. The texture and tenderness exceed my expectations. Fortunately, Baymax was merely a robot. Otherwise, Gwen's current demeanor might have led others to label her as infatuated, possibly resulting in her arrest on charges of harassment. Good morning, Gwen. Peter merely glanced at Gwen with a lackluster expression before resuming his breakfast, which Aunt May had prepared for him. He was at a loss for words regarding Gwen's state today. He saw through her facade. Gwen was not genuinely happy. Her smile was merely a protective mask. Peter suspected she was still entangled in the emotions from the previous day. However, he was not particularly skilled at providing psychological counsel. Fortunately for him, while he lacked this ability, others excelled in it. When it came to healing hearts, Baymax was undoubtedly a master. Though he had yet to install a medical chip, his innocuous appearance and gentle demeanor were inherently soothing to the soul. Peter could discern that as Gwen embraced Baymax, her previously rigid body visibly relaxed. While facial expressions could be feigned, the body's reactions were undeniable. "Miss Gwen, I perceive that you are not in the best condition. Would you like me to activate heating mode?" Gwen shook her head, nuzzling her cheek against Baymax's belly. "No need, Baymax. Just let me hold you quietly for a moment." "Very well, Ms. Gwen. Peter has informed me that I was designed to be more huggable." With that, Baymax gently stroked Gwen's back, reassuringly saying, There, everything will be all right." Gwen let out a soft hum, the last vestiges of her stubbornness dissolving in Baymax's tenderness. Peter and Gwen had agreed the previous day to reflect on their missteps and shortcomings in their actions, which was why they convened in the spider lair early this morning. The first to speak was Gwen, who had showcased her prowess as ghost spider the night before, decisively piercing the chest of the green giant. Her analysis and summary were substantive and, overall, quite accurate. In summary, Gwen believed her methods of attack were overly simplistic, her control of power insufficiently nuanced, and most importantly, her mindset lacked stability. Although Peter had advised her not to shoulder all the blame, Gwen felt deep down that she bore at least 80% of the responsibility for the failure of the previous night. After Gwen's self-reflection concluded, the second contestant to take the stage at today's review conference was none other than Peter Parker, often referred to as the unsung hero by various media, yet labeled as the second Bane of New York City by the Horn Daily. The first Bane, of course, is the Ghost Spider, relentlessly criticized by the staunch detractor J. However, in comparison to Gwen's earlier performance, Peter's presentation left one feeling somewhat apprehensive. He presented an extensive array of data and examples, delivering a meticulous and comprehensive argument. Ultimately, his reflections could be succinctly summarized in 4 words: insufficient firepower. It was due to their lack of adequate firepower that he felt compelled to employ various methods to restrain the green giant. Had they possessed sufficient martial prowess and overwhelming firepower, they could have swiftly engaged the green giant directly, thereby eliminating the need for exhausting efforts to contain him. If the green giant had been dealt with right from the outset, there would have been no requirement for the ghost spider's assistance. Without the ghost spider's intervention, how could they have been intimidated by the gruesome scenes? Thus, when all issues were distilled, Peter arrived at a singular conclusion: a severe lack of firepower. Although Gwen did not fully grasp Peter's intentions after hearing his lengthy reflections and arguments, she couldn't shake the feeling that his approach to problem-solving was perhaps a touch too blunt. If Peter were to discern her thoughts, he would undoubtedly challenge her with a question. Forget about being blunt. Does it work? Having identified the crux of the problem, the next step was merely to resolve it. Consequently, as the review conference concluded, Peter promptly initiated a second meeting, aptly titled the Firepower Enhancement Initiative. The objective of this plan was to ensure that all enemies refusing to surrender would be reduced to ashes under their overwhelming firepower. At that moment, the amalgamation of Tony Stark's armament design expertise within Peter's mind was finally poised to be utilized. Tony Stark, the mogul of the arms industry, had an abundance of remarkable inventions. From Peter's integrated memories alone, a plethora of high-explosive munitions, individual missiles, and pulse laser cannons flooded his thoughts. Even as he narrowed his selection to compact yet potent individual products, he found himself dazzled by the options available. Amidst his deliberations, Peter suddenly lamented the absence of the iron suit technology. Had he possessed it, he could hardly imagine the thrill of unleashing such formidable weaponry all at once. However, Peter was entirely oblivious to Gwen, who, overhearing his escalating plans, felt increasingly overwhelmed. Gwen had merely aspired to be a superhero out of interest. Why did it seem that Peter was intent on transforming her into a queen of armaments? Wait a moment, Peter. Please pause for a second, Gwen interjected, unable to endure his incessant stream of proposals. The miniature missiles, plasma swords, and many flamethrowers you previously mentioned are comprehensible to me. However, the notion of individual neutron bullets and single-soldier cloud explosives seems rather excessive. One might mistakenly believe we are preparing for a localized conflict. After listening to Gwen's perspective, Peter paused momentarily before expressing his unwavering agreement. Gwen, you make a valid point. The size and weight of these weapons are indeed quite substantial, making them conspicuously burdensome and prone to misinterpretation. Gwen, taken aback, thought, is this what I meant? Nonetheless, Gwen, you need not fret. These technical challenges can be surmounted. I will strive to reduce the dimensions and weight of these weapons without compromising their explosive yield. Furthermore, I intend to reinvigorate the research on the apocalypse virus. Should our ammunition run out, the virus could serve as our ultimate trump card. The issue at hand, however, is that the current efficacy of the apocalypse virus is still too feeble and cannot keep pace with our advancements. Thus, I plan to explore the possibility of integrating the interspecies gene synthesis technology previously developed by Dr. Connors, thereby endowing the apocalypse virus with a more comprehensive array of capabilities. Chapter 55, Covert Schemes. Peter, Gwen shouted, interrupting Peter's reverie. Upon hearing that Peter had begun to entertain thoughts about cross-species genetic synthesis technology, Gwen could no longer contain herself. Have you forgotten what happened to Dr. Connors because of this technology? Even aside from Dr. Connors, the example of the green giant is all too recent. Those who tamper with genetic technology will ultimately be manipulated by it. Do you wish to become a monster like them? From Gwen's perspective, her concerns were indeed justified. The realm of gene editing has long been regarded as the domain of the divine, a forbidden territory for humanity. This issue transcends mere technical reliability and success rates. It encompasses the ethical and moral frameworks that have been cultivated over millennia of human civilization. However, Peter perceived Gwen's views as excessively conservative. If everyone clung to such notions, how could technology advance? How could humanity progress? How could he become stronger? Yet, if Peter were to reflect deeply on the fragments of Tony's memories he had assimilated, he would recognize that a genius like Tony Stark held a dismissive attitude towards biotechnology. Indeed, it was not caution he exhibited, but rather disdain. This disdain stemmed from Tony's inherent pride. His lineage, intellect, and achievements led him to believe himself a paragon of perfection. To him, modifications through biotechnology were not an evolution, but rather a defilement. Thus, despite his capacity to refine the extremist virus technology with ease, he regarded it with indifference, never contemplating its application on himself. Nonetheless, one cannot generalize. Peter's entry into this world presented challenges far exceeding those faced by Tony. It was precisely due to the insecurity he had accumulated from confronting unfamiliar surroundings that he harbored a profound yearning for formidable power. Peter believed that only with sufficient strength could he safeguard himself and those he cherished in this perilous world. For this reason, he was unconcerned with the morality of the power he wielded. He only cared about its magnitude. The fear of insufficient firepower, in essence, was not about lacking force, but rather about a lack of security. Moreover, Peter was confident that he had fully mastered cross-species genetic synthesis technology. His prior development of an antidote that successfully neutralized the effects of the lizard gene serum in Connors served as the best testament to this. As long as the technology is thoroughly mastered, Peter did not perceive any risk in it. Even if risks did exist, they were wholly within his control. To Peter, manageable risks were not risks at all. Yet, no matter how Peter explained or substantiated his position, Gwen remained steadfast in her refusal, unable to sway her. Peter had no choice but to agree to temporarily shelve his plans. However, in his heart, he had already resolved to conduct his research in secrecy. Although he did not dare to utilize the research in front of Gwen, the distinction between having it and utilizing it remained stark. Forced to abandon the discussion regarding the firepower completion plan, Peter inquired about the investigation into Dr. Connors. Both George and Peter suspected Connors to be the mastermind behind the sudden appearance of the Green Giant in Harlem yesterday. However, since Dr. Connors was taken away by agents from a mysterious government department, he had completely vanished without a trace. Last night, Peter had instructed Jarvis to infiltrate various government departments in pursuit of information regarding Dr. Connors. Yet ultimately, he found nothing. Every inquiry yielded the same result. No such person existed. Thus, Peter could only hope that George, the chief of the New York Police Department and the sole individual who had handled Dr. Connors' transition, could uncover some clues. However, in response to Peter's inquiry, Gwen merely shook her head, providing him with a disappointing answer. Consequently, the investigation into the Green Giant was temporarily halted, leaving them to await the unknown moment of its reemergence. Otherwise, the origins and true identity of the Green Giant were destined to remain an unsolved mystery. Following 3 consecutive meetings, Peter incorporated the firepower completion plan into his schedule. Preceding this plan were 3 tasks that remained unfinished. 1. Developing the female AI program requested by Gwen. 2. Remaking the rocket-powered gauntlets for Baymax, which had been destroyed by the enemy, while also adding a self-destruct mechanism. 3. Developing technological flying swords, aspiring to become a cyber sword master. Observing the emptiness of his schedule, Peter began to ponder whether he should devise a means to restore his mental state swiftly to a level suitable for memory integration. In the past, when Peter was financially constrained, he could only longingly gaze at the various technologies within his memories without the means to actualize them. Now that he had finally attained financial stability, the reservoir of knowledge and technological insight in his mind had begun to dwindle. If this continued, Peter would soon find himself unable to conceive anything new. Upon reflection, Peter realized that among the Marvel works he had encountered, the only entity on Earth with notable achievements in the realms of mind and spirit was none other than Kamartosh. Unfortunately, He currently resided in an unknown parallel universe of Spider-Man, rather than the more familiar Marvel Cinematic Universe, where camouflage did not exist. It was also possible that it was well concealed, employing magic akin to the Muggle-repelling charm, rendering Peter, an ordinary individual, incapable of locating it. Regardless, this path seemed impassable. With the magical path currently blocked, the technological route had yet to be discovered. After all, humanity had not yet developed the means to detect the existence of souls through technological means, let alone research techniques for enhancing them. The only technology Peter could think of was the T-virus from Resident Evil. In the film, the protagonist Alice awakens her psychokinetic abilities as a result of the T-virus. It is essential to understand that psychokinesis is a manifestation of one's spiritual essence. Alice's capacity to influence the material world with her mental power clearly indicates that the T-virus enhances the soul of its bearer. However, Peter is neither aware of the underlying mechanisms nor capable of obtaining the primordial virus necessary to synthesize the T-virus in this realm. Thus, this path ultimately leads to a dead end, leaving Peter with nothing more than contemplation. Yet, this ignites within him a fervent desire to delve deeper into the study of the apocalypse virus and biotechnology. Should he truly uncover the nexus that connects body and soul, he could not only rectify his previous spiritual deficits, but also assimilate all the fragmented memories of Tony in one fell swoop. Naturally, such a plan cannot be inscribed upon any schedule. It must remain a silent aspiration, lest it be discovered by Gwen. Chapter 56, Mechanical Tentacles, New York University. Kurt Connors. Now to be referred to as Otto Gunther Octavius. Professor Octavius was presently in his laboratory, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the mechanical tentacles he had just created. Octavius found life to be rather extraordinary, as he had never envisioned himself engaging in research within the realm of physics. Even more astonishing was the revelation of his aptitude for the subject, which seemed to be quite commendable. After all, he had achieved the capability to teach at a prestigious institution like New York University in less than a month. Having finally seized the opportunity to embark on a new chapter in his life, Octavius was imbued with fervor and anticipation for all that lay ahead. Immersed in such a state of inspiration, he experienced daily bursts of creativity. The mechanical tentacle he was currently testing had initially been conceived as a mechanical prosthetic, designed to assist individuals like himself who faced physical challenges. However, upon considering the diverse needs of each individual, he realized that a customized approach might render such prosthetics unaffordable for many in need. Consequently, he modified his design, ultimately transforming it into the unique form of mechanical tentacles. The mechanical tentacles comprised 4 omnidirectional arms, resembling the limbs of an octopus, capable of flexibly rotating and bending in a full 360 degrees, with an element of extendability. To utilize the mechanical tentacles, one merely needed to connect the 34 pins on the apparatus to the human spine, allowing for control through the electrical signals detected by the spinal nerves. The 4 tentacles could function as legs for walking or as arms for lifting objects. Thus, whether for those with upper or lower limb deficiencies, this mechanical tentacle could effectively compensate for their lost physical capabilities. Octavius had already confirmed the functionality of the mechanical tentacles through a pre-programmed driving sequence, ensuring that all features met his predetermined standards. Now, he awaited the presence of a suitable volunteer to conduct the final experiential testing. Having learned from past experiences, Octavius was determined not to put himself in the position of a test subject this time. If all went as planned, the completion of the mechanical tentacle project would alleviate his worries regarding funding for future research endeavors. Recently, Octavius had become engrossed in the study of atomic energy physics, and he was preparing to challenge himself further with a new project focused on the elusive technology of artificial solar energy, a feat yet to be accomplished by anyone in the world. Should this technology achieve a breakthrough, humanity would enter an era of boundless energy, leading to unimaginable advancements in both the pace of technological development and the quality of human life. However, just as Octavius was about to inquire with his research assistant regarding the progress of recruiting volunteers for the mechanical tentacle testing, an unexpected visitor abruptly entered his laboratory. Norman Osborn. Upon the moment the newcomer appeared, Octavius felt a fleeting surprise, swiftly returning to his composure. Ever since Kurt Connors transformed into Otto Gunther Octavius, their dealings with Norman had been settled. Thus, he had never anticipated a day would come for him to cross paths with Norman Osborn again. However, in contrast to Octavius, Norman's astonishment was far greater. Upon entering the laboratory, he was immediately captivated by the mechanical tentacles before Octavius. Norman had never expected that. Upon venturing into such an uncharted domain, his counterpart could unveil such a promising technology in such a brief span. Clearly, he had underestimated him, suppressing his sentiments. Norman regarded the now composed Octavius and remarked, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor Octavius." Initially taken aback by Norman's greeting, Octavius quickly realized that, for Otto Gunther Octavius and Norman Osborn, This was indeed their first encounter. Mimicking Norman's tone, he replied, "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Osborn. What brings you here today?" Concerning his own future and that of the entire Osborn family, Norman wasted no time in getting to the point, stating, "I find myself in a bit of a predicament." "What kind of predicament?" Octavius inquired. At that moment, he comprehended Norman's intent in seeking him out. It was a request for assistance. Subsequently, Norman elaborated on his development of a gene-optimizing serum to treat the hereditary afflictions plaguing the Osborn lineage, as well as his transformation into a green giant the previous night. With leverage over Octavius, Norman felt secure that this matter would remain confidential. However, this exchange marked a moment of mutual understanding between them. From the onset of Norman's description of his predicament, Octavius's eyes widened, his mouth agape. This was not merely a request for help. It was a challenge imposed upon him. "How dare you? You have merged so many biological genes together. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the computational demands this entails? Such calculations, even with the world's most advanced supercomputers, cannot guarantee an error-free decay rate equation." Norman, somewhat indignant, retorted, "You never warned me of such implications. How was I to know? Moreover, prior to self-administration, I tested it on lab mice, and there were no issues at that time. I dare say, perhaps the cross-species genetic synthesis technology you have researched is flawed, which has led me to share your fate, becoming a monster." Octavius responded, "I have never encountered anyone so brazen. Do not shift the burden of your own failures onto me. After all, a laboratory mouse is merely a laboratory mouse, incapable of comparing itself to a human." Norman replied, "I care not for that. The fact remains that I am currently facing a dilemma, and you must assist me in resolving it. After-sales service is imperative." Norman's audacious demeanor abruptly plunged the laboratory into silence. After a prolonged pause, the somewhat calmed Octavius finally spoke. "From your earlier description, I gather that your predicament differs from mine. When I transformed into a lizard man, I was unable to suppress the excessive expression of my genes without the use of a genetic suppressant. However, in your case, there is no such manifestation. In your normal state, aside from possessing enhanced physical abilities, you do not exhibit symptoms of genetic overexpression. Thus, for you to metamorphose into a green giant, certain conditions must be met to trigger this state. These conditions could potentially be linked to your stress response or fluctuations in your emotions. Further experimentation will be necessary to ascertain this. Additionally, you mentioned that upon reverting to your normal state, you are unable to recall the entirety of your memories from the transformation. Concerning this, I harbor a rather unsettling hypothesis." Chapter 57. The hidden persona. Norman squinted at Octavius, who was deliberately teasing him. Generally, in such situations, one might inquire whether to hear the good news or the bad first. Octavius, feigning indifference, shrugged and replied, "I regret to inform you that there is no good news, only bad. Would you still like to hear it?" "Go ahead. I'm curious to discover what could possibly be worse," Norman said, his tone imbued with a hint of nonchalance, as if burdened by an abundance of debts. "Let me put it this way, based on my previous experiences. The genes that induce excessive transformations affect not only the physical form, but also the psyche. If it were merely a physical alteration, my transformation into a lizard man would not have prompted so many actions contrary to my character. Applying the same rationale to your situation, it is highly likely that your mental state is equally precarious. I suspect that under the influence of multiple external genes, your psyche may have endured such intense stimulation that, unbeknownst to you, a hidden persona has emerged. If your original persona embodies Norman Osborn, then this concealed identity represents the green giant. You share the same physical vessel. Yet when one persona dominates, the body shifts to reflect the state of that dominant identity. Moreover, considering your fragmented memories post-transformation, it appears that the memories of each persona are largely independent. The fleeting images that flash through your mind may stem from your original persona, which, upon losing control of the body, has not entirely succumbed to slumber but rather exists in a state of half-awareness. Should that hidden persona maintain dominance, it is conceivable that you would perpetually embody the green giant. However, I find this likelihood rather slim. After all, a person's energy is finite, and a hidden persona cannot remain endlessly alert without rest. Conversely, it is also plausible that your original persona could lose control due to mental fatigue, at which point the green giant may reemerge. I am not an expert in psychology. This conjecture is merely a personal opinion based on my own experiences. The true nature of the situation can only be discerned through practical examination. At this moment, Norman's expression was profoundly somber. Practical examination? Not necessary. He was the individual most cognizant of his own condition. Thus, he understood all too well that Octavius's analysis was strikingly accurate, aligning almost perfectly with his own sensations. Yet, the more he grasped the precision of Octavius's evaluation, the more he found it unbearable. How could he, the esteemed chairman of Oscorp, accept the possibility of transforming into a monster at any given moment? In the most dire of circumstances, he could potentially harm his son, Harry. Tell me, Otto, is there any way for you to assist me in resolving this predicament? Norman abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on Octavius. In that moment, he was no longer the chairman of Osborne Industries, but a gambler whose life hung by a thread. Octavius represented his last glimmer of hope. Should this final thread of hope snap, a completely deranged Norman Osborn would be unleashed, and no one could predict his ensuing actions. The pressure now weighed heavily upon Octavius. As the pioneer of interspecies biological gene synthesis technology, he understood all too well the formidable challenges posed by Norman's condition. The complexity of the decay rate equation alone was beyond his capability to resolve. Yet, gazing into Norman's pleading eyes, he found himself unable to utter a word of denial. He dared not provoke Norman at such a volatile moment. The last thing he wanted was for Norman to transform into a hulking green giant and crush him with a single blow. After much contemplation, Octavius cautiously began. Regarding your predicament, I am certain there must be a solution. As he spoke, he meticulously observed the shifts in Norman's expression. Noticing a slight softening, he continued, however, if I were to handle this alone, the difficulty would exceed my capabilities. At this, the previously relaxed expression on Norman's face hardened once more. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Octavius pressed on without hesitation. Though my abilities may fall short, I am aware of someone far more adept than myself, who could undoubtedly assist you. As Norman absorbed Octavius's convoluted response, his expressions shifted dramatically, akin to the art of Sichuan face-changing. Upon hearing that there was someone even more formidable than Octavius, who could potentially resolve his issues, a smile finally broke across Norman's face. Then what are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. You must take me to this person at once. Norman exclaimed, eagerly grasping Octavius's arm. Wait. Octavius interjected, momentarily unbalanced by the sudden tug. I understand your urgency, but please allow me to finish. He shook off Norman's grip, adding, there are a few matters I must clarify. This person I know. I am not very familiar with him, and I have previously promised not to disclose his identity to others. Therefore, I can only approach him alone. You cannot accompany me. Moreover, even if I manage to meet him, I cannot guarantee that he will be willing to assist upon learning about your situation. Should things not unfold as you hope, please prepare yourself mentally. I would prefer not to be crushed in a fit of rage. Norman recognized that he was not in a position to negotiate. Thus he nodded in acceptance of Octavius's stipulations. However, there is one message I need you to convey on my behalf. You conveyed to him that regardless of the conditions he might propose, as long as it pertains to me, Norman Osborn, even if he seeks the Osborn Corporation itself, I would be willing to acquiesce. My sole request is that he addresses the issues afflicting me. This proclamation left Octavius genuinely astounded. It is essential to recognize that the Osborn Corporation is a publicly traded entity with a market capitalization exceeding $100 billion. Although Norman does not possess the entirety of the shares, as the principal shareholder, his stake is undoubtedly of considerable worth. In light of Norman's determination, Octavius found himself unable to offer any critique, merely nodding in agreement, affirming, I comprehend your resolve. I shall relay your words to him. Chapter 58. The Agreement to Act Midtown High School. This marks Octavius's second visit to this institution. His purpose for being here today is certainly not to attend classes, nor is it to impart knowledge. He has come in search of that individual who could assist Norman. The person Octavius seeks is none other than the one who, alongside the ghost spider, once assaulted him on the rooftop of Oscorp Tower. Following the altercation, this individual had the audacity to offer him a rather cordial admonition while clenching his fist. Of course, a person of Octavius's magnanimity would never dwell on such matters. Truly. Not in the slightest. His motivation for locating this individual stems from the fact that on that fateful night, not only did this person reverse the lizard gene serum that coursed through his veins, but he also utilized an innovative technique to heal his mangled arm. Consequently, Octavius concluded that this individual possessed a biological aptitude that surpassed his own. If they could reverse the lizard gene serum within him, perhaps they could also reverse the gene optimization serum within Norman. However, after all this reasoning, it is pertinent to note that Octavius remains oblivious to the true identity of this person. Yet, this is of little consequence. Although he is unaware of the individual's name, he is well acquainted with the identity of the ghost spider. He vividly recalls that he once visited Midtown High School under the guise of Kurt Connors in search of Gwen. At that time, this unnamed genius stood beside her. Gwen Stacy, the 17-year-old high school student, is the true identity concealed beneath the mask of the ghost spider. Thus, even if he does not know the name of the person he seeks, he is confident that by arriving at Midtown High School and locating Gwen Stacy, he will undoubtedly find the individual. The progression of events unfolded even more favorably than Octavius had anticipated. Shortly after he stepped through the gates of Midtown High, he spotted his target on a nearby leisure bench adjacent to the academic building. The individual was seated, furrowed brow fixated on the tablet in hand, occasionally scribbling with a stylus on the screen. Octavius approached slowly, and perhaps due to their intense concentration, the individual remained unaware of his presence. Curiosity piqued. He cast a glance at the tablet and was instantly taken aback. His military experience allowed him to recognize that what the individual was modifying on the tablet was a missile design blueprint. Is it truly that I have fallen behind the times, or are today's youth so audacious as to modify missile designs in a high school setting? Octavius marveled inwardly at the composed manner in which the individual adjusted the missile design amidst the campus surroundings. However, he could not dare to stand idly by, covertly observing. Noticing that the other party seemed entirely oblivious to his presence, he finally murmured, "Excuse me. Hello, fellow student. May I trouble you for a moment?" Peter, deeply engrossed in his strategic planning, was abruptly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Though a flicker of annoyance crossed his mind, he turned to see the source of the sound. To his surprise, it was none other than his old acquaintance, Dr. Kurt Connors. Just yesterday, he and Gwen had been vexed, as Connors had been the prime suspect in the Green Giant incident, and they could find no information about him. Now, the very person they suspected had appeared before them. Such a coincidence made it exceedingly difficult to dismiss the notion that Connors played a role in the unfolding events. "I truly did not expect we would meet again, Dr. Connors. I trust you have not forgotten the promise you made to me?" Cough, cough. "I certainly have not forgotten that matter. Rest assured, I have disclosed nothing to anyone," Octavius replied awkwardly. "Moreover, those events are now in the past. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am now a physics professor at New York University, Otto Octavius." At this moment, Peter finally grasped the reason behind their fruitless search for Kurt Connors' information. It turned out he had assumed a new identity to embark on a fresh chapter of his life. Yet, Octavius, that surname sounds oddly familiar. Peter did not dwell on it, and with an expectant gaze, he introduced himself as well. "I am just an ordinary student about to graduate from Midtown High, Peter Parker." Upon hearing Peter's willingness to reveal his name, Octavius understood that the conversation could continue. "Actually, I came here today because I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. I have a friend." Before Octavius could finish, Peter abruptly interjected. "Wait a moment. Are you certain this friend truly exists, and is not merely a fabrication born from your reluctance to speak of the matter at hand?" It was no wonder Peter harbored such skepticism. Before his crossing into this world, he had encountered far too many instances of imaginary friends. Anyone who began with the phrase "I have a friend" invariably meant themselves. However, as a foreigner from a parallel universe, Octavius was unaware of this cultural nuance. Hearing Peter's earnest tone, he wondered if he had misspoken. Thus, he cautiously replied, "Indeed, I do have a friend." This time, Peter merely nodded, refraining from further interruption. Nevertheless, as he listened, he began to sense that Octavius's narrative was becoming increasingly peculiar. The friend he spoke of bore an uncanny resemblance to the Green Giant who had escaped from Harlem last time. Listening to Octavius, the gist of his narrative reveals that the Green Giant, initially wielding his interspecies biological gene synthesis technology for therapeutic purposes, ultimately succumbed to his unchecked desires. In essence, both he and George had previously misjudged the situation. The birth of the Green Giant, albeit somewhat linked to Kurt Connors, bore little significant relation. It is akin to Connors crafting kitchen knives and selling them to the Green Giant, who, to everyone's astonishment, wielded the knife not for culinary endeavors, but rather took to the streets to harm others. Can one truly attribute blame to Connors, the knife maker, for this? Now, with the incident having transpired, the Green Giant, who purchased the knife, audaciously seeks him out for after-sales support. Connors feels unjustly aggrieved, left with no avenue for redress. Yet, the circumstances dictate otherwise. Connors, now Octavius, finds himself compelled to reach out to Peter for assistance. Although Peter harbors suspicions, he maintains a facade of composure. It remains unclear whether the other party was oblivious to the news from 2 days prior or had seen it, but failed to associate the unnamed hero with himself. However, recognizing the opportunity to uncover the true identity of the Green Giant through Octavius, Peter resolves to suppress any overt signs of unease. Furthermore, he is particularly intrigued by Octavius's mention of the effects of excessive expression of exogenous genes on one's psyche. Should he manage to conduct a thorough investigation into the Green Giant's condition, it could potentially serve as a pivotal breakthrough in linking the body and soul. Thus, after Octavius delineates the entirety of the situation, Peter, without hesitation, acquiesces to the request for his assistance. Chapter 59, A Startling Revelation. "Hello, is this Norman?" "This is Octavius." Within the confines of Midtown High School's campus, Octavius was on the phone, eagerly relaying the good news he had gathered during his outing. As for Peter, he had merely uttered a brief agreement before swiftly returning to his classroom. Octavius hadn't even had the chance to disclose Norman's identity or the conditions he had proposed. This was not due to Peter's fervent passion for the lessons at hand, but rather an obligation to maintain appearances within the school environment. Although he and Gwen were nearly assured of their admission to Columbia University post-graduation, it was imperative not to leave a negative impression on their teachers and peers. Thus, Octavius's request for assistance would have to wait until after school. Yes, indeed, the other party has consented to lend a hand. However, it must be scheduled for the evening, as there are still matters I must attend to. Oh, you have company affairs to manage as well? What a coincidence. The timing aligns perfectly. Let us finalize it thus. What? You wish to convene in that secret laboratory from last time? That simply will not do. This is your first meeting, and a neutral, trustworthy location should be selected. I believe my laboratory at New York University would be suitable. As the intermediary, meeting at my premises ensures fairness for both parties. While Octavius professed concern for the other two, his true thoughts were steeped in self-preservation. Should Norman truly spiral out of control, he would be ill-equipped to defend himself. In his own laboratory, however, he at least had access to untested mechanical tendrils for protection. After negotiating the details of Peter and Norman's meeting, Octavius had no intention of departing immediately. With Peter's dismissal from school approaching, he saw no reason to waste time traversing back and forth. He resolved to wait at Midtown High until Peter was released, so they could return to his laboratory together. Meanwhile, Peter, seated in the classroom, affectionately dubbed the King's Homeland, was ensnared in a predicament. His position, the second-to-last seat by the window in the back row, despite being behind Gwen, still allowed him to sense a palpable tension emanating from the front. The cause of this unease stemmed from his earlier revelation to Gwen regarding Octavius's request for assistance with the Green Giant. Upon hearing this, Gwen, concerned for his safety, immediately insisted on joining him in this endeavor. However, Peter unhesitatingly rejected her proposal. He believed that although his abilities paled in comparison to Gwen's, the presence of the doomsday virus antidote he carried would at least afford him some measure of protection. Moreover, Octavius had initially invited him alone. Gwen's sudden inclusion could potentially alert the Green Giant, jeopardizing their carefully laid plans. Though Peter's reasoning was sound, his reckless choice nonetheless incited Gwen's discontent. Gazing at the resentful nape of the head in front of him, Peter began to ponder how he might appease the situation. However, he overestimated his chances. As Gwen left the classroom with her backpack in tow, providing Peter no opportunity to even speak. Left with no recourse, Peter could only extend his hand in vain, watching helplessly as her vibrant silhouette faded from view. Hey, Parker, what are you doing here? Has school already let out? Octavius, noticing Peter's departure from the classroom, eagerly approached him. Yet, he was met with a significant eye roll from Peter, who wondered how this fellow managed to find a partner, seemingly oblivious to social cues. Peter chose not to elaborate further, merely shaking his head in response. Oh, it's nothing. School's out. Aren't you supposed to have me help your friend? Let's get going. Oh, right. I'll go get the car. Octavius exclaimed. My friend has something to attend to and will arrive a bit later. So let's wait at my lab at NYU for a while. Completely unaware of Peter's internal monologue, Octavius nodded in agreement and headed straight to the parking lot of Midtown High School. Once in the car, the two spoke little. Peter was reluctant to engage in conversation, still troubled by the earlier incident with Gwen. As for Octavius, he found himself at a loss for words, lacking the familiarity with Peter to know what topics might pique his interest. To sidestep any awkwardness, he opted for silence. Fortunately, the distance between Midtown High and New York University was not too great, and Octavius drove for less than half an hour before they arrived. Upon stepping out of the car, Peter's previously gloomy mood began to lift. Curiosity compelled him to look around, observing the campus environment of NYU. During his college application phase, he had considered NYU as a potential choice. However, after discussing it with Gwen, who favored Columbia University, Peter followed her lead and applied to Columbia instead. Such dilemmas were the plight of overachievers like Peter and Gwen. Typically, applicants apply to multiple universities to mitigate risk. But the two of them were in a different league entirely, not needing to worry about acceptance. Their sole focus was on their preferred institution, submitting their applications and awaiting acceptance letters. In truth, had Peter and Gwen been more ostentatious, they would have needed no application process at all. Top-tier universities would have eagerly extended invitations to them. However, both possessed modest dispositions and had no intention of attending universities outside New York. Thus, they consistently concealed their true capabilities, showcasing only the prowess of high achievers. Yet, in reality, their true potential had long since reached an extraordinary pinnacle of academic excellence. Peter followed Octavius closely, and this time, they refrained from maintaining silence. As they walked, Octavius elaborated on the details of New York University. And soon they arrived before a laboratory. Octavius produced his identification badge and swiped it across the authentication device at the laboratory's entrance. With a beep, the electronic lock disengaged, and Octavius stepped through the door, with Peter promptly following him inside. Upon entering, Peter was astounded by an astonishing contraption displayed within the lab, the mechanical tentacle that Octavius had independently developed. His astonishment did not stem from the extraordinary nature of the invention, but rather from the sudden realization of why the surname Octavius resonated so familiarly with him. This mechanical tentacle, comprised of 4 metallic appendages, coupled with the name Otto Gunther Octavius, is none other than Dr. Octopus, is it not? Peter pondered incredulously. Oh, dear Otto, where have you offended that wretched author to have been cast in the roles of 2 formidable antagonists consecutively? Is there no sense of justice? Is there no law? Is there no overtime pay? It seems some peculiar thoughts have abruptly invaded my mind. How could there possibly be compensation for overtime? Surely, I must have had a restless night, and my thoughts are muddled. Chapter 60, Brain-Machine Interface Technology. What troubles you, Parker? Octavius inquired, turning to find Peter standing transfixed at the doorway. Noticing Peter's lack of response, he followed his gaze and discovered that Peter was entranced by the mechanical tentacles he had invented. This revelation filled Octavius with elation, as he interpreted Peter's reaction as an acknowledgement of his creation. For a genius, nothing is more gratifying than receiving recognition from another intellect of equal caliber. With enthusiasm, he approached Peter and grasped his arm, guiding him closer to the mechanical tentacles. He began to share the journey of his research and the myriad challenges he had faced, detailing the innovations and technical intricacies of the tentacles. The sudden tug brought Peter back from his stupor, yet he remained indifferent to Octavius's explanations. Given his own knowledge and expertise, he was confident that he could design a superior mechanical tentacle if given the task. However, when Octavius elaborated on the control mechanism of the tentacle, Peter's interest was piqued. Although Octavius had forsaken his previous devotion to biology, the wealth of knowledge he had accumulated over the years in that field remained intact. The unique control system he had developed served as a testament to his expertise. In Peter's eyes, this control system could rightfully be classified as a brain-machine interface technology. Indeed, the most valuable aspect of Octavius's prized mechanical tentacles lay within this control system, which seamlessly integrated biological, electronic, and mechanical technologies. Thus, as Octavius expounded on the details, Peter listened intently, eager to absorb every nuance. Even after Octavius concluded his explanation, Peter persistently engaged him with inquiries about the critical components. Octavius, however, did not withhold information. To him, Peter was merely an ungraduated high school student. He believed that even if Peter were to learn the key technologies behind the mechanical tentacles, he lacked the capability to realize their commercial value. Little did he know, Peter was indeed capable. Had Octavius known that Peter was the founder of Faraday Future and was poised to collaborate with Osborne Company on a significant project, he might have been less generous in sharing his key technologies. Nonetheless, Peter was not the type to act dishonorably. Should he wish to further explore the commercial potential of the mechanical tentacles, he would certainly ensure that Octavius was fairly compensated. After all, he did not lack for money. And as long as the financial backing was assured, collaborating with anyone would suffice for Octavius. Regrettably, Peter had no such intentions. His fascination with the control system of mechanical tentacles stems from his belief that this technology possesses the greatest potential among all he has encountered to touch the human spirit, or even the soul. When a person's soul issues a command, their mental energy begins to influence the brain. The neurons within the brain, under the sway of this mental force, transmit signals to the body, which ultimately receives these signals and executes the original directive of the soul. The remarkable aspect of Octavius's control system lies in its ability to accurately interpret the signals that are intended for the body during this transmission process. Moreover, it employs mechanical tentacles to replicate the actions of the body's missing parts. If it is feasible to receive and interpret the signals conveyed within the human body, then could the reverse be possible? Through this technology, could one send signals to the invisible and intangible soul using the body as a medium? Were this notion to reach the ears of other scientists in the world, they would undoubtedly denounce Peter as a madman. Yet, as a genuine traveler who has experienced soul transference and absorbed the spiritual powers of both the original host and Tony Stark, Peter perceives this idea not only as feasible but also highly plausible. He recalls a scene from the film Doctor Strange, in which Stephen Strange and a sorcerer seduced by Dormammu engage in battle in a surgical room in their soul forms. During the conflict, any injuries sustained by Strange's soul manifest upon his physical body. Conversely, when his body is electrocuted, his soul releases a potent electric current. All exist within the same universe of the Marvel narrative. There is no reason for similar phenomena to be possible in Strange's universe, yet prohibited in Peter Parker's. Furthermore, in Peter's universe, the Hulk's drastic physical transformations have indeed affected his mental state, serving as a prime example. Should Peter's hypothesis come to fruition, he might swiftly restore the mental faculties he had previously strained and, within a short span, merge all remaining fragments of Tony's memories. However, he anticipates encountering numerous challenges upon actual implementation. The control system developed by Octavius still exhibits significant shortcomings compared to a truly perfected brain-machine interface. Currently, It necessitates the insertion of 34 needles into the spinal column to receive and interpret signals emitted by the brain. This method is not only cumbersome but also poses certain safety risks. Furthermore, the system has a substantial limitation. It can only receive and interpret motor signals from the body. To fulfill his plan, Peter must refine it to the point where it can also receive and interpret visual, auditory, gustatory, olfactory, tactile, and emotional signals. The challenge is indeed formidable, yet Peter remains confident in his ability to succeed. What he currently lacks is merely a profound understanding of biotechnology, a deficiency that can be rectified through relentless learning. Concerning the pace of his studies, Peter is confident that no one in this world could surpass him. After comprehending the intricate principles and technical details of the control system for the mechanical tentacles, Peter has thoroughly opened up. He endeavors to engage in dialogue with Octavius, seeking to acquire more knowledge and inspiration from him, particularly upon hearing that Octavius intends to embark on research for an artificial sun. Peter cannot suppress a burgeoning desire to join this endeavor, perhaps by combining their strengths. He and Octavius could indeed bring forth the arc reactor into this world ahead of time. However, before Peter could articulate his thoughts, a figure appeared at the laboratory door, interrupting their exchange. Chapter 61: An unexpected encounter. Octavius, I have arrived. After Norman resolved the matters concerning Oscorp, he hastily made his way here. However, upon reaching the entrance of Octavius's laboratory, he was momentarily taken aback as he encountered a young boy standing before the mechanical appendages, who had also turned to gaze at him. Norman's greeting faltered mid-sentence, for he recognized the lad before him. Not only did he recognize him, but he had also commissioned an investigation into the boy, the founder of Faraday Future. This young man was the mastermind behind the cutting-edge electric vehicle technology that had recently captivated the globe, utilized by Huaxia Lucky Automotive. He had recently become acquainted with Norman's son, Harry, and was indeed a partner of Oscorp. The ambitious project on intelligent medical robots that their company was fervently promoting had originally been conceived by this very boy. What astonished Norman was that the person Octavius claimed could assist him with his predicament turned out to be none other than Peter Parker. The more he gazed at Peter, the more he felt an uncanny familiarity in the boy's figure, which seemed to resonate with an indistinct shadow from his memories, igniting an inexplicable ire within him. Meanwhile, upon hearing footsteps at the laboratory entrance, Peter turned to discover the renowned entrepreneur, Mr. Norman Osborn. Though it was their first encounter, Peter recognized him as the father of a friend and a prominent figure in New York City. However, Peter was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Norman Osborn, who had once donned the mantle of the Green Goblin, had seemingly begun to engage in hormone enhancement. Otherwise, how could he have inflated to the form he had taken that fateful night? One might have mistaken the Green Goblin for a fan of the Hulk, opting for a costume of that nature. Had Peter discerned any trace of Norman's features in that green giant that night, he and Gwen would not have been compelled to subdue him so forcefully. Now, with the realization that the Green Behemoth was not merely a creature but rather Norman Osborn transformed into the Green Goblin, Peter found himself ensnared in a dilemma. With this knowledge, many of his planned human trials could not be conducted on the father of his dear friend. This left him feeling quite regretful. Fortunately, he had procured a brain-machine interface technology from Octavius earlier, or else Peter would have faced significant losses. Nevertheless, given that the true identity of the Green Goblin was Norman Osborn, Peter recognized the necessity of presenting himself with greater composure. Though Harry could be rather vexatious at times, he remained one of Peter's few friends in this world. Naturally, Peter was unwilling to witness such a sunny and cheerful young man face a tragic fate. Pleasure to meet you for the first time, Uncle Norman. I am Peter Parker, and I must confess, I never anticipated our initial meeting would unfold under such circumstances. Upon hearing Peter's greeting, Norman, regaining his composure, carefully organized his emotions before politely responding. I never anticipated that the friend Octavius mentioned would be you, Peter. Our first meeting, and under such circumstances, must be quite amusing for you. As Norman and Peter exchanged warm pleasantries, Octavius, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. So, all this time, you two were acquainted. What a fool I must seem as the intermediary. If only you had mentioned this earlier. Halfway through his thoughts, Octavius suddenly realized that the burden of this misunderstanding ultimately fell upon him. Faced with Norman, he had refrained from mentioning Peter's name due to a prior commitment. However, when approaching Peter, he had become so caught up in the smooth progression of events that he neglected to inform Peter of Norman's identity. Consequently, the two individuals who should have been introduced by him were now engaged in lively conversation, while he, the facilitator, felt like an unnecessary presence. Not at all, Uncle Norman. You needn't feel embarrassed. I've heard that your efforts are aimed at treating a hereditary genetic illness within your family, ensuring Harry can lead a healthy life. That is truly commendable, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Peter, concerned that Norman might feel uncomfortable in front of his junior, offered some reassuring words. Yet, in truth, Norman had no reason to feel awkward. His remark was merely a habitual courtesy, intended to ease the awkward atmosphere between them. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself. Growing up in a large family and navigating the world of substantial capital, Norman carried no moral burdens. However, Peter's words, while absolving him, went so far as to label him as great. Such praise, even for someone as thick-skinned as Norman, caused a slight flush to rise to his cheeks. After all, having witnessed the news reports from that fateful night, he was acutely aware of the countless innocent lives lost due to his loss of control. If Peter were to discover that Norman felt a tinge of embarrassment from his unreflective praise, he might even commend him for his moral fortitude. After all, the American government had conducted experiments on its own citizens, resulting in numerous casualties, rendering Norman's actions relatively insignificant in comparison. Were it not for the need to uphold Gwen's superhero persona, Peter would hardly be inclined to save so many lives on a daily basis. Ultimately, the affairs of this world can be distilled down to two matters: what concerns me and what concerns you. With that time, wouldn't it be more fruitful for Peter to develop additional weapons for himself and Gwen? Once the initial formalities of their first meeting concluded, the dialogue between Peter and Norman finally shifted toward the main topic at hand. Although Peter had gleaned a general understanding of the situation from Octavius, he sought to ensure no vital details were overlooked by inviting Norman to recount the events from his own perspective. After listening to Norman's first-hand account, Peter concluded that the issues Norman faced aligned closely with what Octavius had previously described. It can be said that although Norman is not the Hulk, he surpasses him in certain aspects. His afflictions mirror those of Bruce Banner from other universes. Whenever he experiences heightened emotions, a transformation mechanism is triggered. Upon transformation, his body succumbs to the control of another persona within him. However, while Banner's alter ego, the Hulk, resembles a petulant child prone to tantrums, Norman's second persona, the Green Goblin, embodies a grotesque and maniacal murderer. Therefore, addressing Norman's issues cannot follow the same path as Banner's, which involves merging with the Hulk. Instead, it necessitates the separation of the Green Goblin persona from within Norman. Once the influence of this second identity is eradicated, Norman's transformation ability could be mastered through relentless training, without the need for any therapeutic intervention. Moreover, the challenge of eliminating this transformation ability is exceedingly daunting. As Octavius stated, the sheer magnitude of calculations required may not yield entirely accurate results, even with supercomputers. This conundrum would leave even Peter feeling equally powerless. As for how to extricate the Green Goblin persona from Norman, he has already begun contemplating various strategies. Chapter 62, Commencement and Division of Labor. It is noteworthy that Peter's proposed solution to Norman's psychological issues mirrors the very approach he intends to employ for his own mental challenges. Specifically, he aims to utilize brain-machine interface technology, leveraging the body as a conduit to access the elusive realm of the psyche. In simpler terms, this involves extracting the second personality that has emerged due to Norman's schizophrenia through the aforementioned technology. While this method may temporarily inflict some psychological distress on Norman, rendering him somewhat listless, it essentially reflects a similar phenomenon of mental exhaustion that Peter himself has experienced. In the long run, such an approach is unlikely to yield irrevocable consequences, provided that Norman engages in self-cultivation, adheres to a balanced routine, and allows a few years for recovery to restore his former self. However, this is contingent upon Peter's ability to refine Octavius's current control system into a genuine brain-machine interface technology. Otherwise, it remains mere theoretical speculation. Yet, prior to the actualization of this technology, Peter must devise a strategy to prevent Norman from transforming into the Green Goblin whenever his emotions surge. After Peter articulated his thoughts to both Norman and Octavius, Norman, upon realizing that this plan could resolve his own dilemmas while preserving his formidable abilities, readily consented to Peter's proposal. As for Octavius, he graciously assured his cooperation in perfecting the brain-machine interface and developing a suppressive serum for the transformations. With all details finalized, Peter was eager to commence work, for resolving Norman's psychological issues would simultaneously provide a remedy for his own mental strain. However, at this juncture, Norman hesitated and spoke up. Peter, I know you are friends with Harry, and there is something I hope you can agree to." Observing Norman's reticence, Peter could surmise the nature of his unspoken concern. "Uncle Norman, are you worried about Harry's genetic disorder?" Norman nodded fervently. "Yes. I initially intended for Harry to receive the gene optimization serum once I had perfected it. Yet, given my current state, I cannot in good conscience administer something of my own creation to him. Therefore, I would like to impose upon you once more and request your assistance in creating a remedy for Harry. It need not endow him with extraordinary abilities. It simply must address his genetic deficiencies." Peter did not perceive this request as a burden. In fact, resolving Harry's genetic issues seemed considerably simpler compared to Norman's own predicaments. Regardless, even if Norman had not mentioned it, Peter would have sought a solution for Harry in due time. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the depth of friendship Harry had found in someone as remarkable as Norman. If Harry were privy to Peter's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scold him for his shamelessness. Rest assured, Uncle Norman, Harry and I share a profound friendship, and I am resolute in my commitment to assist him with his troubles. With Peter's assurance, Norman's demeanor transformed into one of radiant joy. Such a smile had not graced Norman even when he realized that Peter possessed the means to address his psychological issues. This indicates that, in contrast to his own predicament, Norman's primary concern lay in Harry's safety. After resolving this minor interlude, the trio commenced their research endeavors within the laboratory. Peter assigned Octavius a task that aligned with his expertise, to develop an agent capable of suppressing Norman's transformation abilities. Norman, serving as his assistant, was eager to contribute. After all, Norman was a scholarly genius who had previously single-handedly devised a gene-optimizing serum, despite some notable discrepancies in the process. Assisting Octavius in gathering and organizing experimental data was well within his capabilities. More significantly, with Norman's presence, Octavius could readily obtain blood samples as experimental materials, thereby significantly enhancing their research efficiency. Thus, having Norman, a wealthy magnate, serve both as a laborer and as a source of experimental material exemplified a dual benefit. In terms of exploitation and exertion, Peter's approach would even make Norman exclaim in admiration. Remarkably, as the one being utilized, Norman remained willingly engaged and profoundly grateful. As the saying goes, sometimes one must express gratitude for what they endure. As for Peter's task, it entailed refining Octavius's flawed control system, transforming it into a genuine brain-machine interface technology. In the distribution of responsibilities among the three, Peter's role was undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet, his enthusiasm for the work was fervent, as visions of dazzling, extravagant iron suits beckoned to him. What was a mere viral threat compared to the romance of mechanized armor? However, Peter's current knowledge in biology remained insufficient, necessitating further study to bridge the gap. Thus, his work this evening was relatively straightforward. He intended to utilize materials in Octavius's laboratory to recreate the hardware for the control system. After all, Octavius would eventually need volunteers for experiential testing, and it would be imprudent to dismantle the very product needed for that purpose. By replicating a set of hardware to take with him, he could subsequently conduct his research in his own laboratory, with J.A.R.V.I.S. at his side to assist. The efficiency of his development would be greatly enhanced, sparing him the daily commute to New York University. Having already grasped the concepts and details from Octavius, Peter quickly completed his work utilizing the laboratory's 3D printing equipment and high-precision assembly robotic arms. Although he finished swiftly, this was only in comparison to the situation at Octavius's end. Upon glancing at his watch, Peter realized it was already 10:30 in the evening, meaning that after accounting for travel time, he had spent 6 hours in the laboratory. The technology of brain-computer interfaces is not something that can be accomplished in a short span of time. With the replicated control system in hand, Peter exchanged pleasantries with the other two before preparing to return home. He had arrived that afternoon in Octavius's car. If he delayed any longer, hailing a taxi would become increasingly difficult. As for Octavius and Norman, it was evident they were ready to pull an all-nighter. Reflecting on his previous life, Peter couldn't help but exclaim, "The world of adulthood is indeed quite challenging." With a light-hearted stride, he exited the laboratory. The campus of New York University is quite expansive, and it took him nearly 10 minutes to meander to the main gate. However, upon reaching this point, Peter was momentarily taken aback, for before him stood a figure that was both familiar and unexpected. Chapter 63, Gwen's tenderness before me stood a tall, slender silhouette, reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, embodying both grace and resilience. With her hands clasped behind her back, she paced before the school gate, her soft golden locks dancing in the wind. Even from behind, her unique aura was palpable. "Gwen?" Peter ventured to call out. At the sound of his voice, she immediately turned, her exquisite and familiar visage coming into view. Who else could it be but Gwen? She dashed toward Peter and leaped into his embrace. "Why were you inside for so long? You could have at least sent me a message to let me know you were all right." Gwen nestled in Peter's arms, gazing up at him with a tone imbued with a hint of grievance. From her crystalline, expressive eyes, Peter perceived a profound worry and a wealth of affection. It was then that Peter realized Gwen had merely feigned anger to leave school earlier that afternoon. In truth, she had been deeply concerned for his safety. However, since Peter had insisted she refrain from participating in his plans, she had hidden in the shadows, observing the situation. After witnessing Peter enter Octavius's vehicle, she followed him all the way to New York University. Upon seeing Peter and Octavius together enter the laboratory, she soon noticed a familiar figure appear at the laboratory's entrance. As a former intern at Oscorp, Gwen certainly recognized Norman Osborn, the company's CEO. Naturally, she was taken aback by the revelation. The chairman of Oscorp was, in fact, the very Green Goblin she and Peter had confronted that fateful night. Amid her astonishment, Gwen couldn't help but think of her newfound confidant, Harry. If Harry were to discover that his idolized father harbored such a hidden side, he would surely be heartbroken. After observing the laboratory for a while longer and noting that no alarming noises emerged from within, Gwen, feeling somewhat bored, ceased her surveillance and began to explore the university's campus. As she strolled, she fantasized about the future she and Peter might share at Columbia University. For the next 6 hours, there was no commotion from the laboratory, yet Gwen remained vigilantly nearby, ready to rush to Peter's side should any danger arise. Realizing this, Peter tightened his embrace around his girlfriend and, filled with remorse, whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry. I made you worry." "Well, it's good that you know," Gwen replied, pouting slightly as she turned her head away, shyly avoiding Peter's fervent gaze. Not wanting Peter to notice her flustered state, Gwen quickly shifted the subject. "By the way, how did your meeting go today? Was it successful?" Upon hearing Gwen inquire about the conversation, Peter's excitement surged. After all, he had struck a remarkable deal that day. Peter recounted the events that transpired in the laboratory to Gwen, imploring her not to disclose the identities of Octavius and Norman to Director George. Initially, Gwen hesitated, as this contradicted the moral teachings instilled in her by George since childhood. However, after Peter's persuasive arguments, she ultimately acquiesced, finding merit in his reasoning. Peter argued that both Norman and Octavius were fundamentally good individuals. Their transgressions were the result of severe psychological issues stemming from their use of flawed drugs. Given their mental ailments, their wrongdoings could be likened to those of two mentally ill patients in a fit of madness. American law stipulates that individuals suffering from mental illness may be exempt from criminal responsibility. Since the law absolves them of accountability, why not extend them an opportunity to redeem themselves? Peter's rhetoric, coupled with Gwen's friendship with Harry, tipped the scales of her decision in favor of Peter, leading her to agree to conceal the circumstances surrounding Norman and Octavius from George. Nonetheless, Gwen's consent was not without conditions. She insisted that both Norman and Octavius must engage in charitable endeavors regularly, thereby atoning for their past misdeeds. Furthermore, Gwen declared her intention to monitor their progress closely. Should they falter again, she would not hesitate to hold them accountable. Peter readily accepted Gwen's stipulations. After all, this was not a challenging requirement for Norman and Octavius, as Oscorp generously contributed to charitable causes annually to mitigate tax liabilities. As for Octavius, should his mechanical tentacle project achieve successful implementation, it would constitute a significant act of charity in itself. Peter planned to have Faraday Future extend some assistance to Octavius, considering that the Intelligent Medical Robotics Project positioned Faraday Future as a quasi-medical device company. By aiding him, Peter would fulfill Octavius's aspirations while also repaying a debt for the brain-machine interface technology. Yet, Peter was aware that even he found his own words to be disingenuous. He could candidly admit to being a hypocrite. If someone were to harm those he cherished, regardless of their mental state, Peter would not hesitate to exact retribution. Forgiveness was a divine prerogative, while Peter's role was to ensure the offender met their maker. His willingness to assist Norman and Octavius stemmed partly from his friendship with Harry, Norman's son, and from having acquired the original brain-machine interface technology from Octavius earlier that day. Additionally, since neither posed a threat to his interests, Peter's character would have otherwise rendered him indifferent to their fate. After escorting Gwen home, Peter did not retreat to his room for rest, but instead, brimming with excitement, made his way to the laboratory, control system in hand. "Jarvis, please create a new project file entitled Brain-Computer Interface Technology." "Certainly. Sir, kindly gather all available materials pertaining to the research of biological signal acquisition, categorizing and highlighting the key points before organizing them within this project file. Additionally, utilize the hyperspectral camera to meticulously scan the set of hardware I brought back. I require you to employ all computational power to devise an upgraded optimization plan for me." Having delegated these tasks to Jarvis, Peter finally departed from the laboratory and returned to his quarters to rest. It was not that he was unwilling to work late into the night, but rather that his mental faculties had been compromised and could not endure further strain. However, he knew that once he perfected the brain-computer interface technology, all these concerns would cease to be issues. As he lay on his bed, Peter continuously envisioned the moment he would don his iron suit, gradually succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 64. Product launch time flowed like a tranquil river, unperturbed by significant disturbances. Since embarking on the research and development of brain-machine interface technology, Peter dedicated the majority of his time to the project. His days were occupied with attending classes and occasionally accompanying Gwen on dates, while the remaining hours were spent in the laboratory. Notably, the female AI program that Peter had promised to develop for Gwen was finally completed. Lacking any flair for naming, he simply dubbed it Edith. Indeed, it bore the same name as the AI program left to Spider-Man by Iron Man, Tony Stark, after his demise. However, the version Peter created, albeit sharing the name, lacked the advanced capabilities of its namesake. The true Edith was ingeniously designed based on the structure and principles of the Mind Stone. Nevertheless, Peter's rudimentary version was still remarkably advanced within this world. Upon its completion, Edith seamlessly took over Jarvis's duties, becoming Gwen's exclusive AI assistant. This development allowed Jarvis to devote his full attention to supporting Peter alone. Yet, amidst the monotony of daily life, not everything remained unchanged. For the global populace, the most significant transformation during this time was undoubtedly the launch of the intelligent medical robot, developed collaboratively by Oscorp and Faraday Future. Oscorp focused its efforts on monumental tasks, swiftly creating the first version of a medical knowledge database. Peter, having previously streamlined the technical documentation, submitted it to the manufacturing facility, euphemistically termed cost reduction. Although costs were lowered, the quality remained uncompromised. With its adorable appearance, formidable intelligence, and an array of functions, complemented by comprehensive service, Baymax became an instant sensation worldwide upon its release. Compared to affluent individual buyers, major medical institutions, rehabilitation centers, and elderly care facilities emerged as the primary purchasers of Baymax. The explosive sales brought immense profits to both companies, with Faraday Future's earnings in the first month alone surpassing those from their collaboration with Geely's electric vehicle project. This was largely attributed to the nascent stage of the electric vehicle market. Despite Geely's extensive promotional efforts and sustained product popularity, electric vehicles still faced a long journey before they could dethrone traditional fuel-powered cars in public perception. The necessary infrastructure, such as charging stations and points, required considerable time for development and enhancement. Overall, while electric vehicles had yet to experience a true breakthrough, the prospects for Faraday Future remained exceedingly bright. In contrast to the overwhelming success of the intelligent medical robot Baymax, the other product launched by Oscorp and Faraday Future, the mechanical tentacles developed by Octavius, garnered significantly less attention. After a period of experiential testing by numerous volunteers, the performance of the mechanical tentacles has been conclusively validated. Upon receiving this news, Peter instructed the head of Faraday Future to reach out to Octavius, proposing a collaborative effort to promote this technology. Unexpectedly, Norman, upon hearing this, also engaged Osborne Corporation, thus uniting the three parties in a renewed partnership. Naturally, in order to reduce costs and mitigate the potential dangers associated with mechanical tentacles, the products slated for market release were subject to certain performance limitations. The original metallic materials were replaced with more affordable organic composites, and the control motors were switched to lower-powered and cost-effective models. Although the popularity of mechanical tentacles did not rival that of the more renowned white, their sales remained commendable, as the number of individuals worldwide who have lost limbs due to various accidents is not insignificant. Typically, those in such situations tend to avoid the limelight, which explains the relatively subdued attention. The only source of Peter's frustration stemmed from Octavius's decision to incorporate AI programming as an auxiliary feature in the next generation of mechanical tentacles. After witnessing the role of AI in intelligent medical robots, Peter could only express disbelief, remarking that he had witnessed reckless actions before, but nothing quite like this. Was not the transformation into a lizardman sufficient? Did Octavius also wish to embody Dr. Octopus? Surely, the application of AI programming on mechanical tentacles was ill-advised. However, Octavius proved obstinate, resisting Peter's counsel. Unable to allow Octavius, who possessed no understanding of artificial intelligence technology, to draft the AI program himself, Peter resorted to providing him with a pre-existing copy of the program he had developed. Octavius merely needed to utilize the existing user data to train the AI accordingly. Peter hoped that having gone to such lengths, Octavius would refrain from becoming another Dr. Octopus. In contrast to Peter's concerns over Octavius's stubbornness, Norman found himself riding a wave of success. The Osborne Corporation's consecutive triumphs in 2 projects restored his influence within the company and solidified his position as chairman. What brought Norman additional relief was Octavius's successful development of a suppressive agent. Currently, the efficacy of the suppressive agent appears promising. However, the potential for developing resistance with prolonged use remains to be determined through further observation. Chapter 65, External Forces and Healing. The recent performance of Oscorp has been nothing short of remarkable, with a steady influx of millions of dollars flowing into the company's accounts each day. However, such impressive achievements have not been reflected in Oscorp's stock price, which has experienced a continuous decline. There are numerous reasons for this downturn, yet 2 primary factors stand out. One is the sudden and substantial sell-off of Oscorp shares by a mysterious seller. The other is the recent assassination of several members of Oscorp's management and board, shrouded in ambiguity. The combination of unexplained mass sell-offs and the unsettling atmosphere among the company's upper echelons has led to a paradoxical decline in stock value amidst such prosperous circumstances. Little did anyone suspect that the mastermind orchestrating these events was none other than Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp. His motives were straightforward: to depress the stock price and subsequently reclaim shares through opportunistic trading. Furthermore, it was an act of vengeance. Not long ago, Eddie Brock had finally provided him with investigative intelligence, detailing a list of those within Oscorp who had conspired in the plot to assassinate him. Norman had allowed these individuals to linger in their positions for some time, but now that he possessed the death warrant, and with the stock price ripe for manipulation, it was time to exact his retribution. Of course, Norman would not sully his hands with the grime of direct involvement. He merely needed to remain aloof, observing from the heights of his office, maintaining a facade of innocence throughout. As events unfolded, Eddie Brock's investigation was far from over. With the deepening inquiry, he uncovered indications of other external forces colluding with these internal traitors, participating in the plot against Norman. However, since the gang members tasked with executing the mission had all perished in a catastrophic incident in Harlem, Eddie's investigation had reached an impasse. Identifying this external force would evidently require additional time. For Norman, this was not a concern. He could afford to wait. His sole desire was to uncover the identity of the audacious entity that dared to harbor such intentions against the Osborn family. Injecting himself with a suppressant, he reminded himself that maintaining composure was crucial given his current circumstances. After regaining his equilibrium, he set aside the matters affecting his mood. While Oscorp appeared to be engulfed in chaos from an external perspective, he had preemptively consolidated control over the company's discourse, ensuring that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The company continued to operate in an orderly fashion, and with the dissenting voices from the board silenced, operational efficiency had, in fact, improved. Having completed the documents requiring his signature for the day, Norman gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the office. He has an important matter to attend to this afternoon, one that requires his personal presence. His son Harry is about to utilize the serum developed by Peter to cure his genetic defect. Ever since he last broached the subject with Peter in Octavius's laboratory, he had refrained from inquiring further. It is not that Norman possesses an abundance of trust in Peter. After all, even the elders of his company, with whom he shares mutual interests, have betrayed him before. The concept of trust is exceedingly costly for him. Yet, he dares not frequently question Peter about the progress of the matter. For it is no exaggeration to assert that the fate of the Osborn family now rests solely in Peter's hands. Whether he and Harry can envision a bright future hinges entirely on Peter's intellect. Norman is deeply concerned that an overly eager demeanor may render them vulnerable to Peter's manipulation. Thus, whether regarding his own concerns or those pertaining to Harry, Norman consistently maintains a demeanor of calm composure. However, upon learning that Peter has successfully developed the serum to rectify the genetic defect, the facade he has upheld for so long finally crumbled. 4. In contrast to his own middle-aged existence, Harry represents the sole hope for the continuation and legacy of the Osborn lineage. He drove alone to the designated location, a room that he had specially arranged for this occasion. The confidentiality of the space was paramount. Equipped with the most advanced medical apparatus and bodily diagnostic devices produced by Osborn Industries, every preparation was made with a singular purpose: to provide Harry with the safest and most comprehensive environment for his treatment today. Inside the room, Harry and Peter had already arrived, accompanied by a physician, the very doctor dedicated to serving the Osborn family at their estate. His sole task today was to meticulously monitor every aspect of Harry's health data, ready to administer immediate aid should any complications arise. Upon Norman's arrival, both Harry and Peter greeted him in turn. Their expressions appeared relaxed, devoid of any signs of anxiety regarding the impending treatment. Peter's tranquility stemmed from his unwavering confidence in the efficacy of his serum, while Harry's ease was simply due to his carefree nature. If one were to attribute a reason for his calm, it would be his profound trust in his friend Peter. All individuals expected to be present today had gathered, and without any unnecessary pleasantries, Peter commenced introducing the gene repair serum he intended to administer to Harry. Having learned from the cautionary tales of the lizard and the green goblin, Peter was determined not to repeat the same mistakes with Harry's treatment. The pursuit of external power cannot be entirely dismissed, but the risks involved are considerable, with the potential for assimilation by foreign genes looming large. Therefore, in developing the gene repair serum for Harry, Peter had resolved from the outset to seek strength from within. Peter's plan is to activate Harry's latent potential, enabling the problematic genes within him to possess the ability for self-repair. This endeavor necessitates a more profound development of the desperation virus serum. The original effect of the desperation virus is to awaken the body's potential, granting it extraordinary self-healing capabilities. The resultant overheating phenomenon is, in fact, a side effect caused by an accelerated metabolic rate following the activation of this potential. Given that Peter aims to harness the effects of the desperation virus to grant Harry's genes the ability for autonomous repair, he must confront two critical challenges. The first is to enhance the efficacy of the desperation virus, allowing it to operate more profoundly at the genetic level. The second challenge is to address the intensified overheating phenomenon that accompanies the enhanced effects of the virus. Tackling these two issues has indeed consumed a significant portion of Peter's cognitive resources. Chapter 66. Bald but empowered Peter, despite his limited comprehension of biological sciences, possessed a singular advantage. His learning capacity was significantly enhanced following the fusion of souls to refine the brain-machine interface technology. He immersed himself in a plethora of literature concerning biological information acquisition. In his quest to further amplify the effects of the Abyss virus and to develop a flawless gene repair agent, he recognized the necessity for intensive supplementary study. After perusing countless genetic engineering papers, Peter eventually discerned the path to fortifying the Abyss virus. Through relentless experimentation, he succeeded in creating a gene repair agent grounded in the principles of the Abyss virus. Regrettably, although the efficacy of this gene repair agent was remarkable, Peter was unable to eliminate the issue of overheating caused by the body's rapid metabolism during its application. He believed that with the investment of additional time and research, he would ultimately eradicate this flaw. However, he deemed such an endeavor somewhat counterproductive, as the agent had already reached its peak effectiveness. To address the overheating dilemma, he contemplated solutions not only from the agent itself but also from the user's physiology. The peril of overheating induced by accelerated metabolism lay in the instability it wrought within the user's body. This state resembled the delicate balance between cellular regeneration and apoptosis. Any minor perturbation could precipitate a catastrophic collapse of this fragile equilibrium. The consequence of such a collapse would be the transformation of the user into a human bomb, unleashing an explosion exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. Nevertheless, should a method be devised to maintain the user's body temperature within safe parameters, this conundrum would be readily resolved. Peter opted for this very approach. He engineered a high-speed heat exchanger capable of swiftly transferring the immense heat generated instantaneously, thereby ensuring that the temperature within the exchanger remained consistently within a narrow range. Testing revealed that even objects reaching temperatures of 5,000 degrees Celsius could be cooled to 200 degrees Celsius within a mere second through this sophisticated apparatus. While this temperature would be fatal for an ordinary individual, it proved to be remarkably safe for someone utilizing the gene repair agent. With all issues resolved, Harry's treatment could officially commence. Peter arrived at the designated location ahead of schedule today to conduct final adjustments on the high-speed heat exchanger. He meticulously inspected the other instruments and equipment in the room, ensuring that everything would function flawlessly once the treatment began. Now, with all preparations complete, Harry donned specially designed attire and reclined within a chamber filled with liquid. The chamber serves as the heart of the high-speed heat exchanger, containing a unique solution capable of rapidly conducting temperature. This extraordinary liquid also supplies Harry with the oxygen essential for his body. As the treatment commenced, Peter gently infused the gene repair serum into Harry's system, subsequently sealing the chamber door, awaiting the serum's effects. Moments later, through the porthole reserved on the chamber, a beam of brilliant crimson light emanated from within. This remarkable phenomenon signified that the gene repair serum had begun to take effect. At that instant, the readings of various monitoring instruments in the laboratory surged dramatically, particularly the thermometer on the high-speed heat exchanger, which indicated that the internal temperature had reached 150 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the thermometer's reading stabilized upon reaching 200 degrees Celsius, confirming that the heat exchanger was functioning normally, and Harry was not in any immediate danger. Throughout the entire treatment, the Osborn family's dedicated physician exhibited considerable anxiety, as the life signs displayed by the instruments were rather alarming. Had it not been for Peter's unwavering assurance that everything was under control, he surely would have halted the procedure. Yet, the agonizing moments eventually passed, and as Harry's vital signs returned to normal levels, the gene therapy could finally be deemed complete. However, upon receiving this news, Norman did not allow himself to relax. The physician, too, shared in this sentiment. As soon as Peter announced the end of the treatment, he rushed to open the chamber and assist Harry out. He swiftly extracted blood from Harry's veins and began testing it with the genetic analysis equipment nearby. Only when the doctor turned to Norman and confirmed that Harry's genetic defect had been completely eradicated did Norman finally release the tension that had been weighing on him. Meanwhile, Harry, who was gradually recovering from his initial state of weakness, found the transformations occurring within him to be remarkably astonishing. "Peter, am I hallucinating? Why do I feel so light and brimming with strength?" Harry inquired, simultaneously gripping the metallic armrest of the chair beneath him. To his utter astonishment, a mere gentle squeeze left 5 distinct fingerprints on the metal. He widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing at his palm before looking up at Peter, seeking an explanation from his friend. Peter, unfazed by the changes Harry was experiencing, calmly responded to Harry's questioning gaze. "This is no illusion. You have indeed become bald and stronger." Upon hearing this, Harry fearfully reached for the top of his head only to discover that his once full head of hair had vanished entirely. Peter continued to explain with unwavering composure. The gene repair serum may not have endowed you with any extraordinary powers, but it has significantly enhanced your physical capabilities during the treatment. If all goes as expected, your physical condition has now reached the pinnacle of human capability. However, to maintain this state over the long term, it is imperative to ensure a consistent regimen of daily training. As for your hair, there is no need to touch it. It has indeed all fallen out. Not only your hair, but the hair on other parts of your body has likely vanished as well. Within the high-speed heat exchanger's chamber, the strength of your hair could not withstand such drastic temperature fluctuations, but rest assured, it will eventually grow back. Harry's eyes were filled with a deep melancholy as he silently gazed at Peter. He suspected that Peter was envious of his handsome appearance, which prompted him to strip away his luxuriant locks, yet regrettably, he lacked any evidence to support his claim. Chapter 67. Agenda and Collaboration. Although Harry felt a sense of melancholy from his hairlessness, Norman nonetheless took Harry by the arm, and together they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Peter. In a generous gesture, Norman presented a stock transfer agreement, intending to bestow 5 of his shares in Oscorp upon Peter. Without waiting for Peter's acceptance, Norman thrust the document into Peter's hands. Peter responded, "If you're offering this, I might just find my fatigue dissipating." Embracing the traditional virtues of humility and benevolence, Peter did not hesitate, swiftly inscribing his name on the transfer agreement. After all, why refuse a gift of wealth? Moreover, this represented shares worth hundreds of millions of dollars, yielding substantial dividends annually. Only a fool would decline such an offer. Furthermore, Peter's current endeavors, while tinged with personal motives, fundamentally aimed to rescue the Osborn duo. Thus, whether it was 5 or more, he felt entirely justified in accepting the shares. Given the sincerity displayed by Norman, it was only proper that he demonstrate tangible results in return. After signing the stock transfer agreement, Peter discreetly pulled Norman aside to discuss the progress of the brain-computer interface technology. Due to Peter's preoccupation with preparing for Harry's treatment, the development of the interface had experienced some delays. Nevertheless, he remained confident that all technical issues could be resolved within the month, allowing for the complete refinement of the technology. Consequently, the matter of transferring Norman's second persona could now be placed on the agenda. After all, compared to Harry's treatment, the preparations for Norman's were considerably more intricate. For instance, the treatment could not be conducted in the city center. A remote location was essential. This precaution would mitigate potential repercussions should Norman lose control and transform into the Green Goblin during the procedure. Additionally, the treatment room, along with the necessary equipment and instruments, would require reconstruction from high-strength specialized metals. Given Norman's formidable physical condition, even in his untransformed state, inadequate equipment could easily be compromised should he struggle. Despite the cumbersome preparations, Norman's face radiated joy. For him, the only threats to his current life were an unidentified external force and the second persona residing within him. His determination to eliminate this latent danger, regardless of the challenges ahead, remained unwavering. Their discussion took place discreetly, away from Harry, and once the subsequent plans were established, Peter bid farewell and departed. As for Harry, he was to remain for more comprehensive examinations, a matter that no longer required Peter's concern. Upon completing Harry's treatment, Peter promptly redirected his focus entirely towards the refinement of brain-machine interface technology. However, just a few days after Harry's recovery, he received an unusual phone call from Faraday Future. The caller was a professional manager responsible for overseeing the company's daily operations. Back when Faraday Future was still a fledgling entity, Peter and Uncle Ben had exerted considerable effort to find a trustworthy and competent manager, often leveraging monetary incentives to achieve this goal. Fortunately, their investment proved fruitful. This manager adeptly organized the company's affairs, resulting in remarkable improvements in both performance and efficiency. Upon recognizing the manager's name on the caller ID, Peter swiftly answered the call. During their conversation, he learned that the purpose of the unexpected contact was due to a prominent company visiting that day, seeking to establish a partnership with Faraday Future. Peter felt puzzled, as he had entrusted all matters of such commercial collaborations to the manager. Why was there a need to inform him specifically today? Upon further inquiry, he discovered that while the large company expressed interest in collaborating, they had not disclosed the specifics of the partnership. Their only stipulation was that they wished to meet with the founder of Faraday Future before proceeding to detailed discussions. Furrowing his brow, Peter found the company somewhat peculiar. Yet he was also filled with curiosity regarding the nature of the collaboration. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to acquiesce to the request for a meeting with the company. It was only at this juncture that he remembered to inquire about the name of this large company. The manager's voice, tinged with excitement, resonated through the phone. "Boss. The company is Fisker Group." Fisker Group. Upon hearing the name of this significant corporation, Peter was taken aback. Fisker Group stands as the largest real estate, shipping, and financial services company in New York and across the United States. Its business interests also span various fields including sports betting, entertainment venues, and private security services. It is safe to say that Fisker Group's market value and annual profits far exceed those of Oscorp, led by Norman. However, Peter's astonishment did not stem from the sheer power of Fisker Group. Rather, it was the identity of its master, the man known as Wilson Fisk. This individual bore another, less publicized title, the Underground Emperor of New York, Kingpin. While Wilson Fisk ostensibly presides over Fisker Group as a benefactor providing countless jobs to the underprivileged, he is, in fact, the most formidable crime lord in New York City, engaging in smuggling, trafficking, assassination, and illegal arms trading, leaving a trail of malevolence in his wake. He is willing to embrace any illicit enterprise as long as it promises profit. The Fisk Group was established through the illicit gains he amassed, and in turn, it has become the shield under which his burgeoning criminal empire flourishes. However, Peter remained oblivious to the true reason the Fisk Group sought his presence. If it were merely a matter of commercial collaboration, there would be no necessity for him to attend in person. Furthermore, all of Faraday Future's projects had already secured partnerships with Geely Automotive and Osborne Company, leaving no room for the Fisk Group's involvement. The sectors in which Faraday Future and the Fisk Group operated bore no overlap whatsoever. Consequently, Peter found himself at a loss regarding the true intentions behind their desire to meet. Nevertheless, pondering over it was of little consequence. He could simply inquire directly. Peter organized the materials in the laboratory, instructed Jarvis to continue with the remaining simulations, then changed into a different outfit and drove the latest Faraday Future vehicle to the company. Chapter 68. The early bird and rejection. The corporate edifice of Faraday Future is a cubic structure, devoid of the sophisticated elegance typically associated with a cutting-edge technology firm. Unlike the grand and meticulously designed headquarters of colossal tech giants like Pineapple and Amazon, Peter remains unconcerned with such ostentation. His philosophy centers on a modest approach to growth, silently amassing wealth. Rather than squandering funds on architectural design and construction, he finds it far more appealing to invest in additional equipment and instruments. After nearly half an hour of travel, Peter finally arrived at the entrance of his company. Once he had parked his vehicle, he ascended the elevator directly to the reception area. Upon reaching the reception room, he spotted two imposing figures clad in black suits and donning dark sunglasses, standing sentinel at the entrance. Their attire and physique unmistakably suggested they were either intelligence operatives or bodyguards. As Peter attempted to enter, they interposed themselves with outstretched hands, confirming his suspicion that they were indeed bodyguards. Fortunately, an employee from Faraday Future recognized his boss and stepped forward to clarify the situation, allowing the two bodyguards to step aside. However, Peter remained quite dissatisfied with this incident. Despite being the owner of the company, he found it utterly unacceptable to be halted by outsiders within his own establishment. He silently resolved to demonstrate his authority to the representative from Fisku upon entering. Stepping into the reception area, Peter observed his manager engaged in lively conversation with a bald man. Dressed in a white suit, the man appeared quite corpulent. Although seated, his towering stature was evident. Upon seeing Peter enter, the manager quickly rose to greet him, extending a hand in introduction. "Boss, this is Mr. Wilson Fisk, the founder of Fisker Group, who has come to visit us today." He then gestured towards Wilson Fisk, saying, "This is our owner, Peter Parker." Upon hearing this, Wilson smiled and nodded at Peter, who, regaining his composure, reciprocated the gesture with a smile and nod. Peter was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the visitor today would be none other than Wilson Fisk himself. Perhaps, it seemed, his visitor's modest approach, accompanied by merely two bodyguards, was indeed a sign of discretion. "Not likely. Regardless of your status, I, Peter Parker, have vowed to show you a thing or two, and I intend to keep that promise." With this thought in mind, Peter quickly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke. "I have heard that you insisted on meeting with me to clarify the purpose of your visit today. Now that I am here, I would appreciate it if you could be forthright and articulate precisely what project you wish to discuss for potential collaboration with Faraday Future." With that, Peter took his seat at the head of the table, gazing steadily at Wilson across from him. The manager, who had just moments ago been wearing a broad smile, now stood behind Peter with palpable embarrassment, uncertain as to why his superior displayed such an icy demeanor. He glanced at Peter, then at Wilson, discreetly observing the reactions of these two titans, unsure of how to proceed. Just as he feared his career was on the brink of disaster, Wilson broke the silence. With an enduring, gentle smile, Wilson appeared unfazed by Peter's previous demeanor. "Very well. Since Mr. Parker has put it that way, allow me to be forthright. Our Fisk Group is keen to establish a partnership with your esteemed company in the realm of new energy." "Impossible," Peter firmly retorted as Wilson's words settled. "Our company has already entered into a partnership with Huaxia's Lucky Automobile, with a signed exclusive authorization agreement. Faraday Future will not breach this contract merely to collaborate with your Fisk Group. Despite Peter's interruption and outright refusal, Wilson maintained his air of cultured composure. Unperturbed by the rejection, he merely shook his head and replied, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Mr. Parker. The Fisk Group has no intention of usurping the Lucky Automobile business, nor will we request you to annul the already signed contract. On the contrary, a successful collaboration between us could yield significant benefits for both your company and the projects with Lucky Automobile." Noticing Peter's growing impatience, Wilson decided to be more direct. "Here's the situation. Our Fisk Group has recently formed a partnership with Professor Otto Gonzalo Octavius from New York University. Over the next 5 years, Fisk Group will provide all the research funding that Professor Octavius requires to complete his project on controllable nuclear fusion for the artificial sun. I believe you understand the implications of creating an artificial sun. It signifies that we will possess boundless energy in the future. With this technology, the Fisk Group will merely need to sell energy to generate an unending stream of income. What do you say, Mr. Parker? Do you not find our potential collaboration to be a match made in heaven? Faraday Future's new energy vehicles could generate a greater demand for energy based on current foundations. Meanwhile, our Fisk Group is perfectly positioned to fill this demand." At this point, Peter comprehended Fisk Group's intentions, though he was taken aback by their prior collaboration with Octavius. Was it the exorbitant profits from mechanical appendages that drew their interest towards Octavius? Peter could not ascertain. However, he recognized that allowing the technology of the artificial sun to fall into Wilson Fisk's hands would not bode well. Nevertheless, it must be said that Wilson's proposed collaboration was indeed quite enticing. After all, the main obstacle for new energy vehicles to supplant traditional fuel vehicles lies in the establishment of charging stations. Currently, Jixiang Automobile is in the process of establishing a charging station. Initially, it is imperative to reach an agreement with the local power company, followed by the laying of cables and the installation of transformers, among various other tasks. Once these steps are completed, the construction of the charging station and the installation of high-speed charging piles will ensue. This entire procedure is not only exceedingly intricate and time-consuming but also incurs substantial costs. Relying solely on Jixiang Automobile to accomplish this endeavor could potentially take several years to genuinely penetrate the market for new energy vehicles. However, should they collaborate with Fisk Group, Faraday Future and Jixiang Automobile could alleviate the burden of constructing the charging stations. With Fisk Group's robust foundation in the construction industry, coupled with the groundbreaking solar technology that can revolutionize the energy landscape, Peter is confident that they can establish a global network of new energy charging stations in less than a year, effectively transforming the world into a marketplace for new energy vehicles. From any perspective, the partnership between Faraday Future and Fisk Group represents a mutually beneficial collaboration. Nevertheless, Peter is not inclined to accept the cooperation invitation extended by Wilson. Chapter 69. Completion. The technology of artificial suns is indeed promising. Yet Peter harbored no intention of associating himself with Wilson Fisk. Despite Fisk's seemingly amiable demeanor and approachable facade, he was, in truth, a man capable of ruthless betrayal. Collaborating with such an individual necessitated constant vigilance, for one could never anticipate when he might conspire against him. Peter was far from convinced that a man of Fisk's notorious reputation would settle for the mundane task of energy sales. Once the Fisk Group established a monopoly over all charging stations, they would undoubtedly turn their ire towards Faraday Future and Jixiang Motors. When that day arrived, Peter was certain that the negotiations would not unfold with the same congeniality witnessed today. In any case, within a month, the brain-machine interface technology would achieve complete refinement. Through this advancement, he might successfully integrate fragments of Tony's memories. At that juncture, possessing the arc reactor, the thermal fusion technology of artificial suns would pale in comparison to the cold fusion technology. Faraday Future would merely need to integrate the miniaturized arc reactors into each charging station, significantly reducing both the cost and time required for construction. Moreover, the Fisk Group had only just begun to fund Octavius's research, and the artificial sun was still a mere figment of imagination. Who could ascertain when Octavius might succeed in creating it? Perhaps Peter's arc reactor would materialize first. Reflecting on this, Wilson's proposed collaboration lost its allure. Thus, under Wilson's confident gaze, Peter slowly articulated, "Your speech was indeed captivating, and this project does hold considerable potential. However, my answer remains unchanged. It is impossible. Faraday Future will not engage in any collaboration with the Fisk Group in the realm of renewable energy." Upon hearing Peter's repeated refusal, Wilson, who had maintained a facade of benevolence, could no longer contain himself. His smile faded swiftly, replaced by a cold, piercing glare directed at Peter. Rising from his seat, he approached Peter, his imposing figure akin to that of a grizzly bear. "Well, Mr. Parker, it is evident that you are indeed the founder of Faraday Future, possessing remarkable vision. It was well worth my while to seek a meeting with you. However, since your company dismisses the prospect of collaboration with the Fisk Group, I shall not linger. I hope that when we next meet, Mr. Parker, you will not reject my terms. Ha ha ha. With that, Wilson dismissed his manager who had come to escort him, departing the Faraday Future building flanked by 2 bodyguards. Peter could discern the underlying menace in Wilson's words. The threat was unmistakably clear. It appeared that this underground emperor was prepared to resort to coercive measures. The next encounter? It seemed that abduction might indeed be on his agenda. Nevertheless, Peter was undaunted by such underhanded tactics. Peter now ventures outdoors carrying a vial of the ultimate virus antidote, prepared for any unforeseen mishap that may occur on the streets. Furthermore, to avert situations where he might be unable to administer the antidote in time. The watch on his wrist conceals a hidden mechanism. Should the watch detect that Peter is in peril, it will automatically inject the antidote stored within its confines into his body. It is evident that Peter has taken meticulous precautions to safeguard his life. Additionally, Peter has entrusted Baymax to remain by the side of Aunt May and Uncle Ben, serving as their personal health advisor while also undertaking the responsibility of ensuring their safety. Even if Kingpin were to contemplate leveraging Aunt May and Uncle Ben to threaten Peter, he must first ascertain whether his own strength is sufficient to contend with the might of the rocket punch. Peter has dismissed Kingpin from his mind, but the manager expressed considerable regret over the failed collaboration. Peter merely patted his shoulder, offering no further explanation. After all, he could not reassure him by saying, "Do not worry, our company will soon master nuclear fusion technology." Once Kingpin departed, Peter promptly contacted Octavius. He refrained from inquiring about the collaboration with the Fisk Group, instead issuing a serious warning. When conducting experiments on the artificial sun, Octavius must avoid connecting the mechanical tentacles equipped with artificial intelligence to himself, without providing any rationale. He abruptly ended the call, hoping that his admonition would prevent Octavius from following in the footsteps of Dr. Octopus. After declining the collaboration with the Fisk Group, Peter immersed himself in his laboratory, diligently refining the brain-machine interface technology. He anticipated retaliation from Kingpin, yet as time passed without incident, he began to question whether Kingpin had truly reformed. This, of course, was an impossibility. The reason Kingpin had not troubled Peter was simply that Octavius was progressing at an astonishing pace. Do not misunderstand. This speed does not pertain to Octavius's physical prowess, but rather to his remarkable research capabilities. Although the Artificial Sun project had only received investment from the Fisk Group for less than a month, Octavius, as the chosen laborer, had already achieved several significant experimental results. Consequently, Kingpin had shifted his focus entirely to this endeavor, inadvertently neglecting Peter. If all goes according to plan, it may not be long before Octavius completes the Artificial Sun project, perhaps within a year. Should Peter learn of this update, he might suspect that his own advantages as a time traveler had inadvertently led him astray, landing him at Octavius's doorstep. Such extraordinary research capabilities are almost uncanny. However, in the realm of research prowess, Peter is not to be underestimated. Through his efforts over this period, he has successfully perfected the brain-machine interface technology. The refined technology no longer requires special needles to penetrate the human body to read the electrical signals transmitted by the nerves. Instead, it can directly utilize a head-mounted device to identify and interpret the brainwaves emitted by an individual. Simultaneously, it can also employ wave simulation to relay information directly into the wearer's mind. Consequently, the entire set of brain-machine interface technology has been refined, shedding its former appearance reminiscent of a metallic centipede. Drawing inspiration from the concepts provided by Jarvis, Peter has reimagined the hardware of the brain-machine interface in the form of eyeglasses. The coils and chips responsible for receiving and transmitting wave signals are discreetly integrated at the tips of the eyeglass arms. Once donned, the built-in system transmits the user interface directly into the user's brain via electromagnetic waves. Additionally, the user can manipulate the system through thought, as the device interprets the operational signals within the brainwaves and executes the necessary processes. This sensation is akin to a traveler activating their own external system panel, allowing Peter, who had not been bestowed with the system's golden finger, to finally relish the experience of possessing such a system. Chapter 70, with left foot on right. Soaring from the ground. Although Peter has perfected the brain-computer interface technology, this does not imply that the mental issues he and Norman face can be easily resolved. To ascertain whether this technology can genuinely impact the human soul, Peter must complete one final validation. When the concept first originated, Peter pondered a profound question: does digital life possess a soul? The answer to this question determines whether the brain-computer interface can assist him and Norman in overcoming their dilemmas. In Peter's perspective, digital life, akin to all carbon-based beings, undoubtedly possesses a soul. If one were to seek examples, Ultron and Vision serve as the most compelling evidence to support this notion. However, this raises a new inquiry. In what form does the soul of digital life exist? What is the medium for its spiritual essence? Is it the tangible electronic devices or the ethereal information networks? Or could it be that both are true, suggesting that the soul of digital life exists in a quantum state, capable of simultaneously occupying two distinct realities? The enigma of the soul eludes Peter's comprehension. Yet, the task before him is not insurmountable. He need not grasp the underlying principles, but merely seek a conclusion through straightforward validation. This conclusion is that the soul can indeed be extracted and preserved through technological means. To this end, Peter has meticulously constructed an independent internal network within the laboratory, outfitted with the most advanced storage devices available. He has also installed rigorous signal shielding mechanisms to prevent external wireless signals from interfering with the validation process. After repeatedly confirming that the internal network is entirely disconnected from the external one, Peter donned the brain-computer interface device, more accurately, the brainwave communication apparatus. He connected the device via a data cable to the internal network's server and commenced operations on the virtual interface that materialized before him. The entire process was remarkably straightforward. Akin to operating a personal computer, it involved searching for files, copying them, and ultimately pasting them. However, the file Peter manipulated on the brainwave communication device was rather unique. It was a fragment of Tony Stark's memory that Peter had yet to integrate. Each memory fragment contained an extensive array of Tony Stark's life memories, imbued with substantial spiritual energy. Upon successfully copying and pasting one memory fragment into the internal network storage device, Peter hurriedly accessed the server's screen for inspection. After locating the corresponding file, he double-clicked to open it, and indeed, the recorded memories from Tony's personal perspective began to play seamlessly. However, he merely skimmed through it before halting playback, turning instead to his software interface that monitored fluctuations in power consumption. This interface meticulously logged the changes in electricity usage of the internal network's devices since the commencement of the test. Among the data, two peaks are particularly conspicuous. The power consumption of the device surged exponentially in an instant, coinciding precisely with the moments when Peter engaged in the operations of copying and pasting memory fragments. This power consumption is evidently abnormal, far exceeding the device's standard operational energy expenditure. Nonetheless, this anomaly signifies that there are undoubtedly other factors at play during Peter's copying and pasting process, which led to this sudden surge in energy consumption. It is highly probable that this factor is the mental energy contained within the memory fragments, transitioning between different mediums. Upon observing the data displayed on the screen, a gleeful smile illuminated Peter's face. However, he knew better than to celebrate prematurely. To reach a definitive conclusion, one final step remained. Peter dragged the file, now pasted onto the storage device, into a data shredding software. As the program commenced, a blue progress bar appeared on the screen. Once the progress bar reached 100%, the file that had been dragged and transformed into an unrecognizable data packet. This time, Peter opted to transfer the processed data packet directly into his brain via data transmission. At the very moment the transfer concluded, Peter distinctly sensed a pristine, transparent crystal emerging within the ocean of his consciousness. He endeavored to concentrate, allowing his soul to make contact with the crystal. The instant his soul touched the transparent crystal, it immediately transmuted into the purest form of mental energy, integrating seamlessly into his essence. This sensation was akin to his soul consuming a Snickers, instantly satiating his hunger and restoring his true self. The mental depletion caused by the forced fusion of memory fragments began to rejuvenate rapidly under the nurturing influence of this mental energy. At this very moment, Peter could finally affirm that his earlier assumptions were indeed correct. He had successfully utilized the brainwave communication device to extract and preserve his soul. Although he remained oblivious to the underlying principles in the process by which the seemingly unrelated energies of mental power and electricity underwent transformation, it mattered little. What was paramount was that Peter had discovered a means to mend his mental deficiencies. Moreover, he realized he could employ this method to initially extract memory fragments from the ocean of his consciousness and subsequently manufacture pure mental energy in bulk. With an ample supply of this pristine mental energy, Peter could continually fortify his soul until it was robust enough to fully integrate the remaining memory fragments. Additionally, given the reciprocal influence between the physical body and the soul, the strengthening of the soul would also enhance the body. Conversely, the augmentation of the physical form could elevate the threshold for the soul's integration of mental energy, as long as he did not exceed his limits. Avoiding issues akin to those faced by the Hulk and the Lizard, this process resembled a harmonious cycle. If sustained over time, Peter would find himself soaring to new heights. The only cost required for all of this is merely a trifling amount of electricity. It can be said that Peter has discovered a path where relentless investment can lead to strength. When the audacious individuals who dare to provoke him realize that they cannot overcome Peter while he is donned in his iron armor, and even more so when he sheds it, it is uncertain what their sentiments will be. 20 minutes later, Peter felt that the mental energy that had integrated into his soul had been completely absorbed, and the injuries caused by his mental depletion had significantly healed. Based on his current condition, it is estimated that his daily capacity for absorbing mental energy is roughly equivalent to 3 transparent crystals. At this rate, the issue of mental depletion could be entirely resolved within a week, as he still had 2 opportunities to merge with the transparent crystals remaining today. Peter was unwilling to squander them and promptly began to manipulate the virtual interface before him, repeating the previous operations. Chapter 71. I am Iron Man. With the successful development of the brainwave communication device, Peter has finally embarked on a rapid path of advancement since his arrival in this world. Having acquired a 5% stake in Norman Osborn's company, Peter is determined to honor the promises he made. The day after the brainwave communication device was completed, he arrived at the treatment room, which Norman had meticulously prepared, equipped with an entire set of instruments. The treatment process unfolded seamlessly. The complications Peter had anticipated did not materialize, allowing him to effortlessly separate Norman's second personality from the depths of his consciousness. Moreover, with the successful validation of the mental energy conversion technique, Peter promptly obliterated this second personality, transforming it into pure mental energy. This infusion of mental energy significantly expedited Norman's soul's self-repair process. Having addressed Norman's psychological issues, Peter finally felt unburdened. Additionally, he had completed all his high school coursework and was merely awaiting his graduation ceremony in a few days. Consequently, before formally entering university, he would enjoy a summer vacation lasting 3 months. However, unlike his peers who could frivolously squander and relish this extended break, Peter was resolute in dedicating these 3 months to enhancing the strength of his soul. He aimed to assimilate the remaining fragments of Tony's memories as swiftly as possible. This was his plan, and he executed it with determination. In a mere fortnight, Peter accomplished his most significant goal of the summer, acquiring the entirety of Tony Stark's vast intellectual wealth. At last, having glimpsed the full expanse of his treasure trove, he began to fervently utilize the knowledge he had obtained to fortify himself. The first endeavor he selected was the coveted extremis virus. This was not the rudimentary version he had previously concocted, but rather the perfected extremis virus that Tony Stark had developed to save Pepper Potts. The perfected extremis virus not only retained the original's rapid regenerative capabilities and high-temperature incineration properties, but also eliminated the prior issues of instability and self-destruction. Having recently fused an excess of mental energy, Peter's physical strength had not kept pace. Utilizing the perfected extremis virus would effortlessly resolve this dilemma. Following the enhancement of his physical capabilities, the next technological marvel he aimed to replicate was none other than the arc reactor. Despite Tony's array of dazzling and stylish Iron Man suits, the arc reactor remained the unwavering core and foundation for all upgrades. Without the arc reactor, even the most advanced Iron Man suit would be reduced to mere scrap metal. Standing on the shoulders of this giant, Peter did not need to begin replicating the first-generation palladium arc reactor. Instead, he first created a new element that did not exist in this world. Guided by the knowledge within Tony's memories, he then employed this new element to replicate a perfected version of the second-generation arc reactor. In comparison to the first generation of the palladium arc reactor, the second generation of the new element arc reactor not only boasts a significantly enhanced power output and energy, but also yields cleaner products during the cold fusion process. It is precisely due to the support of the second-generation element arc reactor that Tony was able to incorporate impressively energy-efficient laser weaponry into his subsequent Iron Man suit designs. Naturally, the advent of the second-generation arc reactor necessitated the development of corresponding Iron Man suits. With the Iron Man suit at his disposal, he would no longer be referred to as an anonymous hero when embarking on missions alongside Gwen. He could boldly declare before the cameras, "I am Iron Man." Of course, this would require him to don a metallic mask, as he preferred not to be as ostentatious as Tony, who ultimately had his home destroyed by villains. Similar to the fabrication of the arc reactor, given Peter's current resources and conditions, there was no need for him to start from scratch like Tony did with the Mark I, a mere collection of scrap metal. Thus, he opted to craft his first Iron Man suit as the Mark 8. As Peter's inaugural creation, the Mark 8 is already remarkably advanced in both design and technology, and its manufacturing complexity lies well within Peter's capabilities, laying a solid foundation for future upgrades of Iron Man suits. The Mark 8 is equipped with a more sophisticated laser-guided tracking and rapid deployment system, allowing for swift donning and doffing, aided by J.A.R.V.I.S. Furthermore, as a heavy-duty armor designed specifically for combat, the Mark 8 has undergone enhancements in terms of performance and aesthetics, making the suit both more powerful and agile. Most importantly, the Mark 8 has been designed with ample space allocated for weaponry installation, enabling the various weapons Peter had previously designed to finally find their purpose. Notably, he managed to incorporate the floating cannon, originally a feature of the nano suit, into the weaponry compartment on the back of the Mark 8. This design alteration was primarily prompted by Peter's prior completion of the Cyber Flying Swords design. However, with the advent of the more formidable and impressive Iron Man suit, the Cyber Flying Sword was rendered unnecessary. Nevertheless, the meticulously crafted blueprints could not go to waste. Consequently, Peter modified the design, replacing the solid-state lithium battery with the second-generation arc reactor and transforming the attack method from physical cutting to laser pulses. Additionally, with the brainwave communication device he perfected, he gained the ability to control the floating cannon's movement and firing at will. This enhancement endowed the already formidable Mark 8 with a semblance of a miniature Gundam. It can be said that the introduction of the brainwave communication device not only augmented Peter's mental acuity, but also significantly bolstered the Mark 8's combat capabilities. Furthermore, this technology has played a crucial role in the advancement of Faraday Future. Having successfully brought Baymax into this world, Peter certainly would not overlook the existence of another powerful technology showcased in Big Hero 6. It is indeed the micromagnetic shaft robot developed by the male protagonist, Xiao Hong. In pursuit of university admission, the brainwave communication device, the arc reactor micromagnetic shaft robot. What implications does this hold for Faraday Future and Geely Automobile? It signifies that, provided there are ample construction materials and skilled engineers, they can efficiently and economically establish charging stations at an impressive pace. In no time, they could saturate the market with their charging stations, thereby igniting a genuine wave of new energy vehicles. By then, it would not only be Osborne Enterprises that faces competition. Even the Fisker Group would appear inferior in profitability when juxtaposed with Faraday Future. Besides his personal advancements and the company's growth, Peter certainly does not neglect his girlfriend, Gwen. Hence, he promptly prepares the latest Phantom Spider iron suit for her. Chapter 72. The Fall Guy. The custom-designed Ghost Iron suit for Gwen continues to feature a triadic color scheme of black, white, and pink, similar to the Mark 8, and is equipped with a laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system. This allows for remote summoning of the suit via Edith, enabling swift changes without the need for auxiliary devices. Nevertheless, considering Gwen's combat style leans towards agility and finesse, Peter has implemented a lightweight design for the Ghost Iron suit. He selected a metal with a lower density for its construction and removed most of the weaponry, retaining only the pulse laser cannons at the chest and palms, along with a set of floating cannons in the back weapon module. While this diminishes the suit's defensive capabilities and offensive power, it significantly enhances its maneuverability. Drawing inspiration from Tony's design of the nanotech suit for the Dutch Spider, Peter has incorporated a similar auxiliary feature in the Ghost Iron suit, the external Soul Bone 8 Spider Spear. However, given Peter's current technological capabilities, he has yet to develop nanotechnology. Instead, he utilized mechanical tentacles developed by Octavius, albeit with structural upgrades. He replaced the original spherical joints with a pleated structure akin to the bins of a plastic straw. This design alteration not only grants the mechanical tentacles greater mobility, but also adds a retractable function. When not in use, these tentacles can be compressed and stored within the weapon compartment of the Ghost Iron suit. Although this method may lack the convenience of nanotechnology, functionally, they are quite comparable. With the completion of the Ghost Iron suit, Peter's lengthy summer vacation has nearly come to an end. However, he intends to create a suitcase suit for Gwen when time permits, to replace her current Ghost suit. While the Ghost Iron suit is formidable, it has one significant limitation. It cannot be carried at all times. In the event of an emergency, it would take time for the suit to fly from the spider nest to Gwen. During this period, she must rely on the previous Ghost suit. The suitcase suit is designed to address such scenarios, offering the same advantages of portability and quick changes as the Ghost suit, albeit with significantly lesser defensive and offensive capabilities compared to the Ghost Iron suit. Ultimately, the best solution would be for Peter to expedite the development of nanotechnology, eliminating the dilemma between portability and suit performance. Regrettably, while the foundational knowledge is in place, the technological tree must still be incrementally illuminated. Before the summer draws to a close, Peter invites Gwen and Harry to his laboratory. He summons Gwen to present her with the Ghost Iron suit. While Harry's presence is primarily for the purpose of showcasing his latest creation, it is not merely for the sake of ostentation. There exists another reason. Peter has recently been contemplating whether he and Gwen, as a superhero duo, should consider adding new members. After all, during a planned rendezvous, an urgent incident might arise, causing Gwen to swing away on her web, leaving any boyfriend distressed. However, should Harry join their ranks as a superhero, he could be dispatched in scenarios like this, allowing Gwen to remain and continue their date. The choice of Harry, aside from being a familiar face, stems from Peter's appreciation of Harry's character and integrity. Moreover, Harry's status as a wealthy heir makes him a quintessential candidate for the superhero role. Just look at the Marvel Universe's Iron Man and Black Panther, as well as DC's Batman and Green Arrow. None are strangers to affluence. The only aspect Harry lacks is the unfortunate absence of his father. Nevertheless, Peter could involve Norman as well, creating a father-son superhero duo. In time, as their fame grows, they might even establish a Justice League. After all, this is Spider-Man's parallel universe, free from the constraints of copyright. As anticipated by Peter, upon witnessing the design of the Mark 8 suit and the Ghost Spider costume, Harry was instantly captivated. He too expressed great interest in Peter's proposition of becoming a superhero, especially upon discovering that Gwen was, in fact, the Ghost Spider. Observing Gwen donning the Iron Ghost suit in the lab, Harry persistently pestered Peter, eager to experience the feel of the Mark 8 suit. Yet, regardless of his entreaties, Peter remained resolute. Naturally, this was a brand new iron suit, freshly crafted by him. He had yet to try it on himself, so there was no way he would allow Harry to meddle with it. However, he promised Harry that he would create a bespoke superhero suit for him in due time. Peter envisioned a costume adorned in the red, white, and blue of the American flag, complete with a star-shaped shield on the back. As for Harry's superhero moniker, with such an overt emblem as the Pentagon shield, what more needed to be said? It was destined to be Scapegoat Man, after all. Peter's intention in recruiting Harry as a superhero was to have him take the heat for Gwen. In New York's Hell's Kitchen, the very nexus of darkness and crime within the city, ordinary individuals perceive this locale as the most terrifying of infernos, while for the nefarious, it serves as a veritable paradise. Dominating this realm of vice is the underground emperor, Wilson Fisk, who reigns over the city's criminal underworld. However, today, an individual who starkly contrasts with this environment emerged from a sleek black luxury vehicle. Octavius surveyed the grim surroundings of Hell's Kitchen before casting a glance at the imposing figure of Wilson Fisk beside him. At this moment, he felt a sudden pang of regret, lamenting his initial decision to accept the funding from the Fisk Group. However, he had never anticipated that the illustrious philanthropist, Wilson Fisk, was in fact the notorious crime lord, Kingpin, of New York. Had he known this earlier, he would have rather leapt from this very spot to his demise than accept the man's financial support. Yet now, it was too late. He had already accepted the funds. Not only that, but he had nearly exhausted the entire sum. Of course, with the financial backing of the Fisk Group, his artificial sun project had progressed at an extraordinary pace. Within a mere few months, he had completed all theoretical research and technical breakthroughs. Only the final step remained, actually creating the artificial sun. However, according to Octavius's original plan, he was not supposed to advance to this final stage so quickly. After all, having previously suffered significant setbacks in cross-species biological gene synthesis technology, he had learned to prioritize caution and safety in any ongoing research. The Fisk Group had initially been quite patient, accommodating all of Octavius's requests. Yet, plans are often disrupted by unforeseen events. Who could have predicted that just after Fisk's failed negotiations with Faraday Future, he would unveil a mature and controllable nuclear fusion technology? This unexpected turn of events compelled Kingpin, unwilling to see his substantial investment go to waste, to forcibly usher Octavius into his vehicle. Faced with only two options, being dismembered by Kingpin's men and cast into the depths of the sea, or obediently complying to successfully produce the artificial sun, Octavius had little choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, the inherent dangers of creating an artificial sun meant that this final step could not be conducted within a laboratory. Thus, he chose an abandoned factory by the seaside in Hell's Kitchen as the manufacturing site. This was the reason for his presence in Hell's Kitchen today. Chapter 73, The Commencement of Vengeance and Trials. The forsaken factory chosen by Octavius in this infernal kitchen had long been abandoned. Given the surrounding environment, it was improbable to recruit workers. Even if one were fortunate enough to find them, their tenure would be fleeting. This area was originally designated for industrial use due to its flat terrain and deep, accommodating harbor. However, as lawlessness took its toll, it gradually fell into disrepair, becoming a haven for various local gangs. It was precisely this aspect that led Octavius to select this location for the construction of the artificial sun. Being a former industrial site, it boasted well-established transportation infrastructure, facilitating the delivery of necessary materials and equipment to the site. Furthermore, its vast expanse and sparse population offered an ideal setting. With a mere command, Jean ordered all gangs stationed there to withdraw. Should any unforeseen incidents arise during the trials, the repercussions would be mitigated. Additionally, with an abandoned deepwater port nearby, should the situation spiral out of control, a simple push of all materials into the sea could avert the majority of potential disasters. This, under the current circumstances, was the most comprehensive consideration Octavius could devise. If unexpected complications still emerged, there would be little he could do. However, to ensure his own safety, Octavius took precautions. Among the transported materials and equipment, he included mechanical tentacles from his laboratory, specifically, the upgraded version equipped with the AI program gifted by Peter. Although this intelligent mechanical appendage could not guarantee his invulnerability against concentrated fire from the gangs, it could assist in his swift escape should any mishap occur during the experiment. As Octavius fervently prepared for the trial in the infernal kitchen, Norman finally received the investigative results from Eddie Brock in the chairman's office of Oscorp. The external force secretly plotting against the Oscorp family was now brought to light. However, upon reviewing Eddie's findings, Norman's eyes widened in disbelief. The external entity, which had colluded with a mole within Oscorp to orchestrate an assassination and sought to usurp their family assets, was none other than the notorious Fisk Group. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the founder of the distinguished Fisk Group, Wilson Fisk, also held the title of New York's most formidable crime lord, Gene. These revelations struck Norman's psyche with relentless force, yet as he regained his composure, he began to understand the motive behind Gene's actions. The adversary had set their sights on Oscorp's medical division. While Oscorp may have been slightly overshadowed by the Fisk Group in overall size, it undeniably reigned supreme in the realms of biotechnology and medicine. Imagine the consequences if Gene successfully seized control of Osborn's medical business, given his influence in New York's underworld. He could unscrupulously exploit Osborn's pharmaceutical division to manufacture illicit substances and, under the guise of Osborn's hospitals, engage in the trafficking of human organs. Gene's criminal empire would become entirely self-sufficient, transcending its previous reliance on external forces, transforming from a mere intermediary into a formidable supplier with substantial bargaining power. Furthermore, his notorious title as an underground emperor would resonate far beyond New York, gracing the grand stage of America as a whole. Should he manage to consume the assets held by the Osborn family, it would yield immense benefits not only for Gene himself but for the entire Fisk Group. However, a pressing dilemma arises. Although Norman has discerned his adversary's identity and inferred their intentions, he finds himself unable to employ his previous methods of retaliation against this foe. Setting aside the question of whether the assassins he has enlisted possess the capability to eliminate a crime lord like Gene, Norman suspects that upon learning their target is Gene, these hired guns would not only refrain from acting against him but might even alert him in advance. One must not overestimate the integrity of such assassins. If they possessed any moral compass, they would hardly engage in such perilous endeavors. Thus, resorting to hired killers proves to be an unreliable strategy, compelling Norman to seek alternative avenues for confronting Gene. As a physician involved in explosive artistry once remarked, one must rely on oneself. This time, Norman resolves to take matters into his own hands. Ever since Peter resolved his issues with his alter ego, he has yet to harness the powers of his transformation. Given Gene's audacious designs upon the Osborn family, it is only fitting that Norman considers Gene a test subject for his abilities. Furthermore, the only individuals aware of his potential to transform into the Green Goblin are Octavius and Peter. Unbeknownst to Norman, Gwen is also privy to this secret. Even if his assassination attempt fails, Gene would not suspect him. Determined, Norman contacts Eddie Brock to obtain Gene's whereabouts. Subsequently, he discreetly exits the Osborn Company building through a secure passage from the chairman's office. To avoid leaving any trace, Norman refrains from using his own vehicle. He alters his appearance, donning a hat, mask, and scarf to conceal his identity thoroughly. He then hails a taxi and heads towards Hell's Kitchen. Unbeknownst to Norman, his old acquaintance Octavius is also in Hell's Kitchen, coincidentally right beside Gene. Since Norman has never disclosed his connection to Octavius, Eddie's intelligence report does not mention Octavius's presence. As Norman embarks on his quest for vengeance, Octavius has already completed all preparatory work for the experiment. The entire abandoned factory, along with all the passages and intersections within a radius of 600 meters, has been completely sealed off by Gene Bing's subordinates. As for Gene Bing himself, he remains at a safe distance, monitoring the live feed transmitted from the derelict facility through surveillance cameras. At this juncture, no matter how reluctant Octavius may be, he must summon his courage and proceed. The experiment officially commences. He stands at a distance, remotely controlling mechanical appendages to retrieve a spherical container from a metal safe. This spherical container, no larger than a glass marble, holds the crucial element tritium, which enables the artificial sun to burn for hundreds, even thousands of years. Octavius carefully guides the mechanical tentacles to place it onto the magnetic containment device. Upon witnessing the spherical container stabilize and float at the center of the device under the influence of magnetism, the hesitation in his gaze transforms into unwavering determination. The ambitions that had long been buried within Octavius are rekindled at this moment. With resolute conviction, he presses the button to activate the laser beam, and in an instant, multiple beams of light converge upon the container holding the tritium. Success or failure hinges on this final step. Chapter 74. The artificial sun and the assault under the relentless bombardment of high-energy laser beams. The spherical container of tritium, initially no larger than a marble, began to expand gradually, emanating a warm glow. If one were to disregard the fact that the onlookers were situated in an abandoned factory, this radiant orb appeared to be nothing less than a diminutive sun. However, this expansion did not continue indefinitely, constrained by the magnetic confinement apparatus. Its size ultimately stabilized at approximately that of a standard basketball. Concurrently, a notification window on the screen adjoining the magnetic confinement device indicated the successful achievement of nuclear fusion. This signified that all the parameters of Octavius's experiment had met the criteria for the stable operation of thermonuclear fusion. The inaugural trial of the artificial sun project had triumphed. Yet, at that moment, Octavius suddenly felt a tremor emanating from the ground beneath him. Looking down, he observed countless particles of dust and gravel dancing in unison with the vibrations. Soon after, the cacophony of disturbances erupted around the periphery of the abandoned factory. Instinctively, Octavius sensed that trouble was imminent. He watched as the gang members, who had previously scattered, began to converge upon the factory, encircling him and the newly created artificial sun. His foreboding grew more intense. In a bid to safeguard his safety, Octavius cast aside Peter's earlier warnings and hastily connected mechanical tendrils to his body. He understood Peter's concerns regarding his installation of an AI program on the mechanical tendrils stemmed from fears of potential control by the artificial intelligence. This, of course, troubled him as well. Hence, after completing the AI program training, he developed an inhibitory chip to install on the mechanical tendrils, aimed at protecting his mind from being dominated. As the 34 pairs of needles on the mechanical tendrils pierced his skin, he instantly felt as though he had acquired additional limbs. He attempted to control the 4 mechanical appendages now extending from his back, and indeed, they responded as if they were integral parts of his being. Utilizing the strength of the mechanical tendrils to elevate his entire body, Octavius finally managed to peer over the throng, catching sight of a distant scene. The earlier tumult appeared not to be directed toward them, but rather toward the position occupied by Jinbing. However, before he could scrutinize further, he noticed a small black dot swiftly approaching their location. "Get down," he shouted, dropping back to the ground and allowing the 4 mechanical tendrils to intertwine before him, forming a formidable defensive barrier. In the next instant, there was a resounding crash. What had initially appeared to be merely a black speck transformed before their eyes into a luxurious automobile. A vehicle weighing several tons hurtled from a considerable distance, its immense energy palpable. Upon crashing into the crowd, it instantaneously reduced the unfortunate souls beneath it to mere pulp. The collision unleashed a formidable force that stirred a cloud of dust, which, propelled by the surrounding air currents, permeated every corner of the abandoned factory. Once Octavius and the other survivors regained their vision, they were astonished to discover that the vehicle, which had soared from afar, belonged to their leader, Jinbing. Just as they stood in stunned silence, an even more shocking event unfolded. They first heard a faint sound emanating from the mangled wreckage, and then witnessed a burly bald figure tearing through the metal, emerging from the remains of the car. This figure, in a disheveled state, had his clothing shredded into tatters, revealing a body that appeared stout yet was undeniably robust. Dust covered his face and body, with a trace of crimson blood visible at the corner of his mouth. "Boss? Are you all right?" A gang member recognized him and exclaimed loudly. "I'm fine. Do you have any calming lozenges? Bring me one." The survivor from the wreckage was none other than Jinbing himself. Although it was unclear how he had been thrown from such a distance along with his vehicle, Octavius sensed that this adversary, given his injuries and demeanor, was formidable indeed. As if to affirm Octavius's suspicions, a colossal green figure suddenly descended from above, creating an even more intense commotion than before. The ground trembled beneath Octavius, akin to an earthquake. He swiftly maneuvered mechanical tendrils to stabilize himself. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the abandoned factory as a powerful gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust that had filled the space. As the haze cleared, a green giant, approximately 3 meters tall, came into view, striking a pose with both arms extended forward, palms pressed together. It was evident that this giant was the very entity responsible for launching Jinbing and his vehicle, and for dispersing the dust with a mere clap of his hands. At this juncture, Octavius recognized the identity of the green giant. Yet he was perplexed as to why this figure had appeared here and why it was relentlessly pursuing Jinbing. Similarly, the green giant, now transformed into Norman Osborn, had also noticed Octavius's presence. His awkward pose was not an attempt to strike a cool demeanor, but rather a result of his astonishment. He too was bewildered as to why Octavius was on Jinbing's territory and what his intentions were in this place. Though both parties were enveloped in uncertainty, it did not impede their next course of action. The Hulk, amidst the encirclement of his minions, continued to advance towards the position of the gold. Meanwhile, Octavius, while fleeing, hastily retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Peter's number. He had ample reason to suspect that Peter's previous treatment of Norman had not been sufficiently thorough. After all, how could Norman suddenly manifest in his transformed state in Hell's Kitchen, unleashing a frenzy of violence? He needed to demand an explanation from Peter, especially since he had been diligently conducting experiments on the artificial sun, which had initially yielded promising results. only to be beset by such unforeseen calamity. The experiment. The artificial sun. Octavius suddenly seemed to recall something, turning his gaze towards the location of the artificial sun. Then he beheld. Chapter 75, The Uncontrolled Artificial Sun and the Escaping Gold. Hello? Do you hear me? What do you want from me? In the laboratory. Peter had just bid farewell to Gwen and Harry when he received a call from Octavius. However, upon answering, he was met with silence on the other end. The ambient noise suggested a chaotic environment, filled with the sounds of screaming crowds and loud collisions echoing through the receiver. This led Peter to ponder whether Octavius had truly connected with mechanical tentacles and transformed into Dr. Octopus. With this thought in mind, Peter instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to quickly pinpoint the caller's location through the incoming signal, while he approached Mark 8 to undergo his initial transformation. His sudden enthusiasm was not fueled by any heroic aspirations, but rather by the fortuitous opportunity to experience the capabilities of Mark 8 firsthand. If Octavius was unharmed, he could merely enjoy testing the suit's flight performance. Conversely, should Octavius indeed be in peril and have morphed into Dr. Octopus, it would present an ideal chance to assess the suit's combat functionality. However, upon observing the location data transmitted by J.A.R.V.I.S. through the neural communication device, Peter became increasingly convinced that he would soon have the opportunity to test Mark 8 in real combat. J.A.R.V.I.S. had determined that Octavius was currently situated in the Hell's Kitchen area. Meanwhile, Octavius stood in Hell's Kitchen, gripping a mobile phone, his gaze transfixed in shock towards the artificial sun, completely oblivious to the conversation still ongoing on the other end of the line. Just moments ago, as he recalled the artificial sun he had created, he noticed that the sphere, once no larger than a basketball, had now swelled to more than 3 times its original size. It was only then he realized that the magnetic containment device surrounding the artificial sun had inadvertently sustained damage amidst the recent turmoil. The screen was inundated with numerous alerts indicating that the system had reached critical levels, cluttering the entire display. As the artificial sun expanded, its magnetic field intensified. Octavius could distinctly sense the mechanical tentacles and other metallic objects on his person being drawn toward the magnetic field of the artificial sun. This indicated that the protective measures he had designed were on the verge of failing, and the magnetic field was about to breach the containment shield. Indeed, in the next moment, Octavius witnessed a solar prominence erupt from the artificial sun, effortlessly penetrating the protective shield of the magnetic containment device. The failure of this magnetic containment brought forth dire consequences. A multitude of metallic objects within the abandoned factory began to succumb to the magnetic pull of the artificial sun. These metallic items, akin to moths drawn to a flame, broke free from their fixed positions, swiftly racing towards the artificial sun. Any obstacles in their path would meet a tragic end. Octavius had already witnessed several ill-fated gang members being severed in two by the whirling shards of metal. Yet, this was not the gravest of concerns. The more pressing issue was the relentless expansion of the artificial sun, which would continue to increase in mass. Soon, they would not only contend with the magnetic forces of this man-made star, but also with its terrifying gravitational pull. If they failed to halt this calamity swiftly, what began as a basketball-sized artificial sun could ultimately consume the entire Earth, transforming into the second sun of the solar system. The most prudent course of action was to submerge the artificial sun in the nearby ocean before it spiraled completely out of control. By cooling it with copious amounts of seawater, they could extinguish the artificial sun and terminate the nuclear fusion reaction. However, the gang members originally dispatched by Kingpin to assist were too preoccupied with the chaos, and Octavius, hindered by mechanical appendages, could not approach the magnetically unstable artificial sun. To resolve the predicament of the artificial sun, he first needed to quell the conflict between the Hulk and Kingpin. Realizing this, Octavius turned his gaze toward the epicenter of the turmoil, where he saw the Hulk gripping a gang member's leg and, like a baker kneading dough, slamming him repeatedly against the ground. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down Octavius's spine, making him acutely aware of the naivety of his previous thoughts. If he were to charge in between the Hulk and Kingpin, his fate would likely not differ much from that of the gang member. However, the urgency of the artificial sun's situation loomed large. If it truly threatened the planet, escaping would serve no purpose. With no other recourse, Octavius mustered his courage and shouted into the fray, "Stop! Please, stop fighting! I implore you, cease this madness." His voice rang out, yet the chaos within the factory drowned it out. Even if someone heard him, halting the conflict at such a juncture seemed implausible. After all, even with a firearm, Kingpin was being relentlessly overpowered by the monstrous adversary. Though neither side would relent, the Hulk, with his acute hearing, soon became aware of Octavius's presence. Yet, with Kingpin so close at hand, surrendering was not an option. Nevertheless, the unfolding events soon compelled both parties to temporarily cease their hostilities. As the artificial sun continued to consume more metal, its mass escalated exponentially. The individuals present could distinctly feel the pull of the artificial sun's gravity beginning to ensnare them. Some of the lighter individuals, or those unable to maintain their footing, were swiftly drawn into the artificial sun, unable to even emit a cry of despair. As the chaotic scene finally began to calm, Octavius urgently proclaimed, "The artificial sun has spiraled completely out of control. We must, while the nuclear fusion reaction has not yet stabilized, push it into the ocean. Otherwise, it is not merely our region that is at risk. The entire planet may face annihilation due to this artificial sun." After articulating his grave concerns, Octavius turned his gaze towards Jean Bing. For it was under his coercion that today's experiment had been conducted. With an unexpected crisis now unfolding, one that had arisen from Jean Bing's insistence, Octavius naturally hoped he would command his subordinates to rectify the situation. However, Octavius had underestimated Jean Bing's resolve. In Jean Bing's eyes, should he dispatch his men to address the issue with the artificial sun, what if he were ambushed by that green monstrosity? He would prefer to perish alongside everyone rather than assume the role of the self-sacrificing savior. Thus, confronted with Octavius's expectant gaze, Jean Bing seized the moment while the Hulk was momentarily dazed and dashed outside without a backward glance. This maneuver left not only Octavius in shock, but even the Hulk and Jean Bing's cohorts were taken aback. Chapter 76, A Whole New World. Upon witnessing their leader's hasty retreat, the remaining members of the gang were unwilling to remain any longer. They deftly evaded the now immobile Hulk and fled in a frenzy, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the vast abandoned factory was left with only Octavius and the Hulk. The two exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback by the rapid turn of events. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that the members of the Sinister Six were nothing more than extreme self-serving individuals. They had no regard for the greater good of their nation or people and would readily betray their own beliefs. How could one expect such individuals to undertake perilous actions for the salvation of the world? With everyone gone, Octavius found himself without options. His last hope resting on the Hulk. He called out to him, "Norman, please, regain your composure and resist the suppression of your inner persona. The safety of not just New York, but the entire planet, rests upon us. You wouldn't want your son, Harry," before Octavius could finish. He was interrupted by a perplexed Hulk. "Otto, I am not under the control of my second persona. Peter resolved my mental issues 3 months ago." Octavius was momentarily speechless by this revelation. "Then why did you suddenly come to Kingpin's territory today?" The Hulk bristled at this remark. "Hey, what do you mean? Come to Kingpin's territory? That was merely..." "Never mind, it's a long story. You mentioned that the situation is dire. Tell me what I must do." Without hesitation, Octavius replied, "The solution is straightforward. Simply lift the entire magnetic containment device and throw it, along with the artificial sun, into the sea. That direction, right?" The Hulk pointed, confirming the location of the ocean with Octavius while struggling against the gravitational pull and the occasional metallic object striking his back as he approached the artificial sun. "Exactly." With Octavius's affirmation, the Hulk's resolve solidified. He swiftly closed the distance to the magnetic containment device. Gripping the hefty metallic mass, which weighed over a ton, he effortlessly hoisted it above his head. Without any unnecessary preparation, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful throw. The magnetic containment device, along with the artificial sun, was propelled forth by the Hulk's formidable strength, akin to a colossal cannonball, crashing through the factory's walls and soaring towards the distant sea. If all went as planned, the artificial sun would plunge into the ocean in mere seconds, gradually cooling and extinguishing under the water's embrace, thereby averting a catastrophic nuclear incident. However, the unfolding events would soon surpass their wildest expectations. As the two stood within the confines of the abandoned factory, peering through the gaping hole created by the magnetic restraint device, they observed its flight trajectory. Suddenly, the entire apparatus seemed to collide with an unseen object, its velocity perceptibly diminishing. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted from the artificial sun, enveloping the world in a shroud of luminescence. When Octavius and Norman's vision eventually returned to normal, the magnetic restraint device and the artificial sun had vanished without a trace. Remarkably, the sudden burst of white light from the artificial sun left the surroundings untouched, not even stirring a ripple. This phenomenon nearly led Octavius to question whether what he had witnessed was merely a figment of his imagination or if he had conjured a false artificial sun. Unbeknownst to him, the suppression chip he had affixed to the mechanical tentacles had succumbed to the white light, rendered utterly inoperative by a silent electronic pulse. Meanwhile, not far from Octavius, the green giant bore an equally perplexed expression, just before the magnetic restraint device collided and unleashed its blinding white light. His acute hearing had detected a strangely familiar voice. The voice, tinged with both fear and anger, uttered a phrase he had never encountered before. Vaguely, he recalled it as, "What the hell? Who has the audacity to throw things around?" Yet, dismissing the thought with a shake of his head, The Green Giant concluded that he might be experiencing some residual effects from his alter ego. Resolving silently to refrain from utilizing his transformation into the Green Giant after avenging Kim, he and Octavius unwittingly regarded the recent events as mere illusions. Little did they know that everything they had witnessed was, in fact, all too real. The unfortunate soul who had collided with the magnetic restraint device in the artificial sun was none other than Peter Parker, who had journeyed a considerable distance to test the capabilities of his suit. Departing from the laboratory, he had barely soared over the waters near Hell's Kitchen when a colossal object erupted unexpectedly from the factory identified by Jarvis. He had no time to evade, and the object struck him directly. Had that been the extent of the encounter, Peter would have been unscathed, given the Mark VIII's internal shock absorption system. However, to his astonishment, the orange-red orb within the massive object resonated with the arc reactor in his suit. Before Peter could comprehend the unfolding events, his surroundings transformed into an overwhelming expanse of whiteness. The blinding light flooded the world, and he felt an intense pulling sensation manifest before him. Then, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming sensation of compression enveloping him, as if his entire being were ensconced by an unseen force. Have I fallen into the sea? This was the last thought that flickered through Peter's mind. Subsequently, under the suffocating pressure, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When Peter awakened once more, he was astounded to discover an astonishing truth. He had arrived in an entirely new world. The good news was that he seemed to recognize this unfamiliar realm. However, the bad news was that the arc reactor on the front of the Mark had vanished in the previous collision. The journey through the parallel universe has finally commenced. Chapter 77, The Alchemy Company? Peter exerted every ounce of strength, finally managing to press the emergency switch to disengage his armored suit. Once liberated from the confines of the metallic armor, he gasped for breath. The suit, devoid of its energy supply, was far from comfortable. The absence of a temperature regulation system and air circulation was one thing, but the failure of the filtration system was simply intolerable for Peter. Despite the lack of decorum, he meticulously scanned his surroundings to ensure he was alone before opting for a rather pleasing tree to generously relieve himself. After addressing his personal matters, Peter returned to the side of Mark VIII. He flipped the suit over and activated the weapon attachment compartment located on its back. Although the arc reactor on Mark VIII's chest had sustained damage during the collision, the sentry drones stored within the weapon compartment each possessed independent energy cores. Removing one of the drone's arc reactors and installing it onto Mark VIII allowed the suit's control system to reboot. However, misfortune soon followed. Upon restoring power to Mark VIII, Peter promptly initiated a system self-check. To his dismay, he discovered that numerous chips and sensors were rendered inoperable, possibly due to the earlier collision or subsequent mysterious compressions. The sole silver lining was that the suit's mobility and flight functions remained intact. Otherwise, even with the enhancements from the Abyss virus, dragging such a cumbersome burden would have been a considerable nuisance. After completing the inspection, Peter utilized the resources at hand to effectuate repairs on the suit while simultaneously reflecting on the events that had transpired. With his formidable memory, Peter replayed the details of the collision incident in his mind with precision. He began to form a hypothesis regarding the circumstances surrounding the collision and his current predicament, considering the collaboration between Octavius and Kim to develop an artificial sun. He surmised that the massive object he had collided with was likely a type of nuclear fusion device created by them. The orange-red sphere within it was presumably the artificial sun devised by Octavius. This revelation explained the changes observed in the arc reactor on Mark VIII, as the cold fusion reaction within it had resonated with the hot fusion reaction occurring within the artificial sun. It was akin to the interaction between matter and antimatter. The confluence of two fundamentally distinct nuclear fusion reactors had led to their annihilation, yielding unpredictable consequences. The obliteration of the two fusion reactors triggered a powerful electromagnetic pulse, resulting in damage to certain components of Mark VIII that lacked adequate electromagnetic shielding. Peter's disappearance from the waters near Hell's Kitchen and his subsequent emergence in the present forest could likely be attributed to the annihilation of the arc reactor and the artificial sun, which not only triggered an electromagnetic pulse, but possibly also caused a distortion in space. The immense energy contained within the two fusion reactors opened a spatial wormhole before Peter, transporting him to his current location. Thus, after being deprived of his sight by a blinding white light, Peter felt his body being drawn by an unseen force, only to be compressed by a suffocating power that rendered him unconscious. It was at that moment he was likely pulled into the wormhole, surviving the spatial compression against the odds. Having repaired all the malfunctions that Mark VIII could currently address, particularly the successful restoration of the urine filtration system, Peter donned his battle suit once more. As the visor sealed shut, he began to call out for Jarvis within the confines of the armor. "Jarvis, are you there?" "Always at your service, sir," came Jarvis's reassuring voice, allowing Peter to exhale in relief. In this desolate wilderness, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to navigate his way back alone without Jarvis's assistance. "Jarvis, Please locate our current position and chart a course back to the laboratory. Peter issued his command and awaited Jarvis to complete the task as per usual. However, this time, Jarvis did not provide the desired feedback immediately. Sir, I have temporarily lost the network signal from the spider's lair. To ascertain our current position, I will need to hack into a navigation satellite. May I have your authorization to proceed? Without hesitation, Peter replied, authorize the operation. With the authorization granted, Jarvis quickly confirmed Peter's location. Sir, according to the navigation satellite, you are currently situated in the Hudson Valley of New York, and I have plotted a return route for you. However, Jarvis then delivered shocking news. But sir, I have noticed discrepancies between the map loaded from the navigation satellite and the one within my system. The map from the navigation satellite does not show the building of Faraday Future in New York City, nor does it record the location of Oscorp. Upon careful comparison, I believe that the New York you are currently in may not be the one you are familiar with. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Peter. It seemed that he had not merely experienced a simple spatial leap. Could it be that he had crossed into a new parallel universe? Moreover, it was not merely a soul transfer, but a complete corporeal transition. With these doubts lingering, Peter instructed Jarvis to mark the nearest building, and then he ascended vertically, heading towards the target. However, he approached with caution, for exposing himself recklessly while still unclear about the situation would not be a wise decision. Upon catching sight of the building marked on the map by Jarvis from a distance, he promptly activated the telephoto lens on Mark 8, gradually zooming in on the scene before him. Soon, he discerned that the exterior wall of the structure bore a colossal inscription, Alchemax. This translates to the Alchemy Company. The mere mention of this name sent a shiver down Peter's spine. In his recollections, the most vivid associations with the Alchemy Company stemmed from two distinct universes. One was the 1610 Ultimate Universe, home to the young Black Spider, Miles Morales, as depicted in Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. The other was the Earth, 928 Universe, from which emerged the Spider-Man 2099, often hailed as the most dashing Spider-Man. Certainly, there were numerous parallel universes wherein the Alchemy Company existed, but those fell outside of Peter's realm of understanding. In any case, within the Earth of the parallel universe he previously inhabited, there was unequivocally no New York enterprise known as the Alchemy Company. Thus, Peter was nearly certain that he had traversed into an alternate parallel universe due to the recent collision. However, to ascertain the precise designation of the parallel universe he had entered, Peter would require further information for conclusive determination. Just then, two figures emerged from the entrance of the Alchemy Company. Chapter 78. The Ultimate Universe 1610. As Peter observed the first individual emerge from the doors of the Alchemy Company, he instantly recognized an old acquaintance. This was none other than one of the most renowned bald figures in the Marvel Universe, Norman Osborn. However, unlike the Norman he had encountered in his own universe, this version seemed to favor a black suit over the traditional white attire. Moreover, he appeared to possess a greater stature and physique. Trailing behind Norman was a woman with a voluminous head of hair, enough to provoke envy in him, clad in a pristine lab coat. Peter was unfamiliar with her identity, but with the aid of Jarvis, he swiftly uncovered her name through the network of this world, Olivia Octavius. The moment he glimpsed her surname, he immediately deduced that this woman must undoubtedly be the equivalent of Dr. Octopus in this universe. The mechanical tentacles he had previously added to Gwen's ghost iron suit were inspired by the design of this female incarnation of Dr. Octopus. Upon confirming her identity, the universe Peter had traversed into became vividly clear. In the parallel universes of the Marvel realm, there existed multiple iterations of the female Dr. Octopus. However, the one with such an extravagant hairstyle, as far as Peter was aware, seemed to exist solely in the cinematic version of the Ultimate Universe 1610. Fortunately, this was a parallel universe he was well acquainted with, allowing him to finally leverage his advantage as a traveler within the narrative. Although this universe harbored formidable adversaries such as the Sinister Six, it simultaneously featured 6 different Spider-Men from various universes. Wait, the mention of 6 Spider-Men from disparate universes sparked a thought in Peter's mind. His traversal to the 1610 universe might not solely hinge on the fusion of the arc reactor and the artificial sun. Perhaps it was also intricately linked to Norman Osborn of the 1610 universe. After all, according to the cinematic narrative residing in Peter's memory, Norman had clandestinely constructed a super collider to resurrect his family, thereby creating a temporal rift that opened gateways to other universes. However, due to the intervention of the Spider-Man of the 1610 universe, Peter Parker, the super collider failed to bring Norman's family into this universe and instead transported 5 alternate Spider-Men. These 5 Spider-Men, due to the discontinuity of time and space during their transit, ultimately arrived at this universe scattered across different temporal nodes. But what of Peter? At which temporal juncture had he arrived in this universe? If the timing were fortuitous, Could it signify that he would have the opportunity to intercept the very spider that originally bestowed the powers of Spider-Man upon Miles Morales, hailing from Universe 42? After all, Miles Morales himself had also seized the abilities from his own counterpart in Universe 42, thus becoming the second Spider-Man in the Ultimate Universe. There is no reason why the quintessential Peter Parker should not seize the opportunity, is there? Although he has become considerably formidable following the enhancements from the perfected version of the Doomsday virus, the allure of simultaneously acquiring the abilities of electric discharge, invisibility, and spider sense remains profoundly enticing. Thus, upon confirming his traversal to the 1610 universe, Peter's immediate priority is to ascertain the current trajectory of the unfolding narrative. Only then can he decide whether to venture into the Brooklyn underground tunnels in search of fortune. As he contemplated how to gauge the present timeline, his body was suddenly seized by violent spasms, causing his armored suit to lose balance and plummet downward. Fortunately, J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly took control of the flight system, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Once Peter regained his composure, he shook his throbbing head, recalling the sensation akin to a sudden electric shock that rendered him entirely incapable of controlling his own body. He understood that this was due to his physiology not belonging to this universe, thus incurring its rejection. Prolonged exposure to this realm would inevitably lead to his demise from cellular decay. The other 5 Spider-Men who had traversed from parallel universes, along with the mutated spider from Universe 42, were similarly afflicted by this dilemma. However, Peter's predicament was likely far more manageable, thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities bestowed upon him by the Doomsday virus, which afforded him a greater resilience against such rejection. Moreover, when it comes to temporal traversal, Tony Stark is undoubtedly the expert. It is precisely due to his development of the time-stabilizing device, inspired by the M-bias strip, that the Avengers have been able to utilize PIM particles for successful time travel. This device serves not only to safeguard the integrity of the timelines being traversed, but also to protect the travelers' bodies from chaos across different temporal dimensions. This implies that Stark's invention is equally applicable to Peter's current situation. Serendipitously, he had fully merged with Tony's soul and memories prior to his journey into this universe. Now, he merely needs to locate a suitable venue equipped with the necessary tools to fabricate the time-stabilizing device from his recollections, thereby remedying his body's rejection from this dimension. Simultaneously, he is in dire need of a place to conduct thorough repairs on Mark 8. In this perilous Ultimate Universe, Peter must ensure that he is perpetually in optimal condition to confront any imminent dangers. As for where to find such a location, Peter has already deduced the answer in his mind. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate automatic flight mode, destination, Aunt May's residence in this world. Additionally, please verify whether Spider-Man is still alive in this universe, and if so, search for the latest intelligence regarding him. Understood, sir. Thus, as Peter allowed J.A.R.V.I.S. to navigate the flight of his suit, he perused the information meticulously organized by J.A.R.V.I.S. Now he has come to realize that the Spider-Man of this world has not yet fallen victim to Kingpin's malevolence. This implies that he still possesses a glimmer of hope to intercept the mutated spider from Universe 42. He has already devised a plan. Once he constructs the temporal stabilization device, he will promptly venture into the subterranean tunnels of Brooklyn in search of fortune. As for Kingpin and Olivia Octavius, Peter has decided to temporarily spare them. On one hand, this is due to the current impairment of Mark 8's functions, leaving Peter uncertain of his ability to triumph against both adversaries. On the other hand, he requires their assistance to activate the Super Collider, which is essential for him to have a chance to return to his original universe. Once Peter has meticulously arranged his plans in his mind, J.A.R.V.I.S. has already maneuvered the suit to descend before a standalone residence in Queens, New York. Chapter 79. The decision to rescue Peter stood in a trance, gazing at the house before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Aunt May's home in his own universe. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this structure was considerably more weathered than the one he was accustomed to. This was, after all, understandable, as Peter Parker from the 1610 universe had already reached the age of 26, surpassing him by a full 8 years. The passage of time would undoubtedly leave its mark on the dwelling. He was aware that, despite its unremarkable exterior, the interior had been transformed under the care of Peter Parker from the 1610 universe. Ding dong. Peter stepped forward to press the doorbell, then retreated a few paces, awaiting the occupant to answer. During this moment of anticipation, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to open his Mark 8 suit and extricate himself from its confines. He certainly did not wish to startle Aunt May upon their first encounter. Before long, he heard footsteps approaching from within. As the door swung open, a modestly dressed middle-aged woman appeared before him. Gazing upon her simultaneously familiar, yet unfamiliar visage, Peter instinctively waved and greeted her. "Hi, Aunt May." In comparison to the Aunt May he knew, this version appeared significantly older, yet her spirit remained remarkably vibrant. It seemed that following Uncle Ben's passing, Peter Parker from 1610 had taken good care of her. On the other side, Aunt May, having come to the door in response to the doorbell, was about to reply to the young man's greeting when, upon seeing his face, she was rendered speechless, frozen in place. After a prolonged moment, she slowly stepped forward to stand before him, reaching out her hand to gently touch his youthful face. Throughout this exchange, the young man maintained a warm smile, patiently enduring the moment. Once Aunt May realized that this was not merely a figment of her imagination, she tentatively spoke. "Peter?" Peter nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am Peter." Yet he quickly continued to explain to Aunt May, "I know this may sound unbelievable, but I am actually Peter Parker from an alternate parallel universe." Upon hearing Peter's astonishing revelation, any confusion that had previously graced Aunt May's features vanished. She smiled warmly at him and said, "Of course. You cannot be the Peter of this universe. You are far too young. But regardless of where you hail from, never forget that Aunt May will always trust Peter Parker." Overwhelmed by these heartfelt words, Peter could no longer suppress his emotions and enveloped Aunt May in a heartfelt embrace. "Thank you, Aunt May. Thank you for always believing in Peter Parker." Aunt May gently patted his back, saying, "What is there to thank for, silly boy?" "But Peter, did you come here today to meet another Peter Parker?" "If that is the case, it is rather unfortunate. He just departed not long ago, and it is uncertain when he shall return." Peter released his embrace and, shaking his head, spoke to Aunt May. "I did not come in search of this world's Peter Parker. My purpose today is—" Before Peter could finish his sentence, Aunt May raised her index finger, signaling him to pause. "Wait a moment, let us discuss this inside." Peter nodded and, accompanied by Mark 8 and Aunt May, entered the house. Once they settled in the living room, Peter refrained from immediately voicing his needs and instead began recounting some of his experiences from his original universe. Upon learning that Peter was not the Spider-Man from her universe, Aunt May was momentarily taken aback. However, when she heard of his romantic involvement with Spider-Woman, a smile of delight graced her face. After a brief overview of Peter's adventures, a sense of pride involuntarily blossomed on Aunt May's features. Indeed, regardless of the universe, her Peter was exceptional. At this point, she also comprehended the purpose of Peter's visit. "Peter, before you find a way to return to your original universe, my door will always be open for you. So, should you require anything, feel free to come by any time." "All right, now come with me." Where to?" Peter was momentarily thrown off by Aunt May's sudden change of direction. "Of course, I am taking you to Spider-Man's secret lair. You do intend to create a temporal stabilizer and repair your suit, do you not? Bring your suit and follow me." As she spoke, Aunt May stood up decisively, leading Peter to the backyard. In front of the storage shed in the backyard, Aunt May produced a key and inserted it into the lock. In the next instant, the seemingly dilapidated shed transformed into a secret elevator. Upon entering, the elevator automatically sensed their presence and began to descend slowly. As it continued its descent, a technologically advanced secret base gradually came into view for Peter. It was evident that 1610 Peter Parker had invested considerable effort into his superhero equipment over the years to fulfill his mission as Spider-Man. The cabinet alone held a total of 12 different styles of suits. Moreover, his workbench and walls were adorned with investigative materials related to the Sinister Six. Based on the content of these documents, it was clear that 1610 Peter Parker had discovered the super collider secretly constructed by Wilson Fisk beneath the Fisk Tower. Wait a moment. Could it be that 1610 Peter left today to deal with the super collider? He suddenly pondered. If that is true, then this world's Miles has likely been transformed into the Prowler by the mutated spider from Universe 42. Nevertheless, I must hasten to create the temporal stabilizer. There may still be time to save 1610 Peter. If this fellow were to be eliminated by Wilson Fisk, Aunt May would undoubtedly be heartbroken. For the sake of Aunt May, and to spare her any sorrow, this Peter Parker from 1610 resolved to save her at all costs. After Aunt May briefly acquainted him with the layout of the secret base, she took her leave, granting Peter a tranquil environment in which to focus on his tasks. The base was equipped with a comprehensive array of tools and devices, and due to its technological advancements, 8 years ahead of his original universe, everything was exceptionally sophisticated. However, this posed no challenge for him. After a brief familiarization, he swiftly mastered the operation of the equipment. To expedite the creation of the temporal stabilization device, Peter instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to infiltrate the base's servers, thereby taking control of the secret facility. Should he succeed in rescuing the Peter of the 1610 universe, it would be intriguing to see the expression that would cross his face upon discovering the truth. Chapter 80. The failed interception. As Peter completed the temporal stabilization device and traversed the underground tunnel from Queens to Brooklyn, night had completely descended. With a vivid recollection of the film's plot embedded in his mind, he pinpointed the location where Miles was bitten by the mutated spider from Universe 42. Nestled within a restricted area of the Brooklyn Underground, Moreover, this forbidden zone was adjacent to the subterranean space of Fisk Tower, where Kingpin clandestinely constructed a super collider. Utilizing this information, Peter instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to filter the map around the vicinity of Fisk Tower, swiftly identifying the desired location. A laser pulse hand cannon shattered the chains securing the iron gate, and Peter descended the staircase, soon arriving in a spacious chamber below. Each wall was adorned with an array of graffiti, yet one particular piece captured his attention. This vibrant mural, brimming with lively colors and dynamic lines, depicted a rather disheartening word: hopeless. At the mural's center, the artist's silhouette was outlined in white spray paint. The stark contrast between the white outline and the black fill, coupled with the negative connotation of hopeless, revealed the psychological state of the creator while crafting this artwork. However, Peter was not there to admire street art. His fascination with the mural stemmed from the knowledge that Miles had been bitten by the mutated spider immediately after completing this very piece. The existence of the mural signified that Peter had arrived too late to intercept the opportunity that would lead to Miles becoming Spider-Man. He lowered his gaze to the ground and searched intently, soon discovering the corpse of a spider not far from the mural. Observing the sporadic flickering of the spider's body due to dimensional rejection, Peter recognized it as the mutated spider from Universe 42. As he picked it up and examined it closely, he noted the alchemical company and the number 42 inscribed in white on its abdomen, confirming its origin. Although his interception plan had failed, finding the spider was not without merit. From the supplementary compartment of the Mark 8 suit, Peter retrieved a small box, carefully placing the mutated spider within. This box was custom-made at his secret base, possessing similar properties to the temporal stabilization device. He intended to bring the mutated spider back to his original universe, hoping to conduct research on it. As he stowed the box within his suit, the sound of footsteps echoed from above the staircase. Peter glanced up, soon spotting a young black teenager descending the stairs. Although he lacked the spider sense, it was evident that this boy was most likely Miles Morales. Upon seeing Peter, Miles displayed an expression of astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the small sanctuary of creative doodling with his uncle would be intruded upon by a stranger clad in flamboyant red and gold armor. Sensing the tension within Miles, Peter chose not to further intimidate the youth. Instead, he proactively lifted the visor of his suit, attempting to muster a warm and friendly smile, and waved at Miles, saying, "Hello, young man." Stammering, I. Miles found himself at a loss in the face of Peter's goodwill. Initially, Peter believed that the imposing presence of his Mark 8 suit was the source of Miles' discomfort. However, when he noticed Miles' gaze fixated behind him, he realized that the boy's anxiety stemmed not from him, but rather from his own spider sense. Listening to the growing commotion from behind, Peter discerned that Spider-Man and the Green Goblin's entourage were indeed engaged in a confrontation. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The Peter Parker of the 1610 universe had ventured out today to thwart the Green Goblin's plans for activating the Super Collider. The reason for Miles' presence here likely stemmed from his recent discovery of his newfound Spider-Man abilities, prompting him to seek answers. Yet, it remained uncertain whether saving the Peter Parker of the 1610 universe would hasten Miles' evolution into a competent Spider-Man or lead him down an entirely different path. "I see you seem quite concerned about what's happening over there. Would you like to join me in taking a closer look?" Peter proposed, preparing to investigate the situation and await an opportune moment to intervene. His invitation to Miles was merely to gauge the boy's reaction in such a scenario. To Peter's surprise, Miles nodded in agreement, inexplicably feeling a sense of trust in Peter, despite the latter's formidable armored appearance. Following Peter, Miles ventured deeper into the tunnel. Upon lifting a curtain, they arrived at the tunnel's end, which revealed not the concrete wall they had envisioned, but an entire glass wall framed in steel. Beneath the glass wall stood a series of joystick machines controlling a gantry crane. This area appeared to be an abandoned control room amidst the construction of the Super Collider by the Green Goblin. However, before Peter could closely examine the surroundings, a tremendous explosion obliterated the glass wall, sending the joystick machines flying. Fortunately, Miles, alerted by his spider sense, had already taken cover in a safe spot. Peter, clad in the Mark 8 suit, remained unscathed as well. Yet, with the glass wall no longer obstructing his view, Peter could now observe the battlefield more clearly. At that moment, Spider-Man was deftly evading the attacks of the Green Goblin from this universe. To be frank, the Hulk of his own universe paled in comparison to the menace of this Green Goblin. Peter estimated with the naked eye that the Green Goblin from the universe of 1610, excluding its tail, exceeded a length of 5 meters. Indeed, this Green Goblin possessed a lengthy tail. Furthermore, it boasted a pair of enormous wings sprouting from its back, based solely on the combat prowess displayed by the Green Goblin. Peter felt that it surpassed even the formidable Hulk from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. While Peter was intently observing the Green Goblin, contemplating whether he could extract some research material from it, Miles, unaware of the situation, found himself inadvertently caught in the crossfire between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. However, thanks to his spider sense, Miles, despite not yet mastering Spider-Man's abilities, managed to evade danger time and time again. Even Peter, upon regaining his focus and witnessing this, couldn't help but admire Miles' agility. Yet, amidst the playful chaos, considering the other youth, Peter resolved to lend him a hand. Chapter 81. Destined Fate. Miles found himself fortunate, for the Green Goblin had diverted all his attention towards Spider-Man, leaving Miles relatively unscathed. Although he occasionally found himself caught in the crossfire of their fierce battle, his innate spider sense enabled him to evade danger, albeit barely. However, as the conflict escalated, the tide turned unfavorably for Miles. If this continued, given his still nascent spider abilities, ensuring his own safety would be a daunting challenge. Fortunately, at that moment, Peter intervened. Faced with the formidable Green Goblin, a being whose power surpassed even that of the Hulk, Peter, lacking his Hulkbuster armor, dared not engage him in close combat. Moreover, with the Mark VIII in a state of significant disrepair, Peter's capabilities were severely limited. To rescue both Spider-Man and Miles, he would need to rely on cunning rather than brute strength. Thus, Peter resorted once again to the kite-flying strategy he had previously employed against the Hulk. He unleashed all 4 pairs of floating cannons from his suit, maneuvering them around the Green Goblin. When the Green Goblin's attention wavered, Peter would strike from the blind spots with pulse lasers. After each attack, he deftly commanded the floating cannons to disperse, evading any chance of being caught off guard. This relentless harassment prevented the Green Goblin from mounting an effective counterattack or refocusing his aggression on Spider-Man. Consequently, Spider-Man successfully extricated himself from the Goblin's clutches, allowing him to fulfill his true objective, to thwart Norman and activate the Super Collider. Meanwhile, the unforeseen involvement of Miles in the fray provided him with the perfect opportunity to seek refuge in a safe zone while the Green Goblin was distracted by the floating cannons. Yet, whether by a shared intuition or the whims of fate, despite their disparate goals, Spider-Man and Miles encountered one another amidst the Super Collider's site. The resonance of their spider senses alerted Spider-Man to the fact that Miles, like himself, had acquired spider powers. After a brief exchange, Spider-Man offered to guide Miles along this newfound path, understanding that no one in this universe could empathize with Miles' feelings and circumstances better than he, having gained his own powers at a similar youthful age. With Spider-Man's promise, Miles' confusion began to dissipate, and he nodded in acceptance of Spider-Man's mentorship. Noticing a newfound brightness in Miles' expression, Spider-Man shifted the conversation to inquire about the individual who had assisted him earlier. However, Miles shook his head, admitting he was unfamiliar with the stranger. They had merely crossed paths in the underground tunnel, drawn together by the commotion, and ventured forth to investigate the situation together. Though lacking knowledge of the other's background, Miles speculated that the stranger's presence in the tunnel was surely intentional. The individual before him was clad in formidable metallic armor that immediately suggested a fierce demeanor. Spider-Man shared this assessment, having caught a glimpse of the opponent's flamboyant red and gold ensemble just before extricating himself from the Green Goblin's clutches. It was inconceivable that this adversary would appear fully armed here without prior knowledge of the impending events. However, since Miles also did not recognize this figure, Spider-Man's intention to ally with him to thwart Kingpin was rendered futile. Fortunately, the newcomer had just assisted him, indicating that they at least shared a common ground. Alleviating Spider-Man's concerns about encountering another formidable foe, unable to secure the stranger's aid, Spider-Man dismissed the notion. Years of experience had instilled in him the confidence to confront the crisis ahead once more. I must destroy this colossal machine to prevent the collapse of temporal continuity. You stay here and remain vigilant, all right? He instructed Miles. Upon receiving a compliant nod from Miles, he adeptly leaped onto a nearby railing and shot forth a web, propelling himself into the air. All that remained for Miles was a promise of a later reunion and a striking silhouette in motion. Yet, Spider-Man's impressive demeanor was short-lived, for a flash of purple light heralded the arrival of the Shathra, blocking his path. Furthermore, the Green Goblin, previously preoccupied with the floating cannons, re-emerged before Spider-Man's eyes, accompanied by Peter, clad in his armored suit. This was not Peter's deliberate leniency. However, the limitations of the Mark VIII's offensive capabilities rendered him incapable of breaching the Green Goblin's defenses. Should the Goblin choose not to engage, Peter had no means to compel him otherwise. For Peter, the ability to confront the Green Goblin was secondary. His primary objective was to safeguard Spider-Man's life. The prospect of collaborating with Spider-Man to thwart Kingpin's activation of the Super Collider had never crossed his mind. His presence in this universe signified that Kingpin had indeed succeeded in activating the Super Collider, thereby opening dimensional rifts. Thus, regardless of Peter's involvement, Kingpin's triumph was an established certainty, and no amount of Spider-Man's efforts could alter the outcome. The only fate Peter could influence was that of Spider-Man himself. Since Spider-Man's demise occurred after the predetermined opening of the temporal rift, his survival would not impact the overall result. Even if Peter wished to save him, he would likely be powerless to do so. As events unfolded, they gradually returned to their original trajectory, mirroring the plot lines Peter had previously witnessed in films. Kingpin successfully activated the Super Collider, opening temporal pathways to other dimensions. Spider-Man was once again forced by the Green Goblin into the particle stream emitted by the Collider. The already incomplete Super Collider, now disrupted by the Green Goblin's interference, immediately began to issue a series of alarming warnings. Jean shouted loudly, attempting to halt the foolish actions of the Green Goblin, but alas, it was too late. The particle beams of the Super Collider began to warp, resulting in a violent explosion within the subterranean space. As the flames generated by the blast gradually subsided, the scene was engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. Foreseeing the impending explosion, Peter had already taken Miles to a safe area. Moreover, with the Mark 8 shielding them from the explosion shockwave, both remained unharmed. However, the situation for Spider-Man, who was situated at the explosion's epicenter, was far less favorable, given that even the Green Goblin could not survive such a detonation. The extent of Spider-Man's injuries was, without doubt, severe. Peter needed to locate him before Jean. Otherwise, if the latter were to perish, even the one-time use serum would be of no avail in resurrecting him. Unfortunately, the infrared sensors of the Mark 8 had yet to be repaired, which would have made locating Spider-Man in this environment considerably easier. Nevertheless, this posed no significant issue for Peter, as he had already equipped himself with a radar designed to locate Spider-Man prior to the explosion. Radar boy, lend me your assistance. Use your spider sense to pinpoint Spider-Man's location, Peter requested. Miles, with a perplexed expression, replied, who is Radar boy? Of course, it's you, Peter responded. As if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Miles retorted, is that polite? Chapter 82. Local specialties. Though Miles himself would not admit it, his abilities as a Spider-Man radar proved to be quite effective. Following closely behind him, Peter navigated through the debris with remarkable ease, swiftly locating Spider-Man, who lay amidst the ruins. At that moment, Spider-Man's condition was far from favorable. His costume lay tattered and torn, a grim testament to the recent explosion. He was racked with incessant coughs, each one revealing the dire state of his lungs, which were evidently bleeding and indicative of severe internal injuries. Upon witnessing Spider-Man's plight, Miles hurried to his side, expressing genuine concern for his well-being. However, upon realizing it was Miles approaching, Spider-Man mustered his strength and insisted that he was merely resting and that he was not gravely harmed. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation, but he was reluctant to reveal his vulnerability to Miles. After all, in such dire circumstances, if even the heroic Spider-Man succumbed, how could a young boy like Miles possibly find the courage to persevere? Yet, this feigned bravado would only deceive a naive child like Miles for so long. The relentless coughs betrayed the fragile facade, threatening to unravel the kind-hearted lie. To divert Miles' attention from his own frailties, Spider-Man resolved to assign him a task, urging him to leave the site immediately. He retrieved a program key from his tactical belt, preparing to entrust it to Miles. However, before he could utter another word, a voice emanated from behind Miles, interrupting his intentions. Enough of this pretense. If you were to perish here, Aunt May would be devastated. The voice belonged to none other than Peter, who had been shadowing Miles. At the sound of Peter's voice, Spider-Man stiffened momentarily, but gradually relaxed upon seeing the striking golden-red armor before him. Did Aunt May send you to assist me today? Spider-Man inquired, curiosity piqued about this individual's identity. However, upon hearing mention of Aunt May, he surmised that today's events were likely not mere coincidence. Yet, he could not fathom how Aunt May had come to know such an extraordinary person. Now is not the time for explanations, just accept it for now. As he spoke, Peter tossed a vial of medicine towards Miles. Radar kid, you haven't yet thanked me for leading you to this guy. And now there's another task that requires your assistance. Are you willing? Without a moment's hesitation, Miles nodded affirmatively, despite the turmoil within him regarding the current situation. Guided by his purest sense of justice, he resolutely agreed. Excellent. The medicine I just threw to you will aid Spider-Man in recovering from his injuries. Your task is to transport him to his safe location and administer the medicine. I will hold off the pursuers here, so you can make your escape without worry. After dealing with the adversaries, I shall rendezvous with you. As for the location of our meeting, you may inquire with Spider-Man. He is surely well informed. Once Peter has relayed the mission details to Miles, they can distinctly hear the voices of Kingpin and his associates drawing near. The trio exchanged no further words. Miles positioned Spider-Man behind him and sprinted madly towards the tunnel from whence he came. Just as Peter turned around, having observed Miles vanish from sight, he found himself face to face with Kingpin, accompanied by the Prowler and Tombstone, two of his henchmen. It was surprising to see such unfamiliar faces. It seemed that even the typically solitary Spider-Man had begun to seek assistance. However, it appeared they had abandoned him to flee. Kingpin's gaze was fixed on Peter as he attempted to undermine him with taunts while positioning his two companions in a triangular formation to encircle him. Yet, Peter offered no retort to Kingpin's provocations. He had no desire to waste his breath in this exchange. Were it not for his hope that Kingpin would financially support Dr. Octopus in reconstructing the Super Collider, thereby granting him a chance to return to his original universe, he would have already unleashed a laser pulse to obliterate Kingpin's bald head. Although Kingpin was temporarily incapacitated, he had no reservations about the two audacious henchmen. Peter released all the floating cannons from his suit, even the palm-mounted blasters, and aimed them directly at the Prowler and Tombstone flanking him. Without affording them a moment to react, he unleashed a torrential downpour of laser pulses upon them. While Tombstone possessed near invulnerability, he was not impervious to a barrage of concentrated laser fire. After enduring Peter's initial onslaught, he hastily began to evade. The Prowler, though in a somewhat better situation than Tombstone, was equally beleaguered. Lacking Tombstone's formidable defenses, he relied on the agility afforded by his equipment to avoid Peter's strikes. Despite successfully dodging several rounds, a single hit, no matter how slight, would be lethal for the Prowler. Fortunately for both Tombstone and the Prowler, this universe's Kingpin did not flee at the first sign of danger. Instead, he brazenly charged at Peter. Upon seeing Kingpin advance, Peter activated his boot thrusters and executed a graceful front flip to evade the attack. In the meantime, Tombstone and the Prowler took advantage of Peter's evasive maneuver to widen the distance between them and him, subsequently vanishing into the shadows. With Kingpin's attack evaded, and witnessing his henchmen safely retreat, he too seized the momentum of his charge to exit the battlefield. Observing Kingpin and his associates escape his sight, Peter remained composed, devoid of any inclination to pursue. Kingpin's voluntary withdrawal spared him the effort of feigning a performance. After releasing Jean and the three others, Peter did not immediately depart from the ruins. Although the surroundings appeared somewhat dilapidated, there were still valuable items to be found. He conducted a brief search around the spot where Spider-Man had previously lain and effortlessly discovered the lifeless body of the Green Goblin. When he had last seen the Green Goblin, he had contemplated whether he could procure some research material from him. Now, the Green Goblin lay before him, ripe for the taking. Unfortunately, Peter had yet to master spatial storage technology. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly taken the entire body with him. As it stood, he could only collect a few samples of blood and tissue, which he carefully placed into the small box that had previously contained the mutated spider number 42. After all, these specimens were intended to be transported back to his original universe, where the temporal stability device would safeguard them from any dimensional disturbances. Having acquired what he sought from the Green Goblin's remains, Peter then approached the wreckage of the Super Collider for further examination. Although it lay in ruins, he discerned some intriguing insights from its remnants. Remembering that this device had been designed by the female Dr. Octopus, Peter resolved that he must seize an opportunity to infiltrate the Alchemy Corporation in the future and behold the design blueprints with his own eyes. Having ventured into a parallel universe, he was determined to return with an abundance of this world's unique offerings. While he lacked the capacity to carry many tangible items, the ethereal realm of knowledge was entirely within his reach. With his current mental acuity and spiritual strength, he could embrace as much as he desired. Chapter 83. The inefficacy of the potion upon returning from Brooklyn to Aunt May's residence in Queens. Peter had scarcely landed in the backyard when Aunt May emerged from the house, drawn by the commotion. Before Peter could even remove his Mark 8 suit, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. The traces of tears on Aunt May's face indicated to Peter that Miles must have safely returned with Spider-Man. As Aunt May incessantly expressed her gratitude in his ear, Peter remained silent, simply standing there and occasionally patting her back. However, once Aunt May finally composed herself, Peter was taken aback by a piece of unexpected news. "I cannot thank you enough, dear child. I am at a loss for words. Without your assistance, Peter might not have made it back this time. And that boy Miles is a good lad, too. Not only did he carry Peter back, but he also stayed by his side to care for him. If it were just me, an old woman, I truly wouldn't know what to do in such a situation." Listening to Aunt May's words, Peter suddenly realized something and asked, "Wait, Aunt May, has Miles been taking care of this universe's Peter? You mean his injuries haven't healed?" Although Aunt May found his question peculiar, she patiently replied, "Yes, his injuries are quite severe. Even as Spider-Man, he cannot recover in such a short span of time. Impossible." It seemed as though a sudden thought struck Peter, prompting him to inquire further. Where are he and Miles now? I need to check on his condition. Without a hint of doubt, Aunt May pointed towards the storage room in the backyard, saying, "They are in the secret base below. You can go down yourself. I will prepare some late-night snacks for you both. After a long night, you must be hungry." Nodding in acknowledgement, Peter entered the secret elevator once Aunt May retreated inside. Upon arriving at the clandestine base below, he beheld Spider-Man, covered in wounds, now stripped down to nothing but his underwear, lying weakly on a folding bed. Beside him, Miles was frantically tending to him, wielding antiseptic and medical cotton, struggling to clean his wounds while occasionally causing Spider-Man to wince in discomfort. Seeing Peter arrive, Miles immediately halted his ministrations and approached him. A look of concern etched on his face. I administered the potion you gave me, but the effects seem rather lackluster. Peter nodded, acknowledging the situation, and proceeded to remove his Mark 8 suit, preparing to inspect the matter more closely. However, as he emerged from the suit, he was utterly astonished by the sight of 1610 Peter and Miles, who were equally taken aback. This was the first time 1610 Peter had glimpsed the true visage beneath the iron suit, while Miles, although he had previously seen Peter's face beneath the metal mask, had not retained the memory due to the overwhelming tension of the moment. Their astonishment at this moment stemmed not from Peter's appearance being extraordinarily striking, but rather from the uncanny resemblance between him and the Peter Parker of the 1610 universe, whose golden locks contrasted with Peter's chestnut hair. They appeared almost as if molded from the same form, with Peter's visage being a youthful echo of his counterpart from the 1610 universe. However, Peter himself found no peculiarity in this, for they were both Peter Parker, mere counterparts from divergent universes. After he elucidated his origin as a Peter Parker from a parallel universe, the two were once again profoundly shaken by this revelation. Is that why you came to my aid and no Aunt May? So you were aware from the outset that my endeavor today would falter? The expression on the face of the 1610 Peter was tinged with disappointment. Peter nodded and candidly replied, indeed. Certain truths cannot be altered, no matter the effort expended. By the way, why did my spider sense not resonate with yours? I distinctly felt a connection with Miles when we first encountered each other. The 1610 Peter inquired curiously, assuming Peter, like himself, was a Spider-Man of his respective universe. To this, Peter could only helplessly explain. What if it is a possibility that I simply lack a spider sense? You are not Spider-Man, exclaimed both the 1610 Peter and Miles in unison upon hearing this revelation. Well, due to a twist of fate, the mutated spider in my universe did not bite me. It instead bit my classmate, Gwen Stacy. Thus, she is the Spider-Man of my original universe. Gwen Stacy. I have a classmate named Gwen Stacy, Miles exclaimed. Peter had long been aware of this, but the Gwen Stacy he knew belonged to the 65 universe, not the one Miles was acquainted with. Given your description, it is likely that your Gwen is also a Spider-Man. She must have been brought here due to the influence of the Collider, much like others from different universes. Peter shared his insights candidly, presenting his conjecture as fact. The other two acknowledged this speculation, with two Peter Parkers already existing in this world. The emergence of another Gwen Stacy from a different universe seemed rather plausible. However, this complicated matters, as it remained uncertain how many other universes Spider-Men or Peter Parkers might become entangled in this incident. The 1610 Peter expressed his concerns anxiously. In contrast, Miles felt a surge of excitement upon realizing that, aside from the two of them, there were indeed other Spider-Men in this world. However, from another perspective, if several Spider-Men were to collaborate, would it not be considerably easier to confront Kingpin and his minions? Upon hearing Miles' optimistic notion, Peter from the 1610 universe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit in his words. Yet, at that moment, Peter doused him with a splash of cold reality. In your current state, how do you expect to deal with Kingpin? Perhaps you should prioritize your own well-being first. Jarvis, dismantle the hyperspectral camera from Mark 8, and see if there are any components in this base that can serve as a power source. Hey, what are you doing? My secret base. The battle-damaged Peter, lying in bed, watched in dismay as his youthful counterpart commanded the steel suit to begin dismantling equipment within his lair, causing him great distress. However, he was powerless. Pinned to the bed by Peter and forced to witness the disassembly of Mark 8. Just lie still and do not move. I need to repair a device and investigate why the serum I provided you has failed to take effect. Chapter 84. The five spiders together. The Peter from the 1610 universe was not one to be miserly. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy upon learning Peter's intentions, he refrained from any further outbursts. However, upon witnessing Peter's woeful expression, he ultimately declared, enough of that. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall gift you a brand new iron spider suit before I return. Surely, that suffices. Upon hearing such delightful news, the expression on the 1610 Peter's face brightened significantly, and he eagerly agreed. It's settled then, but you mustn't go back on your word. He had long coveted the striking suit Peter wore, and now that an opportunity to acquire one presented itself, he could not let it slip away. Meanwhile, Miles, who had been silently observing their exchange, timidly raised his hand and murmured, do I have a chance to? Peter, ever generous, replied, of course. You two can each have a suit. But I want to be covering the materials. I don't have that kind of money on me. Rest assured, I'll cover the costs. The 1610 Peter exclaimed, waving his hand grandly, declaring that he would take care of the evening's expenses, despite still being a graduate student. The abundance of expensive equipment in his base indicated that he certainly had a knack for making money. As the two continued to discuss their design preferences for the suits, Jay, had already assembled the drive for the hyperspectral camera using components salvaged from the base. Peter quickly interrupted the two enthusiastic individuals, instructing JARVIS to conduct a bodily scan of the 1610 Peter with the hyperspectral camera. What are the results, JARVIS? Peter inquired, his expression tense as all three turned their attention to the Mark 8, now under JARVIS's control. According to the hyperspectral camera's scan, the absolute virus serum has indeed had a certain effect on Mr. Parker's injuries. However, since the absolute virus serum originates from a different dimension, its efficacy diminishes rapidly over a short period. Given Mr. Parker's current injuries and self-healing capabilities, it is estimated that full recovery to peak condition will require at least 3 days. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing JARVIS's report, Peter contemplated deeply. He had already suspected the truth earlier in the backyard, and the examination results for the 1610 Peter confirmed his assumptions. Fortunately, while the injuries were severe, the remarkable self-healing abilities of Spider-Man would allow for a gradual recovery. However, according to JARVIS, this process would take no less than 3 days. 3 days. If Norman's plans had not changed, the restart of the Super Collider would occur in 3 days as well. The question remained whether Spider-Man's recovery speed would enable him to regain full strength before the impending final battle. To be on the safe side, it appears I must expedite Miles's growth during these 3 days, Peter silently resolved. Although after his departure, even the cataclysmic floods of this universe could not reach him. He could not bear the thought of Aunt May encountering unforeseen circumstances due to Kingpin's schemes. Furthermore, instructing Miles did not necessitate Peter's direct involvement. He had already conceived a plan. The character Peter B. Parker from the original narrative would serve as an excellent mentor. The relationship between Miles and Peter B. Parker could be characterized as a mutual redemption and achievement, thus adhering to the original storyline. Allowing him to assume the role of the universe's Spider-Man and guide Miles's growth seemed most fitting. However, at this juncture, it appeared that Peter B. Parker had yet to traverse into this realm. Moreover, since Peter had altered the fated demise of this universe's Spider-Man, it was improbable for Peter B. Parker and Miles to encounter one another at the Spider-Man's gravestone. Consequently, he could only instruct JARVIS to infiltrate New York City's surveillance system for round-the-clock monitoring. The moment Peter B. Parker appeared on the cameras, he could promptly present him to Miles. As Peter contemplated how to bring Peter B. Parker back to mentor Miles, Aunt May descended from the upper floor, bearing a late-night snack. However, accompanying her were 3 unfamiliar figures. Due to the dim lighting and shadows, Peter was unable to discern their identities at first. Yet, both Peter and Miles from the 1610 universe had already surmised the identities of the 3 figures. Their minds were resonating with Spider Sense, which had revealed the answer to them. As the elevator descended, the 3 figures finally emerged into the light. Shadow Spider-Man Peter Parker, Spider-Man Noir Penny Parker, and Spider-Ham Peter Parker. Among these 3, or more accurately, among all Spider-Men, the most formidable was undoubtedly Spider-Ham Peter Parker. After all, this stemmed from a dimensional shift in worldview. As the saying goes, never compare combat prowess with comedic characters, for they often disregard logic and, at times, even the laws of physics. Aunt May first placed her prepared snacks on the table before introducing the 3 newly arrived Spider-Men to Peter and Miles. Through their Spider-Sense connection, the 5 Spider-Men from different universes quickly recognized one another. It was Peter, the one who eschewed mutations for technology, who felt out of place amidst the gathering of Spider-Men. However, after Peter explained the dangers of dimensional rejection and assured them that he could construct a temporal stability device to immunize them against this issue, he instantly became the most sought-after individual in the room. Of course, Peter had never been one to seek the limelight. Since he was willing to assist in creating the temporal stability device, it hardly seemed unreasonable for everyone to request a small sample of his blood for research purposes. Additionally, Peter was quite intrigued by Penny Parker's spider-mech. What advanced technologies are employed in the mech from the year 3145? What energy source propels it? Why did Penny's mutated spider survive after biting her? How is it that the mutated spider can establish a telepathic connection with her? Peter seeks to unravel the answers to these perplexing inquiries. If Kingpin's plans remain unchanged, his time in this universe is limited to merely 3 days. Reflecting on this, he realizes that there are numerous tasks to accomplish within this brief span. He must assist 1610 Peter and Miles, the little black spider, in crafting their iron spider suits. He needs to find Peter B. Parker to serve as a mentor to Miles. He must infiltrate an alchemical firm to procure their technological innovations, and before departing, he must comprehend the technologies integrated into the spider-mech. It appears that in the coming 3 days, meticulous time management will be imperative, as he must become a master of scheduling. Chapter 85. The nano battlesuit within a modestly sized secret base, 5 Spider-Men and an Iron Man converged, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. This environment was not conducive to the recovery of Peter Parker from Universe 1610, nor did it facilitate his completion of the arduous tasks awaiting him in the next 3 days. Thus, after crafting the temporal stability device, Peter promptly dismissed everyone save for Penny Parker. Subsequently, Peter from Universe 1610 retreated to a room on the ground, where he recuperated under Aunt May's attentive care. Miles, Peter B. Parker, and the Shadow Spider-Man trio, guided by J.A.R.V.I.S., began their quest to locate other Spider-Men in New York, armed with the surplus temporal stability device. Among those sought was Gwen Stacy from Universe 65. Concurrently, Peter entrusted the mission to infiltrate the Alchemy Corporation to the trio. Once they gathered the remaining 2 Spider-Men, they would assist him in stealing the corporation's technological data. Thus, even if the overwrite key for the Super Collider was not accidentally damaged by Miles, he would still gain invaluable experience. This arrangement not only provided Miles with essential training, but also saved Peter precious time, truly a win-win situation. After expelling the others, Peter refrained from monitoring their progress. Regardless of the outcome, as long as Kingpin clung to his obsession, it would not impede Peter's plans to return to his universe. Consequently, he devoted all his energy to mastering the futuristic technology of the Spider-Mech, which was precisely why he had retained Penny Parker. Though merely a 14-year-old girl, Penny, as the pilot of the Spider-Mech, possessed an intricate understanding of every detail within the suit. Under Penny's meticulous guidance, despite the arduous and gradual process, Peter steadily absorbed knowledge of the advanced technology from the year 3145. His ability to do so was not solely due to Penny's instruction. A significant portion of his comprehension stemmed from the life memories he had fused with Tony Stark. By continuously referencing and contrasting the techniques Tony had painstakingly developed for the Mark 85 nanosuit, Peter was able to grasp the distant futuristic technologies under Penny's tutelage. Peter dedicated an entire day to fully comprehend the essential technologies of the Spider-Mech. Regrettably, understanding was one matter, while application was quite another. In both his original universe and the current Universe 1610, technological development had yet to reach a level capable of actualizing these advanced techniques. It could be said that the knowledge of future technology was indeed valuable, yet when its worth could be realized remained uncertain, even to Peter himself. Nonetheless, this endeavor was not entirely bleak. At the very least, the process of learning this futuristic technology deepened Peter's understanding of the technical knowledge he had assimilated from Tony's memories. With the advanced technology of the 1610 universe surpassing his original world by 8 years, he now possesses the confidence to manufacture the Mark 85, the most formidable armor developed by Tony in his lifetime. Before embarking on this endeavor, he intends to create the Iron Spider suit promised to assist 1610 Peter and Miles, the Black Spider, as a means of practice. Indeed, Peter has resolved to forego the originally planned laser-guided rapid deployment akin to the Mark 8, as well as the split automatic positioning rapid deployment that was featured in the Mark 42. Instead, he aims to leap directly to the cutting-edge nanotechnology for their suits. The foremost advantage of the nanotech armor lies in its adaptability and exceptional self-repair capabilities. During combat, it can seamlessly transform into shields, cannons, and hammers as required by the situation. When damaged, it can rapidly self-repair by consuming nanomaterials. Furthermore, the nanotech suit offers greater convenience in changing configurations and simpler controls compared to traditional iron suits. Most importantly, the time required to craft a nanotech suit is significantly less. In designing the suits, Peter need not concern himself with the body types of 1610 Peter and Miles, as the nanotech will adapt accordingly. Additionally, any preferences they might have regarding color schemes and aesthetics can be easily modified later. Thus, after a day of diligent work, aided by Penny, Peter successfully completed 3 nanotech suits within that time frame. 2 of these are intended for 1610 Peter and Miles, now aptly referred to as the nanotech spider suits. The functions of their suits are relatively straightforward. Apart from the inherent advantages of the nanotech, Peter's design leans more towards their characteristics as Spider-Man, incorporating various modes of web shooting devices in the external Soulbone 8 Spider Spear. Considering the storyline of Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse, there is a possibility that these 2 may traverse other dimensions, leading Peter to include a time stabilization device within the suits. If 1610 Peter manages to fully recover before the climactic battle, it will be intriguing to see the expression on Kingpin's face when he witnesses the trio donning their nanotech suits. As for Peter's own Mark 85 suit, its functionalities are even more powerful and diverse than those of the nanotech spider suits. The armor is equipped with an energy shield capable of withstanding damage, and the floating cannons on the back have been upgraded to a higher output. Undoubtedly, the most remarkable feature of this suit is its ability to automatically assemble 6 Infinity Stones through nanotechnology. However, wielding such power comes at an immense cost. Even having previously utilized the perfected version of the Absolute Virus, Peter cannot guarantee his survival against the energy surge from the 6 Infinity Stones. Yet, as he currently lacks all 6 stones, pondering such matters seems premature. Moreover, with the amalgamation of the original Peter Parker and the cursed genius Tony Stark's profound learning and research capabilities, coupled with the advanced knowledge of futuristic technology acquired from Penny, it is not entirely implausible that one day he may develop the ultimate suit capable of flawlessly wielding the 6 Infinity Stones. Furthermore, constrained by his limited time in this universe, Peter still has considerable room for upgrades on the Mark 85, awaiting his return to his original universe to continue his research. The primary focus will be on integrating the remains of the mutated Spider-42 into the Mark 85, enabling the suit to obtain the Spider-Sense superpower akin to Penny's Spider-Mech, just as Peter gazed contentedly at the 3 sets of nanosuits he had crafted. The trio of Miles, whom he had expelled the previous day, returned to the base. However, unlike when they departed, the group now included 2 additional figures. Chapter 86. Evasion and growth accompanying Miles upon his return were none other than Peter B. Parker, the designated mentor for Miles, and Gwen Stacy, the spectral spider from Universe 65. It is noteworthy that this Gwen from Universe 65 bore a striking resemblance to the Gwen he was familiar with. Like Peter, the 3 iterations of him, 1610 Peter and Peter B. Parker, shared similar features, yet their differences in age made it easy to distinguish between them. In contrast, the 2 Gwens from different universes were merely a year apart in age, and both possessed the same light golden hair. The only discernible difference in their appearances, aside from the unique hairstyle that Miles had influenced on Gwen from Universe 65, was the punk-inspired eyebrow piercing above her right brow. Moreover, their dispositions varied significantly. The Gwen Peter knew presented herself as a poised and aloof academic achiever, while privately she exhibited the traits of a proud and somewhat spoiled girl. In stark contrast to the cool girl demeanor of Gwen from Universe 65, however, upon encountering Peter in the secret base, Gwen from Universe 65 was reminded of some rather unpleasant memories due to his appearance. After all, in her universe, Peter Parker had tragically perished at the hands of her, the spectral spider, due to an incident involving the fusion serum with lizard DNA. This incident remained an everlasting sorrow in her heart, leading her to avoid forming new friendships for a considerable time. Nevertheless, her sadness was fleeting, as she quickly regained her composure. Just as Peter could discern the differences between the 2 Gwens, she too understood that the Peter before her was not the one she had known. Additionally, along with the trio of Miles, they returned with a stolen computer mainframe from the Alchemy Corporation. This device had been pilfered from the office of Dr. Olivia Octavius, also known in this universe as Dr. Octopus. Inside, it contained not only data pertaining to the Super Collider, but also a plethora of other technological research she had conducted. Thanks to Miles' ability to turn invisible when nervous, the mission was executed with remarkable ease. It was quite difficult for it not to go smoothly, considering the involvement of no less than 5 Spider-Men in the endeavor, making their foray into corporate espionage a walk in the park. Currently, all the interdimensional visitors drawn to this universe by Kingpin's Super Collider had gathered here. Aside from 1610 Peter, who was still recuperating, 6 Spider-Men, including Miles, had begun discussing strategies to thwart Kingpin's nefarious plans while also facilitating their return to their respective universes. Although the time-stabilizing device crafted by Peter allowed them to reside in this universe for extended periods without facing cellular degeneration, they could not remain indefinitely. Each of them had loved ones and friends awaiting them in their own universes, and those realms required their own Spider-Men to return. However, Peter refrained from participating, as the forthcoming events were essential for Miles' evolution into a true Spider-Man. Moreover, he did not perceive the demise of Aaron Davis, Miles' uncle and the Prowler, as a matter worthy of alteration. His willingness to rescue the Spider-Man of the 1610 universe stemmed partly from a desire to spare Aunt May's sorrow, and partly from the admirable qualities that Spider-Man possessed, which justified his intervention. However, Aaron Davis was different, regardless of the reasons. He had indeed committed numerous heinous acts as a henchman for Kingpin. Although Aaron Davis was an impeccable uncle in Miles' eyes, to Peter, the man held no value for salvation. Conversely, the death of Aaron Davis marked a pivotal step for Miles on his path to becoming the Prowler. At this moment, the debate among the 6 Spider-Men had reached a fever pitch, with each vying for the task of sacrificing themselves to ensure the safe return of the others. No, if you choose to remain and destroy the Super Collider, there will be no chance of returning to your original universe. You will be forever trapped in this world. Miles vehemently opposed the determination of the 5 alternate universe Spider-Men. If our universe's Spider-Man cannot fully recover before Kingpin's operation, then I shall remain to destroy the Super Collider. I'll send you all back first, and then I will act. However, upon uttering these words, 3 Spider-Men regarded him with skeptical gazes. Penny doubted him purely due to her lack of exposure to Miles' abilities. As for Spider-Man Noir and Spider-Ham, their skepticism was rooted in having witnessed Miles' capabilities firsthand. They had not forgotten how they were pursued by the entire staff of Alchemax, armed with laser guns, due to Miles' blunder in Hudson Valley. Only Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy were willing to place their faith in Miles. They believed in his immense potential. Not only could he turn invisible, but he also possessed an electric discharge ability that other Spider-Men lacked. If Miles could harness 70 to 80% of his powers, then the task of destroying the Super Collider would be well within his grasp. Yet, just as they had begun to praise Miles, he inadvertently proved them wrong. In front of everyone, Miles struggled to utilize his powers effectively, let alone face Kingpin and his formidable henchmen. Witnessing this, even Peter Parker and Gwen, in an effort to safeguard Miles, abandoned their previous convictions. With the loss of his last two supporters, Miles, unable to bear the crushing blow, found himself plagued by thoughts of escape. As the thought took hold, he inadvertently succeeded in activating his invisibility. It must be said that while evasion may be shameful, it can prove effective. Unfortunately, such a mindset could not sustain him as a worthy superhero. A Spider-Man's powers should be awakened by the strength of courage, not by the frailty of fear. Observing Miles' disappearance, Peter shook his head in dismay. Although he may not yet embody the true essence of a superhero, he would certainly not choose to evade the situation before him as Miles would. Ultimately, however, Miles is destined to grow. From the moment he was chosen by the mutated Spider number 42, this fate was sealed. The lessons his parents failed to impart will be taught to him through hardship. With this in mind, Peter ceased to concern himself with the activities of Spider-Man and instead delved into the technical documents they had brought back from the alchemical company. If he could thoroughly comprehend the contents within, he might just develop a technology akin to that which allows for traversing different dimensions, as seen in Spider-Man, Across the Spider-Verse. Chapter 87. The Fate of Spider-Man. So it is. However, the method of localization through DNA remains insufficiently reliable. If my temporal stability device were to be incorporated, this design would achieve unparalleled perfection. As Peter gazed upon the design documents of the Super Collider on the screen, he clenched his right fist and struck it against the palm of his left hand, excitement illuminating his visage. Upon reviewing the schematics of the Super Collider, Peter comprehended Dr. Octopus's design philosophy and the technical principles underlying the activation of the temporal portal. If the Avengers utilized PIM particles to facilitate time travel with the finesse of a feather's touch, then the activation of the temporal portal via the Super Collider could only be likened to a Herculean feat throughout the design of this technology. The potential irreversible repercussions on the fabric of time and space were patently overlooked, which is precisely why Spider-Man felt compelled to thwart the plans of Kingpin. Should Kingpin be allowed to proceed unchecked, it is entirely plausible that New York could face obliteration due to temporal collapse. Yet, this does not imply that the Super Collider lacks merit on a technical level. On the contrary, if entrusted to the right hands, the inherent flaws of the Super Collider could be entirely mitigated. It is evident that Peter embodies such a suitable candidate. With the temporal stability device at his disposal, he could not only directly address the risks posed by potential temporal collapse but also accurately pinpoint the dimensions and times connected by the temporal portal through the temporal localization device. Additionally, the perfected arc reactor technology could provide the Super Collider with a stable and ample energy source for initiation. Should Peter succeed in fully refining the Super Collider, he would undoubtedly be able to traverse the myriad parallel universes, continuously absorbing scientific knowledge from other realms to fortify his own capabilities. One day, Peter might indeed ascend to the ranks of a multiversal powerhouse. With exhilaration, he closed the design blueprint of the Super Collider, eagerly preparing to delve into the technical documents of the alchemy company in search of valuable designs. At that moment, however, Jarvis, who had taken over the secret base, abruptly interrupted Peter's plans. Upon hearing Jarvis' report, he learned that Kingpin and his henchmen had followed the Na'vi Miles directly to Aunt May's residence. How is Aunt May? Is she unharmed? Peter immediately expressed concern for her well-being. Rest assured, sir. Upon detecting the enemy's approach, I promptly equipped Ms. May with the Mark 8 armor. She is now quite safe, Jarvis responded, allowing Peter to exhale in relief, giving a thumbs up in the air to commend Jarvis for its composed response to the situation. Although Aunt May had not suffered harm from Kingpin's arrival, the enemy had breached their threshold, and Peter could not remain passive. Kingpin and Dr. Octopus still held value. They must be preserved to activate the Super Collider. As for Tombstone and Scorpion, it just so happens that Peter's latest nanotech suit, Mark 85, has been manufactured but has yet to undergo practical combat testing. These two have unwittingly found themselves in the crosshairs. This serves as a means to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness before the final showdown, making it easier for Miles to dismantle the Super Collider later on. However, while Peter's plans were commendable, upon bursting into the room, he was met with the sight of Aunt May, clad in the Mark 8 suit, valiantly holding her own against 3 of Kingpin's henchmen. It seems that Aunt May's benevolent nature is what drives her. Had it been Peter, or even Dr. Octopus, Tombstone, and Scorpion, the outcome would likely have been far graver. with them meeting their demise long before. Given Aunt May's remarkable courage, Peter decided to abandon his original plan, deeming it best to shield her from the brutality of bloodshed. As for Kingpin, this man is indeed formidable, having ascended to the highest echelons of power in a place like Hell's Kitchen. Facing the assault of 4 Spider-Men simultaneously, he displayed an impressive composure, indicating that his physical prowess and combat skills are of an extraordinary caliber. However, the emergence of Peter in his nanotech suit on this battlefield would undoubtedly disrupt the previously balanced dynamic. Recognizing this, Kingpin chose not to linger in combat. He absorbed an attack from Shadow Spider-Man and seized the opportunity to unexpectedly break free from the encirclement of the 4 Spider-Men. He then managed to rescue the beleaguered Dr. Octopus from Aunt May's iron fists and swiftly abandoned Tombstone and Scorpion, escaping the premises just before Peter could intervene. Kingpin's actions fortuitously aligned with Peter's intentions. He had never intended to confront Kingpin or Dr. Octopus. Witnessing the two struggle and battle, he had been troubled about how to facilitate their escape. Unexpectedly, Kingpin's initiative rendered Peter's intervention unnecessary, resolving the situation on his own. After all, no one could have anticipated Aunt May, donning the iron suit, to exhibit such bravery, thereby completely altering the combat dynamics that had previously favored the villains. Peter even began to entertain the notion that, under these circumstances, Miles' uncle might just evade his fate. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of a gunshot echoed from outside. The group rushed out of the house, directing their gaze toward the source of the gunfire, only to witness Peter B. Parker, who had just dashed out to aid Miles, now grappling with the retreating Kingpin. Not far off, on a rooftop, stood the bewildered Miles and the fallen, unconscious figure of the Prowler, Aaron Davis, before him. Observing this scene, Peter realized that nothing had changed with his arrival. Rather, the destinies of each Spider-Man are not easily altered, transforming from an ordinary individual bitten by a radioactive spider into a superhero cognizant of his responsibilities and mission. Each Spider-Man must confront the inevitable death of those significant to them. For Gwen from Universe 65, he represents the Peter Parker of that realm. For Peter B. Parker, he embodies Uncle Ben. For the Shadow Spider-Man, he is Uncle Benjamin, and for Penny, he is her father. The most arduous aspect of this mission for Spider-Man lies in the harsh truth that, no matter how formidable they may be, they cannot save everyone. Once again, Miles fled, disappearing from sight with his uncle, Aaron Davis, gravely injured by the Green Goblin. Yet this time, not a single Spider-Man cast a disappointed gaze upon Miles' retreat. For they too, in their past, shared the same desire as this young boy, to forever escape an unbearable reality. Chapter 88. The dispute and unannounced battle concluded abruptly with the escape of Kingpin and Miles. The only achievement for Peter and his companions was the capture of Tombstone and Scorpion, skillfully executed by Aunt May. She handed them over to Jefferson Davis, who fortuitously happened to be patrolling the vicinity, and incidentally, Miles' father. Upon encountering Jefferson Davis, Tombstone and Scorpion experienced, for the first time, a genuine sense of joy at the sight of a police officer. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they clung to Jefferson Davis' legs, expressing their thankfulness for being liberated from the clutches of Aunt May, the formidable antagonist. They fervently implored Jefferson Davis to escort them into the police vehicle and into jail, believing that only within those confines could they reclaim their sense of security. Although their behavior was decidedly peculiar, Jefferson Davis, still reeling from witnessing his brother Aaron Davis being slain by a newly emerged Spider-Man, lacked the inclination to dwell on such eccentricities. He promptly handcuffed the two men and ushered them into the police car. Meanwhile, Peter and the remaining Spider-Men convened at their underground secret base, including the still recovering 1610 Peter Parker. The group was engaged in deliberations concerning their strategy against Kingpin. A heated argument ensued between Peter B. Parker and 1610 Peter Parker. Peter B. Parker asserted that he was the best candidate to remain and dismantle the Super Collider, not only because he was the eldest among the Spider-Men but also because, in his original world, both as Peter B. Parker and Spider-Man, he had reached his nadir. If one were to stay behind and not return, he deemed himself the most suitable choice. However, 1610 Peter Parker vehemently disagreed with Peter B. Parker's stance. He argued that every Spider-Man held immense significance within their respective universes. Therefore, Peter B. Parker should not remain to destroy the Super Collider but rather return to his own world alongside the other Spider-Men who had traversed from parallel universes. The task of dismantling the Super Collider should fall to him, the Spider-Man of this universe. Despite estimating that he would likely be unable to fully recover before the ultimate battle that night, he was resolute in his belief that he would undertake the mission, even at the cost of his life. For within their universe existed Miles, who had also acquired spider-like abilities. He believed that the justice-driven Miles would eventually evolve into a worthy Spider-Man, continuing to safeguard their world in his stead. Thus, even if he were to sacrifice himself, their universe would not be forever deprived of a Spider-Man. Ultimately, the dispute concluded with 1610 Peter Parker emerging victorious. Following the discussion, Peter presented the nanosuit he had meticulously prepared to 1610 Peter Parker. At the same time, he whispered in the other's ear, "Do not exert yourself too much. I trust that Miles will arrive in due course." However, 1610 Peter shook his head in dissent, remarking, "Miles is still quite young." Peter retorted, "Your statement is rather hypocritical. I have heard that you debuted as Spider-Man at the age of 16, the same age as Miles. Moreover, success is contingent upon human effort. In front of Miles, there exist 6 exemplary figures to guide him. I am confident they will inspire him to awaken as a true Spider-Man." After finishing, he raised an eyebrow at his companion. Noticing this gesture, 1610 Peter quickly turned his gaze, only to discover that Peter B. Parker and the other 4 Spider-Men had vanished from sight. He could surmise their destination. They likely wished to comfort Miles, who had just suffered a significant loss. But, can they truly help Miles awaken in this manner? 1610 Peter remained skeptical, for he knew all too well how challenging it was to emerge from such profound sorrow. At that moment, Peter's voice pulled him from his contemplation. "Enough of them. Let us quickly test the nanotech suit I prepared for you, lest you find yourself clueless about how to shoot webs in an actual battle." Nodding in agreement, 1610 Peter followed Peter's instructions, positioning the nanotech particle storage device against his chest. Though devoid of any wearable apparatus, the device secured itself upon contact with 1610 Peter's torso through countless imperceptible nanoparticles. He then tapped the nanotech particle storage device twice, and a torrent of nanoparticles surged forth, enveloping him entirely in an instant. As the nanotech suit completed its coverage, 1610 Peter suddenly heard a gentle electronic voice declare, "Biometric identification complete. The suit's owner is bound to Peter Parker." Peter proceeded to elucidate, "The suit is equipped with artificial intelligence, ensuring that no one but you can utilize it without your authorization. Additionally, the AI can assist you in various calculations, tracking, and combat missions. Currently, the suit bore the most basic silver hue. You can summon the color palette through the AI to modify the suit's appearance and color." After his continuous explanations and clarifications, 1610 Peter gradually familiarized himself with the suit's functionalities, mastering all the combat-related features. Just as he concluded his acclimatization to the Spider nanotech suit, the 5 Spider-Men who had departed earlier returned to the secret base. However, unlike their earlier departure, each of them now radiated a palpable sense of battle readiness, clearly prepared for the impending conflict. Peter and his companion exchanged few words, seamlessly donning their nanosuits. The 7 of them ascended in the elevator, reaching the surface. However, Peter did not set off immediately. Instead, he leaned in to whisper a few instructions to Aunt May before joining the others to head towards Fisk Tower. The previous explosion of the Super Collider had completely obstructed the route that once allowed entry through the Brooklyn subway tunnel. Furthermore, Peter's intervention spared the Spider-Man of the 1610 universe from meeting his demise at the hands of Kingpin. Consequently, the memorial dinner for Spider-Man, hosted by Wilson Fisk in the original narrative, was rendered non-existent. Thus, they could not infiltrate Fisk Tower by disguising themselves as waitstaff. Therefore, the sole strategy available to approach the Super Collider, situated beneath Fisk Tower, was a direct assault. Chapter 89, The Leap of Faith and Change of Attitude. As dusk settled in, the Shroud of Night, which had always served as an impeccable cloak for Spider-Man's previous endeavors, now offered little solace to Peter and his companions, who were determined to confront their adversaries head-on. The 6 Spider-Men and Iron Man boldly stood before Fisk Tower, unmasked and unafraid. In preparation for this confrontation, Wilson Fisk had evidently taken extensive measures, amassing a legion of New York gang members on the first floor, each equipped with the most advanced laser weaponry produced by his alchemical company. It was clear that Fisk had cast aside all reservations in his quest to resurrect his wife and child. Following tonight's battle, the dichotomy between his identities as Wilson Fisk and the benevolent philanthropist would be irreparably shattered, stripping him of the faade he had painstakingly crafted. Upon the appearance of Peter and his crew, the gang members stationed at the entrance wasted no time in opening fire. A barrage of laser beams erupted from their weapons, enveloping the 7 heroes in a deadly onslaught. Iron Man and Peter, alongside Spider-Man from Earth, 1610, immediately sprang into action, shielding the others with their nanosuits' energy shields, absorbing the enemy's fire. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 Spider-Men showcased their unique abilities, systematically diminishing the foe's firepower. As the fierce battle raged outside Fisk Tower, a familiar figure materialized in the backyard of Aunt May's residence. He reached out to tamper with the lock on the storage room door, seemingly intent on breaching it. However, before he could proceed, the door inexplicably swung open, revealing the elevator leading to the secret base. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, descending to the hidden sanctuary below. Aunt May had been anticipating his arrival, and upon seeing him, a radiant smile broke across her face as she greeted, "You're late, Miles." Indeed. The newcomer was none other than the returning Miles Morales. Though it had been less than a week since he had been bitten by the radioactive spider and gained his powers, The guidance of 6 illustrious Spider-Men and the myriad experiences he had encountered had catalyzed his journey toward becoming a true Spider-Man. His presence here signified that he was ready to embrace his destiny. Aunt May handed him a nanoparticle storage device that Peter had left behind. "This is your suit. My child, go forth and become your own hero, the hero this city needs." Miles nodded, accepting the device, yet felt a tinge of awkwardness, uncertain of how to transform. Sensing his hesitation, Aunt May produced a tablet and placed it before him. Peter anticipated this. "Simply follow the tutorial and you'll be ready," she continued, before he departed. Peter expressed his unwavering belief that you would come, so he asked me to wait here and provide you with the instructions for the nanosuit. Upon hearing these words, Miles' expression grew increasingly resolute as he followed the tutorial to modify his spider nanotech suit into a striking black and red ensemble. In this moment, the essence of the small black spider began to take form. However, to truly awaken as the small black spider, Miles still needed to complete the final leap of faith. He arrived at the rooftop of a skyscraper, and unlike the initial trepidation he felt when he first acquired his powers, Miles now sat calmly on the building's facade, fearlessly gazing down at the ground below. The atmosphere built up to this moment, and thus, the glass destroyer Miles officially made his entrance. With a mighty leap, the glass curtain wall of the building shattered instantly, propelled by the static electricity from his palms. The iconic scene of the small black spider's leap of faith, previously depicted in films, was now vividly realized in the New York City of the 1610 universe. As gravity pulled him downwards, Miles accelerated, and just before hitting the ground, he swiftly shot out a web. The speed of his descent transformed into momentum for swinging as the second Spider-Man of this city made his inaugural appearance to the public. Utilizing his web, the small black spider swung rapidly toward Fisk Tower. It must be said that for the mission tonight, the small black spider was indeed the optimal choice for execution. With his ability to become invisible, he had no need to engage with the henchmen dispatched by Kingpin. He could stride confidently into Fisk Tower. Meanwhile, a team comprising 6 Spider-Men and Iron Man had expended considerable time and effort merely to breach the first tier of guards, arriving now at the entrance to the underground passage. This was not due to a lack of strength on their part, but rather because Kingpin had amassed an overwhelming number of enforcers here. It remained a mystery how Kingpin had managed to entice them. As these gang members approached the 7 with reckless abandon, the greater challenge lay in the fact that, aside from Peter and the Shadow Spider, the remaining 5 Spider-Men adhered to a so-called no-kill principle. This led to enemies, once ensnared in webbing, regaining their weapons and launching renewed assaults upon their escape. As the situation unfolded, Peter could no longer concern himself with how the others perceived him. He decisively commanded the Spider-Men to crouch down, then employed the tactic Tony had used in Iron Man 2 against the Hammer Technologies drones. As all 6 Spider-Men obediently crouched, Peter raised his arms, unleashing 2 powerful beams of laser from his forearms. With Peter's rotation, the lasers sliced through the air like scythes harvesting wheat, cleaving through enemies in their path. It was through Peter's formidable sweeping attack that they finally managed to navigate past Kingpin's overwhelming numbers. However, the gazes of the other 5 Spider-Men toward Peter shifted in that moment, their eyes brimming with complexity. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true distinction of Peter Parker. It lay not in the possession of Spider-Man's abilities, but rather in his approach and attitude towards challenges. Peter was acutely aware of the shift in their perceptions towards him. However, he remained indifferent, for they were not a genuine team, and once this collaboration concluded, they would inevitably return to their respective universes. At that point, regardless of how others perceived him, it would bear no impact on his existence. Thus, in the face of the monumental task of returning to his original universe, any obstacles obstructing Peter would be ruthlessly eradicated. Let us proceed, my friends. The path home has been unveiled for us. With that, Peter, unfazed by the reactions of the other Spider-Men, took the lead and stepped into the portal. Chapter 90. Return? Within the subterranean realm of Fisk Tower, Olivia Octavius stood amidst a formidable array of colossal server clusters, executing the final adjustments on the Super Collider, initializing primary startup sequence. As she completed the last input of control codes, an alert resonated throughout the expansive chamber. Observing the entrance on the ground floor, Kingpin, ever vigilant at the monitor, seized the moment and commanded Dr. Octopus to activate the Super Collider. Initially brimming with confidence in his defensive measures, Kingpin's composure shattered upon witnessing Peter's devastating prowess. Thus, upon learning that the system was fully calibrated, he hastened to instruct Dr. Octopus to initiate the Super Collider without delay. With Kingpin's command, the genetic sequences of his wife, Vanessa Fisk, and son, Richard Fisk, were uploaded into the system. Concurrently, the system began scanning and matching these sequences against dimensional data collected from previous tests. As the target matching concluded, the Super Collider roared back to life, unleashing 2 powerful particle streams that collided violently. At that moment, Iron Man Peter and 6 Spider-Men descended from above, finally arriving on the scene. Witnessing the activation of the Super Collider, Spider-Man Peter Parker from Universe 1610 stepped forward first. Friends, I will insert the device containing the override program to alter the system's operations. While I create this opportunity, return swiftly to your respective universes. Once you have all departed, I shall obliterate it. With that declaration, he charged ahead. However, just as he was on the verge of success, two mechanical tendrils lunged forth abruptly. Their swiftness, coupled with the element of surprise, rendered even Spider-Man, with his spider sense, unable to evade. Simultaneously, a multitude of fearless gang members surged forth, unleashing a barrage of laser fire upon the 7 heroes. Unlike the earlier encounter in the lobby where Peter could wield his laser weaponry with abandon, in this subterranean environment, he had to meticulously regulate the firepower of Mark 85 to prevent any damage to the Super Collider. Yet, as both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, a miraculous scene unfolded within the particle streams emitted by the Super Collider. Various structures from alternate dimensions began to emerge from the streams. Though the spectacle was breathtaking, Peter from Universe 1610 recognized it as a harbinger of chaos, a sign that the temporal passage created by the Super Collider was destabilizing. If this continued, not only would the Spider-Man and Peter from parallel universes be unable to return to their respective dimensions, but the entirety of Universe 1610 would face annihilation due to a catastrophic temporal collapse. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, 1610 Peter struggled against Dr. Octopus's restraints. But his injuries, still unhealed, hindered his escape despite the assistance of his nanotech suit. In the present moment, the fate of the entire universe rests in his hands. In a state of desperation, Peter from Universe 1610 made a remarkable decision. The nanoparticles that had been clinging to him began to shed continuously, gradually spreading along Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles. In the blink of an eye, his spider nanosuit had completely vanished, revealing his golden hair and youthful, handsome visage before Dr. Octopus's gaze. Conversely, the 4 mechanical tentacles, once glowing a fluorescent green behind Dr. Octopus, were now entirely enveloped by the nanoparticles from the spider's suit, transforming into the classic red and blue colors of Spider-Man's attire. What struck terror into Dr. Octopus was the realization that she had lost control over her mechanical appendages. Regardless of the mental commands she issued, the tentacles remained motionless, as if rendered inoperative. "Spider-Man, what have you done to my precious creations?" she exclaimed in a mix of fear and fury, directing her ire towards Peter from Universe 1610. The onset of these changes clearly stemmed from the transfer of nanoparticles from Spider-Man to her mechanical tentacles, indicating that Peter was the architect of this chaos. "Oh, it's merely a technological dimensional strike against your mechanical limbs," Peter from Universe 1610 responded with a smug smile. Then, under Dr. Octopus's incredulous gaze, her mechanical tentacles lifted the now suitless Spider-Man, much like the elder mandrill presenting Simba in The Lion King, raising him before the circuitry of the Super Collider. As Spider-Man prepared to insert the overwrite program into the circuit board, Dr. Octopus urgently shouted for her henchmen to open fire on him. Already nursing injuries, Spider-Man now found himself bereft of the protection afforded by his nanosuit. If he were to endure a concentrated assault from the gang members, it could very well spell his demise. However, in this critical moment, an energy shield suddenly materialized, deflecting all incoming fire directed at Spider-Man. Yet, this shield did not emanate from Peter's Mark 85 suit, but rather from Miles Morales' Spider Nanosuit. As Miles, clad in his black and red suit, emerged from invisibility, the ultimate Spider from Universe 1610 had arrived just in time to join the fray. With Miles' assistance, Spider-Man successfully inserted the overwrite program into the Super Collider circuit board. Warning! Warning! Quantum polarity is reversing. Quantum polarity is reversing, an electronic voice echoed throughout the subterranean space, heralding the duo's successful disruption of Dr. Octopus's original plan. "Guys, we have the particle beam under control. Hurry up here," Miles shouted to the remaining members, seeing that they had accomplished half of their mission. Hearing the call, Iron Man Peter quickly rallied the other 5 to make their way to their location. Peter was acutely aware that his previous cruel actions had left a lingering resentment in the hearts of those around him. Thus, as the 7 Spider-Men exchanged poignant farewells, he chose to remain silently at the periphery, refraining from intruding upon their moment. It was only after all the Spider-Men from parallel universes had leaped into the temporal portal, returning to their rightful worlds, that Peter approached the Spider-Man of Universe 1610 and Miles. "There is little left to say. I have fulfilled all your requests," he began. "However, please convey a message to Aunt May. The Mark 8 suit is hers to keep as a memento. She may even find it useful for her grocery excursions. Now, the battles that remain are entrusted to you. Having been away for so long, it is time for me to return. Oh, I almost forgot. I have left a gift for you on the server at the secret base. If you wish to know what it is, resolve the conflict swiftly and return safely. Farewell." With that, Peter turned without a hint of reluctance, like the previous 5 Spider-Men, stepped into the temporal portal at the center of the particle accelerator. Once again, he experienced the sensation of being compressed from all sides, an effect that even the Mark 85 suit could not mitigate. Yet this time, Peter made a concerted effort to maintain his consciousness, refusing to succumb to the overwhelming pressure. It was not until the sensation of spatial compression entirely dissipated that Peter emerged from the temporal portal, entering the realm of normal cosmic dimensions. However, he soon found himself questioning the peculiar positioning. Observing the meteors floating beside him and the half-illuminated blue planet below, he remarked with a touch of exasperation. Chapter 91. Uncontrolled magic. Peter's grievances are not without merit, for had he still been clad in the Mark 8 suit, even enhanced by the extremist virus, he would likely have succumbed to the inhospitable environment of outer space, characterized by a lack of oxygen, frigid temperatures, and high radiation levels. Fortunately, with the aid of the advanced technology from the 1610 Ultimate Universe and the assistance of Penny Parker, Peter successfully crafted the Mark 85 nanotech suit. Complete with a life support system designed for the harsh conditions of space, he owes a debt of gratitude to Tony Stark for his timely intervention following the battle in New York. Otherwise, faced with such an unforeseen calamity, Peter might have had no choice but to resign himself to fate. As for the reason, he found himself transported to outer space during his return journey. Peter speculates that the arc reactor and the artificial sun inadvertently created a spatial wormhole leading to this very location. However, during the transfer, he fortuitously encountered the collider in the 1610 universe, which resulted in his transit to that dimension. Now that he has been returned, it seems reasonable that he should be sent back to his original destination, or so he thought. Initially, Peter accepted his return, even if it was to a somewhat remote location. Yet, upon his descent from the cosmos to New York, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Gazing at the colossal screens in Times Square, which were inundated with the visage of J. Jonah Jameson, who incessantly berated Spider-Man for allegedly murdering the true hero, Mysterio, Peter understood that he had once again arrived in an unfamiliar realm. In the news, Jameson expounded upon his disparagement of Spider-Man while lavishly praising Mysterio, unethically divulging Peter Parker's identity as a high school student from Midtown Tech. Moreover, the city was rife with shops selling posters and figurines of the Avengers, and the streets were adorned with graffiti memorializing Iron Man. Peter had come to the realization that he was, once again, thrust into a parallel universe, not of his own volition. This time, he had evidently crossed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, specifically at the juncture of Spider-Man: No Way Home. In this universe, Spider-Man, due to his naivety, had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the disguised interdimensional superhero, Mysterio. Not only had he unwittingly surrendered the advanced artificial intelligence, Edith, which Tony had bequeathed to him, but he had also been duped into becoming a scapegoat for the chaos that ensued, leading to the exposure of his true identity. This blend of innocence and folly precipitated a crisis that spanned the multiverse. In a desperate bid to erase the negative repercussions of his unveiled identity, he sought the assistance of the Supreme Sorcerer, Stephen Strange, at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, imploring him to wield magic to ensure that the world would forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. However, during Dr. Strange's spellasting, his imposition of excessive limitations ultimately resulted in the spell's effects reverberating throughout the entire multiverse. Consequently, Dr. Strange's enchantment summoned and intertwined the multiverse with this reality, overlaying the notion that no one in the other universes knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Simultaneously, it also drew into this universe those who were aware of Spider-Man's true identity as Peter Parker from the alternate realities. This cannot be deemed a failure of Dr. Strange's magic. Rather, it signifies that the spell's ramifications exceeded the original intentions of both him and Spider-Man. Peter, having just departed from Universe 1610 and preparing to return to his own reality, unfortunately found himself caught within the influence of this spell, transported to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was not the sole individual brought to this universe by Dr. Strange's magic. The original Spider-Man from the parallel universe, the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Sandman, as well as the second Spider-Man, the Lizard, and Electro from the Amazing Spider-Man, alongside Venom, Eddie Brock, were all summoned into this universe due to the spell's effects. In another sense, this could be considered an all-star ensemble. Thus, the temporal point at which I currently find myself must be shortly after Dr. Strange has cast the spell. Once my thoughts were clarified, Peter began to contemplate the serendipitous circumstances that had led him to this universe and how he should proceed. In truth, Peter could simply choose to do nothing. All he needed was to find a comfortable place to await the progression of events. If everything unfolded according to the narrative he was familiar with, he would naturally be returned to his rightful universe. However, knowing that Aunt May in this universe would meet her demise at the hands of the Green Goblin, he found it impossible to remain passive while such a tragedy unfolded. Moreover, he held considerable interest in the Sandman, Electro, and Venom, who had also been drawn to this universe, as well as a profound yearning for the mystical arts of Kamartosh. Conversely, he had already mastered the core technologies possessed by the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and the Lizard in his original universe. Additionally, he had nearly comprehended all of this universe's most advanced technologies through the fusion of Tony's soul memories. Given that the Infinity Stones in this universe had been destroyed by Thanos in previous significant events, the most valuable assets remaining for Peter were the Sandman, Electro, Venom, and the mystical arts of Kamartosh. Thus, Peter's subsequent objectives became exceedingly clear. First and foremost, to rescue Aunt May from the clutches of the Green Goblin. Next, he aimed to procure biological samples from the Sandman, Electro, and Venom, and finally, to explore the possibility of engaging with magical powers in this universe. The reason for placing the pursuit of magic last on his agenda was that the outcomes of the first two endeavors lay well within Peter's capabilities, and he was confident in his ability to achieve them. Peter had never encountered the enigmatic realm of magic, and thus could not guarantee any fruitful outcomes. Therefore, rather than diverting his attention to the ethereal and elusive nature of sorcery, it would be far more prudent to devote his energies to attainable goals that could be achieved with a modicum of effort. I recall from the film's narrative that the Dutch spider, after his identity was revealed and his normal life disrupted, relocated to an apartment building with Aunt May. Aided by Happy. I wonder where this apartment might be. Jarvis, please assist me in investigating the recent activities of May Parker and Happy Hogan, to see if we can pinpoint their residence. Additionally, could you help me locate the burial site of Iron Man, Tony Stark? I wish to pay my respects to him. Chapter 92. Commemoration. In the lush woods beside the tranquil lake, Tony's grave is situated adjacent to the secluded cabin he shared with Pepper. A simple, unadorned headstone bears but a single line of text. Tony Stark possessed a warm heart. Neither his accomplishments as the heir to Stark Industries nor his contributions as Iron Man are inscribed here. It is noteworthy that this grave marker, in stark contrast to Tony's former extravagant lifestyle, is strikingly modest and uncharacteristic of him. Yet, considering it honors a magnificent soul, a hero who saved the entire universe, no amount of embellishment would seem fitting. A plain stone, devoid of ostentation, is indeed the most appropriate tribute. I am truly grateful to you. Had your spirit not manifested, I might never have had the opportunity to occupy this body. Nor would I have been able to protect myself and my loved ones amidst the sudden crises that arose. Having inherited all your knowledge and memories, whether you acknowledge it or not, I regard you as my mentor. However, do not expect me to repay you in kind, as we hail from different universes. If I can learn the magic of this world before my departure, I might consider finding a way to resurrect you. Of course, do not hold out too much hope. Should the endeavor prove perilous, I would certainly abandon it at the first opportunity. Well, as we are not particularly acquainted, I believe that is sufficient for now. Perhaps I shall visit you again in the future. Farewell, my teacher. Whether influenced by the serene environment or the melding of memories with Tony Stark, Peter found himself articulating thoughts he had long suppressed in front of others as he stood before Tony's grave. Perhaps the very impulse to pay his respects stemmed from a desire to voice these sentiments. Peter felt a lightness envelop him after revealing the secrets he had long kept hidden. Placing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums upon Tony's headstone, he chose not to disturb Pepper and Morgan, who were nearby, and quietly departed, just as he had arrived, swiftly, without leaving a trace. As Peter left, he discovered that the digital realm was beginning to buzz with news of supervillains traversing from alternate universes. Among the headlines was one proclaiming, Spider-Man engages in fierce battle with mysterious mechanical menace on the bridge. This enigmatic mechanical foe was unmistakably Dr. Octopus, a figure Peter knew well. Jarvis, have you located Aunt May's current residence? Peter inquired. Yes, sir. The address is. Excellent. I have a new task for you, Jarvis. Monitor the internet for any emerging reports related to superpowered criminal activities, as well as all news concerning Spider-Man. I wish to remain informed about their movements at all times. Indeed, one might focus keenly on the reports from Horn News, though it may seem counterintuitive. The individual known as J possesses an uncanny ability to procure various updates pertaining to Spider-Man almost instantaneously. Understood, sir. I shall ensure the task is completed. Entrusting the mission to Jarvis, Peter donned his nano-suit anew, activating stealth mode as he soared towards the location Jarvis had provided. Upon arrival at the destination, Peter, lacking a key to the apartment, found himself unable to enter through the front door. Maintaining his invisibility, he alighted upon the balcony of Happy's apartment. Peering through the window, he discerned no signs of life within. However, at this hour, it is quite typical for individuals to be engaged in school or work, rendering the absence of inhabitants unsurprising. Meanwhile, the Dutch spider was preoccupied with escorting the supervillains once vanquished by the original and second iterations of Spider-Man back to the basement of the Sanctum in New York. Though the apartment appeared unoccupied, Peter had a few minor obstacles to address before entering. Jarvis, Assist me in breaching the security system of this apartment and seize control of the premises. Certainly, sir. It was evident that the security system in Happy's apartment had been custom-tailored by Tony Stark. However, with Peter having inherited all of Tony's memories, Jarvis swiftly identified a vulnerability and infiltrated the server. Once the intrusion alerts and real-time video surveillance were disabled, Peter finally opened the glass door to the balcony and stepped inside the apartment. As he entered, the mechanical arm in the dining room, affectionately known as B, joyfully approached him upon seeing the silhouette of Peter clad in the Mark 85 suit. Peter couldn't help but speculate that, had B possessed a fire extinguisher, it would have surely doused him in celebration. Regrettably for Peter, who lacked Tony's penchant for interaction, he redirected B back to its designated position, affording himself the opportunity to scrutinize the apartment's decor. Upon careful examination, Peter quickly recognized a plethora of Stark Industries items scattered throughout the apartment, or more precisely, personal belongings of Tony Stark himself. Following Tony's demise, in a bid to honor his dear friend, Happy had relocated many of Tony's possessions from the company to his apartment. Perhaps it was this rather careless management style of Happy's that allowed Vulture and Mysterio to exploit the situation, pilfering various high-tech devices invented by Tony from Stark Industries. After meandering through the apartment, Peter's interest waned. The items, once fascinating, now held little allure for him. Shedding the nanosuit, Peter sank onto the living room sofa, intending to peruse the latest intelligence compiled by Jarvis whilst awaiting the return of the Dutch Spider and Aunt May. According to the narrative etched in his memory, the Dutch Spider and Aunt May were expected to return tomorrow morning, accompanied by 5 supervillains from alternate realities, intent on rewriting their fates post-return to their respective universes. That evening, the 2 virtuous souls fell victim to the treachery of the Green Goblin, and Aunt May met her tragic fate amidst the chaos he unleashed. Having resolved to save Aunt May, Peter felt it imperative to impart to these 2 individuals the essence of respecting the destinies of others and relinquishing their messianic tendencies. Had they not insisted on aiding the supervillains from parallel universes in their attempts to alter fate, the subsequent turmoil could have been averted. Though it felt somewhat disconcerting for Peter to voice such sentiments. After all, if he could truly embody this principle, he would not be so fixated on rescuing Aunt May. He did not perceive himself as a martyr. For even across the vastness of different universes, the bond between Peter Parker and May Parker remained unaltered by the shifts in dimensions. Thus, in contrast to the Dutch Spider-Man's desire to save those supervillains from alternative realities with whom he had no connection, Peter's actions were fundamentally distinct. At the very least, this was his unwavering conviction.